Chapter 601. Robin quickly passed his soul sense over Julian's body to check his vital processes. When he made sure that it was really just exhaustion and that there were no serious injuries, he slowly placed him on the ground to sleep until the life troops arrived. "There is not a drop of energy inside this brother's body," said Jabba, who was examining another sage next to Robin. Robin stood and passed his eyes over the rest of the soldiers. "I noticed this, all of them look like they were battling for days, and it is not something out of the ordinary. The tattoos on their bodies absorb their energy to the maximum. This means that every second that passes by it will feel as if they are executing the strongest attack they can perform. This is the reason behind the suppressive aura of the Warlord, the reason why its attacks, even though they are only at the third stage, have enough power to confront a level 47 Emperor. I did not order them to disperse the Warlord immediately after they entered the covered training hall because I wanted to know their limits. I just did not expect that they would collapse so quickly and like this, and this destructive way. There were a few problems I noticed during the Warlord's clash with the guards outside, but the discussions took us away from the subject and I didn't find an opportunity to address the issue. Well, this seems like a good opportunity." Jabba nodded and then went to stand next to Robin. "Master, you said that every second that passed was as if one of them had executed their most powerful attack. But the difference is that attack disappears instantly afterward. But in this case that extracted energy remains present and is transferred to the Warlord. This means that the Warlord's energy does not gather all at once, but rather the Warlord continues to draw more energy from this battalion of sages and saints every second. This means that the further away the Warlord is from them, the more difficult and costly it becomes to transfer energy to it, right?" Robin nodded. "You are right. There are invisible cords of energy that always connect the Warlord and the battalion. The further the Warlord gets away from the battalion, the energy he receives will decrease and the speed of his response will decrease. The Warlord's maximum range away from the battalion is 4 to 5 kilometers, after which he will be forced to stop and retreat. Only 5 kilometers. That would be enough to cover a ground battlefield, but battling at this level should have a lot more range." Alexander furrowed his eyebrows. "Although I do not fully understand these things, let me express my opinion as well. Julian's Warlord, his entire body is made of pure energy, and this is good for one reason, which is that no matter how many attacks the Warlord receives, no one will die, but it also wastes a huge amount of energy unnecessarily in creating this huge body, energy that could have been used better. If the Warlord had a physical body, wouldn't that be enough to save this energy and prolong his operation?" Robin nodded a few times, agreeing with Alexander. "There is another problem, which is that Julian is exhausted soul-wise more than physically. Controlling a Warlord of this strength and size puts a terrible strain on soul force. I originally chose Julian because he is an expert in the half-step Emperor realm as well and he has been using the soul strengthening technique for a long time. It can even be said in terms of the soul he is among the 100 strongest people in the army, and yet his mental exhaustion has brought him to the point of collapse like this." He then let out a long sigh and shook his head. "It seems that I need further development on the Warlord Array before it can be practically used." Jabba placed his hand on his master's shoulder. "Don't let this get you down. The Warlords will change the game forever when they are completed." Robin smiled and looked at the sky above, then nodded slowly. "Yes. There is finally a glimmer of hope." Then he seemed to remember something and turned to Jabba. "Speaking of the glimmers of hope, why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to start working on your body cultivation system?" Ahaha. This will take a long time. Although I remember all the steps, I have to design techniques and arrays for each step separately. Staying here for a few minutes will not hinder me much." Jabba scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Over the past 3 years, his master had created 4th stage techniques for at least 8 major laws, and in his free time, he was having fun with the Warlord Array. Compared to this ease, he felt that it would take him dozens of years to finish. "Haha, that's okay. This is your first time creating something of your own. Naturally, it will take time. The important thing is that you always move forward and do not stop no matter what." Robin slapped his student on the back. Then he looked at Morin. "I don't want to keep you here any longer since you want to return to guarding the headquarters with Amon and Sakar. Now go to the warehouses and receive from Zara the techniques of the 4th stage of the laws that you want and take whatever resources and weapons you want, and do not forget, inform me when the 7th wave comes." "Thank you, Lord." The demon bowed slightly and then disappeared. Robin then looked at Alexander and Jabba again. "It is my responsibility to fix the problems with the Warlord Array, but providing soldiers who use the array is entirely your responsibility, or do you think this is inappropriate?" Alexander and Jabba looked at each other before Alexander began speaking first. "For me as a governor there are only 2 options. First, convince the people of the ancestral continent to join the army and then you will receive a huge boost, but this falls on your excellency's hands as well since just inviting them wouldn't do any good. The second choice is to use the local population of Greenland. The number of saints and sages among them is increasing daily, and soon their numbers might cross the continents of the 4 elements on the planet Jura, but they are also the key to the war against the Tree Fathers and the Human Alliance, and we cannot withdraw many of them from Greenland or else we will lose this planet. There is nothing I can say to the inhabitants of the ancestral continent. I have said everything I have in the Great Green Hill announcement. There is nothing left but to let time treat those who are treatable. As for the local tribes, you are right, they are an available option, but we must leave them as the last one." Robin nodded several times with furrowed eyebrows, then looked at Jabba. "What about you? What do you suggest?" "Me? What could I do about something like this?" Jabba shook his head. "I know you'll be busy with that new cultivation method, but you've assembled a research and development team, right? What are they doing now?" Although it may not seem like that, they are actually doing a lot. A number of them are working on finding a way to cut the tree bark faster, and some of them are experimenting with pill and medicinal paste recipes and a number of options for using the herbs we have discovered, and there are a few individuals who are exploring ways to use the corpses of the buds as well, and a few of them are trying to modify your arrays and talismans to find other uses for them, and there are members specialized in collecting all the available books from all the planets that we can access and collecting them in one encyclopedia, things like this. All branches have already begun to show results, and all branches can have military applications that help in war. Robin nodded with a satisfied expression on his face. This is really impressive since they don't have the eyes of truth to see what we see. I will find a way to help them with this matter later. Then he shrugged. That doesn't mean that more work can't be added to them. I need you to recruit a few more to do research on the subject of talents, find out why some people stumble on the cultivation path, and find ways to improve the breakthrough percentages. Okay. This will take some time, but okay, I'll start assembling that team right away. Jabba nodded slightly as if he was already thinking about how to begin. Good. Robin clapped. You can go back to your work again. I'll also go back to my seclusion for a while. Chapter 602. 5 years later, the steep hill in Greenland, below the Imperial Palace. Hey. Robin stretched his arms wide and yawned with a satisfied smile, then stood up and began to do some simple stretching. Oh, you finally finished that stupid array. Evergreen's voice came from next to Robin. This time, the sound was not from an unknown source. Rather, there was a visible body next to Robin made of compressed air. Although it was small and not completely clear, Evergreen's features could be easily seen. It seems I'm done. I don't see a way I can improve the array further, not with my current experience and information at least. Robin looked at the scrolls spread out on the desk in front of him one last time, satisfied, then stored them in his ring, and went to take a shower. That's great. You spent a full 5% of your refinement running tests for that stupid array. Finally, you can stop this hemorrhage. Evergreen sighed in relief. Robin laughed. What's the problem with that? The Warlord Array deserves every bit of it and even some more. Anyways, the new refinement is what takes the most time, but replacing what I utilize takes much less time. I will be able to take back those 5% in just 2 months maximum. You talk like you love the refinement process and can't wait to spend another 2 months on it. Well then, come now to finish what you started. Evergreen clapped warmly and then flew to the wardrobe to get Robin something to wear. It was clear that this was nothing new for her. Okay, I get what you are trying to say, but not now. I'll go test the array first. Robin laughed as he washed his hair under a small cloud, but soon the smile gradually disappeared from his face, as if he remembered something. There's something I need to check too. I can't wait any longer. Something important you need to check? Oh, you mean that the demons haven't invited you to the 7th wave yet? You are overthinking this. Maybe the wave hasn't started yet. Evergreen shook her head and then sent a light wind to dry Robin's hair. This is what I kept telling myself too, but 5 years have passed since my meeting with Morin. How has the 7th wave not happened yet? According to the timeline in his story, the first 6 waves happened in less than 4 years. Robin shook his head as he looked at Evergreen, then went back to washing his naked body. In addition, his excuse for not coming to meet Alexander and take the 4th stage of the law techniques is not convincing at all. There are dozens or even hundreds of demon kings. Would they not have been able to send one for a few hours? Frankly, I'm beginning to doubt that they are. A small wind bullet hit the middle of Robin's forehead. Ouch! What the hell was that for? Robin rubbed his forehead. Humph! You don't even know how lucky you are. These savage creatures are not created to obey anyone, but if for some reason they decide to follow someone, they will follow them to the end, or at least until their interests collide. As long as you gain their loyalty, all you have to do is feed them and they will always be by your side. Frankly, their presence with you is a cause for envy. You just don't realize the value of what you have in your hand yet. Evergreen clasped her small hands. Feed them? You're talking as if it's easy. In order to keep them by my side, I'll have to start massacre and massacre forever. Robin sighed and shook his head helplessly, but he seemed to notice something and suddenly shouted. Wait a minute, why are you talking with such confidence? Their race is not even from Greenland. What do you know about the demons? I will not say. Evergreen stuck out her tongue and then sent winds to dry off the rest of Robin's body. Listen, my future owner, if the demons were not on your side, I would have advised you to exterminate them all and not leave a single one alive, but since you have earned their loyalty, my advice to you is to turn a blind eye. Why do you bother your head and theirs with matters of loyalty, defying orders, and those ridiculous routines? What's the problem if they want to take their orders from you alone? What's the problem if they start a few bloodbaths here and there in order to fill their hungry stomachs? They are not humans and you must understand that their mental abilities are different from yours. You have to treat them differently from the rest of your followers. Just treat them as a rib in your body. A rib is bent, right? If you try to put pressure on it, it will break, and if you try to make it straight, it will break. The best option is to leave it as it is and benefit from it as much as possible. Robin didn't take his eyes off Evergreen for about a full minute. When he was sure she wasn't going to say another word, he sighed and started to get dressed. There's some truth to what you say, I think. Of course, all my words are right, haha. Evergreen put both hands to her waist and began to laugh loudly. Does this mean that you will forget about them and come to complete the refinement? You are stuck at 68% right now. Robin shook his head. No, I still intend to go out. Refining from the beginning of 69% is getting too difficult and I have things I want to do outside first. This is normal because all of the remaining percentage is divided between the 5 tree fathers. If Descartes had not volunteered and given up his share in the refinement when he sensed that you were about to refine all the available percentages, you would now still be stuck in the 60%. It is normal for the remaining percentage to be more difficult since you literally need to push the others first in order to take their place. Evergreen started waving with both hands. Then this is another reason why I should postpone until I return. Attacking the tree fathers' refinement percentage that they have toiled over for 200,000 years like this will definitely start a devastating war. I will make sure of the army's preparations first before taking this step. Robin smiled as he put on the last piece of his deep blue dress. This time he let his long hair fall until it touched his shoulder and left his short beard as it was. His appearance at this moment was truly befitting an emperor. Okay, Mr. Handsome, no one can stop you from doing anything when you decide anyway, humph, just don't be late. Evergreen folded her hands and looked to the side, clearly annoyed, but Robin merely smiled and patted her air avatar's head. Then he inserted his spiritual sense into the voice ring. Alexander, I need to see you, where are you? Your Excellency, it is good news that you are finally out. Please give me just 5 days. I will arrange my affairs here and come as quickly as possible. The response came quickly. 5 days? Why, where are you exactly? Robin raised his eyebrows. Alexander is supposed to be a governor who sits at his desk here on the steep hill and only gives orders. His departure to another location means temporal paralysis in the rest of the empire's affairs. After 2 full minutes, the reply came. In response to your excellency, I am in Father Tree Labakan's lands. Things are a bit bad here. You are at Father Tree Labakan in the Far East? Why? What is happening in there? Robin stopped in his tracks and asked in surprise. Even if there is a war, Alexander is supposed to stay at the headquarters and send orders from afar. His time as a general is over. After another 10 minutes, the reply came. Your Excellency, I am sorry. Can I talk to you later? I have to fully focus on the battle. At night, I will organize the situation and come to the headquarters immediately. That much. Robin's eyebrows sank. Okay, ignore the order to go back. You can stay where you are and focus on what you are doing. I will talk to Elizabeth. After a while, the reply came again. Sorry for not being there for you, Your Excellency. By the way, Elizabeth is also here with me. Robin raised his eyebrows after hearing the last response and took out his soul sense from the ring. Even Elizabeth, who was responsible for managing the colonies and controlling the internal situation, went to the front. Clearly, the situation outside was much worse than he thought. Chapter 603. Within the planet's soul domain. Step. Robin appeared out of nowhere and began to advance towards the true body of the planet's spirit, towards the giant green ball. Here I came to this desolate place once more. Tisk, I guess you got your wish. Humph. What I asked of you was not to come and visit me, but to complete your refinement. Are you going to continue your refinement now? I don't think so. Evergreen crossed her little arms on her chest and spoke annoyed. After Robin spoke with Alexander, he immediately returned to sitting in the same spot as before and decided to enter the planet's spirit domain. Although he did not announce the reason, he certainly did not come here to continue her refinement. Sorry, I didn't really come here for this, but there are other things I need to take care of. Robin showed a charming smile and patted her on the head. More important? What's more important than being the owner of the planet? Making sure we survive on this planet is much more important right now. I don't know what's going on with Alexander now, but it doesn't look very promising. Don't worry, I won't bother you too much. I'm just very curious about the situation there and I don't want to read some dry reports about it. I'll just have a quick look at what is going on there and then go out right away. Robin smiled and continued on his way forward. You talk as if I want you to leave quickly. Evergreen muttered in a low voice. Did you say something? Robin looked sideways and asked. But Evergreen shouted back at him, I say do whatever you want as long as your refinement percentage is not affected again. Robin smiled, then raised his shoulders and continued on his way. Every step he took on the barren, black ground sent energy waves everywhere. He could see his reflection on the ground as if he were walking on the surface of the water, unlike him and Evergreen, who was walking in a cute manner next to him, and the huge green orb in front of him. There was nothing else there. This vast place was vibrant with life just a few years ago. There were always 7 orbs made up of pure soul force lingering here, sometimes discussing, sometimes cursing each other, and sometimes planning something. But after what Robin did to the 3 tree fathers when he found them here, none of them dared to come to this place again. It returned to being like a desert as it was before it was discovered by the tree fathers 200,000 years ago. Sometimes Robin comes here to resume the refinement process, but other than that, there is only the huge green orb in the middle and a sea of darkness around it. Whenever Robin sees this desolate place, he feels that perhaps this is why Evergreen always finds a reason to appear around him to try to help him in his research or nag at him to get back to refinement. After the silver embodiment of Robin's soul and Evergreen next to him arrived to stand in front of the huge green orb, Robin moved his index finger on the huge green orb until he reached a certain spot in the far east, and began to enlarge it until a scene began to appear. Clank, clank, come forward. Kill them all. Swoosh, swoosh. Beware of the sky. Arg. They finally moved. Robin couldn't find words to say at the scene in front of him. Chaos. On the right side, there is an enormous army. Even when Robin uses a bird's eye view to reveal the battle from above, he still cannot see the last soldier in that army. There are at least 30 to 40 million people here, wearing different uniforms. Some of them are soldiers made of wood while some of them are creatures that resemble the buds but more than dozens of times their height. The 30 to 40 million soldiers are accompanied by a huge number of beasts and mounts, making their number almost double. Because of the large size and that there was no reason for them all to fight at the same time, Robin spotted a huge number of tents and open kitchens on the far right. Almost half of the army was sleeping or enjoying their time while the other half was fighting. If a person had to find one word to describe this sight, he would only find one word: terrifying. The only sight that Robin saw before that could be compared to what is happening now is the sight of the buds surrounding Hoffenheim's body to defend it. The difference now is that they are the attackers while the Empire is in a defensive position. On the left side, there is a considerably large army as well, but their total number does not exceed 3 million, all of whom were the distinctive golden armor of the Empire. If counting the trained beasts with the enemies, then the Imperial army was currently facing an enemy 20 times its size, yet it was as solid as a rock that had been in place for millions of years. But the problem also was that they were standing in place like a rock. They were completely trapped like a drop of liquid gold in a sea that wanted to swallow them up. That army is made up of the elite troops of all the Tree Fathers and local human tribes. It is impossible for Caesar or Alexander to make the decision to attack such an army face to face without prior preparation. They fell into a trap. Robin gritted his teeth when he saw the situation. Robin clearly saw Victoria roaring like a seasoned war goddess as she led the water users to create walls and spikes of ice. He saw Elizabeth waving with an unusually serious facial expression and with each wave creating 2 walls of plants alongside the plant users. He also saw the wind users trying to neutralize the attacks coming towards them and planting tornadoes and wind cannons to force the incoming enemies to retreat. Behind this iron defense, Caesar leads the fire users as the offensive arm of the army, accompanied by the lightning forces led by another silver-haired young man whom Robin had never seen before. This alliance of fire and lightning was more than enough to deter anyone who dared to get a little closer. Behind them all, the Law of Life users were circling the soldiers to pump life energy into their exhausted bodies. No one was allowed to collapse in this situation or take a rest. Even the Law of Life users themselves were staggering as they ran from one person to another, but none of them stopped. This well-balanced army seemed as if it could defend itself forever, or at least until its energy was completely exhausted and its hopes demolished. But this is the only thing they can do as well. They don't receive much damage even in such a fierce battle, but they also did not cause much damage to the huge hostile army surrounding them with these tactics. It could be said that the Imperial army was only trying to survive at this moment. Apparently, they were depending on something else to cause the damage. SAA. Above all of this was flying tens of thousands of Draco beasts, each of them carrying 3 gold-armored soldiers on its back. Every soldier carried a golden bow with each arrow engraved with strange runes. They're coming again. Sosh. Boom, 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 ah. Every arrow fired by the Draco riders was accompanied by a strange phenomenon. Some of them had lightning bolts appear around them that pierced the target's heart, while other arrows produced branches that wrapped around the target and entered his mouth and nose. Other arrows pierced the chest of one of the buds and turned it into a block of ice. Every single one of those arrows was a talisman. Tens of thousands of Draco beasts carrying about 200,000 Imperial soldiers caused massive damage to the enemy army with a rain of arrows, but quite a few of them also fell. This battlefield. Robin's soul avatar clenched his silver hands as he watched, but stopped himself before he could finish. This is not a battlefield, but rather a chaotic death ground. Robin turned to his side to say something to Evergreen, but as he turned, he noticed something with the corner of his eye that forced him to focus on the green orb again. This is. He slowly began to pull the scene up a little. Exactly 100 miles from the chaotic battle, there was another battle taking place. This battle is nothing in terms of size compared to what is happening in the south, but it does not seem any less important. Robin saw Alexander and about 50 individuals with him, all wearing their golden armor, fighting a huge creature that Robin knew well. They were fighting a warlord. Chapter 604. Evergreen, do you want to tell me something? Robin spoke coldly as he watched the battle in front of him. Hey, what do I have to do with it? This is Tree Father Florus Warlord. It has been around for about 190,000 years. Secondly, even if one of the Tree Fathers asked to make other warlords, I wouldn't refuse since it's their right. If you want to stop them from choosing this option, you have to take it away from them. Evergreen folded her hands in annoyance. Robin didn't answer her and kept his eyes on the battle. He had already gotten the answer he wanted from her. Other than Alexander, there were also Fujon, Deba, Hadiar, and dozens of other soldiers, all wearing their golden armor. All of them keeping pace with Alexander, moving at great speed, flying or running around the warlord, dodging his attacks and sending attacks at him in turn. Whenever the warlord chooses one of them to focus his attack on and kill him, dozens of powerful attacks come from around him, and he returns to the defensive position temporarily. Robin pointed at them while sighing. All of these people have reached the Emperor's realm? If just one or two of them could use the 4th stage of his laws in a useful attack, they would have been able to stop that warlord. But now they have no choice but to utilize their vast energy reserves to distract the warlord and keep him away from the main army to avoid accumulating losses. He felt remiss because he had not given them how to use the 4th stage of the laws yet. The fact that Alexander and a large number of other emperors were using the divine decree incarnation technique at this moment was also noteworthy, or it could be said that it is impossible to overlook. Each of them had behind him the embodiment of a giant monster attacking side by side with him. Alexander in particular was the most eye-catching among them all, with a storm behind him in human form, supporting him in every attack. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly as he watched what was happening. In normal cases, the Divine Decree incarnation technique is extremely powerful as it draws its massive power from the user's life vein to fuel the law incarnation. So Alexander, Victoria, Old Goo, and Elizabeth used it sparingly and for a few seconds at a time. This was also why they kept this technique to themselves, since ordinary sages would not be able to use them. But according to what he sees now, it is clear that this problem no longer exists for the emperors. At least the period in which the Divine Decree incarnation technique can be used has become significantly longer. Only Foundation number 41 can provide such huge energy reserves to make this overpowered technique usable. If it even can support the fourth stage of the laws, how can it now support this kind of powerful technique? Robin sighed in relief when he saw this and looked at the scene with a smile. He had almost forgotten about this technique, and it was certainly not him who spread it among the emperors. Most likely one of the 4 generals tried it to see what would happen, and when it succeeded, they distributed it to further strengthen the army. The Divine Decree incarnation technique is the most precious treasure in the 4 continents, and only the ruling emperor in every generation is allowed to use it. It can even be said that the emperor is chosen if he is able to use it. Distributing it in this way was certainly not an easy decision. Perhaps if this technique had not spread among the rest of the emperors and they were all able to use it now, they would not have been able to confront the warlord, at least temporarily. Even with more than 50 emperors using the Divine Decree incarnation technique, the most they could do was stop the warlord and perhaps force him to retreat a little. During the few minutes that Robin watched the scene, none of the 50 emperors fell, but the warlord only seemed somewhat annoyed. The good thing is that none of the empire's soldiers seem visibly tired, and they can follow this strategy for a long time. At the same time, their attacks that contain the 3rd stage of laws don't seem to have much effect on the warlord either. Just like the chaotic battlefield 100 miles away, this battlefield was caught in a delicate balance that would be broken as soon as Alexander and the rest became exhausted or the slightest error occurred. Then he returned to running his index finger over the scene until the grand battle appeared before him again, and this time he fixed his eyes on the enemy forces. Then Robin pointed to a few corners of the army and began to speak to himself. Look here, it is clear that this army is the result of a union of all the human tribes with the forces of the Tree Fathers. It is not their complete forces, but it is still significant that we can say that it is almost half of their total strength. This is in addition to the ancient warlord one who leads them. Not a single tribe or Tree Father has brought out their full strength or revealed any new secrets. Even Tree Father Labakan himself has not tried to summon another warlord. They are relying on numbers explicitly. Am I imagining, or do those locals think they can beat us without making a few investments? Why would they invest their secrets and refinement if they could succeed without them? Look here, and here. Evergreen raised her small shoulders and began pointing toward the Empire's soldiers, and Robin immediately knew what she was referring to. Heavy sweating became visible from under their helmets and physical exhaustion became evident in their movements. Just while Robin was watching now, dozens of them fell dead. Even with the help of the life forces, signs of a total collapse began to appear. If one part of this formation collapsed, everything else would collapse quickly, or perhaps it would have collapsed already, had the Draco squadron not protected them from above and relieved the pressure on them. Those birds won't last long either. Then Evergreen pointed towards the Draco squadron that was about to launch an attack. Draco are very fast creatures and can carry 2 or 3 people on their back. They themselves can reach the strength of a saint or even a sage if they have enough food. They can attack with fireballs or increase their speed even more for a short period of time, so they are an ideal mount. But they also tire quickly and have weak defenses. Draco riders choose to move back and forth across the battlefield quickly to avoid being hit from below, but this also quickly tires out a Draco squadron. Boom, boom. This time, half of the Draco swarm's attacks were repelled by the enemy's sages, and a few hundred Draco were shot down as they passed. Robin's face frowned greatly. If the Draco squadron did not immediately move away to rest, it would collapse after a few more rounds. If they chose to rest, the pressure on the Imperial soldiers' defense formation would increase and they would collapse even faster. How long has this battle been going on? Robin asked quietly. About 3 days ago, your son Caesar and his army were preparing for a new campaign against the lands of the Tree Father Labakan, as it had been doing for the past 5 years following your orders that day. During those past 5 years your soldiers began to advance towards Labakan's domination circle, taking a large piece of land and digging trenches to cut off the authority of the Tree Father Labakan from it. Then they moved forward to start a new campaign. Then Evergreen pointed towards Caesar, who was preparing for a massive attack at this moment. But after he began this new campaign and entered Labakan's domination circle, he received information from the reconnaissance team that this big army was approaching, so he immediately ordered a retreat with the utmost speed. Fortunately enough, his decision came at the right time, as he was able to cross the trenches and return with the army to the lands of the Empire in time. Otherwise, if Labakan had unleashed his ability during the battle, the consequences would have been more dire. So they are inside the Empire's territory now? Interesting. Robin's eyes sparkled for a moment before he looked toward Evergreen. You seem to be keeping a good eye on the situation, huh? Couldn't you have told me? You were the one who said you didn't want to hear anything else about the Greenland War. Evergreen shrugged again and stuck out her tongue. Robin looked at Evergreen for a moment before he laughed and went back to continue the battle. He did say something like this. Chapter 605. Following an ongoing war directly like this is a great blessing. Robin nodded contentedly as he watched the massacres in front of him. Evergreen nodded seriously as well. Indeed, observation is one of the few pleasures we planetary spirits get. But it seems that we will be watching for a long time. According to Caesar's and Alexander's strategy, both fronts are seeking complete defense and only buying time. At this pace, they may continue for another week before they collapse completely. I wonder about the secret behind this choice of theirs. Why are they trying to buy time for? After several minutes, Robin pointed several times towards the battlefield and analyzed in a calm voice, and there is something else that is not fully clear here. I have appointed Caesar to be the commander of the invasion against Tree Father Labakan, and I have ordered Victoria to be the commander of another army specialized in rapid intervention to help the local tribes if anything happens. Why are they together now? And what are Alexander, Elizabeth, and even Fujon and the rest of the emperors doing here? All your questions can be answered in one scene. Evergreen laughed and dragged her finger on the model, and the scene in front of them changed. Now there was a large army of at least 200,000 soldiers quickly appeared in front of them, running quickly. This is? Robin furrowed his eyebrows. At first glance, Robin was able to determine that these soldiers belonged to the Nightbird's tribe. This is not the time to be surprised yet. Evergreen laughed again and ran her finger over the planet Spirit again, and another army appeared, numbering about 100,000, and another one numbering 1,500,000, then another. Then another. In moments, Robin saw more than 20 armies heading towards the battlefield right now. Whistle. Robin nodded with clear satisfaction. Nice. The closest one of these armies to the battlefield is only 3 days away, meaning Caesar and the rest have to hold out for 4 days, after which the waves of support will start arriving and the pressure on them will gradually decrease. Evergreen snapped her finger. That's right. As for your question about Victoria, see here. Evergreen moved her hand in a certain way on the planet Spirit and a strange scene began to play in front of Robin. In this silent scene, Caesar and his army of approximately 2 million soldiers were fleeing toward the west quickly, and behind them, the enemy army was almost catching up with them and had already begun sending attacks on them from behind. At this moment Victoria appeared at the right moment with reinforcements from another million soldiers. They joined with Caesar's army, forming the formation that exists now. Then Evergreen moved her hand again, and the scene accelerated, and a day passed quickly in front of their eyes, and then Alexander, Elizabeth, and a number of the emperors appeared flying in and immediately began clashing with the crowds. Then Fujon and the rest appeared too. Their appearance greatly balanced the scales, and their enormous energy reserves made them unleash their strongest attack, constantly killing thousands of enemies with every attack, until at the end of that day the hiding warlord finally appeared, turning everything upside down and almost destroying the entire army of the empire, until Alexander and the rest activated the divine decree incarnation technique and began to lead it away from the battlefield, which caused the battle to fall into a state of siege and slow death again. Then the scene accelerated at a rapid pace until it reached the present time again. Was this a summary of the events of the past 3 days? Can you show events from the past as well? Robin looked sideways in surprise. Why are you surprised? Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't remember my own history? Evergreen looked at her side with even more astonishment. Robin shook his head and went back to looking towards the battle. I think everything is clear now. Victoria received orders to move towards the war front and protect the lands won by Caesar until trenches were dug in them and forts were built on them, and this explains why she is at Caesar's side now. As for Alexander and the rest, they most likely received an urgent summon, so they arranged their armies and summoned them from the borders and forts and sent them towards the battlefield. Then they flew to the battlefield immediately so that they could contribute in relieving the pressure until those armies arrived. Then he showed a big satisfied smile. The Tree Fathers can no longer monitor what is happening inside our lands after I occupied the planet's sole domain, and this means that they do not know how many reinforcements are coming, and they still want to win the battle without pumping new investment? They can only dream. After the reinforcements arrive, they will be able to easily destroy the Union army and force them to retreat. Then our army will also retreat into our territory and leave an opportunity for Alexander and the rest to get away from the warlord without causing too many casualties among our martial emperors. All they have to do is hold out for 3 days and we will be victorious. Haha, excellent, everything is going well. They did not ask for help from me or from Jabba, and yet they are winning. Good job, very good job. Haha, well, this will not be without losses. Evergreen pointed toward the Empire's soldiers. The first reinforcement will arrive in 3 days, during which at least 100,000 of your soldiers will die, and even that reinforcement will not be enough to balance or reverse the outcome. At most, they will give a momentum to the situation. The strongest reinforcement that will arrive is the army of 1,500,000 elite soldiers from Tree Father Descartes. Only this reinforcement is what will break the balance and actually bring about victory, but it will arrive after a full 10 days. You will have lost at least 1 million good soldiers by then, and of course, your martial emperors won't come out unscathed after 10 days against the warlord either. At least half of them will be dead. So yes, the empire will emerge victorious if Caesar and Alexander can only hold out for another 3 days, but you will take huge losses. But they will win in the end, and the losses among the enemy's ranks will be many times greater. Their victory in this battle will break the backs of the Tree Fathers and the local humans forever. Robin laughed loudly for a moment, then waved when he felt Evergreen's eyes on him. All right, I know all of this, of course. I'm just proud that they can stand in front of the whole world so steadfastly without the need for my presence in person. They took my request seriously and carried it out. How could I not be happy? As for those losses you're talking about, of course, I will not allow it to happen. Oh, what do you plan to do? You're going to use that strange law of yours and destroy the Warlord again? Evergreen looked beside her with shining eyes. Maybe this time she would be able to understand what Robin did to the 6 warlords that day. Haha, no. You said that the battle is now taking place within the territory of the Empire, correct? That is, within my domination circle. A big smile appeared on Robin's face. Then he looked to the side with a smiling face. Let us make the Tree Father have a taste of their own medicine. I will amend the laws and create my own ability just like them. Ha ha. Ha! At this moment, Evergreen jumped on Robin, grabbed his neck with both hands, and started shaking him. What kind of an owner are you? I am telling you to increase your refinement quickly and you are still thinking of all the possible ways to consume it? What will you ask me now to correct this miserable situation? Will you ask me to create a sea of thunderbolts or make the ground fart lava? Do you know how much it will cost you to create a powerful modification that only affects your enemies and does not affect your soldiers? Do you know how much it will cost you to activate it with every passing second? I am tired of you. I will kill you easier and find myself a new owner. Ugh, let go, you crazy little lass. Robin grabbed both of Evergreen's hands and threw her aside like a sack of potatoes. What the hell is wrong with you? I just want to strengthen the effect of one law that already exists in that area. The strengthening will be permanent without adding any tricks or conditions. This is something that will not take 2 to 4% of the refinement percentage, correct? When Evergreen heard this, she rose from the floor and shook her hands as she gestured. Although I do not understand what the benefit of this is reasonable. Which law do you want to strengthen in that area and to what degree do you want to strengthen it? Choose what you want, but be careful. Without adding conditions, even your soldiers will fall under its influence as well, and it may kill them. After hearing the confirmation from Evergreen's mouth, Robin returned to watching the battle, a devilish smile appearing on his face at this moment. Let it affect them then. Chapter 606. Inside the battlefield. Shoala. Be careful, it's the Black Flame again. Arg. The battlefield occupied a huge area. The Empire's army, which alone numbered about 3 million soldiers, occupied an area extending as far as the eye could see, so even the lightning and flame users assigned to attack were not running like fools from east to west, attacking randomly. Rather, they divided themselves, and every one of them was assigned an area to attack, and this means that each one of them must stay in his place and defend that area that was allocated to him until he is replaced, or until he dies. But currently, there was a very strange scene. One of the forces assigned to the attack, specifically one of the flame users, was putting one hand in his pockets and the other was holding a golden halberd. From time to time, he would move his halberd horizontally to deliver a wide-range attack and then return to standing as he was. What was strangest was that the area that this person was assigned to attack was at least 10 times the area of any other attacker, and it was almost devoid of any enemies. There was only a small hill of corpses burning in black flames, and within sight were standing humans and beasts alike, not daring to get any closer. The aura of black flame was forcing all hearts to stop and forcing all legs to retreat trembling, and if that was not enough for them, then the sight of the hill of corpses was a good omen. They saw everything. Whenever a wave came forward and tried to attack the Imperial soldiers from this flank, a wall of black flames appeared rushing towards them. Anyone touched by that flame would die instantly. The flame is not particularly strong, and it does not leave scars, it does not hit vital points, and it does not even cause the target to let out a scream. Anyone who is touched by that flame just falls to the ground motionless. There were a few people who were touched by the black flame and survived, but all of them were at the top of the Sage Realm, and all of them immediately retreated, panting with bulging eyes as if they had wrestled with death and escaped from it. All of them also did not return to this front again, without exception, and it is said that some of them left the whole battlefield and fled. The steadfast young man standing here made the area he was protecting relatively safe from close-range attacks. It could even be said that the water, plant, life, and wind users performing defensive tasks in front of him were feeling comfortable and even a little bored. But it also caused increased pressure on the rest of the fronts next to it and made them bear more pressure. Supreme General Caesar, we need you on the northeast front. The pressure is high there and the number of deaths on our side is increasing significantly. We ask you to visit us there for just 5 minutes. A middle-aged soldier came and bowed to the young man with the halberd. Without looking towards the messenger, Caesar glanced towards the northeastern front for a few seconds. While Caesar was in charge of the southern front, the entire northern front's attack forces were under the protection of the Lightning Battalion Chief Raiden, nicknamed Thunder Boy. Although he was still a level 34 sage, he was still young and his talent in the lightning path was legendary. He has a good leadership spirit and the entire Lightning Battalion respects him, and everyone expects him to break through to the Emperor's domain within the next 10 years if nothing happens to him. But of course, all of this will come in the future. Currently, he is really not enough to carry the offensive pressure in the entire northern region. Deep inhale. Okay, I'll go help. You take my place until I get back. Caesar nodded heavily, then rose and began jumping towards his new target. Phew. The Imperial soldiers assigned to defend Caesar's front breathed a sigh of relief. They did not seem sad that the Supreme General had left and that they were being exposed to the most dangerous short-range attacks once more. Rather, they seemed to be relieved for some reason. As for Caesar himself, he left and did not look back or leave any other orders, and his facial expressions under the golden helmet currently did not look good at all. Rather, it could be said that he was as pale as a ghost, while the dark circles under his eyes were very clear, in addition to his hair and black eyes. His face looked like skin on bone. All indications were that the person who had just wiped his forehead alone, that this level 38 sage, was very sick. He was indeed sick, but not of physical illness. Since his adoptive father had given him the death fire that day and he knew that he had received great power, the mere appearance of the black flame on the battlefield would change the outcome. The mere aura of the death flame was enough to knock some faint-hearted people dead. But Caesar himself does not escape without consequences. Even Robin himself hates writing down the technique for this law and hates any feeling related to the law of death. It is the only law that he knows everything about, but he has not used it, or written a technique for it yet, as if he is pretending that it does not exist. Then what about those who use it in all their battles? The law modified Caesar's body enough to use it without physical harm, but it did not reduce the mental and psychological damage resulting from touching upon death. Even his followers who stand close to him while he carries out any attack feel that death itself is breathing under their necks, which makes them always tense and want to leave away from him. The ideal use of the death flame is a fast battle in which he strikes his opponent with the flame from the first attack and ends the matter. This is the irony of fate. The death fire is the worst nightmare for any regular army, but its user and those close to it do not escape harm. The flame of death gave Caesar the strength and ability to be the supreme general of the empire's army, but it was also trying to push him to always be alone and stay away from those around him so as not to harm them. How can a person be a leader and a loner at the same time? This is a question to which Caesar has not yet found an answer. Shuela. Arg. It's black flame. Retreat. After the first wave of black flames appeared, the closest 200 enemy soldiers were killed, while others fled back. In the blink of an eye, the close-range attack on this front calmed down, and the enemies were content with long-range attacks once more. But, gulp, the soldiers of the Empire began to sweat and swallow their saliva, instead of breathing a sigh of relief. Chapter 607. Clack. Supreme General, I feel ashamed that you had to come to the north again. There was another severe attack wave in another area on the northern side, and I had to focus all my attention there and ignore what was happening, but this does not deny that it was negligence on my part. I bear full responsibility. Caesar nodded and did not try to console him. The role of the defenders was to prevent the enemies from entering the formation and to confront any upcoming attack, while the role of the offensive wing of the army in this case was to push the enemy army back as much as possible and make them feel threatened every time they draw close in order to reduce the pressure on the defensive wing. Enemies getting close to this point means the attack system failed to do its job. Caesar moved his halberd again and sent out another wave of deathfire, pushing the enemies back further. Then he let out a sigh and patted the shoulder of the young man next to him. Raiden, stay here and make sure that they do not regroup in this area again, at least until the defensive wing regains some of their strength. I will go and take a tour of the rest of the fronts. Before Caesar could jump toward his next target, he felt a hand grab him and pull him down. Is there something else you want, Raiden? Raiden stared into Caesar's eyes for a few seconds, then finally opened his mouth. Can I ask you to wait here with me for a bit? Just watch me perform the duties of the offensive wing and give me feedback. I will greatly benefit from your experience, Your Highness, and will be grateful if you give me this opportunity. Caesar did not respond immediately to this strange request, but rather furrowed his eyebrows slightly and focused on the eyes of the young man in front of him. He knew how proud this young genius was, and he knew that simply asking for help placed a great burden on him and that words like these did not usually come out of his mouth. Then Caesar seemed to finally understand something. He smiled and withdrew his hand from Raiden's grip. What? Does your Supreme General look so weak that you want me to rest next to you? That wasn't my intention. Raiden looked right and left before speaking. He did not want the soldiers to hear this, but Caesar actually said the real reason. Even though he was wearing a helmet, his tired eyes, pale skin, and emaciated aura gave him away. Haha, I'm glad that someone took my health into consideration, but I'm fine. Something like this won't stop me. This siege is nothing compared to the siege of Hoffenheim that lasted for 2 full years. Caesar laughed loudly and patted Raiden's shoulder firmly. During the siege of Hoffenheim, we could retreat to rest from time to time, and you, Your Highness, had an elite corps with you and only intervened in critical situations, and yet you were one of the main reasons that enabled us to hold out for 2 years, but the rate of your intervention now. Raiden spoke again, worriedly, although he did not know what the Supreme General was feeling and what effect using the Deathfire would have on him. A powerful force like the Deathfire would definitely have consequences. Caesar shook his head, smiling, then pointed to another, nearby front. See this? Boom, boom. Raiden raised his eyebrows slightly and clenched both hands tightly. Because of Caesar's intervention in this area and pushing the enemies back, those enemies turned right and left to attack the closest points they could reach away from the Deathfire, meaning that the pressure on other points increased several times. Caesar patted Raiden's shoulder with a smile. During our short conversation just now, my spiritual sense did not leave that front. 15 good young men were killed there while we were chatting and the number is still increasing. If you had let me go, perhaps they would have returned to their families alive. Then he took a few steps away from him and put one hand behind his back. Everyone here is holding their souls in their hands and doing their best to get through the ordeal without thinking about themselves. I won't let some side effects stop me. Then he jumped towards the nearest front without waiting for a response, raising his halberd over his shoulder. But if you collapse, we will all die. Raiden could only mutter as he saw Caesar's back move away. His concern and respect for the Supreme General multiplied several times. V-room. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, a strong sound of thunder was heard as if it was caused by the splitting of the sky and the earth. What's going on? At this moment, there was no difference between the Imperial Army and the locals' Union Army. They all remained in place and began to look around expectantly. Everyone was sure that something big was going to happen, and both sides were suspicious of the other. Look up. It was not known who uttered this shout, but everyone began to look up one by one. In the blink of an eye, the massive battle stopped and everyone turned their faces upward, and what was happening in the sky was even more strange. At this moment, the clouds were quickly turning around and depicting an angry human face. It's His Excellency. It is His Excellency's face. Long live His Excellency. Long live the true beginning empire. Long live His Excellency. Long live the true beginning empire. A state of emotional agitation struck millions of the empire's soldiers. At this moment, it seemed as if all the fatigue and exhaustion that possessed them had disappeared without a trace. Even Caesar stopped midway, raised his eyebrows, and whistled softly as he muttered, "Looks like that old man has learned some new tricks." The plankite soldiers from the woods and buds in the army tried to urge everyone to advance again and ignore the face in the sky, but no way. That angry face that covered dozens of miles brought with it an oppressive aura and was accompanied by stormy winds and thunderous rain. This face seemed as if it were an embodiment of the world's anger. How do they move now and where? The best option is to run away. Sons of the true beginning empire. Finally, the angry face opened its huge mouth and began to speak the language of the Greenlanders in a voice that exploded in the chests and minds. "I have just heard of the vile trap into which those local scum have led you, and I, Emperor Robin Burton, will not allow my men to be harmed by vile creatures." Rumble, rumble. Thunder thundered in the sky again, and this time a few lightning bolts landed, creating craters in the ground tens of meters in diameter, but it didn't hurt anyone. Key. The Union soldiers began to take a few steps back automatically. Quite a few of them fell during the retreat and were trampled to death. Robin Burton. Tree Father Florus Warlord pointed at the face in the sky angrily and shouted loudly, "Are you trying to threaten us with these games? Do you think our mighty army will break at a few words? If you are a real man, come and confront me and maybe you will do something." The face in the sky was so huge that it covered the distance between the great battle and the battle of the emperors, so the face did not need to move its eyes until it began to laugh and she looked down with contempt. "Ha ha ha, Tree Father Florus, did I hear correctly or are you inviting me to a duel? Who gave you such audacity? Didn't you learn anything after seeing me destroy 6 warlords at the same time before? Did you use this toy that you call a warlord to convince those foolish villagers to follow you to their death? What, do you want me to come and destroy you myself so that you can brag about fighting Emperor Robin personally? Haha, in your dreams." Then Robin's laughter calmed down a little as he looked back down angrily. "No, Florus, neither you nor anyone else has enough weight to force me to fight with my hands. My soldiers are enough." "Ah." The imperial soldiers raised their weapons and shouted, "Ah. My soldiers are strong enough to eat you alive. Ah. My soldiers will completely annihilate this worthless army today and slaughter their way down the throats of all of you. Ah, ah, ah." Chapter 608. Shush. As if the blood inside the soldiers' veins was boiling, the air temperature rose dramatically. Caesar looked around, laughing like crazy. Ryden, who was not far from him, was shouting at the top of his voice and stabbing the lightning shaft upwards, with tears filling his eyes. Even Elizabeth and the rest of the officers were following the example of the youngsters. The sound of the soldiers' cries, accompanied by the sound of their weapons hitting the ground and the banging of their shields, amplified the fervor and thirst for blood that was palpable in the air. On the other hand, the local Union army was still in shock, as if they were thinking about what they should do now. The appearance of the legendary emperor, Robin the Conqueror, in this way shook them to the core, and his words destroyed all their plans. Caesar started laughing loudly and held his halberd with both hands as if he were squeezing it. That old man doesn't like to talk a lot, but when he does, things happen. The situation on the battlefield had completely changed with a few words from his adoptive father. Maybe they did not have to wait for support anymore. This massive morale support might enable them to force their enemies to retreat even if they were 10 times their numbers. "My soldiers, I know that you will not let me down. Kill them all today and the resistance will be broken forever. Slay Labakan today and no Tree Father will raise his head up again." Robin spoke more words that made the blood boil within his soldiers' veins, and at the same time, the clouds forming on his face were beginning to dissipate. "Long live the true beginning empire. Long live the emperor. Long live the true beginning empire. Long live the emperor." And just before the clouds completely dissipated, Robin delivered this sentence, "Accept this small gift from me to you, and use it well." What was that? The emperor's soldiers seemed to forget the battle cries for a moment and began to wonder what had happened. And they were not the only ones who were distracted. The people in the Union army were still shouting, but they were not battle cries and threats as they were a moment ago. Rather, they seemed to be cries of pain. "Urgh, my body, move, damn it, come on." Caesar, Ryden, and the rest of the generals flew toward the outskirts of the formation to see what was happening, and the sight caused their jaws to drop. The army, made up of about 30 million soldiers, was suffering at this moment. Some of them were cursing loudly while trying to walk with difficulty, while others were trying to move from their spot as if they were stuck in quicksand. Some of the weak ones among them directly fell on their faces. "This," Elizabeth muttered and looked sideways. This change was very sudden, but Caesar remembered something and quickly raised his left hand, then started laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, look at the rune on the left hand shield. It is activated." Ryden asked in surprise. This was the first time he noticed the rune on the left hand shield. "Yes, there is no doubt, it is activated and draws energy from me automatically." "What is this rune?" Caesar put his hand behind his back and looked at the enemy army with a big smile. "It is a gravity rune that my adoptive father created in order to protect us in case the gravity in Greenland was much higher than the planet Jura. It was in the form of a bracelet at first, but when the Golden Body Armor project started, the bracelet was integrated with the left hand shield. However, because we had no need to use it, we completely forgot about it. Are you saying he? One of the officers understood something and went back to look at what was happening in front of them. Yes, the major heavenly law of gravity has increased several-fold for some reason. This is the only reason the gravity rune would activate automatically. Caesar nodded, smiling from ear to ear. Haha, I thought the gift my father talked about was the morale he gave to our soldiers, but I still underestimated that old man a lot. Chapter 609. Move, move, ah. Fuck it, I surrender. Ah. Ka. Robin Burton, do not think you have won. I will kill these ants and then kill your entire army. Within the planet's spirit domain. Ha. I feel frustrated that I cannot bring material items here. Robin shook his head. Material items? Why? Evergreen raised her eyebrows. Robin laughed loudly and pointed at the scene in front of him. Don't you see that? Wouldn't it be nice if I could get some popcorn? The scene in front of Robin had now changed completely. The fierce battle that claimed dozens of lives every minute had ended. What appeared in its place was a one-sided massacre. It was clear that the beast was trying to protect a middle-aged man from the Union army who had fallen to the ground behind him. He was no match for his opponent as the Imperial soldier quickly sent a kick that broke the lion's lower jaw. But at this moment, a huge, long-legged crocodile came from behind the soldier and bit the soldier in half. The bite was so strong that it created holes in the golden armor and pierced the stomach of the Imperial soldier. The soldier began screaming for help. Fortunately for him, there were two other soldiers close to the incident, and they were able to extract him from the jaw of the huge crocodile alive. But the injuries he sustained would leave him paralyzed for a few years at the very least. Robin ran his finger over the figure to move the scene. Such small battles against beasts were happening everywhere on the battlefield right now. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. The beast's power came entirely from their physical strength. Increasing gravity tenfold restricted their movements a bit and made them feel heavier, but it did not completely shackle them. They did not understand things like morale. They only knew how to fight to the death for their masters. Besides the beasts that stood their ground to protect their masters, there were other beasts that raised their owners in their mouths and tried to flee the battle. But they were too slow to go anywhere far. And of course, there were many other beasts that were not carefully trained. They abandoned their owners and decided to flee when they saw the scene of blood in front of them. The presence of beasts on the Union side was the biggest reason that enabled them to besiege my army for 3 days like this. Their presence now will prolong the battle a little, but it will not change the outcome. They will all be killed or arrested today. Robin pulled his finger from the screen and spoke, but he seemed annoyed. The number of monsters on the battlefield now numbered in the millions. True, but your soldiers will suffer heavy losses because of them. Evergreen laughed maliciously. Having beasts in the army is a big help. You obviously know this since you have an entire legion of those bizarre winged beasts, but why don't you have ground mounts? Robin shook his head. There is a big difference. I chose the Draco beasts because they are very fast, which makes them excellent for an air force. The Draco do not need their own attacks or strong defenses, they just need to fly constantly. The ground mounts, however, are facing much more pressure, so they not only have to be fast, but they also must be physically strong, and they must have great endurance and strong defense, otherwise, they will be killed quickly. Then he began to run his finger over the model to change the scene. Look in front of you. It took the locals dozens or even hundreds of years to gather and train these beasts, but now they are being killed like chickens. Look, for example, those crocodiles are huge and strong but slow, which makes them an easy target, and those lions have a weak defense. Any sharp sword can pierce them. This rhinoceros has all the required features, but it is an uncomfortable mount and its rider will not be able to use all his strength. Letting the soldiers run free would be better than restraining them like this. There is some truth in what you say, but your problem is that you haven't found a perfect mount that satisfies your needs yet, not that it doesn't exist. Evergreen nodded a few times, then looked at Robin with a playful smile. What would you do if I provided you with that perfect mount? Chapter 610. What would you do if I offered you the perfect mount? What did you just say? Robin furrowed his eyebrows and looked to the side. Ha! I will show you easier. Look, here. Evergreen moved the screen until it reached a specific scene within the battle. That scene was not unusual. It was a beast carrying its owner on its back and trying to get him out of the massacre unharmed. The beast's looks were somewhat strange, or rather, it looked like a mixture of several beasts at the same time. It had a physical structure similar to a horse, but it was twice the size of a normal warhorse. Its color was black as the dark night. It had claws instead of hooves and a long tail like a reptile's tail full of thorns that kept waving right and left, striking anything it reached. It had two horns pointed forward that penetrated anything in its path and a mouth resembling a hawk's beak that could grind something into two halves with one bite. It also had a bony structure that emerged from its head and extended upward like a crown. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that creature. It was running very fast for a beast experiencing 10 times the force of gravity. What was really strange was that the beast was not like the other beasts trying to fight the soldiers of the Empire on its way. Rather, it was avoiding collisions as much as possible and taking the paths that had a greater chance of survival. Even when it encountered the soldiers of the Empire, it would take defensive positions to receive attacks with the least possible damage. As for its owner, he would take cover behind the solid, bony crown on top of the beast's head so that no harm would befall him. Then the beast would create a dust storm with its tail, disappear from sight, and find another way. Given that he had an eye for truth, seeing energy moving like this was nothing new to him. It was obvious that natural energy was drawn toward the cultivators' bodies in order to be refined and liquefied, and then its owner used it in the battle in any form he wanted. But at this moment, he noticed something strange. At the same time that the beast absorbed the energy, it again expelled part of it through its back. Robin was not able to monitor this action directly because most of that expelled energy entered the body of the person riding the beast. This is the ability of the tiramisu beasts, or Terra beasts as the locals like to call them. These beasts divide part of the energy they absorb and re-emit it automatically through their backs when someone rides on them. Cool, huh? Evergreen poked Robin a few times proudly. Are you telling me that a person who has this mount has an inexhaustible supply of natural, refined energy ready? Why would a beast have such a strange ability in the first place? In addition to the high intelligence for a beast, high defensive and offensive ability, and great speed, in addition to the beast's loyalty toward its owner, the Terra looks like it was created to be the perfect mount. Robin started shifting his gaze between Evergreen and the screen for a few seconds, then he seemed to remember something and looked at Evergreen for a long time. I smell your little hands in this. Admit it. Heh, you are right, there is nothing to hide. Evergreen giggled proudly. I have always wanted to have a creature that is a descendant of the legendary Kylan beast, so I started working on hybridizing the Terra beast a long time ago. And when the war started and I saw everything collapsing, I wanted to help humans a little to withstand the Tree Fathers so that they would not be quickly annihilated. So I added a few properties that make the Terra an ideal ally for them, but at the same time I put a few restrictions on it that limit its spread so that my actions do not cause the Tree Fathers to be defeated instead. Defects? Any defects? Robin asked interestedly. The reproductive rate of Terra beasts is extremely low, their females only give birth to one cub every 10 years. Therefore, even though they have long lives, they are few in number. I believe that there are about 4,000 Terra beasts on the surface of Greenland currently, and a large portion of them are still wild beasts that have not yet been tamed. This is why you will find that very few people have this beast as a mount. The person riding it in front of you, for example, is the son of the head of the southern wolf tribe. Evergreen shrugged her small shoulders. Of course, there comes the problem of feeding them. Since the Terra beasts are noble beasts, just like your Draco beasts, they must be fed high-quality meat and plants. Also, Terra creatures are very sensitive, so their owners must treat them as companions and take good care of them. Otherwise, if a Terra beast felt disrespected, it might run away or directly commit suicide. Is this a mount or a wife? Robin was surprised and shook his head. You have got my hopes up, just the fact that their breeding is poor has closed their entire profile, but they are really elegant creatures. I might order one or two to be caught for my kids to play with. But Evergreen's reaction was even more surprising. What if I told you that I could prepare your army of those creatures for you? Ha! Robin looked beside him quickly. You could do something like that. Breeding beasts and modifying them is an easy thing for me, and you will also be able to do it on any planet you fully own. Although this takes a long time, strong soul force, a small punishment, and you will also have to sacrifice drops of your lifeblood, this is possible. Evergreen put her hand behind her back and explained, smiling. Robin remained silent for a few seconds before raising one eyebrow. If I can modify beasts, can I do the same to intelligent creatures? Chapter 6:11. You want to modify intelligent creatures? Evergreen thought for a few seconds and then nodded. Yes, you can, or more precisely, I can do it if you ask me after you become my owner, but everything has a price, and making big requests like this entails a penalty, and often the penalty will be that you will not be able to ask for anything from me again for a certain period. Let me explain to you how this will go. The change occurs by smoothly implanting the variable molecules into the body of the intelligent creature and waiting for the changes to appear on it slowly so that complications do not occur. Of course, it is preferable to implant these molecules in the embryos so that they are born with this new ability, but it can also be implanted in your body or the body of anyone you want if you want, but this will greatly increase the penalty. Then she pointed at him several times. But as I said before, I will have to not help you for a long time after implementing this request, and depending on the extent of the change you request, I may be forced to reject all your other requests, ranging from a few years to thousands of years. Another thing you need to take into account is that the change takes place in one individual, and therefore you will have to wait until that individual gives birth and his lineage continues for several generations first before you say that you have a new race. And of course there is a possibility that that individual will be killed before you achieve anything, so that everything you have done will be in vain. Isn't there a way I can demand the modifications to happen on a large scale? Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Evergreen was silent for a moment. There is, I can create something as precise as a virus that affects an entire race and modify it as I wish or use it to wipe that race out completely, but the demands of making something like this are something you cannot bear. It is best for you to forget it for now. Oh, what about the modifications to the beasts, are they different? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Evergreen nodded seriously, then raised her finger and began to explain. Modifications to beasts and plants require a much shorter penalty time. For example, if you ask for a higher defense to be given to the skin of a human fetus, you will be punished for approximately 1,000 years, and if you want to give a higher defense to your skin or any adult, such as the boy Caesar, this period may increase to 2,000 years depending on the degree of strength of this defense and according to the strength of the person you choose. However, if you ask to modify an ordinary horse to transform and become a Terra beast, this means that you will be punished with 70 years only for giving him a strong skin defense, another 50 years for the bone crown to grow, another 200 years for the energy transmission feature, and so on. In the end, the total punishment will only reach 1,780 years. As for the drops of life from your artery, there is no need to care about it. You are destined to have a life force of 100,000 years one day, so what is the problem? Or did it take us a few tens or hundreds of years? 1,000 years. I do not have the right to demand anything from you just for asking to raise one infant's skin defense. 1,780 years of penalties for turning one horse into a terra beast. Deducting hundreds of years from my life force? Forgive me, but that does not seem very practical. Robin laughed and shook his head. Manipulating races is not the business of humans, and 1,000 years is not a difficult thing after you refine me and gain millions or even billions of years of life. Then these punishments will be nothing to you, and waiting for the new race to increase in number will be easy for you, as well as thousands of years passing in the blink of an eye for you. You can, for example, request that an infant be modified to breathe underwater, and within just 10,000 years, you will have an entire race and a strong army of the children of that one infant. With their help, you can conquer any water-type planet you want. And if you get bored within 10,000 years, you can just go into seclusion to cultivate or something. Then Evergreen shrugged her small shoulders. You just do not realize how powerful this is. In fact, this kind of interference in race construction was once forbidden to humans and was only in our hands, but since there are many humans who have found evil alternatives of their own to make these modifications, it was decided that we, the spirits of the planets, would also provide this service to our owners. Perhaps it would limit the path of evil somewhat. Evergreen looked up and tapped her chin affectionately. Oh, and did this method succeed in closing that evil path? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was clearly very interested. Oh, do you want to lure me into revealing more secrets? These are not secrets anyway. You will see if it worked or not when you ascend with me to the intermediate planetary belt. Evergreen chirped and slapped Robin's arm. Robin sighed. He really wanted her to follow both of them in this part, and he felt that she was hearing something forbidden for some reason. Let us get back to our topic then. Robin pointed towards the scene in front of him again with a strange smile on his face. What do you suggest about these terra beasts? Do I use up my refinement percentage in making modifications? Evergreen shouted, no. I want you to fully refine me, then give me your request officially. This will not help. You said that the modifications would cost me a penalty for years without your help. Just standing here and watching the planet is a great help to me, and I do not think I can do without you for a long time anymore. What if an emergency occurs? Robin shook his head, a smile still on his face. Oh, how cute. Evergreen rested her face on the palms of her hands and squealed. But do not worry, I have already completed most of the modifications to the Terra. It is perfect as it is, but if we want to make it an official mount for your army, we should just increase its ability to reproduce faster. This will shorten its lifespan, but its reproduction rate will compensate for the loss, and once this modification is complete, they will be like those Draco beasts of yours. Oh, and how long is the punishment for this modification? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Just 60 years. Forget it. Robin tapped Evergreen's forehead. I would rather use a refinement percentage. How much will it cost for a refinement percentage? Even if it is 50%, I am okay with it. I will not allow this. Evergreen stepped forward and kicked Robin's foot hard. Ouch. Robin grabbed his foot and took 2 steps back as he jumped. Damn, even if I wanted to do what you said, it would not help me. Finishing your refinement will take at least 20 years because the last 30% are all under the control of the Tree Fathers, and refining them is much more difficult. As for the war in which I will need the Terra, it will be after only 10 years. Cannot you see that your means of tempting me are very useless? 20 years is accurate only if you are playing chess with the Tree Fathers outside, but you are at war with them, right? Tree Father Labakan does not seem like he will last long. Once he dies or is forced to give up his refinement percentage, it will be open for you to take easily. You can do the same with the rest of them, and it will be over in less than 5 years. Evergreen took 2 steps and then grabbed Robin's arm, trying to convince him. Go away, you little devil, you want me to conquer the entire planet within 5 years. Robin moved her hand away from him. Secondly, this will not be of use to me in the current war because you will only modify one terrain, and no matter how quickly it reproduces, it will not provide me with an adequate number before the war begins. I will use my refinement percentage to invent more useful means to help me in that war. After a few seconds of silence, Evergreen clenched her fist and spoke firmly as if she had made a fateful decision. Okay, I will help you for free just this once. Chapter 6:12. Robin looked at Evergreen in surprise for a few seconds before he extended his hand and felt her forehead as if he were measuring her temperature. Did I hear wrong, or did you just say that you will help me for free? Are you okay? Don't you like anything I do? Evergreen stomped his toes again. I told you before that if I were to choose you as my owner, I would have to go all in, and that is what I am doing. Evergreen let Robin hold his toes and groaned behind her. She then took a few steps to the side with her eyebrows furrowed, as if she were thinking about something deep. I know you do not give much consideration to the Nihiri planet war. You think it is just something you have to put in some effort to get rid of. You think your previous knowledge of the timing of the war gave you an overwhelming advantage. In fact, this advantage appeared in all the machinations and plans that you prepared. But do you think that the huge space array that you prepared, or all those machinations, will put that war in your pocket? My future owner, you are truly a genius, and the way you plan is amazing. But this war will not end the way you want, and you must be sure of this. Not because you are not smart enough or that your plan is incomplete, but for a simple reason, which is that you have the golden eye of truth. No matter what happens in that war, you must survive and continue moving forward. The Terra beasts will give you a greater chance of victory, or at least survival. Fully refining me will give you an additional layer of protection, so just do what I say. What do you mean by that? What do my golden eyes have to do with anything? Robin stopped yelling as if he had forgotten the pain in his foot and looked at Evergreen in shock. Evergreen, do you know anything about the coming war? I do not know anything about your stupid war. And it does not matter what I mean about your eyes, as I am not allowed to speak anyway. You have to focus on what I am saying. I am saying that I am willing to break the rules for you and prepare your mounts for you 10 years in advance. But you must promise me that you will do everything in your power to fully refine before that. Do we have an agreement? Evergreen looked back. Robin focused his eyes on Evergreen for a few seconds and then extended his hand. No matter how I think about it, I do not see it as a bad deal for me. I am planning on riding you anyway, so getting a few mounts on top of that is worth it. Evergreen extended her hand and shook his hand. Good, you can start now then. Her eyes looked extremely heavy and troubled at this moment. Of course not. Robin chuckled, then took a step away from the green orb, and then his avatar vanished. In the garden of the Imperial Palace, above the steep hill. Where the hell do you think you are going? What about our deal? A cute clay statue formed in front of Robin, and it shouted at him. Robin passed by the statue as if he did not see it. Go back to your domain, Evergreen. You said that you would be harmed if you materialized in front of anyone other than me or the Tree Fathers. That would be considered an initiative on your part to communicate. I know what I am doing. The clay statue slumped down and disappeared. However, the metal decorations on the palace gate in front of Robin began to change until they resembled Evergreen's face. You think I care about the consequences after I made that deal with you? Come back now and finish your refinement, or else. Robin's steps slowed before he reached the gate, and his smiling face turned into a frown. Otherwise what? Evergreen remained stern for several seconds before collapsing. Or I will cry. Robin smiled again. You said that destroying the Tree Fathers would speed up the refinement process, right? I will work on that now. Did I not tell you that I know what I am doing? Come on, go back before anyone sees you. Okay, as long as you keep your promise. The metal face began to disappear, and the decorations returned to their places. Huff. Robin let out a sigh, then pushed the gate and walked out of his palace for the first time in 5 years. Emily, can you hear me? After only taking a few steps, Robin inserted his spiritual sense into the voice ring. Are you still on the steep hill? Your Excellency, Emily hears you. Yes, Your Excellency, I am still in charge of the headquarters. The response came quickly. Good, good. I want you to gather for me the same team of saints and sages who participated in the first Warlord trial and send them towards the covered training hall. Gather for me some of the available rune masters and send them there as well. Robin did not issue any orders restricting the spread of information about the Warlord's experiment. He intended to create hope and anticipation for the future in the hearts of the Empire's soldiers. Your Excellency, all the forces that participated in the Warlord test were assigned to secure the space gate by Governor Alexander. They are now in the settlement at the foot of the hill. They will all be in the hall in less than 1 hour, Emily confirmed. Fine, I will be there. Robin closed the connection with her and then selected another soul imprint recorded in the ring. Sweetie, what are you doing now? Dad, when did you leave your seclusion? Where are you now? A happy voice sounded in Robin's mind. I just came out, and I am now going towards the Development and Research Center. Do you know what it looks like exactly? Robin's smile was evident while he was walking. Even when he met someone on the way, he would nod or raise his hand to return the greeting without changing his facial expressions. It could be said that Zara was the only one who gave him this feeling of psychological comfort currently. Perhaps that was why he decided to give her the treasury, so that she would remain safe and far away from the war. Oh, are you finally going to the Sky Opener Tower? You will find it near the headquarters building, almost the same height and with a pointed top like an obelisk. I will meet you there. Zara replied excitedly. Haha, Sky Opener Tower? What a name. Old Goo was definitely the one who thought of it, haha. Although the messages were entirely mental, Robin laughed loudly in the middle of the street. You can meet me there, but I need something from you first. Sure, Dad. How can I help? Do you remember the resources Jabba requested from you for the Warlord Array? I want you to send those same resources to the covered hall, but this time I only want 1/4 of the amount. Can you secure that? Of course. Do you want to start another experiment? Something like this. Come on, let us meet in the tower, that Sky Opener thing. Robin smiled, then closed the connection with her, and began searching for that obelisk-shaped tower. Ah, this is it. This is going to be fun. Robin rubbed his hands when he saw a building that met Zara's description. He began to take his first step in that direction when a loud boom sounded. The sound of a huge explosion coming from afar resounded around. The sound of the explosion was so strong that Robin immediately took out his spear and looked in the direction from which it came. Please calm down, Your Excellency. I mean Your Majesty the Great and Reverend Emperor, there is nothing that calls for a reaction from you. Robin looked next to him in surprise and found a young man, barely 16 years old, bowing fully. His clothes and age indicated that he was still a civilian from the family of one of the soldiers who had been transferred to the colonies. The tone of his voice indicated that he was really not worried. Robin looked around and found all the passers-by on the street continuing on their way normally. Whoever was talking about a topic continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. Robin put his spear back into the ring, then took 2 steps toward the young man and helped him up. What was that, kid? Why does no one seem to notice that explosion? Oh, this has become part of our daily life now. It would even be strange if we did not allow 1 or 2 explosions a week. The young man laughed, but he quickly remembered that he was standing in front of the emperor, so he stifled his laughter. Normal? What is normal? What exactly are these explosions, and why does no one stop them? Robin asked more sternly. It is a disciple of your majesty, the great master Jabba. I heard that he began experiments on the array a year ago, and since then we have heard 1 or 2 explosions daily. All the hills near us have been almost leveled to the ground because of his experiments. Recently, these explosions have become only once or twice a week, so everyone says it must be good news, haha. Ahem. Chapter 6:13. On top of the steep hill, inside the sky-opening tower. Knock, knock. Your Excellency, I have gathered the entire development and research team. They are all waiting for you outside as you wish. Old Goo's voice came from outside. All right, wait a minute. Robin was currently in a small, empty room in which there was no one but himself. He was holding in his hand a piece of paper with a very precise portrait of the Terra Beast on it. At this moment, he was writing notes beside the portrait. After a few more minutes, Robin put the picture in his space ring. He headed towards the door and opened it with a smile. Okay, is everyone ready? We salute your Excellency. Since Old Goo was no longer a general, he did not give the military salute and merely bowed slightly to show respect. The same could not be said about the people standing behind him. There were at least 70 men and women, ranging in age from young talents to old monsters who lived thousands of years. All of them were either wearing heavy glasses, had untrimmed beards, or had food stains on their clothes. They also did not give any particular salute even though Old Goo taught them how to bow. Some of them bowed like Old Goo, some fell to their knees, and some lay on their stomachs with both hands extended forward. All right, everyone, get up. There is no need for this. Robin laughed loudly when he saw the scene in front of him. I am sorry you had to see this, Your Excellency. Old Goo sighed and shook his head when he saw Robin laughing, but the sight was really funny. No need, no need. What I see now means that you and Jabba made a good choice. My condition is only worse than theirs when I finish a long seclusion. Robin smiled and started walking between the members of the development and research team, nodding towards them with satisfaction. These are the true geniuses of planet Jura. They were all either born with extreme intelligence, as Robin was, or have extensive knowledge and want to contribute to the benefit of the Empire to leave behind a good name for themselves after passing away, as is the case with Goo Barnett. It could even be exaggerated a little and say that if Robin decided to disappear today, the future of the Empire would fall on their shoulders. The members of the development and research team were also looking at Robin with great astonishment. This person has united planet Jura and is attacking other planets not thanks to his raw strength, but thanks to his research. He is without a doubt their ideal and the greatest goal in this field. All right then, can you tell me a little about your current research? Robin sat down on the floor and motioned for them to sit as well, then asked with a smile. I discovered a way to turn the ashes of a North Basin pear into a pill to treat hair baldness. I am currently researching a way to utilize bud corpses as fertilizer for growing high-quality crops. According to the latest statistics, the growth rate of these crops has increased by at least 15%. This follower began researching a way to use bud blood to increase the success rate of some medicines. After all, bud blood is a plant sap filled with life energy, so it is ideal when added to some pills and powders for treating serious wounds and injuries. Indeed, when we tried it, we found the performance of this type of medicine increased by 30%. My team and I have made improvements to the designs of the armor and weapons of the infantry and Draco Riders to better suit their needs. Now the Draco Riders' field of vision is larger and their movement is faster, while the infantry has greater armor in the danger zones, which are the chest and head. We are also working on designs for new armor for your generals and your excellencies. We are incorporating rarer materials to help you better. As for me, Robin's question opened the door for all the team members to brag about their work in front of the Emperor. They began speaking at the same time, which forced Old Man Goo to intervene and divide the team members into groups according to their specializations. These included the Chemistry Research Group, the Information Gathering and Recording Group, the Buds Corpses Adaptation Group, the Talisman Development Group, and the Armors and Weapons Designer Group. Even so, every group was trying to steal the spotlight and talk quickly about their achievements. Robin really enjoyed it. Knowing that there were branches developing on a daily basis without his direct intervention made him sigh and smile. He had really come a long way until he reached this day. Isn't this what he decided to build the Empire for? The army expands without his presence and provides him with a safe environment and resources, while there are people who help him in his research and do what he does not have time for. This is a dream come true. Robin kept smiling the whole time as he listened to them brag about their results. It can be said that the chemistry group was the one that witnessed the greatest development thanks to all the different elements found on planet Greenland and because the indigenous people had good knowledge in this branch, which gave them a great boost. The woodcutting research group also made great progress in methods for peeling the bark of the tree father trunk, as cutting became at least 10 times faster. They also began research on how to benefit from the soft wood and sap inside the tree bark after peeling it. Robin laughed when he imagined Hoffenheim was literally being flayed as he spoke, but he brought this on himself. Robin kept nodding and smiling as he heard one report after another until finally, his features turned serious when a certain group began to speak. I greet your excellency. My name is Annabelle, one of the members of the talent research group that your excellency ordered to be allocated to examine the reasons behind the inability of a large segment of your excellency's subjects to reach the night realm. The one who came forward this time and began her report was a woman who appeared to be in her 50s, with clean, tidy clothes and a serious look. I apologize to Your Excellency for standing alone, as the rest of my group members are currently on planet Jura to send me the data they are collecting, and I am here to gather these pieces of data and form appropriate theories. Go on. Robin nodded seriously. This particular research group will determine a lot in the future. Annabelle nodded and then continued. As Your Excellency knows, most of the inhabitants of planet Jura currently have taken the path of energy cultivation, and everyone who decided to take this path was able to reach at least the second level of the energy foundation before stopping. When collecting data and conducting some tests on the people who stopped in these beginning levels, before the 10th level, we found that they either have no motivation to train at all and prefer to continue their original jobs in peace, or their intelligence is somewhat limited and cultivating them is difficult. It can be said that working on them is hopeless and will cost us a lot with no return, and this represents approximately 50% of your subjects. Go on. What about the rest? Robin nodded without any shock. Of course, he was not waiting for all 100% to be able to cultivate the internal energy system. This requires an understanding of cultivation methods, endurance, patience, and the willingness to pursue strength, and these things do not meet with everyone, so that 50% percentage is somehow expected. In response to Your Excellency, of the rest of the 50%, 45% reached the 10th level of the energy foundations and then were unable to continue no matter how hard they tried for an unknown reason. 5% were able to break through to level 11, less than 4% were able to proceed to level 12, but according to our observation of the speed of their training and how easy or difficult it is for them, we believe that only approximately 1% of them have the ability to continue beyond level 15. Those 1% will be able to reach the Saint Realm if they are given the time and resources. 5% can enter the Knighthood Realm, but only 1% can go all the way through. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Have you found an explanation for this phenomenon? General Ryden is the one who gave us the closest explanation, Annabelle replied. Chapter 614. General Ryden? We have a general with that name. Robin looked at Old Goo in surprise. He is the commander of the Lightning Battalion, Your Excellency. After he reached level 37, he was promoted by Governor Alexander to the rank of general and was appointed in General Victoria's army as her direct assistant to learn more from her. Old Goo explained quickly. Someone from the Lightning Battalion has already reached level 37. Robin could not help but stand up slowly. Just a little more than 14 years had passed since he unified planet Jura and spread the lightning cultivation technique among its inhabitants. 14 years. During just 14 years, there was a young man who had managed to break through the Knighthood Realm, the Sainthood Realm, and 7 levels of the Sagehood Realm. The least that can be said about him is that he is an absolute genius, Your Excellency. Everyone calls him the Lightning Boy because of his cultivation speed and great strength compared to his colleagues at the same level. Even if his strength does not match up to the rest of the generals under your banner right now, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses a few of them. He undoubtedly deserved his rank as general. Old Goo praised. Amazing. I would love to meet him one day. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. This news was surprising, but it was also good news. This was the first general to be promoted to the elite few after the Great Green Hill Declaration. Robin then looked at Annabelle again. Please continue. How did General Ryden give you an explanation? Saint Annabelle nodded and began to explain. As Your Excellency knows, when a person reaches the 7th level of the Energy Foundation's realm, he chooses a heavenly law technique for himself and begins to train in it to prepare to build his pillars with it later on. Some geniuses are able to use part of that law before building their pillars, some of them fail to use it, but later they are able with some difficulty to break through to knighthood, and others do not understand anything from the law they choose and are unable to break through, so they give up and end up at the 10th level forever. Robin nodded. This was an axiom in the world of energy cultivation. Then she continued. General Ryden is young, not yet 35 years old, yet he is very strong and his cultivation talent is record-breaking. It can be said that he is one of the symbols of the Empire and a living legend in Your Excellency's army. But he was not always like this. General Ryden was the descendant of a servant family on the Sacred Tree continent. After Your Excellency unified planet Jura, the people of all of that continent were interested in cultivating the laws of plant and earth paths, but he failed in both. When we asked him personally, he said that when he reached the 7th level of the Energy Foundation realm, he began to read about the paths of plants and earth, but he could not understand anything. And when he became frustrated that he might not have the talent, he made a trick in the academy so that he could try studying other laws for free, such as the path of water and wind. Fortunately for him, he was better off in them, as he was able to use 50% of the power of the first layer in the 2 laws without problems. He tried the fire path and was able to use 70% of it, and when he tried to train in one of the secondary laws of the lightning path, his ability to use the law reached 95%. He managed to use 95% of one of the lightning path laws before building the pillars. Robin's facial expression changed several times during this short explanation. Using part of the power of the first stages of the laws before building the knighthood pillars is not impossible, or even rare at that. In the end, the purpose of building the knighthood pillars with the law is to modify the body a little to increase the body's familiarity with that law and make it easier to use, and to increase the body's resistance so it can withstand this particular law without burning or freezing. But this does not mean that the human body cannot handle using part of those laws. Rather, some people find that using the heavenly laws before entering knighthood is the sign of a genius, and the greater the percentage of the laws that one can use without getting harmed, the greater your hope and speed in breaking through to higher realms. For example, Caesar was able to use 70% of the power of the first stage of the major heavenly law of fire when he was still at the 8th level. This percentage increased until it finally reached 90% just before he broke through to the knighthood realm. Robin was also able to use many of the laws while he was in the cave when he was still at level 10. In this case, he was able to use all the laws that he created techniques for, but he used some of them better than others. He explained that his use of many laws overlapped and affected each other, and therefore he could no longer use all the laws as he wished, and this was logical for him, but according to Ryden's words, he was not able to practice the first 2 laws at all, but he succeeded with the other laws and with different percentages, and one of them even reached 95%. At this point, what is even the difference between him and a knight? It is clear that his body was built to handle this law even before he built his pillars with it, so no wonder they call him the lightning boy. This is one of the things Robin thought about when the topic of talent first came up, but what would he do with this information? The question is still how to raise the talent of the new cultivators so that they can use more than 50% of the rules before trying to break through. But Annabelle's words opened a new path for him. The Empire did not have any previous data on people who attempted to cultivate multiple paths like Ryden did. All noble families were reduced to the laws of one path. The Black Sun Kingdom, for example, had a few minor laws, all for the fire path. The 4 empires had element specializations as well, with each empire being distinguished by having the major law of one path and a number of minor laws from that same path. Even the human tribes in Greenland and the giant tribes in Nihiri have a specialization, like the tribe from which Jabba came, and they all use lightning divine tattoos. It was only after Robin unified Jura and distributed all of these techniques without supervision, and then appointed an entire R&D team to collect information, that incidents like this began to come to light. As for what Saint Annabelle wants to say, it is not that difficult to guess. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Do you mean to say that Ryden was born with a great affinity for the path of lightning and that he failed to cultivate in the earth and plant paths because they are the complete opposites to the path of lightning? Annabelle nodded quickly. That's right, Your Excellency. We have observed many such cases where the familiarity of paths varies between each person, but we have yet to find someone like General Ryden who can use 95% of the law. Even I did not know a number like this was possible, Robin muttered. The knighthood pillars change the structure of the body to support a certain law, and enabling him to use 95% of the lightning law before building his pillars is something very extreme. This literally means that if a bolt of lightning struck him from the sky, he would not have died. Robin deeply believed that Caesar was able to reach 90% due to his body being rebuilt by the all-seeing god that day. After all, the all-seeing god used Caesar's foundations made with one of the minor laws of fire as fuel to rebuild his body and return him young again. Who would have thought that there would be people like Ryden born with this kind of innate talent? Then Annabelle continued. When we caught this tip of the thread, we decided to conduct an experiment on one of the Flame Continent's academies. Whenever there is a person who fails to break through to knighthood, we would encourage him to cultivate another rule, then another, then another. Although this is very exhausting for them physically and psychologically, as in the end, not everyone is General Ryden, we were giving them money and supporting them in every way to continue the experiments with us until the end. And what was the result? Robin asked quickly. Annabelle smiled. The success rate in that academy has increased from 5% to 20%. Chapter 6:15. Clap, clap. In just 5 years, you were able to find a solution and increase the knighthood breaking through rate from 5% to 20%. Amazing. Robin applauded warmly as he sat down again with relief, clearly happy with the report. We do not deserve this appreciation, Your Excellency. All we did was to observe and collect information only, and all of this was based on your orders. Saint Annabelle bowed quickly, but the blush on her face and the slight trembling of her body was enough to show how happy she was with this evaluation. Then she quickly looked back at Robin's face with some concern. All right, Your Excellency must understand that this study was only done on the number of people who can break through to level 11, right? Explain more. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. In response to Your Excellency, this subordinate means that 20% of your subjects can now become knights if we provide them with all the appropriate factors. But how quickly they can reach the 11th level, and how many of them can complete the path to the Sage Realm or above is still something we have not done any research on yet. Annabelle spoke anxiously, clearly afraid that the rest of the report would upset the Emperor. But Robin waved with a smile. Of course I know. There are still many factors that affect the cultivation process, such as the rate of comprehension, the time invested in cultivating, and even the degree of familiarity with the law. These are things I will leave for you to raise their rates later, but for now, I am satisfied. Annabelle breathed a sigh of relief and was saying something else when suddenly a voice echoed, Dad! At this moment, a happy voice came from the entrance of the tower. Its owner moved quickly and dropped into Robin's arms, who was still sitting. Hee, you have been away for a long time this time. Haha, enough playing, little girl. Did you not come and visit me with lunch every few days during the past 5 years? Robin laughed and patted his daughter on the head. Yes, but I was delivering the food and leaving quickly so as not to disturb you. Your going out today is different. You should spend it all with me, okay? Zara hugged him tighter, clearly not caring at all about the dozens of people around them. Okay, I cannot promise that, but I will try. Robin laughed again, then motioned for his daughter to sit next to him. Did you finish what I asked you to do? Yes, I collected all the resources and sent them to the covered training hall myself. It is also full of soldiers now. Why are you here though? Zara nodded and sat next to her father. Good. Robin nodded towards Zara with a smile and then pointed around. I was following the work of the research and development team. They are doing an excellent job, much better than I expected. Whatever their own salary is, I want you to double it, okay? Consider it done. Zara clapped. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Dozens of team members bowed again, and quite a few of them knelt directly. Since Robin took over and collecting talent is no longer limited to a person's family name, but rather to their abilities, more than half of those here were from servant families on the 4 continents. So doubling the salary for them is a great opportunity for themselves and their families. Even old Gu and the rest of the ancient nobles smiled from their hearts and bowed. Even if they did not care much about the salary, the feeling of being appreciated is what they seek. Rest. Robin waved for them to stand again, then turned back to look at Zara and took out a book from his ring. I will leave this for you to handle. Make copies of the first 3 stages and distribute them throughout the empire, and put the 4th stage on the point exchange list next to the rest. Is this a new major law technique? And the 4 grades at once, it must be brand new then. What law is this? Zara received the book with caution and enthusiasm. She was already imagining the reaction when everyone learned that a new major law had become available to them. The major heavenly law of light. Robin explained. Light. Wow. How is it used? It was not only Zara who was interested, but even the members of the development team around him were looking at the book with their eyes wide open. In order to understand their work better, they had to read all the available law techniques. The emergence of a new law may open up new horizons. Robin smiled under these many questions and directed his words to Zara. Since it is a completely new law technique, there is no harm in explaining it to young people who want to try it. On the first page of the book intended for the general public, tell them that the user of the major heavenly law of light will have high offensive capabilities using compressed light, which I call laser beams. And although they will never reach the true speed of light, their bodies will still change somewhat to suit the element of light. They will have a super speed that far exceeds the speed of wind users and exceeds the speed of lightning users, even to make them the fastest individuals in the empire. They will have strong detection capabilities because they will be able to detect any movements around them during the day using changes in light, in addition to having the ability to create optical illusions, but they are also the weakest in terms of defense. In short, I see that the ideal function for light element users is to act as a vanguard for the army or special forces because of their speed, offensive ability, and scouting ability. Of course, there are several other properties of light that those who study it will recognize. I only said the broad outlines. A whistling sound echoed. The interest of the members of the research and development team in the new technique doubled. The Empire's new generation will be very happy with it. Thank you, Your Excellency. Zara gave the military salute while giggling. Robin laughed and shook his head at her action, then looked at Annabelle again. I apologize for interrupting you. Continue your report. Now we have 50% of my subjects that can be considered hopeless, and 20% have the ability to break through the knighthood realm. What about the remaining 30%? In response to Your Excellency, 30% of the cultivators in that academy were able to reach the 10th level, but they were unable to use any of the laws of the available paths. We believe that their bodies contain a very strong attraction towards a certain path, and this path is not currently available in the Empire. This could be solved if we increase the number of available paths. For example, if we add the path of space, gravity, the fire of death, the fire of life, darkness, and other laws that Your Excellency did not allow to be published to the public, in addition to the path of light, of course, then this percentage we believe will reach at least 25%. Annabelle explained the essence of 5 years of effort with enthusiasm. The second possible explanation is that their bodies refuse to change to suit any law, which may be a kind of lack of talent as well. In that case, we can say that 80% of your subjects can be excluded, and we can focus on just the 20%. Robin looked down for a few seconds and then began to rub his forehead. The fire of death and the fire of life are laws made for my 2 sons that no one else can have. The major heavenly law of gravity is also specific to Jabba, and I did not order to publish it either in the Empire or in Nihiri because I consider it my gift to him as his master. So he can use it as he wishes, publish it, or keep it to himself. It is up to him. As for the major heavenly law of darkness, it is also specific to the shadow swords and cannot be published to the masses. Otherwise, chaos will occur, and assassinations and theft will increase several-fold. Whoever wants to try this law must join the Shadow Swords and recite the Oath of Loyalty first. As for the paths of space and time, unfortunately, it is impossible for me to distribute them. I am indeed trying to strengthen my subjects, but not to the point of giving them laws with this kind of immense power. Time has a law. One of the team members looked next to him and asked in a low voice. Chapter 6:16. But just because I cannot apply these laws does not mean there is no other way for me to help you raise your success rates a little bit. After Robin spoke, he lost himself in thought for about 2 minutes. Then he snapped his fingers and looked at Annabelle. While I was staying in the afflicted Jura city, I created a rune design that can discover candidates with soul force stronger than average to pick them as rune masters. Is this method still being followed? Of course, Your Excellency. Most of the current rune masters were chosen by it. Annabelle nodded, noting that she had taken that test. Good. Most of this rune composition is for identification and examination, and only a small part is for measuring the vibrations of soul force emanating from the target. What if we swapped that small part and had the tablet measure a person's degree of integration with a certain law? Robin said excitedly. Studying one law before knighthood is already difficult enough. Trying to study a second one will be even more difficult. Not everyone is a genius like General Raiden who tried 4 laws one after the other. But if there was a test for the youths who wanted to choose a law, this would save a lot of time and effort, and it would raise the success rate significantly. Even among the 50% who are lazy or stupid, some of them will continue their cultivation path if they know that they have high integration with one of the laws and that their future is bright. That is a great idea, Dad. Zara clapped. A big smile appeared on Annabelle's face as well. This is indeed possible, Your Excellency. We can reach at least a 25% breakthrough rate this way. When can Your Excellency deliver the design for these detection tablets to us? That is the idea. I am not handing you anything. A smile appeared on Robin's face. Then he stood up and pointed. Turn off the lights and throw all this furniture outside or put it in your space rings. I want this room to be empty of everything within seconds. Then stand with your backs against the wall. After giving his instructions, he started walking toward the middle of the hall and stood there with his hands behind his back. Hustle, hustle. The things that Robin asked were not difficult for dozens of sages and saints. In the blink of an eye, the huge hall was completely evacuated, and they stood in a line with their backs touching the walls. Even Zara stood next to them, looking at her adoptive father, smiling, and waiting for him to shine as usual. Robin took a deep breath and then let it out. "Oh, are you ready? Today a new era will begin in the true beginning empire, or at least that is what I hope." He then took out something from his ring, an orange disc the size of the palm of his hand, and passed his energy into it. Shush! A bright light suddenly shot out from the disc, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Ah! Then they started trying to open their eyes again one after another. The hall located on the lower floor of the sky opening tower was intended for exchanging information, welcoming guests, receiving reports, chatting between team members, and other purposes. Therefore, it was built to be 10 meters high and more than 200 meters wide. This hall can hold conferences and parties, but now it was completely full. It is filled with strange, bright patterns swimming in its dark surroundings. Some of them are somewhat familiar, but most of them they have never seen. Just seeing these patterns made a strange heat flow through their bodies and sweat drip from their foreheads. Is that? Old Gu could not help himself and took 2 steps forward. It is exactly what you think. What you are seeing now is the true form of the major heavenly law of fire. This is what I see when I write the law techniques to you. Robin said, still looking around smiling. Look, that part over there is the one depicted in the fire explosion talisman. One of the team members pointed quickly. And that there is the part drawn on the metal smelting furnaces that His Excellency invented during her stay in the stricken city of Jura. That is still not all, Robin nodded, chuckling. Then he passed his hand, and the patterns moved sideways until a large part of them disappeared and new patterns appeared. Robin pointed at a number of these new patterns that were close together. Do you see those patterns there? They are the patterns of the minor heavenly law of blaze. And that one there constitutes the minor heavenly law of fire shards. And that there is the part that contained the loophole that makes the Barnett family's major heavenly law of fire defective, and that one. Then Robin began to pass his hand, and the patterns began to move and disappear and come up with others for more than a minute without stopping. Wow, all of these patterns are still in the first stage of the major heavenly law of fire. Old Gu could not comprehend what he was seeing. He had been practicing this law for more than 1,000 years and had never felt or seen anything like this before. Haha, of course, the first stage of the major heavenly law of fire contains all the first stages of all the minor laws of the fire path. Robin laughed out loud, stopped scrolling through the patterns any further, and looked at the lost R&D team members seriously. You and your ancestors' understanding of the laws is very shallow, and I will give you an example. It is like someone trying to figure out how to prevent a river flood. He watches the flowing river for a long time until he thinks that he understands the movement of water in the river. Then he writes to his children that they must direct the water in this way or that they must build a canal in such and such a place. But when I look at the water, I read it as an open book, as you see now. And then I write to you that you must direct the water in this or that way. In both cases, you do not go through the long reflection the old man had towards the river, nor do you read it as I read it. You only benefit from what is written for you. Then he continued, ever since my disciple Jabba told me about your research and its results, I intended to help you and make your path easier for you, but I did not know how. The patterns that I see cannot be drawn on paper, or they will be destroyed, and they cannot be drawn on hides. Or else the complete assortment of patterns of the first stage of the major heavenly law of fire alone would be drawn on the hides of thousands of beasts, so what about the rest of the stages and laws? So the idea was put on hold for a while. But while I was modifying the Warlord Array, I had to find a way to create illusions around it. This led me to research the major heavenly law of light, which in a way led me to this idea. I asked myself, why don't I show you everything I see by using the element of light? Unfortunately, this version is what came out. What is before your eyes now is the closest thing I can produce that is close to the truth, but it is not the truth. I just found out that what I see cannot be replicated no matter what I do, and I can only make inferior copies. Robin shook his head and looked around for a moment before turning back to look at the R&D team members. But this three-dimensional version here is still more than enough to give you an idea of the true world around you, and more than enough to give a huge boost to your research. Then Robin withdrew his energy from the orange disc and inserted it into another yellow disc. When a completely different combination of patterns appeared, Robin began searching between them until he found a specific pattern and pointed toward it. I will give you a simple example. For example, this is the light condensation pattern with which it is possible to create high-penetration laser beams. You can take the third or even fourth stage of this pattern and make a talisman from it that is specialized in cutting the bark of Hoffenheim. Of course, you will have to discover the ink formula and drawing foundation yourself. You can also make a minor heavenly law technique from this part and give it to some handy workers. It will be easier than the major heavenly laws to study and would be a great help in both the Empire's work and wars. Also, you can create a new type of weapon for the Empire's army. I have prepared for you tablets that hold up to the 4th degree of all available laws, and when Robin finished his explanation, he looked again at the members of the research and development team to ask them if there was something they did not understand, and he found bright eyes. Some of them shone from tears of joy and longing, and some of them shone because they could imagine the future now. Just as His Excellency said, these discs can facilitate their tasks. These discs could start a new era for the Empire. Chapter 617. Inside the covered training hall. We salute Your Excellency. The unified sound of the military salute from 5,500 soldiers shook the covered hall and its surroundings, with Sage Julian standing in front of them. Even the roughly 100 rune masters wearing civilian clothes saluted in their own way as they bowed slightly and placed their right hands on their hearts. Headquarters head Sage Emily was no exception as well. Be at ease. Robin nodded, satisfied, as he ran his eyes over the small army in front of him. Humph, look at you, Dad, feasting your eyes on your army here while you left the R&D team behind in a panic. Ha ha ha. You saw how awkward the place became after the light discs appeared. I had to run away. Robin laughed loudly and continued examining the soldiers in front of him with his slightly golden eyes and soul sense. I understand their feelings. Those patterns are the most valuable treasure an intelligent person can obtain. It will push their research to be several times their speed and open the door to unlimited possibilities for them. What I saw today confirmed that Jabba and Old Goo did a good job gathering them. I am sure they will not let me down. Dad, what do you plan to do here today? Are you going to repeat the Warlord experiment? Zara tugged Robin's sleeve twice and asked excitedly. And she was not alone in her excitement. All the soldiers and rune masters standing in front of him had their eyes shining as well. As for the soldiers, they longed to regain that power again. For the rune masters, participating in a project like this is a matter of pride that they will tell about to their great-grandchildren. This is the plan. Robin laughed, then muttered with a smile, but it seems we have an unexpected situation here. You have always had sharp eyes, Your Excellency. I was just about to tell you. Emily took a few steps to stand next to Robin. What is going on? Zara also began to act like Robin and pass on her spiritual sense to the soldiers in front of her. Robin laughed and shook his head. Do not bother, my dear. All that matters is that Julian Barnett, the leader of the Array, has already become a martial emperor, and 200 saints from the battalion members broke through to the sagehood realm, so we now have an emperor, 700 sages, and roughly 4,800 saints. I do not know whether I should be happy or disappointed. Why are you so disappointed? Is this not great news? Now the Array will be stronger. Zara clapped. When a cultivator moves from one realm to another, he experiences a noticeable change in his body, and the energy he can use at one time becomes noticeably greater. I created a very delicate balance between saints and sages in order to create a warlord, and now this balance has been broken. We can turn a blind eye regarding Julian's situation since he is in control of the Array and his being an emperor will be a great boost, but this is a problem for the rest. If the balance is disturbed, the warlord will not become stronger as you think, but will be incoherent and may collapse at any moment after its formation. Robin's words not only frustrated Zara, who raised her lip in sorrow, but even the soldiers and rune masters began to sweat profusely. Julian only sighed a little in relief because he was afraid of being eliminated, but he was still nervous that the experiment would not be completed. Headquarters head Emily was also no better as she began to raise her glasses several times nervously. I bear full responsibility for this act, Your Excellency. This is my fault because I did not monitor them well. The distracted Robin remained silent for a while before he understood what she said, so he looked at her, laughing and shaking his head. What fault did you do? The number of sages in my army has increased at an excellent rate over the last 5 years. Even if they are an elite among the elite, this is still something to celebrate. So about your talk about balance? Emily asked worriedly. That is easy, just gather me another 2,200 saints. Robin waved with a smile. I wanted to try a smaller-sized warlord anyway. This, Your Excellency may not know, but there is a battle currently taking place in the Far East, and all our reserve forces are heading there. It will be a bit difficult to gather the 2,000 sages. Emily spoke in a low voice, clearly afraid of disrupting the Emperor's experiments. War in the Far East. No need to send reinforcements anymore. Robin laughed. Your Excellency, please let me see the reports on the war first and then make your decision. Emily spoke quickly. If these reinforcements were delayed, the Empire's presence on planet Greenland might be wiped out. There is no need to worry, I took care of the matter there. You need to give orders for everyone to return to their camps, even the reinforcements of the local residents. Tell them to return to the border, and send an order to the army closest to us to abandon the military march and send us 2,200 saints as quickly as possible. According to the location of the nearest army that will respond to their arrival, they should be here in 5 hours maximum. You took care of it? And how does Your Excellency know the location of the nearest army? Emily murmured in a low voice as if she were in a dream. The nearest army going for support was an army consisting of 50,000 soldiers whose mission was to protect the Far West. It passed by the headquarters only half a day ago. If the 2,000 saints abandoned the military march and returned at full speed, they would actually come within 5 hours. This precision. Why are you still standing here? Robin looked at Emily and raised his eyebrows. I will go immediately. The sage regained her senses and moved toward the headquarters building quickly. Robin smiled when he saw her condition, then walked towards the rune masters. Who is the most knowledgeable among you? That would be me, Your Excellency. A young man in his 30s came forward and bowed fully. Whom? You are from the Burton family. Your name is Carson Burton, right? You were one of the people I taught the runes to during my stay in Jura City. You survived the massacre. Robin was pleasantly surprised when he saw the young man in front of him, a big smile appearing on his face. Yes, Your Excellency, I was one of the prisoners of the Flame Empire, and I am currently among the 10 most senior living rune masters. I am honored that Your Excellency still remembers my name. 2 teardrops fell from Carson to the floor. Every time I tried to forget the city, I found my mind digging up more and more details until I found myself remembering even the faces of random people I saw on the streets when I went to eat at Uncle Tim's restaurant, so how could I forget you? The human mind is truly amazing. Robin looked up slightly. Then he smiled at Carson again. Good. I will deal with you then. Your wishes are my orders. What do you want from us, Your Excellency? Carson dropped his bowing position and looked at his cousin with sparkling eyes. Robin smiled, then took out a few scrolls and tossed them at Carson. This is the modified Warlord Array. Nothing has changed from the tattoos currently drawn on the soldiers, so we would not start from scratch. There are only a few details I have added to eliminate some of the problems. I want you and the rest of your team to add these details to the soldiers as soon as possible. I also want you to upgrade the divine tattoos of the 200 new sages to be the version of the sages. Choose the strongest sage among them and draw on him the heart of the array, and when the 2,200 saints come after 5 hours, draw the new tattoos of the saints on them. When you finish, I want to have 7,000 saints, 700 sages, and 2 array hearts inscribed with the new versions of the tattoos in front of me. Is everything clear? Clear. Carson bowed down again as he embraced the scrolls, then took them towards his 100-man team of rune masters to assign the roles to them. As for Robin, he nodded, then went to one of the relatively far corners in the hall, took out that scroll with the Terra Beast drawn on it, and continued what he was doing a little while ago. This time there was no longer any need for him to interfere in making the warlord. Chapter 6:18. After an hour. Emily quickly entered the covered hall again and found the scene completely changed. All the soldiers were sitting without the upper half of their clothes while the rune masters moved around like crazy, mixing inks and trying to finish developing the engravings as quickly as possible. After a quick scan of the area, she found Robin on the side drawing something. Next to him, Zara pointed toward the scroll in front of Robin, saying in an audible voice, I think we need to develop the bone crown armor more. Just making it more solid will not help much. You are right, but how do I develop it further? In the end, this area should provide pure defense for the rider. Right. What do you think if I added the feature of creating an energy shield around the bone crown to double the area of protection for the rider? This would also give him more space to dodge the attacks coming from the sides, Robin spoke, tapping the pen on his chin. The idea is not bad. Hey, why not add a feature that allows energy shields to merge if there are 2 or more Terra Beasts standing next to each other? Imagine a wide row of Terra Beasts forming a massive energy wall. This would be a mobile fortress. Zara suddenly greeted him, with excitement evident in her voice. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, then lowered the pen again and began drawing a new part in the rune in front of him. It was clear that he liked Zara's idea. When Zara saw her father finish adding that part and go back to looking at the design from top to bottom again to find any other loopholes or ways to improve, she extended her hand and pointed toward the Terra head. Dad, how does the beast receive its orders? She asked. By saying it, of course. Even ordinary beasts understand human language if you interact with them for a while, so how can creatures with this intelligence not understand? Robin spoke, still tapping his chin. During battles, the sounds of explosions and screams are everywhere. How could the Terra rider have the time or effort to shout his instructions to the beast? Secondly, would not the enemies also realize what the Terra would do after receiving the order? Secondly, how does the Terra beast communicate with its rider if it detects something or wants to warn it of something? Zara placed her palm under her chin and tapped on the drawing. The beasts usually cannot speak, you know that, but the Terra beast is smart and might be able to find a way to point with one of its claws or something. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, then looked at Zara. Do you have a suggestion on this part? Thought transfer technique. I know that the consciousness of humans and beasts is not the same, but not to the point of being completely different. Place a rune on the forehead of the Terra beast to act as an intermediary between the consciousness of the Terra and its rider, so that they can exchange orders and information at all times. Zara spoke excitedly. This will Robin almost argued further, but he stopped and used the pen to scratch his hair for a few seconds. Then he started drawing something. Zara knew that he had started to design the communication rune that she had nominated. After an unknown amount of time, when he finished adding that part and was about to ask Zara about her opinion on another part, he felt eyes on him. He looked to his side, raising his eyebrows. Emily, how long do you plan to stay there? I did not want to interrupt Your Excellency and Her Highness's train of thought. I only came to inform Your Excellency that your orders have been fulfilled and all the reinforcements have returned to their posts. After Emily finished her short report, she bowed slightly. Now I ask your permission. I will return to the headquarters and leave Your Excellency and Her Highness to finish what you are doing. There is no need to wait a little while, you have come at the right time. Robin looked at Emily from top to bottom for a moment. When did you achieve your breakthrough? In response to Your Excellency, I became a martial empress almost 2 years ago. Good, you have gotten used to foundation number 41 long enough. Robin nodded, then took out a metal plate and a small vial from his ring and passed it to her. Understand this technique and practice it a little. This vial contains an important liquid for using the technique, so use it at the right time. Remember, just understand the technique and make sure you can use it, but do not try to do anything crazy with it. We will conduct an important experiment together when you are familiar with it. Yes. Emily accepted the metal plate with both hands. Then she found herself a relatively quiet spot and sat down. Dad, what exactly is this technique? Did you invent something new? Zara raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice after Emily left. Robin laughed and shook his head. No, it is the superior energy control technique. It is something Jabba invented years ago. Superior energy control? A puzzled expression appeared on Zara. What is the use of this technique? Jabba was creative with it, frankly. Its idea is to use the inner sap of the Earth's twilight tree in order to give a feeling of euphoria. What is important about that feeling is that it enables the person to feel the movement of his energy very clearly, and thus the technique comes into play, which is a way to control the movement of very small energy strands in the bloodstream. Robin returned to focusing on the scroll in front of him and tapping his chin with the pen. It cannot be used again for the purpose it was made for, so here we are trying something new. Let us pray it works. A feeling of euphoria? This, drinking something that gets you high in the middle of a battle? That does not seem like a good idea. Zara said with some concern. Haha, you are right. Maybe that is why Jabba could not move or change his attack style during his battle against the Warlord at that time. Robin laughed out loud. The technique is really missing a lot, but I do not want to waste time adjusting it without making sure whether there is any hope of its success or not. Just let the experiment succeed and I will try to modify it to suit our needs more. Now come and help me complete this armor. This is the first time I have made armor specifically for a beast. It is all supposed to work automatically, and this is really annoying. Zara raised her shoulders slightly, then returned to pointing at the Terra beast's pointed horns and began happily giving new suggestions. The whole day went by so quickly. The 2,200 saints arrived after a few hours, and the 100 rune masters began working on them and were almost finished with them as well. Emily was still sitting in a corner in a meditative position, emitting an oppressive energy that forced everyone to move away at least 30 meters from her. However, the chaos caused by the rune masters, the large crowd inside the covered training hall due to the large number of soldiers, and Emily's suffocating aura did not affect the session between Robin and his adopted daughter. Rather, from Zara's ever-present smile, it seemed as if she wished that this moment would last forever. How could she not? The last time she spent such a long time with Robin chatting and was able to help him with something was during Caesar's absence to participate in the Eight Kingdoms tournament. That was decades ago. Immediately after that, the war on Delivar began, and Robin returned to the stricken city of Jura and named them his children. Since then, he has been alone most of the time and no longer asks her for help, even advising her at that time to go out and play with children her age. Sometimes while she was leading the 7th Legion, or currently while she was sitting in the warehouses, she wished that her adoptive father had followed what he had said when he took her and Pion in for the first time. When he told Pion to go and cultivate and told her to always stay by his side to help him in his research, would that not have been wonderful? But at this moment, a strong rumbling sound froze everything. Rumble. Earthquake. What is happening? Zara stood up and started looking around cautiously. The rest of the soldiers and the rune masters also furrowed their brows tightly. As for Robin, he closed his eyes for a moment to communicate with Evergreen, then opened them and began to laugh angrily. Tree Father Labakan has finally decided to make a warlord. It seems that the gravity field has really tired him out. A new warlord. But reports say that Governor Alexander and the rest are already fighting against a warlord. Now there are two. Zara shouted in fear. One warlord had been terrorizing all the true beginning martial emperors for days and might kill them at any time. What if another one appeared? Robin stood up and looked away with furrowed brows. It is all right. They are not the only ones who can make warlords. Carson's voice came from behind Robin at this moment. Your Excellency, the old divine tattoos have been developed and we have tattooed the new soldiers. You now have 7,000 saints and 700 sages and 2 array hearts ready for the second test. A big smile appeared on Robin's face. Excellent, just in time. Then he put the scrolls in his ring and took a few steps toward the soldiers. Zara was also excited about what would happen now. Robin looked around for a few seconds, then nodded, satisfied. I see you have organized yourselves like I taught you last time. Good. Let us get started. Chapter 619. V-Room. A huge amount of energy began to emanate from the soldiers and condense. In the blink of an eye, the energy took its heavy golden form resembling oil, and began to expand. The rune masters did not learn from their previous mistake and preferred to stay again to see the result of their toil. But this time at least they prepared shields, more energy shields, and protective methods. And yet they started screaming in pain after a few seconds. V-Room V-Room. At this moment, Emperor Julian and Sage Eric began to activate the Array Heart Divine Tattoo. The energy began to gather quickly in the form of 2 humanoid giants, one 25 meters tall and the other 15 meters tall, respectively. The moment of truth has come. Robin muttered as he watched the giants forming. Up until this moment, everything had happened as it happened before, without any change. As for the modifications that Robin asked the rune masters to add, they should begin to appear from this point. PZZT. After the formation of the 2 energy giants ended, dozens of tentacles emerged from them. They began to wrap around the waist of the soldiers participating in the array, gently pulling them up, and then integrating them into the giant's body. Quickly, the bodies of the giants, which were made of pure energy, became composed of the bodies of the saints and sages involved in their creation. Meanwhile, the energy of the massive array became more compressed around them to protect them. Then the energy absorption from the soldiers calmed down to the minimum, as if they fell into a deep sleep. The high pressure that was on them with every moment vanished as soon as the warlord's formation was completed. This is. Zara opened her eyes wide and took a step forward despite the intense heat in the hall. Robin knew what Zara was thinking and replied to her before she asked. This is the idea that was inspired by Alexander's words during the first experiment. He was saying that a physical body will increase the cohesion and effectiveness of the array, and I have not found a physical body better than the bodies of people who pump the energy into the array. Also in this way, the range of the warlord's movement has become infinite and the energy lost during the transfer process from the battalion to the warlord has become nil. I killed a few birds with one stone with this idea. But wouldn't that put them in danger? I could choose any one of them and pierce his heart right now. Zara furrowed her eyebrows slightly. In the beginning, the warlord was made of pure energy so he was indestructible, but now any even slightly powerful attack could kill a soldier inside, especially since she could see them all through the golden energy cover. They now look like ants that have been covered in honey. 918. But wouldn't that put them in danger? I could choose any one of them and pierce his heart right now. Zara furrowed her eyebrows slightly. In the beginning, the warlord was made of pure energy so he was indestructible, but now any even slightly powerful attack could kill a soldier inside, especially since she could see them all through the golden energy cover. They now look like ants that have been covered in honey. If some of them are killed after the warlord is completed, that is fine. The warlord's strength will decrease, but it will not collapse. Their situation at the first experiment was worse. The collapse of the array due to exhaustion during an ongoing battle will put them in greater danger. Robin raised his eyebrows and then smiled. Furthermore, my warlords are not finished yet. What is this? What is this? Zara took a step back again and tugged her foster father's sleeve several times. A dense cover of light began to completely cover the warlords, from the tips of their hair to the nails of their toes. It was not just a light cover, but that light formed the features of Julian and Eric's faces, their abdominal muscles, and even the tiny hair on their legs. The two warlords became an exact golden copy of the owners of the Heart of the Array divine tattoo. The 7,000 saints and 700 sages disappeared and were replaced by two giants. If the rune masters had not seen what was happening with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Haha, the idea worked. I had to research the light major law to the fourth stage just in order to obtain this level of optical illusion. Robin laughed and then started clapping. He then looked seriously at Warlord Julian. Julian, what was preventing you from using the power of the fourth stage of the fire law was a problem with the availability of energy. You are now literally floating in it. If I am not mistaken, then when you use the fourth stage in your current state, you will be as powerful as someone at the top of the martial emperor realm. Even at the top you will not find many who can compare to you. Use the fourth stage freely and destroy whoever stands in your way. With your current strength, in the entire young planetary belt there are not many who can stand up to you. He then looked towards Warlord Eric. With 2,000 saints and 200 sages, you now possess the power of an emperor at approximately level 43. You have enough power to wreak havoc throughout Greenland as you wish, so there is no need to hold yourself back. Pa. The two giants fell to one knee and spoke together in a heart-rending voice. Your Excellency, give us your orders to destroy your enemies. Robin nodded, satisfied, then started moving toward the gate of the covered training hall. Come with me. Without thinking, the two giants stood up again and moved at a steady pace after Robin. Bam bam bam. Zara and the rune masters also followed them in silence to see what would happen. They soon found Robin moving towards the space portal. I was planning to have you fly towards the battlefield so that you can further explore your current abilities along the way. But the appearance of Labakan's warlord there has doubled the pressure on Alexander and the rest, and they may collapse at any time. So I am afraid that you will have to do that exploration during the battle. Robin arrived at the space portal and began typing coordinates into the control panel. Buzz. Robin turned his back to the gelatinous space within the portal space. When I fought the warlords, I found that their strength was between 46 and 42. I think it depends on the order they were made. Let us assume the worst and that they are both at average levels, so do not underestimate them. There is one more thing. Those natural warlords can draw unlimited energy from their surroundings, and technically they are indestructible as long as the core remains intact. So your strategy should be limited to causing enough damage to them first and then attacking the area below the navel and destroying it as quickly as possible. Understood. We will not disappoint your excellency. The two warlords replied with their strong voices. Good. Robin smiled, satisfied. Julian, after the battle is over, you and your warlord stay with Caesar to help him destroy Tree Father Labakan. And you, Eric, bring your squad and return to the headquarters immediately to protect it. Come on, let us go. Yes. The two golden warlords gave a military salute, then bowed so that they could pass through the space portal that had become too narrow for them, and disappeared. Robin kept his eyes focused on the portal for a few seconds, then muttered in a low voice. Military movements within the same planet should be faster than that. If the space portal was not ready right now, the warlords of Labakan and Florus would have destroyed my martial emperors and perhaps destroyed my entire army before Julian and Eric arrived. I cannot build such a huge space portal everywhere. I have to find a solution. Dad. Zara furrowed her eyebrows slightly and patted her father on the shoulder. You have just finished a great masterpiece. Do not be too hard on yourself, relax a little, and stop worrying too much. You now have a full team that should take care of such things. Robin smiled and kissed her head gently. It is okay. If I do not encourage myself and find new goals for myself constantly, I will get lost. But you are right. Inform the research and development team of this dilemma and ask them to allocate 1 or 2 individuals to research it. Who knows? Maybe the research and development team would be able to find a solution before me. I will be happy if this happens. Zara nodded gently, but it was clear that she was not convinced by her father's justification. It was obvious that he was carrying a heavy burden. The burden began to lessen a little after the empire began to take shape, but he was still their main pillar. At this moment, Emily's voice came from behind them. Your Excellency, I have finished practicing the technique you gave me. I am ready to begin the experiment at any time. Chapter 620. 40 kilometers from the steep hill. Whoosh. Robin stopped in mid-air and then pointed down. I finally found a hill that Jabba has not leveled to the ground yet. Although it is small, it will suffice. Whoosh. Whoosh. Zara and Emily floated past Robin as well and focused on the hill below. While Emily's mind was busy wondering what would be asked of her, Zara couldn't contain herself any longer. Dad, why did you bring us all this distance? What exactly are we going to do? Firstly, because I can still hear the sounds of celebrations up the hill from here, especially the colony below them celebrating as if there was a festival going on. I don't think those annoying people will stop anytime soon. Why would they celebrate the success of the Warlord experiment anyway? Don't they know we're still at war? Robin laughed and shook his head. They are celebrating especially because we are in a state of war, Dad. Every day comes a new list of soldiers' deaths that establishes a state of sadness across the colonies. They long for anything that makes them happy. Zara explained with a gentle smile. You're right, that's why I let them do what they want. Robin nodded and then looked at Emily. The second reason we came here is because the experiment we are going to do must be somewhere in the wild, otherwise whether the experiment fails or succeeds it will cause huge damage to the steep hill. After all, the technique that Emily trained on is the same technique that Jabba used to destroy his body from the inside during his fight against the Warlord. Perhaps after looking at him now, you can guess the consequences of anything that goes wrong. Your Excellency, please give me your order. Whether I succeed or fail, I will be happy to contribute. Emily placed her hand on her heart and bowed slightly, but her calm tone did not hide the sound of her heartbeat, which began to accelerate. Robin was silent for a moment, then laughed in a low voice. Don't worry, whoever reaches the rank of Emperor will not be foolish or without talent. I am confident that you can implement the technique with utmost precision. After Emily nodded, Robin pointed towards the small hill below. You are from the Trent family from the Sacred Tree continent, which means you are experienced in the major heavenly law of plants. I want you to use a 4th stage rapid germination attack on this hill. That technique from the 4th stage? But Your Excellency. Before Emily could finish her words, Robin placed his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, how come I don't know about the problem of using the 4th stage of laws? This is exactly why I gave you the superior energy control technique. Your Excellency, you mean? Emily furrowed her eyebrows slightly. I realized that you understood what I wanted you to do since you learned the uses of that technique, but that's okay, let me explain to you clearly. The problem with the 4th stage of the laws is that they require a large amount of energy in a short period of time, energy that cannot be gathered by normal methods, so we have to gather it in other ways. And here comes the role of the superior energy control technique, the technique invented by Jabba that can make you control the energy strands from the moment they leave the center of the energy pool until they reach the palm of your hand. All you need to do is accelerate the movement of those energy strands to twice the normal rate. Accelerating the movement of the energy strands at twice the normal rate. Isn't this very dangerous, Dad? It is as if you were asking to pump 15 liters of blood into a human body that only holds 5 liters. This could cause an explosion inside her body. Zara's facial expression turned slightly fearful and then she shifted her gaze to Emily. And she would have to do this while performing a 4th stage attack as well. Who said it wasn't difficult? But if someone with enough talent to reach the Emperor realm can't do it, who can? Robin raised his hands and shook his head with a smile. In general, if the head of the headquarters does not agree to conduct the experiment, we can find another candidate. The matter is in her hands. Whoosh. At this moment, a repulsive aura emanated from Emily, causing Robin and Zara to retreat a few meters. Emily did not respond again to Robin's question to say whether she agreed to the experiment or not, but rather she immediately began to speed up the flow of energy through her body as Robin ordered her to do. Whoosh. Buzz. Buzz. Within half a minute, a faint glow began to emerge from Emily's skin and eyes. This is? Zara asked apprehensively. Don't worry, her veins are glowing from the intensity of the heat resulting from the energy current passing at a higher speed, but she is fine, I think. Robin raised an eyebrow watching the process. About a minute later, when Emily's body began to look like a bright flame in the dark night, Robin couldn't help himself and stepped forward excitedly despite the hot stream of air coming from her. Here we go. Here we go. At this moment, when Emily reached the maximum speed she could achieve, she slowly raised her palm and pointed it toward the hill, then closed it. Crack. Rumble. Hundreds of tree roots came out from every inch of the hill and began to expand and grow leaves until they became trees. Then those trees were pulled back to the ground again, leaving behind a handful of dirt and crumbled rocks that began to collapse. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. It worked. It worked. Robin placed both hands on either side of his head and shouted happily. The hill that had been standing tall a moment ago had been flattened to the ground with a single action. This was the power of the 4th stage of the plant law. But a shout brought Robin out of his dreams. Headquarters head. When Robin looked at Emily again, he found that her glow had gone out and she began to fall from the sky like a doll whose ropes had been cut. Poof! Zara quickly picked her up and began pumping life energy into her body as she carried her to a nearby safe area. Headquarters head Emily. Headquarters head, can you hear me? Calm down, there is no need to panic. Do you think I will harm my people? Robin came to their side and took Emily's hand with his eyebrows furrowed, then activated the Eye of Truth. After about a minute, Robin let out a sigh and then gently left her hand on her stomach to rest. As I thought, her body has not received permanent damage. You can say that her body is in shock because it has never been exposed to such pressure before. With some rest, she will be fine. Really? Who? Zara breathed a sigh of relief as well. Emily was one of the few who felt comfortable talking to her from time to time. Then she looked at her adoptive father. Dad, this method is very dangerous. Using it during battles will do more harm than good. Robin shrugged his shoulders and looked away. I never said I would distribute it to the martial emperors now. The technique still needs a lot of adjustment, but finally, I have something to build upon. Finally, there is hope on the horizon. There is hope. Then he started clenching his hands so hard that they started making strange noises. Rumble. Suddenly the ground began to move as if it were the end of the world, the clouds started to disappear, and the atmosphere began to turn gray. What is happening? Zara flinched and took a defensive position next to Emily. Robin looked around for a few seconds and then shook his head. It seems that Julian and Eric have arrived on the battlefield, so what is happening now is that Tree Father Labakan has decided to use all of his refinement. Maybe it will be to antagonize more warlords or something. He is putting everything on the line in this battle. More warlords? Are you going to the battlefield? No need. Julian is enough to destroy at least 5 of them, and Eric being with him decides the battle before it begins. Labakan simply took his last breath. Robin smiled and then went and carried Emily in his arms. Let's go back to the steep hill. I will settle a few things with the headquarters first, and I want you to spend a few days with Emily until she wakes up, then you can do whatever pleases you after that. As you see, the war on Greenland wouldn't last much longer. What about you? Zara asked quickly, her adoptive father's tone indicating that he wanted to be alone again. Me, I'm going to the farm planet. Chapter 621, Planet Jura, Ancestral Continent. The main divine weapons factory in the Ancestral Continent. Boss Gerard Burton, why don't you just listen to me? Don't you see that logic is on my and the rest of the men's side? A man who appeared to be in his 40s shouted. It was clear that this conversation had been going on for a while. Bam, bam. An old man who looked to be in his 60s stopped striking the flaming broadsword in front of him and wiped his sweat. What kind of logic is this that says we should ignore His Excellency's orders and reduce the production of divine weapons? Have you all gone crazy? The 40-year-old man took 2 steps. Please think about it. Recently, the divine weapons factories and divine blacksmiths have increased dramatically in order to cover the invasion of planet Greenland, but this has caused the market to be flooded with golden armor and weapons. How many complete sets of armor have we made so far? Nearly 4 million. The army in Greenland has already had enough and they no longer need anything except perhaps some arrows or replacing damaged parts from time to time. What will happen after a year or two in your opinion if we continue production at this intensity? Boss Gerard Burton looked behind him indignantly. Humph, so what if we are asked to stop? That means we have done our duty. Weasley, your demand that we reduce our production to 10% of our total capacity and demand that the salaries of blacksmiths be raised 5-fold is a betrayal of His Excellency's trust. This is not my request alone, but rather the request of the workers' union in the factory. Golden armor and weapons are the basis of the heroics of that army in Greenland, but we are forgotten in the background and treated as ordinary craftsmen. Tell me, what will we do after we are asked to stop? Will we return to farming and selling cheese and dairy in stores? The man called Weasley became even more agitated. Firstly, the divine weapons and armor are the innovation and design of His Excellency, and you should thank him for giving us an opportunity to learn about this innovation and work on it. Secondly, if this happens and we are asked to stop production, then simply go and register in the army. I heard that His Excellency is planning to expand into new worlds. Alas, you were foolish and refused to go with him to Greenland and obtain the lands and riches there, then at least prepare for the incoming wars, you might as well get a share. Bam, bam. Gerard laughed and went back to releasing the sword before it got cold. Those riches should have been distributed to us whether we went or not. Weasley shouted, sparks shooting from his eyes. I, a saint from the noble family of Brighton, must either enlist in the army of His Excellency or work here as a blacksmith or a rune master to gain a status worthy of myself, while these rabble from the 4 continents have whole new cities and own vast lands over there. And now even the divine blacksmithing profession is being threatened? No, we will not allow this. Weasley, you had better watch your words carefully. There are no more nobles and servants on the ancestral continent nor anywhere else on the surface of planet Jura, so do not forget this. You do not deserve anything either. If someone wants something, they have to work hard to get it. If you wanted to go with the army and get those spoils, you would have gone, but your hatred has blinded you and these friends of yours. But why would I care? Whether you go or not, this has nothing to do with me, and it will not make any difference to His Excellency who owns the demon army. Do as you wish. It is good I have your help here at least, hee hee. Then Gerard Burton paused for a moment and looked behind him. I will say it one last time, son of a noble family, go back to your work, you and that workers' union of yours, and do what you are told, otherwise leave my factory and go do whatever you want outside. There is nothing easier than asking a few young men from other continents to come and work. Perhaps employing people from the ancestral continent in the central factory was a mistake from the start. Then he went back to knocking on the sword again. Bam, bam, bam. Is this your last word? Came Weasley's trembling voice from behind him. Gerard laughed out loud. Yes, that is all that I have to say. We will do just what His Excellency says with no word less or added, and whoever does not like it should crash his head against the wall. Shush. Ugh, ack. What was that? At that moment, Gerard heard a gurgling sound coming from behind him, and when he quickly looked back, he saw a strange sight. He saw a person wearing a black mask and all black clothes standing behind Weasley. That person was gagging Weasley's mouth with his left hand while stabbing his neck with a short black dagger in his right hand. Russell! Russell! Even Gerard Burton, a level 27 saint, could not help himself and took a few steps back, running into the table and falling on top of the flaming sword he was working on. Arg! Bam! Hush! The masked man threw Weasley's body aside and gestured with his hand for Gerard to lower his voice. Are you from a shadow sword? Even after Gerard took in the scene in front of him, he continued to stutter. What do you want from us? Why did you kill my assistant? The shadow sword did not say a word, just looked at the corpse next to him and then kicked something that was in Weasley's hand. Shush! It was a short, white, curved dagger, and there were drops of blue liquid still dripping from it. Is this the deadly ivory dagger? This blade is very precious and just a scratch from it causes rapid rotting at the spot of the wound and there is no cure for that rotting, and on top of this, the dagger is also poisoned with blue lake snake poison? Why is it in his hand? Finally, a voice that did not sound normal came out from the masked man. Weasley Brighton bought this dagger and poison 2 days ago at an illegal auction and we were watching him to find out what he intended to use it for. We know now. Are you saying that he intended to use it to kill me? No. Why? There is nothing between me and him other than work. I do not even know him personally. All this because I refused to reduce production. Old Gerard slowly stood up, leaning on the overturned table. The look of panic on his face made it seem that he had aged another 100 years. Until this moment, he did not realize how close he was to death. Do not worry about the reasons, we know them well and are following them closely. The abnormal voice of the shadow sword sounded again. Really? What are the reasons that might push him to kill me when I am a member of the Burton family? Does he not know that an intense investigation might get him and his entire family killed? Old Gerard took a step forward. The absolute status of the Burton family members was beyond discussion now, and the fact that most of them lived in the imperial capital now and only a small number of them were allowed outside of it in order to run the world was enough to show their status. But old Gerard's question was met with silence, and a cold look that sent a shiver down his spine. The shadow sword clearly was not ready to say a word about this. Thank you for saving my life. When Gerard knew that he would not take any information from him, he just took a deep breath and bowed slightly in thanks. No need. I swore an oath to do these sorts of things. The shadow sword responded with a frown, then bent down to pick up the corpse and place it on his shoulder. He then took out a few scrolls of the space ring in his left hand and handed them to the old man. His Excellency sent instructions today and you will obey. All divine blacksmiths must provide half of their workers to produce these designs. As for the other half, let them continue working on the golden armor set and increase production further if you can. I hear and obey. Old Gerard received the scrolls with both hands with a full bow. Shush. When the old man raised his head again, the shadow sword had disappeared along with the corpse. He let out a long sigh of relief, then opened the scrolls and began to examine them slowly. This is Chapter 622, The Farm Planet. In front of the Demon City wall. Boom, boom, rumble. A huge fiery explosion occurred suddenly in the middle of the air. The final form of the explosion looked like a charming rose containing white and red petals, but whoever tried to appreciate this rose would surely get punished, as the destructive power of this beautiful sight was unimaginable. The rebound wave from that explosion alone was enough to uproot the dark red trees from the ground and throw them for miles like dry leaves. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, two shadows emerged from the middle of the fiery explosion and floated in the middle of the air, motionless, as if they could see each other through the smoke and fire. One of them was an extremely beautiful girl. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary girl in her 20s, but when you looked a little closer, a few strange things became clear. Her hair was a bright red color like roses, and even her lips and eyes were the same color. Her ears were pointed upwards, and above her ears, there were two thick but short horns that were bent upwards. She held in her hands a ball of red flame and closed her claw-like nails around it. Her clothes were neither too revealing nor too covering, but the exposed parts of her body had strange patterns of red scales all over her, and although these scales looked random, they made her look even more beautiful. As for the other side, it was a demon about 3 meters tall. His features were somewhat handsome for a demon, and his long white hair was still flying due to the waves of the explosion, while his stability in the middle of the air like a rock gave him more charisma. Other than that, he was a demon who possessed all the features of his kind. At this moment, that demon's left hand was burning with a bright white flame, and his right hand turned into a sticky liquid as if it were waiting to take form instantly. If Robin had been here, he would have recognized that demon immediately. Even with all the changes that had occurred to him, it was Amon. Not bad, Flora, not bad at all. You've become even more annoying this time, but can I have a word from a little lizard like you? Finally, Amon opened his mouth and spoke in a strong demonic voice. Flora looked Amon up and down twice, then pointed at him disgustedly. Did you just call me a lizard? Oh, Amon, haven't you ever seen yourself? You look like the monsters we scare children with in fairy tales. No, I never saw myself, ha ha ha. Amon pointed to the empty place of his eyes and laughed out loud. Secondly, it is my pleasure that my appearance terrifies you, my precious moving meals. Your kind doesn't taste that bad either. It's been a few years since I tasted the liver of one of your kings, it is a little sore but quite addictive. Hey, Amon, why don't you look away and let me enter the city for a minute? No, just 10 seconds. I'll choose the fattest red bastard and leave quickly, deal. She immediately returned to putting her free hand on her waist and showed a fatal smile, clearly not angry with Amon's words. The only way I'll let you enter the city is if you're a corpse. Amon gritted his teeth, but it was clear that his mind was elsewhere. His brain was currently working extra hard during this useless dialogue to think about his next plan. Rumble, rumble. Not very far from the site of Amon's conversation with Flora, there was another scene taking place. The sky in that area was covered with lightning bolts as if they were consuming themselves. As for the area between the earth and the sky, it was immersed in a dark crimson color, the color of blood, as if it were a flaunting sea of blood. Every now and then, the sky flashed with a column of lightning that pierced the sea of blood, causing two shadows to appear in the middle. No one could see the features of the two because of the thick sea of blood, and only a faint shadow could be seen, but no one knew which one of them was the demon. In terms of height, in terms of long hair, in terms of the stance where they both crossed their hands on their chests, in terms of the enormous pressure, even the horns, as they both had two horns that pointed upward. Buzz. Cat-cha. At this moment, a large number of lightning pillars descended, illuminating the sea of lightning, and everyone's field of vision cleared for a few seconds. One of them was a young man who looked to be in his 30s with white hair and sharp human features. He was the lord of the lightning bull tribe, Aru. As for the one standing in front of him, he was the only demon capable of deterring him currently, the king of the demon kings, Sakar. Neither of them did anything other than hang in the air there looking at each other. Neither of them directed an attack at the other, not even saying a word as if they were happy just holding the other party in check. After the lightning bolts caught Amon's attention for a moment, he looked back at Flora. Flora, what brought you and your man today? Nothing will change with these raids. Gather those you have and come at us so we can kill you or you kill us. There is no need, it is enough for us to remind you of our presence from time to time and lock you in your places like dogs. When you are starving, you will eventually eat each other, hee hee. Flora put her hand to her mouth and laughed sarcastically. Or maybe you could go out and chase us? You might even succeed in killing Aru and me if you did. You're not planning to stay where you are forever, right? Tisk tisk. It seems the alarm was unnecessary. We thought you were stupid monsters who don't know how to understand how the world works and need to be eliminated. It turns out that you are not just stupid monsters who should be eliminated, but cowards as well. How annoying. Shuela, you are playing with your life. White flames spread from Amon's arm to the rest of his body while his right arm turned into an axe, and he began moving forward again. But at this moment, a demonic voice came from the top of the wall, stopping him in his place again. Brother Amon, do not let her drag you away from the wall, don't forget what is around us. Amon stopped upon hearing that voice and spread his strong soul sense around him for a moment, then without another word, the flame on his body was put down and he returned to standing in his place again, staring at Flora. Ha ha ha, you are a bunch of cowards, stay in that city forever then, we will see who among us has the longest breath, ha ha. She did not hesitate at this opportunity to mock and took full advantage of it. Amon gritted his teeth hard and pointed at Flora with the axe in his right arm. Am I the coward? Am I the one who throws attacks and retreats back every minute? If I am a coward because I refuse to move away from the wall, then show me your courage and come, let's fight inside the wall. Ha ha ha, why would I do this? Am I the one under siege and starving? If you want to die fighting like a true warrior then step forward, and if you want to starve like a coward then stay there and wait for your intestines to eat themselves. Flora laughed out loud. That irritating lizard. Standing on top of the wall, Morin clenched both his fists tightly. If he hadn't reminded Amon to stop now, he might have been pulled away, and then the rest of the enemy emperors would appear and ambush him. This was how the last two emperor-level demons were killed. As Morin's blood boiled, a voice sounded beside him. Ha! Interesting. I can see that the demons now have 87 emperors, and around the city wall, there are 87 enemy emperors as well. Sakar became as powerful as an emperor at level 43, and this makes sense since you lot get stronger by eating and Sakar will always have the biggest feast, but why did his rival Aru become level 43 as well? Even Amon has become a martial emperor at level 42 and his rival is at level 42 as well. This bizarre balance is not natural at all. Why are you babbling? Do you think I don't know what you're saying? Go and stand in your position or else. Morin shouting at the newcomer stopped midway, and a few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. My lord. Chapter 623. Lord, are you here? Morin took 2 steps back when he saw the person standing next to him, then bent down fully until his head was at the same level as his waist. This subordinate salutes the Lord. The Lord. He is truly the Lord. I kneel out of respect for the Lord. Morin's sudden shout caught the attention of all the demons above and below the wall. In the blink of an eye, all the demons with disturbed expressions or those filled with anger turned to look towards the same point, towards the Lord. When Amon heard the shouts for the Lord and sent his soul sense back to confirm Robin's presence, he quickly turned around, gave a full bow, and shouted, Amon welcomes the Lord. Then he returned to face Flora again in the blink of an eye, but he was clenching his hands and clenching his teeth harder this time. Hoy Amon, who is this shorty over there? Flora couldn't hold back her curiosity and pointed at Robin. Shut up, just shut up already. Amon, who had been exchanging blows with Flora a while ago, laughing with her, and even exchanging smiles, seemed to have transformed. Now his features showed great frustration and anger, as if he wanted to devour her alive. How could he not, when the Lord saw him exchanging blows helplessly with the enemy and unable to win? What if the Lord thought he had become useless? As for Soccer, he just looked at Robin and nodded. Robin did not consider his behavior disrespectful given the situation he saw him in, and he nodded back at him. A human. The lightning bullaroo furrowed his eyebrows when he saw what was happening. Seeing a human inside the wall wasn't entirely new since there were a few humans among the team of divine smiths. However, they had definitely never seen the demons act like this with a human before, especially since Amon, Morin, and Soccer all behaved strangely towards him. Come, stand next to me. There is no need to be surprised. It's just that when I arrived, I felt turmoil in the air, so I asked the gate guards to be silent so as not to distract the warriors. Robin gestured towards Morin and motioned for him to get up. But, Lord, why did you not inform us of your coming so that we could prepare a suitable reception for you? The road from the space portal to here was not cleaned well. Morin wondered and looked towards the path Robin had come from with some embarrassment. Scattered pieces of corpses and bones were still scattered everywhere. For the demons, this is a nice decor, but it is definitely not a pleasant sight for a human. Robin smiled before returning to look directly into Flora's eyes. Don't worry about these things. Even if you cleaned the streets of the corpses, you wouldn't be able to clean their blood from my hands. The important thing is, you're supposed to learn about the seventh wave never came, so I decided to come myself. Perhaps you forgot about me or something. It seems that I came at the right time. No one dares to forget you, my lord, it's just. Morin quickly responded. The seventh wave never came. Oh, how come? Robin spoke calmly, this time looking red flame dragon Flora up and down with eyes glowing golden. As I told your excellency, we are subjected to daily attacks from small groups of enemies, and every now and then a strong wave comes to us that takes hundreds of thousands of lives, but after the sixth wave, no other such waves came to us, and the enemy's plan turned into what you see now. Morin lowered his head. What I see now, do you mean that there are 87 martial emperors who are constantly besieging you? It is not a bad plan, they do not attack, but they keep you in a state of constant readiness for war, which causes you to be exhausted. At the same time, if some of you try to get out, they will ambush and kill them. As for if all the demon emperors try to come out and fight to the end, then the enemies may have other emperors well hidden that might appear to wreak havoc on the city and capture the space portal. The siege might look simple, but it is indeed far from that. Robin continued in his same calm tone. This is absolutely true, my lord. This situation has been going on for 4 or 5 years, and every time an emperor appears among us, one appears among them to equalize the balance again. Every few weeks, I, Brother Soccer, and the rest of the demon emperors would come out to clash with the enemies to give the hunting parties a chance to go out to raid some of the closest villages to bring us food, but most of them die before they return. Morin nodded heavily. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, looks like the farm planet is no longer a farm, huh? Morin clenched his hands tightly. It is just as you say, Lord, only Brother Soccer was able to break through to level 43 because he was able to hunt down and kill 3 enemy emperors. Brother Amon and I were only able to hunt down 1 emperor, and the rest lived on what we could find, or on suicide missions. The hunting teams leave under our protection with 1,000 demons, from which 2 or 3 demons would hardly return every time. If it were not for the space rings that enable them to collect enough corpses, our situation would have become worse. What exactly happens now? Although there are many enemy emperors and we have fought with them more than once, Flora and Aru come out almost daily and challenge us in duels. At first, we were sending the demon kings randomly, but we found that Aru and Flora were gaining more strength and experience with every fight, so we stopped feeding them more experience and assigned Brother Amon and Brother Soccer to stop them whenever they appeared. So now whenever Aru and Flora appear for a challenge, Amon and Soccer come out to them. Flora has been struggling against Amon every day for years, but they are in a state of balance, as your excellency sees. As for Soccer and Aru, their battle is settled. Aru cannot inflict any harm on Soccer due to the protection of the Sea of Blood, and Soccer cannot capture Aru or kill him because of his incredible speed, so they are content with this silent confrontation every day, perhaps waiting for one of them to make a mistake that the other party exploits. Morin smiled and looked down at the ground. He had to admit that these two had already surpassed him. Robin grinned sarcastically. I gave you the farm planet, but the one who was trapped in the end was you. How ironic, indeed. Strength alone is not everything when facing intelligent creatures. Crash. Morin's fist forced his claws to dig into his palm. You are right, Lord, we deserve every word. Don't say that, Lord, you didn't know either. Those martial emperors certainly weren't there when we started the invasion. Morin became emotional and responded quickly. It's okay, were they present before or not, it doesn't matter now. I'm the one who brought you here and put you in this situation, and I have to help a little. Robin waved at Morin, then suddenly raised his voice. Amon, capture that sweetie for me. Shwela. The white flame flared up again until Amon was like a burning star in the middle of the sky, and he uttered 2 words carrying a terrible killing intent, I obey. Humph, who are you capturing, you hideous thing? Flora's features changed instantly and the red flame returned to burn strongly over her as well. This was not the first time she had fought Amon. They were mostly equal in firepower, and they knew every trick the other party had. Every time they clashed, they would exchange a few attacks after which they would return to standing at a safe distance to catch their breath and plan for the incoming clash, then the cycle repeats. How would that change now? But she soon realized how wrong she was. Chapter 624. Boom, boom, crack. Flora quickly retreated, avoiding a huge white fireball attack. But she didn't get a chance to catch her breath, as after the fireball passed her by a few inches, it exploded next to her and sent her flying. Ah! The indirect explosion was not enough to cause any real damage to her, but it was more than enough to knock her off balance. The next moment, she found Amon 1 foot away from her, raising his right arm that took the shape of an axe. He shouted loudly as he slashed the axe down on her head. Swoosh! You are courting death! Flora shouted. Then a ball of red flame appeared between her horns and was shot towards Amon with a boom. Amon's right arm, which was about to take Flora's life, turned into a cloud of blood at this moment, and the entire right half of his body was pushed back. But this gave momentum to his left arm, which had already turned into a short and pointy blade, stabbing towards Flora's ribs forcefully. Ah! Flora screamed in pain again. The dagger pierced her ribs from the side and pierced her heart. But she made a quick decision and flew to her left quickly to remove the dagger from her body before it continued its path. As she flew away, she launched several attacks to kill Amon, who had lost his right arm. Boom! Boom! The explosions turned the sky red. Swoosh! Amon emerged from all those explosions with a deformed body, missing his left leg this time. Although his right arm, which had exploded previously, had already begun to regenerate at extreme speed, he still did not appear to be in a state that allowed him to continue this fight. However, he still continued his pursuit of Flora like a madman, raising his left hand, which had turned into a sword this time. What the hell is wrong with you today? Flora screamed in horror as she pressed on the wound in her heart. Although the blade had only pierced a short distance from her heart, it was an injury to the heart, no matter how small. She barely received it, but she had already begun to feel heaviness throughout her entire body, and she could no longer use her full strength. If Amon did not give her a chance to catch her breath and focus on healing the wound, it would worsen even more with such pressure and cause her everlasting disability or even death. She had fought Amon for years, and this was the first time they had both been injured like this. It did not seem like he intended to stop. Flora! Arrow shouted when he saw the situation below and almost attacked Amon from behind. V-room. The moment his attention was distracted, the sea of blood around him tried to close in on him. But at the last moment, he used a powerful lightning bolt to make a hole in the sea of blood and quickly escaped from the siege before it was complete. Then he looked at Sakar angrily. You! Sakar did not say a word or move from his place. He just shook his head slowly, as if telling him that he was not allowed to go in that direction. Crack! Crack! Aru raised his arm slightly, and lightning bolts from the sky began to strike and wrap around his hands and horns. In a moment, he looked as if he was the living embodiment of lightning. Sakar also lowered his hands, which he had kept folded for a long time, and took one step forward. The sea of blood around him began to churn violently, making it clear that he too was ready for a major fight. Then he finally opened his mouth full of pointed teeth. This isn't the first time you've gotten angry in front of me. Your anger will not change the outcome at all. Only the Lord's command might change the course of this battle, just as what is happening below. Crack! Crack! The lightning bolts began to explode on Aru's hands, excitedly waiting to escape towards Sakar. But Aru lowered his arms again and looked at Robin. That human is your lord. Yes, Sakar replied in his harsh voice. This is the person leading you? The one who told you to do what you did to us was a mere human. He doesn't even seem that strong. Aru's eyes exuded clear killing intent and mockery. This human seemed to be level 35 at the maximum and had not done anything since his appearance except stand on top of the wall and stare at the ongoing battle with those golden eyes of his. But it's understandable that he didn't interfere. Even if he wanted to do something, what could a human being do? Humans once inhabited this world in large numbers, but they could not bear the fierce competition and were all massacred. Did the ancestors of this human manage to escape somehow and he returned to take revenge or something like that? It doesn't matter. What they failed to do in the ancestral era will not change today. His power is not something your mind can comprehend, and his abilities are unparalleled in all worlds. Weak, even 100 of you will not be able to touch the Lord. Sakar quickly replied. How could he allow the Lord to be insulted? Oh, let's test this theory. A cruel smile appeared on Aru's face. The lightning that was filling his entire body began to curl above his horns in preparation for the attack. V-room. The sea of blood around Sakar became more turbulent. Then Sakar's hand turned into a scythe, and he raised it in an attacking position. You have to get past me first. But at this moment, a voice came from below. Let him do it. Lord. Sakar looked at the wall in surprise and found Robin still looking at the battle of Amon and Flora. Words were directed towards him. Let him attack, I also want to try something. As you command. Sakar nodded and stood aside, folding his hands over his crimson chest again. Then Robin raised his head and smiled provocatively at Aru. I will not move from this spot. I will not try to defend myself with a weapon or even a technique. You know what? I will not even form an energy shield. You have one chance to kill me. Show me what you got. Lord, please reconsider. Morin almost went crazy when he heard this. He knew very well Aru's strength since he had fought him many times. Even he, one of the strongest demon kings, would be left on the brink of death if he received an attack from the lightning bull Aru without defense. Sakar also focused on the Lord seriously, waiting for him to change his mind. All the demons knew that the Lord's strength was not in direct combat, and receiving such a large attack without protection would be disastrous. But he did not utter a word. The Lord was not a fool not to know something as simple as this. You don't have to worry about me, just step back a little so you don't get hit by accident. Robin laughed and then went back to watching the battle of Amon and Flora, which was almost reaching its climax, while muttering in a low voice, interesting. Very interesting. Humph. Aru blew air out of his nose like a bull as he stared at Robin, angry and feeling extremely insulted. If a stare could kill, he would have killed him 1,000 times over by now. But if staring wasn't enough to take this lord's life, a powerful stage 4 thunderstorm would be enough. Crack, crack. The massive storm that was destroying the sky above the city began to slowly diminish. All the lightning stored in it began to constantly gather at one point above the place where Robin was standing. That gathering point began to rapidly increase in size. From being the size of a small ball, it became approximately 2 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. It continued to grow until it became like a violet sun made of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Lord! When Morin felt the power of the lightning ball concentrated at the top, he shouted again in worry. The rest of the demons around the wall also did not know whether they should run away or jump in front of the Lord to protect him from the coming attack. That attack would be enough to destroy the entire metal wall and turn it into dust. It's okay. It's okay. Robin muttered again, his eyes still not looking up from the battle going on behind him as if he didn't sense what was going on above. But something strange started to happen around him. The golden glow in his eyes intensified even more, and then it started to extend from his eyes until it covered his entire body. You will pay for your arrogance. When Arrow saw that the Lord had not actually made any defensive movement yet, his anger intensified even more. Die. Clatter. A straight column of intense stage 4 lightning descended above Robin's head. Chapter 625. Ka-ka. Boom. The Lord. The Lord has been killed. A lightning bolt came from the sky like no other. The purple lightning bolt took an even shape without any zigzags, as if it were a column holding the sky above. Even the demons who did not know the meaning of pity were terrified when they saw that huge pillar of lightning touching the Lord's head directly without a veil between them. He didn't even raise his hands in defense. Lord! Even Sakar himself could not bear to carry out the order any longer and quickly flew towards Robin, hoping to save something from him. If this lightning bolt struck him without protection, it would split his head in two. But something strange happened that made all the demons and the locals look at Robin with mouths wide open. At this moment, Robin raised his right hand and put 2 fingers in his mouth, then whistled and shouted, "Hey Amon, you've done well, that's enough. You can come back now. If you press harder, this battle won't remain 1 against 1 for much longer." Arg. Yes, Lord. Amon was the only one who did not stop moving, even for a single moment, or even look behind him since the order to attack was given. Now that the order was given to withdraw, he did not delay a moment either and dragged his destroyed body towards the city wall with difficulty, leaving a deafening silence behind him. Even Flora, who had been stabbed all over her body, had lost so much blood, and had even lost her left arm, was now looking at Robin with her mouth open so wide that her bloody eyes seemed as if they had no eyelids. Around her, many individuals began to voluntarily reveal themselves. One by one, most of the emperors of the farm planet emerged from their hiding places and resting zones. Some of them had wings, some had tails, others had visible gills on their necks or even hooves, and all of them at this moment were looking at the fence with their mouths open as if they were hypnotized. At this moment, the pillar of lightning is still descending over Robin's head. The metal wall around Robin, which reaches a height of more than 30 meters, has completely melted and leveled to the ground again, turning into magma, but Robin's shadow is still standing in his place, slowly patting his chin as if he is thinking about something. No. This is impossible. Humans should not have an ability like this. What the hell are you? Thunderbolt Aru couldn't stay calm and started shouting in terror. This is the strongest attack in his arsenal. He always thought that if Sakar was hit by this concentrated pillar of the 4th stage of the major lightning law, it would be enough to kill him. But the question is, will Sakar remain standing in place and wait for him until the lightning sun gathers in the sky and then wait for it to descend above his head? His only chance to activate that attack was either to destroy fixed defenses or to kill an arrogant person who didn't know his limits. Finally, a person this stupid and arrogant appeared before him, but he failed to even injure him. Ka-ka. Crack. Crack. Finally, the pillar of lightning began to slowly fade away until it disappeared completely. Now it seemed like the only thing that was making sound in the whole world had stopped, and now there was complete silence. At this moment, all that remained of this front of the wall was the spot where Robin stood, and all that remained in the eyes of everyone present was the same person glowing in golden color. Sniff. Sniff. Tisk. I can't think straight when such a bad smell is around me. Robin frowned a little after the lightning attack ended due to the thick smoke around him, the smoke caused by the melting of a large part of the wall. TRSH. With a wave of his hand, several small clouds gathered and began to rain over the magma until its temperature dropped. After another wave, winds came and carried the remaining smoke away. Robin smiled and gently shook off his clothes, then lowered the rate of activation of the law of truth, so the golden glow withdrew from his body and returned to focusing only on his eyes as if nothing had happened. Long live the Lord. The Lord is eternal. Roar. The Lord is invincible. The demons seemed to have gone crazy at this moment and started shouting different chants at the same time. Robin smiled and nodded towards them. This ability was acquired by Robin when he reached the 3rd stage of the Master Law of Truth while fighting against the Warlords. At that time, a glow leaked from his eyes and covered his entire body. Robin did not understand at the time what this meant, but he took some time later on to practice it a little until he understood a few things about it. This new ability, or as Robin called it, the Golden Cloak, is the first purely combat ability that Robin has shown since he began using the Master Law of Truth. When activated, it forms a tight golden-colored robe around Robin that forces any law to return to its true form before it touches Robin. That is when the major heavenly lightning law just touched the Golden Cloak. The lightning bolt was forced to turn into a number of scattered patterns that quickly faded away before touching Robin's body. The effect of the gold cloak can be compared to the effect of Robin's black spear attack. The spear targets part of the law pattern and destroys it, forcing the rest of the pattern to have no meaning and just disappear. It is just that now he discovered that he no longer has to take time and effort to strike with the spear nor exhaust himself finding an opening. As soon as any kind of law approaches and touches the golden cloak, it will fade away by itself. After touching the golden cloak, all that remained of Aru's attack was the energy that he allocated to the attack. It no longer found a target to support it, so it turned into scattered natural energy, and it was the reason that Robin's clothes fluttered throughout the attack, but that is all. Robin smiled, satisfied after the success of the practical experiment. While activating the golden cloak, as long as the gap between him and the assailant is not too large, no harm will befall him from a heavenly law, only physical attacks can affect him. Robin finally broke the silence and looked at Thunderbull Aru. Not a bad attack at all, for a villager like you. Panic appeared in Aru's eyes more clearly, and he quickly retreated, but he quickly stopped. It seemed as if he thought of something, so he took out a dagger from his back and then rushed towards Robin, shouting, "I want to see how your little tricks will save you this time." V-Room. The sea of blood appeared again, and Sakar took 2 steps in mid-air and stood in front of Aru. The Lord said one attack. You quickly analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that you should try to attack physically. Robin raised his eyebrows and nodded with admiration. You are truly a genius as they say about you. That brat that Amon fought is not bad either, as she lasted for more than 3 minutes in a life-or-death fight against a demon emperor without dying or trying to escape, or even losing badly. You both really deserve all the investment that has been pumped into you. Investment? What do you mean by this? Does this mighty Thunder Bull need investment from anyone? If you dare, come out from behind Sakar and come and face me. Aren't you their lord? How come you are hiding behind one of your followers now? Come out and prove your strength. A few drops of sweat appeared on Aru's forehead. It was clear he wanted to change the subject. Oh, are you trying to deny it now? Ha ha. Robin laughed loudly and then shook his head. Unfortunately, this won't help you. Everything is exposed before my eyes. Are you still trying to escape from the confrontation by talking crap? You are now in front of your followers. If you do not come out and fight me to the death now, they will say that you are a coward. Thunderbull Aru pointed at Robin and shouted forcefully, his index finger shaking slightly. You and the rest of your friends here can hide this from anyone but me. I see them all as you see the sun. Robin lowered his eyes slightly to Aru's energy gathering center and sighed. Tell me, little bull, how many people you sacrificed to be able to have this power? Chapter 626. You say you see them? Who exactly do you mean? Aru tried to remain calm at Robin's words, but the trembling was very clear in his voice. I mean, what was going on in the solid energy foundations, starting from foundation number 41 up to foundation number 43, of course. Robin smiled from ear to ear. Your solid foundations up to foundation number 40, that is, up to the top of the Sagehood realm, went smoothly and without much going on, but all this changed when you came to foundation number 41, that is, the first solid foundation in the Emperor's realm, isn't it? What nonsense are you saying? I should have expected you to be a madman like your demons. Aru shouted again. Hee, really now? Hear me out to the end then. That foundation number 41 you have is made up of a huge number of scattered pieces, and each one of those pieces is made of different laws and even different stages. Some of them are of the second stage and some of the third stage. Most of those pieces are made with different earth path laws of the second and third stages. Now your Emperor's domain foundations are like a jigsaw puzzle. I can spot at least 1,000 puzzle pieces in foundation number 41, 3,000 pieces in foundation number 42, and 9,000 pieces in foundation number 43. Tisk tisk. This doesn't look good. Gulp. All of the farm planet emperors swallowed together at this moment, while the goblin emperors looked at them in surprise. Their emperor foundations were in scattered pieces? What did this mean? I mean, I admit that I'm not an expert when it comes to the emperor's realm, but I can pull some strings. Robin raised his gaze to look into Aru's troubled eyes. Your sudden breakthrough into the emperor's realm, having the number of emperors on your side equal the same number of emperors among the demons, is a fact. Your power level is always the same as Sakar's, and you never rise above him or leave him behind. If we connect all of this to your solid emperor foundations, which are made up randomly of scattered pieces of foundations made by the second and third stages, then I think I will have a good guess as to what happened. The lightning bull only felt himself taking a few steps back in the middle of the air. Even the red flame dragon Flora also forgot her pain and returned to looking at Robin with bulging eyes. The rest of the emperors of the farm planet began to look at each other as well. You have a way that they can break through to higher realms instantly by sacrificing saints and sages, right? Robin chuckled. Liar. These are nothing but pure speculation. What do you know about the orphan blood world and its people? Flora shouted loudly while still clutching her severed upper arm. You are nothing but invaders who appeared out of nowhere, but you pretend to know everything. He passed his eyes over Flora and the rest of the orphan blood planet emperors with a look of condescension. You are no different from this little bull either. Each one of you sacrificed several thousand law users to obtain your power. Speculation, you say? Let me speculate for you again then. The goat-faced one over there has foundation number 41 made up of more than 21,000 pieces, all of which contain the first stage of laws. You sacrificed 21,000 knights in order to obtain your power? You lot didn't even leave the knights alone. Tisk tisk. This time Flora had nothing to say. The numbers and law stages were too accurate to be guessed twice. All the emperors of the farm planet sank into silence, and heavy drops of sweat began to color their foreheads. They knew what it meant for the enemies to discover what they were doing, and indeed, Robin did not leave them waiting for long and directly hit the nail on the head. A big smile appeared on his face again, and he spoke with a laugh. I'm not really an expert when it comes to your world, this orphan blood. I only heard that you are in a constant state of war, which explains why you reproduce so much and have huge numbers of law users. But I also realize that you definitely don't have an infinite number of law users to exploit like this. There are 87 emperors here, and each one of you has sacrificed several thousand law users. How many sages, saints, or even knights are left in your world now? Is this why the major attack wave stopped? Because you don't have an army to attack in the first place? Sakar, Amon, and the rest of the demons turned towards the enemy emperors with expressions filled with shock and anger. If this were true, then, bad dump. The features of the orphan blood planet emperors turned for the worse. This was what they were most afraid of revealing. That was why they camped around the demon city to prevent them from leaving. Haha, our men are as numerous as dust, and our women give birth every day like rabbits. We just decided to bear the burden of killing those red dogs and ordered our children to return to their daily work, but you took this as a sign of weakness. An emperor with a lizard tail pointed at Robin and shouted forcefully. If you want to test your theory, get out of your cities and try then. The seventh wave will be the last one. But Robin just smiled at this threat. Oh, maybe I should be afraid and take your words into account now? Hey, these psychological games won't work here. With one snap of my finger, the demon emperors will start clashing with you, and you will be pushed aside alongside them, while the entire demon army will emerge to transform this planet into dust and blood. There won't be any orphan left alive by then. Do you want to try? Hi. That emperor tried to say something else, like a threat or something, but Robin's golden eyes seemed to be looking deep into his soul, and he could detect his lie. After a few seconds, he mustered enough courage to close his eyes and shouted. Hi and my men will. Kaka. Enough. Aru sent a lightning bolt right next to the emperor, startling him. Enough talk. Then he looked back at Robin with some fear. He did not want anyone to reveal anything else without him realizing it, and he certainly did not want to provoke this lord to try what he said, for he knew the outcome. That lord came out of nowhere and revealed everything about them in a few minutes. He hadn't even taken a step outside the wall yet his eyes seemed to read everything like an open book. Lord. A while ago, he had been wondering why the army of demons that had united the entire orphan blood world against them would obey a mere human like this. Now he understood. Chapter 627. Aru's shout brought Robin's attention to him again, and he spoke with a laugh. Do you think shutting a few mouths would make any difference? Even if all of your tongues were cut out, do you think that would prevent me from knowing the truth? The truth about the destruction of most of your armies has become a reality in my eyes, and the case is closed. Who can stop the demon army now? By using the heavenly major space law, I can determine the locations of the rest of your army concentration points in major cities over this half of the planet within 1 hour and send to each of them a demon army to level them with the ground, while you will remain here playing with me and the demon emperors. Do you think that whether you talk to me or not will make any difference? You do not have secrets in front of me. In my eyes, you are as naked as the day your mothers gave birth to you. You, what kind of monster are you? Aru's face was completely filled with panic. There was no point in trying to cover it up further. If he continued pressing that Robin was mistaken, then he could just put his theory to the test. They had struggled so much to keep this truth hidden for as long as possible, but Robin now spoke as if it was as clear as the sun, and he even became certain that he was ready to get the demon army out of their safe zone. All that, and he had not taken a step outside the wall yet. Me? I'm the monster? You alone have sacrificed more than 13,000 saints and sages in order to obtain this power. I know what stripping the solid foundations from a body does. I tasted it myself once, and certainly not a single one of those who contributed to making you an emperor has survived. And let me guess, most of the people you sacrificed were from one race that had to do with the path of Earth, right? And the rest of the scattered pieces of other laws mean that the people of that race were not enough for you, so you had to gather 1,000 more from other races. That is, you literally sacrificed the saints and sages of an entire race in order to obtain this power, and of course this race will not survive after that, meaning that you alone indirectly annihilated an entire race. And you dare to call me a monster? What about you then? Robin's big smile turned into an angry expression. If it had not been for you sending the demons upon us, this would not have happened. The rock lizard's race made a great sacrifice for the sake of our entire world. If it were not for them, I would not have been able to confront this thing, and everything would have ended at his hands. Aru shouted, pointing at Sakar. You sent us those demons to kill us all and destroy the world, but you call me a monster because I want to protect my world? What kind of twisted mind do you have? But then again, what would I expect from the one leading these things? Oh, what an impassioned and powerful speech, but I have a feeling that the great sacrifice of the rock lizard species wasn't voluntary, was it? Robin raised his head further and laughed. Aru had nothing to say. How could an entire race choose to sacrifice themselves in order to strengthen a person of another race? They wouldn't even do it for one of their own. The rock lizard race was one of the most evil and hostile races on the orphan blood planet, and everyone hated them. So when it was decided to use sacrifices, everyone agreed to start with them first. The blades of the army that were prepared to take down the demons turned into swords directed at the rock lizard tribe until they were all annihilated without leaving a single infant behind. The cries of that race still echo in his head to this day. This is what I thought as well. Let's be realistic here. You have all been fighting each other and eating each other's flesh since ancient times. You declared war on the demon race only because they exterminated 2 races and you were afraid of their momentum, right? But you alone annihilated one of your local races to obtain this power of yours, in addition to all the races that were crushed in order to make all those emperors behind you. According to the density of certain laws and their foundations, we are certain that you have annihilated at least 7 or 8 races, and have harmed the rest of the races to the point that it will take hundreds or thousands of years to regain their strength. If we calculate the extent of the destruction caused by the demons and compare it to what you have caused to yourselves, we will find that the demons are the oppressed side here. Robin laughed again. Then he took his eyes away from Aru and began to pass them over the enemy emperors again with a keen look. Why do I have the feeling that you were waiting for a threat like the demons to appear in order to make these sacrifices? This is definitely not an ordinary technique that you all know, otherwise, this rotten planet would have been filled with a lot of emperors before the arrival of the demons, and the races here would have been much fewer after making sacrifices day and night. This ability to make sacrifices is certainly not a technique that can be passed on either. It must only be one zone or some kind of item that exists in a fixed location, and perhaps it is also under the guard of all the races. Of course, who would want a member of an enemy race to make such huge sacrifices and become stronger? Let me guess. There are heavy conditions that you have set among yourselves that must be met first in order to use it, otherwise no one will allow it. And the emergence of the demon race fulfilled these conditions and gave the powerful races among you the right to use that item and cooperate in exterminating the inferior races. Gulp. Not only Aru, but panic appeared on the faces of all the emperors of the orphan blood planet. Even Flora forgot the pain in her arm and stared at Robin with shaking eyes. Phew. I always regretted it when I decided to send the demons here, and I doubted Morin's words when he told me that you were a bunch of savages who deserved to die, but now I see that he was right. Robin shook his head several times, then raised his head and looked at them condescendingly. This shithole you call a planet deserves everything that happens to it. If I didn't send the demons to fill their bellies, you would have destroyed yourselves sooner or later. Crack. Aru clenched his hands until they started making cracking noises, and spoke in a muffled voice. Think about it however you want, but I only wanted to protect my world from a greater threat. I wanted the greater good for everyone after making the necessary sacrifice. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard some remorse in Aru's tone. Wow, what do we have here? A monster with a conscience. No wonder they chose to make you the first to gain the power of an emperor. Maybe they see you as an honest person, worthy of trust even. Then he raised his voice and looked at the rest of the local emperors. If the honest person among you is willing to sacrifice 13,000 saints and sages, 13,000 people in order to gain power, people who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years and have their own stories, lives, and ambitions, people who have families who love them, then what does the immoral person among you do then? Then he turned back to look at Flora. I am not saying that I am an angel descending from heaven. I decided to be a devil and sacrifice you in order to gather power, but isn't that what you are doing as well? At least when I decided to sacrifice, I decided to attack a distant planet. As for you, you are sacrificing each other. Robin waited a few seconds before sighing. I came today mainly to see why the 7th wave has not started yet, but I also came to see if there is a way out that I can give you. Perhaps my feeling of guilt towards the people of this world will ease a little, but I no longer see any reason why I would hesitate to finish you off. My demons, are you hungry? Chapter 628. Rumble, rumble. Yes, my lord. All the demons shouted in unison, shaking the ground. All the demon emperors stood shoulder to shoulder on the wall with a killing intent that would pierce the sky. The standard demon army, from the little cubs in the Energy Foundation realm to those at the top of the Sage realm, looked as if they were eager to hear the order. Years have passed since the siege that reduced their rations by a large margin, and most of the corpses the suicide hunting squads bring go to the demon kings to help them get to the martial emperor realm as quickly as possible. So are they hungry? Very. All the emperors of the orphan blood planet mobilized their energies until the ground began to shake beneath their feet. Fear and uncertainty were evident in their eyes, but they were all ready to fight here until the end no matter what. They must stop the demon army, or else disaster will strike their whole world. Caca. That's enough. Everyone, stay in your place. The sky quickly became cloudy again, and lightning bolts began to fall like rain. Although they did not harm anyone, they were enough to attract attention to Aru again, who pointed at Robin and shouted angrily. Do you think we are a group of clowns? If we are in a life or death fight, we will be satisfied by standing in front of your demon emperors without moving and allowing that cursed army of yours to bypass us. Any indirect attack from us will kill tens of thousands of your demons before they can get out of those walls. Robin nodded in agreement with a confident smile on his face. I realize that at least you will be able to kill half of the demon army before they spread out, perhaps so you can kill a large number of demon emperors before you are all annihilated. Or perhaps you will be able to take the battle inside the walls and destroy the demon families inside as a form of revenge. I realize that the possibilities for your reactions are many and they are all truly frightening, but so what? Whoever is left of the demons after this massacre will be enough to wipe out your planet clean, and they in turn will have enough food to multiply their numbers several times. Aru opened his eyes wide. The look in this lord's eyes said a lot. That person really didn't care about the number of deaths among the demons. He considered them tools, no, even less than tools. How could the demons remain silent after hearing something like this? Aru quickly looked at Sakar, hoping to say words to him to try to create a rift between him and that lord, but he found Sakar still burning with raw intent to kill. All the demon emperors seemed as if they had not heard anything, and some of them even grew more excited when they thought about the amount of food and the doubling of their numbers after the victory. What lord is this? How did he manage to gain the loyalty of these monsters? Aru returned to looking into Robin's unfazed eyes again. I see, he himself is the most sinister monster of them all. Think again, once you release the attack command you won't be able to withdraw it. Don't forget that we can still make more emperors. Once this final battle begins we will not hold ourselves off anymore. You will see another 100 emperors in front of you in a single day. No one will win in this case. Aru tried again. They had maintained their arrogance for a long time under the cover of illusion, but now that the truth about sacrificing their army was revealed, that confidence had evaporated. In the end, the number of emperors is actually equal, but there is a huge number of sages in the ranks of the demons, and now that Lord has appeared who received a direct attack from the Thunder Bull without even blinking. The beginning of this unequal battle means the annihilation of all the emperors of the planet Orphan Blood. They will struggle for a while and take many demons with them, but their end is inevitable. Come on, we all know there won't be another 100 of you, not even another 30 if I guess right. But then again, it doesn't matter. If more of you show up, the more I will kill. Robin shrugged. I imagine your corpses will be a great help for the rest of the demon kings to mutate. You. Aru almost shouted something else when he noticed something and lowered his voice again. Since you're so confident, why haven't you given the order to attack yet? What do you want? Oh, so even a human with the head of a bull can be intelligent? I do want something and only you can give it to me. Robin raised his hand and propped his chin mockingly. Say it, if it's reasonable we can discuss it. Aru spoke with much difficulty. He didn't come today with the intention of negotiating for his life. Robin then began to pass his golden eyes towards the Orphan Blood Planet Emperors before returning to focus his eyes on Aru again. Sacrificing the energy foundations of a large number of cultivators in order to craft an Emperor Realm Foundation is not a bad idea, but it is very difficult to implement. Even if I had this idea, I would have suffered for hundreds or even thousands of years to implement it. Why do you have it, and why can you use it so many times with ease? Aru did not open his mouth. Robin pointed twice at Aru's energy gathering center. There is also something strange going on in the foundations of your Emperor's realm that is very eye-catching. You, for example, have a small lightning bolt that attacks the scattered pieces that made up your foundations, destroying the fragments of the laws in them, and rewriting them using the fourth stage from the major heavenly law of lightning. Meaning that in a few more years all those scattered pieces will disappear and you will have true Emperor's foundations, all built with the major heavenly law of lightning, and even a perfect law up to the fourth stage. And I do not see that you control that technique either, as it works automatically before my eyes now. That technique is a few times better than my foundation modification technique. I apologize for my rudeness, but this is something a humble civilization like yours should not have. And? Aru asked impatiently, his features turning for the worse because he could already guess what Robin's next move would be. I want all the information about the sacrifice process and this modification technique and where you got it from. In return, I will give you 10 years of peace. And indeed, Robin did not disappoint. Rumble. Forget it. Aru shouted, and the sky behind him thundered loudly. This is the only thing we have that allowed us to stay strong in front of your demons up till this day, and you want us to hand it over? Do you think we are stupid to put our neck in your hand? Robin laughed. Let's be reasonable here. I know there are still some cultivators here and there on your planet that you can use to make more emperors, but how many emperors? By estimation, you can make a maximum of about 20 more emperors if you sacrifice your families. Meanwhile, I can bring food to the demons through that space portal behind me and nourish them until they produce 20 more emperors with ease. Your reliance on sacrifice weakens you, not strengthens you. Give me those techniques or items and I will grant you some good conditions. Work for me, you and your families will live in better conditions and thrive like never before. More importantly, you will not need to sacrifice anyone else. Impossible. How can we trust the words of someone like you? No matter what method you use or how you assure us, it is impossible for us to hand over our last line of defense against you. Even if we all die, we will not let you have it. Aru shouted again angrily, and the rest of the emperors behind him agreed as well. Robin was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and shook his head. It seems that convincing you with the oath tablets is not possible at the moment. That's okay too. I will give you one last way to end the day in peace. If you lot didn't agree to this one too, then you don't need to respond. I advise you to just attack directly as the battle will be unavoidable. Aru looked at the rest of the emperors next to him, who nodded towards him, then he suppressed his anger a little and asked, "What is it?" Robin smiled and then pointed at Flora. "I want her." Chapter 629. Rumble. Rumble. Aru did not utter a word in response to Robin, but lightning began to spread throughout his entire body and emanate from his eyes, as if it was preparing to devour him. "You dare!" One of the emperors of the Orphan Blood Planet couldn't restrain himself and shouted. That person had horns coming out of the side of his head and red hair as well. It was clear that he was Flora's relative. "We can die, but we cannot be humiliated." Another emperor shouted angrily. Not only him, but many of the emperors of the Orphan Blood Planet took defensive positions, but not all of them. A large number of the emperors looked sideways at Flora. They did not say anything to agree to the offer or urge Flora to think, but they were not ready to fight either. It was clear that they were seriously considering the offer, or more accurately, they had already agreed, but they did not dare to say it aloud. Robin seemed as if he did not see the division taking place in front of him. To be more precise, he did not seem to care. When he saw some of them shouting at him, he just raised his shoulders slightly. "I gave you your chance. If you don't appreciate it, then there is no need to talk anymore." Then he raised his hands, ready to give a signal to the demons to advance. Roar! The demons bared their fangs and showed their claws, millions of them ready to pounce forward and continue pushing forward to the end. Wait. At this tense moment, a feminine voice came out. What exactly do you want from me? Flora. Aru shouted in a voice that shook the hearts of everyone below the realm of an emperor. Don't say that you are thinking of submitting to that pervert. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly at this. There was no need to soil his reputation like that, right? Do you have another solution? If I have to sacrifice myself for our world, so be it. Some tears appeared in Flora's eyes and she cried out. You will not go with him, this matter is over. I will not allow my life to continue knowing that your honor was the price. Even if you were cut into pieces today, I will not allow it. Aru looked very agitated and grabbed a random lightning bolt passing by him and raised it. It was clear that he was trying to throw it at Robin, but Soccer stood in his way again. As for Robin, he raised his palms in stupefaction at what was happening and looked right and left at the demon kings and emperors next to him, as if he were telling them, can you believe these fools? But one of the goblin kings did not understand Robin's confusion and shouted at Aru, what is the problem if you gave that woman to the Lord to be his maid and warm his bed? This is an honor for you. Thump. Robin raised his hand and slapped his forehead, then turned back to look at Flora. Listen, I'm doing research on emperors right now and I need someone in the emperor realm who can use the 4th stage of the laws to cooperate with me. That's all, don't let your imagination take you too far. Flora's terrified features calmed down a little and she replied, why me? Standing in the vanguard means that you have a respectable leadership role, and this means that a large number will respect your decision. Secondly, you have great power that rivals Ammonius. Even though you are young in age, you were the second to accept sacrifice after your leader, the bull, and this is evidence of your talent and that you will be of greater benefit to my research. Thirdly, I see many people of the same lineage as you among the emperors, and this is enough to speak of the influence of your tribe on the planet, and that they will do what they can to ensure that you remain safe during the 5 years and prevent anyone from thinking of any useless tricks. And last, that electrical brother wants to protect you and will most likely not break an agreement if you take part in it. Do you want other reasons? Robin waved unconcernedly. Flora was silent for a moment. What is it for us if I come with you and help you with this research? Will you order the demons to leave us alone? Please don't overestimate yourself. I would have given you 10 years of peace in exchange for the sacrifice method. Do you think I would give up on this entire planet for you? Robin spoke condescendingly. Actually, whether you refuse or not doesn't matter. If I start the battle now, I will be able to capture a bunch of you alive. I just want to avoid losing a number of my emperors, so let's do it like this. My offer is a 5-year truce. Within 5 years, I want you to completely move around the city with a promise from me that the demon emperors will not leave the city either. I also want the bodies of the law users that you lot sacrificed. If you accept this and come with me quietly, after the end of the 5 years, I will return you to your family without a scratch. You want me hostage then? Flora furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Interpret it as you wish, are you in or not? Robin shrugged slightly. Of course not. Aru shouted at Robin and then turned back to look at Flora. It's a trap. He wants to remove the emperors of both parties from the equation and leave the rest of the demon army to wreak havoc on the world. Isn't that what we're trying to prevent in the first place? Robin quickly responded, I will prevent the demon army from advancing, except for hunting parties that will go out to hunt randomly and in small numbers. Isn't this what you have been doing all your history? During the 5 years, you may consider this city as another tribe. Its hunting parties would go out to kill or be killed, but if I heard that you have allocated elite teams to confront our hunting teams, I will consider you have broken the deal and the army will march. Nonsense. We give you the bodies of hundreds of thousands of our brothers to eat after we gave them a decent burial, and we leave demon hunting parties to hunt our sons to feed more of your kings so that they will turn into emperors. And then what? After the end of 5 years, we find that the number of demon emperors in your army has doubled. Do you think we are fools? Forget it. Aru shouted forcefully. None of this seemed to go their way. Robin smiled. This is your problem. Whether you want a 5-year truce, perhaps thinking of other solutions, or you want to declare war in death today. In either case, I have no problem. I will give you 5 minutes to decide. The demons around Robin did not open their mouths as their lord spoke, but they were really hoping inside that the enemy emperors would reject the offer so that they could begin a war of annihilation immediately. As for Robin, he was acting as if he did not care in order to frighten the emperors of the orphan blood planet even more, but he really wanted to make this deal. Firstly, where would he get an emperor who could use the 4th stage and that emperor would be willing to cooperate with him in research except in this way? Even if all the enemy emperors were arrested and they refused to cooperate, they would be of no use. Secondly, sending miniature squads to hunt in a small and random manner, isn't this what the demons were sent here for in the first place? Their poaching is what changed the situation to what it is. When some were about to shout at Robin in disapproval and others were hesitating whether to try to convince Flora or not, a voice rang out. There's no need to wait, I agree. Flora, you don't have to accept this. Aru barely restrained himself and tried to deter her from her decision. You go back and think about something. Don't waste the opportunity of 5 years. Dying today will do us no good. Flora spoke solemnly, then lit the flame on her body for a moment, so all the blood and dust burned away, and her injured lips became red again. Then she began to advance towards Robin slowly under the eyes of Aru and the rest of the emperors in a humiliating scene. No one said anything to stop it or say that they rejected the truce. It was like someone putting a sword to your neck and asking you whether you want to die today or in 5 years. There was only one right answer, so even Aru, whom everyone heard the sound of his teeth gnashing, did not say anything. As for Robin, he looked from top to bottom at the amazingly beautiful girl who came down to stand in front of him. A big smile appeared on his face. Welcome. Chapter 630. 2 hours ago. Under a giant tree with pointed, brown leaves, a group gathered. Will there be anything new today, or will we rely on Tribe Master Aru and Noble Miss Flora to attack them as usual? A person with a face full of pimples spoke in a slightly angry tone. Do you have another suggestion? Don't tell me you're still trying to make us attack them with all our might, right? Another person with red eyes and red hair responded. And what's the problem with that? Tribal Master Aru and Noble Miss Flora attack them almost every day and start fair challenges under our supervision. The demons are used to this situation now, and perhaps they are looking forward to us coming today to watch the show. Why should we give these strangers fair challenges in the first place? I suggest we strike with all our strength today and kill a large number of their emperors before we leave. This will be a devastating blow to them, and we will be able to completely annihilate them. Wasn't this the plan in the first place? This time, Aru was the one who responded. And this is still the plan, but you see for yourself that whenever we went, we found all of their emperors lined up on the wall, ready for battle. It has been almost 2 years since this total siege began, and they still have not relaxed their defenses even a little. Even if we attack with all our strength now, it will not only be one-on-one battles against their emperors, but rather their entire army will join the battle. If this happens, then our naked backs will be exposed. An old man with closed eyes stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Tribe Master Aru, I understand what you are saying, and I really appreciate your plan, but don't you see that the long breath policy is not to our advantage? Even under siege, they are still becoming emperors while we have to kill countless numbers to reach our level. How long will we wait? Until they add 20 or 50 more emperors into their ranks? By then even the siege will not work. Yes, why do we wait for the number of emperors on their side to increase before we increase our numbers as well? Support my proposal and let us create 10 emperors today and use the numerical difference to attack. Or have you all become soft now because all those remaining are your close families? Another person with a white tail shouted angrily. Flora, who was leaning on the tree trunk indifferently, straightened up as the flame caught on her hair. Hoishi Halef, I realize that you are angry because you sacrificed all of your tribe's cultivators, but the alliance leader did not order it. Tribe Master Aru did not order you to do what you did it yourself with the principle of punishing yourself before others kill you. You knew that we would not have chosen an old fart like you to be an emperor and that your worthless tribe was going to be sacrificed anyway, so you did what you did willingly. Don't come to us and blame us. Did I even open the topic? Did I open the topic? The white-tailed person looked like he was about to collapse, but he kept his words as respectful as possible. Aru raised his palm to calm Flora down, then looked at the white-tailed person firmly. Do you think the decision to make sacrifices was painless and arresting the volunteers was that easy? After the first group of sacrifices was arrested, the army disbanded, and they fled each in a direction, so we now have to turn every rock and dry up rivers to find some volunteers. The fact that we can still keep up with these monsters is a miracle. Secondly, even if they were all in front of me waiting to be sacrificed, I would not have chosen that. We have committed enough sins and almost completely destroyed the civilization of our world. There are only a small number of cultivators left, only enough to make 27 emperors or help me reach level 46. Adding 27 emperors, or even strengthening me, will be a great help against their emperors, but when their army intervenes on their side, this advantage will quickly disappear, and we will return to a state of balance. Secondly, if we kill them all, then literally everything we know will collapse. What would be there to protect anymore? We have to keep them. We have to protect them and increase their numbers, not kill more. You mean increasing the number of cultivators of the Thunder Bull and Red Flame Dragon tribes? Another emperor spoke in a low voice. The Thunder Bull tribe also made sacrifices, and everyone knows it. Aru pointed towards the person who spoke and shouted, while the sound of thunder rumbled slightly in the sky. I did not say anything. In front of the frightened emperor, Aru lowered his arm and looked around a little. The word fragile is not enough to describe this alliance. This is to be expected since most of those present are tribe masters and geniuses from scattered tribes that were warring with each other just a few years ago. It is like an alliance between a snake and a mongoose, with each of them looking at the enemy with one eye and his so-called ally with the other. The only reason for the existence of an alliance at all is the presence of Aru and Flora. One of them is a military and martial genius who led his previously insignificant tribe to be among the 5 most powerful tribes in the world, while the other is a descendant of the strongest and most ancient tribe in the world. If the two had not supported each other, the resistance would have collapsed years ago, and not at the hands of the demons, but rather because the tribes would have fought among themselves. Aru finally let out a long exhale. All of you, don't worry. When was the last time I let down someone who trusted me? Count on me. Soon I will select a team from you, and we will launch a planned attack that will paralyze the demons' movements for at least 3 years. Even if I die during the attack, you will be sure of its success. Just trust me a little more. Of course. As long as Tribe Master Aru speaks, who are we to oppose? Tribe Master Aru never broke his promise. I've always trusted you, nephew. Dozens of emperors praised him with smiles that seemed fake, and their facial expressions showed a mixture of helplessness with a little bit of reassurance. But what else was in their hands? Aru did not ask for the position of alliance leader kindly, but rather crushed everyone who opposed him. He was already invincible when he was still at the peak of the sage level, so what about now that he had forced them to collect sacrifices for him and reach level 43 in the Emperor's realm? He is a person who cannot be played with. But at the same time, he never broke a word that left his mouth. Even though he is still a young man of not more than 100 years old, his stories in the world are countless, and he enjoys wide fame. If he said that he would save a person, he would save him, even if he was in the clutches of death. If he said that he would destroy anyone, he would destroy him and everyone who bore his family name. Fear mixed with some respect. This is how everyone sees the Thunder Bull Aru, but can he perform another miracle in these circumstances? No one knows, and no one has a say in that either. They can only reveal some of their anxiety and then immediately offer some praise. Between all that fake praise and fake smiles, Flora took a few steps to stand in front of Aru, then gently extended her hand until she reached the back of his head. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll buy us some time. Just promise me that you'll choose me for that team. Aru looked at her with eyes full of love instead of anger, then he also extended his hand and pulled her towards him until their foreheads touched. You know I can't promise that, but I will always try to have you by my side. I always try. Present time. Flora slowly landed and stood next to Robin with her head raised high. Crack, crack, rumble. Her clothes and external injuries were mostly treated after that red flame ignited within her. She tried through her appearance to show strength and firmness as much as possible, but her severed arm and turbulent heartbeat cast all those impressions aside. Crack, rumble, rumble, ah, ah, ah. Aru screamed until his lungs nearly burst. The cloudy sky above him split in half and rained down lightning bolts that melted the ground. The demons all took a defensive stance. Even Soccer looked serious, as he had never seen Aru this angry before. Only Robin looked at him with a half smirk stuck on his face. Aru finally managed to calm down a little and pointed at Robin with his index finger. You remember what happened today? Then he flew away. The rest of the Orphan Blood Planet Emperors looked at each other for a moment before following Aru. No one was left behind except Flora, who felt like she had become a lifeless doll. Chapter 631. Deep inhale. Whew. Robin let out a long exhale as he looked towards the horizon and put his hands behind his back. I have to admit, it's a completely different place out here. No wonder they call it Orphan Blood. In addition to the huge number of orphans and widows left behind by the existential war here, the place itself is suspiciously bloody. I wonder if the nature of this world affected the population, or if the bloodiness of the population affects the nature of the world. Since Robin's last step outside the space portal, he had been immediately preoccupied with current events. He had no time to spend contemplating his surroundings, and only now did he have this opportunity. Unlike the blue skies on both the Jura and Nehari planets, and the light green sky on planet Greenland, the crimson color was dominant here. In the sky, there are 6 small crimson suns moving quickly. They appear in a bloody twilight and disappear after several minutes in a sunset before reappearing again randomly. The clouds were also affected by the color of the sky and the sun, so they took on a dark red shade. Of course, the general atmosphere and even the soil were not spared from this irritating color. As for the trees around the city walls, they were full of thorns instead of leaves. The ground exuded a dark sap that Robin had never seen before, but it was clear that the soil was not suitable for growing anything edible. Just by looking, I can see resources and minerals that are supposedly scarce in Jura, Greenland, and even in Nehari lying everywhere here. But I can also understand the way this world works, where the strong literally eat the weak. This place is destined for bloodshed. There is no safety or stable system of governance in an environment where the laws of bloodlust and chaos are common. It's a miracle they still have the tribal system. Robin shook his head as he looked around and saw Amon and Sakar approaching and floating in the air next to him. Amon, who was completely healed, asked hesitantly, the laws of bloodlust and chaos? Emotions like bloodlust have laws, Lord? And even chaos is governed by a law. Everything is governed by laws, Amon. You yourself are a moving mass of laws. Robin showed a slight smile. Have you never thought that there are places you go to be happy and other places that make you sad? These places have the laws of those emotions accumulated to a certain extent, and it seems that this is what happened here as well. In this case, bloodlust has taken over throughout the planet. You have to be extremely clear-headed to be able to ignore this type of sensation and choose reason instead of bloodshed. Then why didn't the Lord create any techniques for the laws of emotions? The Lord has created hundreds of techniques until today. Amon asked again. Robin laughed. Why would I make a technique for emotions? Increasing bloodlust, anger, and all those negative emotions without really increasing strength means creating suicide soldiers, and reducing these types of emotions creates insensitive people that are no different from stones. There are certain things that should not be tampered with and should be left as they are because there is no point in messing with them. The laws of emotions are one of them. Then he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. And there are other laws that even if I wanted to tamper with them, I can't. Until this moment, I thought that death was the only law that gave me this warning to back off, but today the law of chaos took second place. To this degree? Amon asked again. Sakar seemed to be listening carefully as well. Robin smiled and looked around for a bit, then pointed towards a small purple tree near the wall. This tree over there is full of life and is still young, but the law of chaos is starting to accumulate on it. Something is going to happen very soon. Let's see together. After a few seconds, swoosh, the tree left its roots and flew upwards until it disappeared over the horizon. Haha, well, that was very random. I thought it was going to wither or something. Even Robin couldn't suppress his laughter. This is what's happening then? We thought the locals wanted to confuse us with these strange events. A few days ago, the water well caught on fire. Morin came floating over and approached Robin, accompanied by a number of demon kings and emperors. Even Flora, floating in the air with a stray gaze, seemed to have her eyes come back to life again as she listened to Robin. She was a local and knew this type of chaotic event to the point that it had become a reality and should not be questioned. This was the first time she heard anything about the law of chaos. What you saw and experienced is nothing but a slight interference from the law of chaos, just a simple disturbance to this world. According to what I see, the law of chaos interferes with other laws and influences them to work in a strange and illogical way, but the proportion of the law of chaos here is still within the reasonable limit. If this law were to increase even a little bit, it would become impossible to live here. Then he clapped once. The important thing is, I intended to stay here for a while to conduct some research in this world, but it seems that this will not be possible. The chaos here will double the time needed to complete anything important. It is better for me to return to Greenland. So fast, my lord. Amon's voice sounded sad. Robin nodded, still looking around with his golden eyes. You don't need me for the next while. Just stay near the space portal to protect it and send reasonable hunting parties as promised to collect food for the demon kings. Try to increase the number of emperors among you to as many as possible within 5 years. Oh, and be prepared to protect yourself against a surprise attack at any time, because I do not imagine that they will keep the 5-year pact for too long. Humph. Flora bellowed angrily but did not add another word. Moirine nodded but did not agree completely. We will prepare as you ordered, Lord, but there is no need to worry too much. As you saw, Aru accepted the agreement and left. This means that he will most likely keep his promise. Sakar didn't say a word, but he nodded. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Sakar. Oh, even you vouch for your enemy's truthfulness in a life or death situation like this? He seems to be a more interesting character than he seems. But that doesn't change my will, even if he doesn't do it, there are many others. Yes, my lord. Morin and the rest of the demon kings nodded. Then Robin returned to looking at Flora with a half smile. Have you ever dreamed of leaving your world before? Chapter 632. Central Continent. The hidden space portal in the forests. Buzz. The space portal on the other side has been activated. Prepare to receive the arrivals. The guards around the gate stood and took defensive positions, while a number of other weaker ones approached the space portal in a submissive manner to help carry anything that came out of that space portal or perhaps treat the injured. Who is coming? Is the Lord back? A young demon started jumping and looking at the space portal excitedly. He was not alone, as currently, tens of thousands of demons of different ages surrounded the gate. Less than an hour ago, the Lord came here to check on the situation, then he used the portal to go to the farm planet. This news spread like wildfire among the demon families, and a large number of them came to the portal to see the Lord for the first time. All these events did not take more than a few minutes, and when most of them arrived, they found that the Lord had already left for the farm planet. But this did not prevent more and more demon families from gathering here to hear a description of His Excellency from those who saw him and more news about that legendary person. He was the person who gave them the ability to hear, speak, and use soul sense after they were handicapped. He protected them from the oppression of the Nihiri giants after they drove them like livestock and killed their cubs while they slept like insects. He allocated half a continent to be under their control and helped them build a society after they were traveling astray in the form of small families consisting of a few hundred individuals. There were many other things that the Lord changed in their lives. These were things they would never forget even if they tried. Robin's solutions were techniques that could be practiced when the demon reached a certain level of strength and intelligence, but it was not a radical solution. Therefore, all their cubs were still born without the sense of sight and hearing, and thus they also could not speak. When their parents saw them like this, they would automatically remember their race's painful past, and they would remember the person who pulled them out of it when they used his techniques on their cubs. So even after the Lord left for more than an hour, large numbers of demons were still flocking to the gate's vicinity until this moment. You are dreaming? The magnificent Lord has just left. I bet he knew about the siege on the farm planet, so he went to them to help. He will definitely stay for months or even years to help our fathers and ancestors win, and he will definitely do it. The Lord is invincible. A skinny demon shouted, raising both hands. But at least one of our warriors will come and tell us about what the Lord did, right? Look, someone has come out. Is it a human? Is he one of the rune masters? As the crowds began to guess who this was, the space portal guards fell to their knees. We salute the Lord and welcome his safe return. Lord, it is truly the Lord. That young demon shouted and quickly knelt down, accompanied by his family and those around him. As for the skinny demon, he fell to his knee and hit his head on the ground. The Lord has returned, this means we have won the war. The Lord is invincible. The Lord is almighty. We salute the Lord. We salute the Lord. Robin nodded contentedly towards the large crowd in front of him and began waving at them kindly. He muttered in a voice that only the person standing next to him could hear, "It is good to know that the new generation of demons still appreciate what I did for them." As for the person who came out of the space portal to him, Flora, she was not in the mood to listen to Robin's words. Since she stepped outside the space portal, she was looking around in shock. This. Hee, I wonder, does your shock come from the fact that you are experiencing entering another world for the first time? Or because there are millions of demons on the other side of the space portal? Or perhaps you now understand that your siege all those years was useless and that the demons can bring whatever food they need from here to stay alive. In front of Flora's gaze, Robin couldn't help but laugh. Flora herself had no answer to this question. Everyone on the orphan blood planet knew well about the metal arch, how demons who approached it disappeared, and that there were demons who came out of it from time to time. But they thought that this metal arch led to the interior of the earth, or even to hell. Where, for example, would these barbaric creatures that only knew how to shed blood come from? The orphan blood planet, with its 6 red suns that gave it its crimson color, its high temperature, the absence of almost any agricultural crops, and the presence of all those warring races, wasn't it itself considered hell? How could the people of that world imagine a hell worse than the one they lived in? And they did. They were able to imagine that hell from which the demons came, a barren, dark place that did not have their bright suns, their rivers that could be cleaned and drunk, nor their trees whose sap could be drunk. This was why they gathered together and decided to protect the bounties of their world from those horrible demons. She was met with a clear blue sky and gentle golden sunshine, a breath of fresh air, and the soothing sound of rustling leaves. When she extended her soul sense just a little, she found a running river of fresh water and a large number of weak beasts that could be easily hunted. She even found huge sea beasts being dismembered at that moment, and each sea beast corpse was enough to feed thousands of people for weeks. She even found vast lands planted with different crops to feed domesticated beasts. An entire agriculture system was based on white creatures that resembled humans, but they were not human. This place, is it paradise? And in this bliss did millions of demons live? Although she had not spotted any emperor among them, there were undoubtedly tens or even hundreds of thousands of sages and saints here. You live in this place? And we. Flora muttered, feeling like she wanted to cry bitterly, but she held back her tears. Do those dirty demons live in a place like this? But they are still not satisfied and come to kill them. Robin understood some of her questions and stopped waving at the demons. Yes, the demons live here, and even on the Nihari planet they had very close natural conditions, but do natural conditions amount to everything? Do you think that if you had lived in this world, your situation would have changed? Maybe your food shortage problem would have been solved, but it is impossible for you to live in peace. You would have killed each other anyway to taint the soil with blood and turn the rivers red. I do not fault you personally, but according to my experience, this is the case with all intelligent beings. Planet Jura only had humans, and yet they found any trivial reason to shed each other's blood, such as the appearance of a metal mine or a noble wanting a new piece of land. There is no justice in these matters, there is only greed for what is available, and even ant colonies are ready to kill each other in exchange for a piece of candy. You are the last person to talk about justice. You saw our world. If you are so smart, then tell me, who among us should invade whom? Flora's already red eyes became redder as she stared at Robin with obvious hatred. Roar! Tens of thousands of demons felt Flora's hatred and killing intent toward their lord, so they stood ready to tear her apart. But Robin raised his right hand in motion for them to calm down, then pointed at Flora. Even a level 42 Empress would not survive an angry mob that includes millions of law users, and I don't want to lose an important research subject like you. Come with me, we will go to a quieter place. After these words, Robin flew up. Flora could hardly control her nerves as she flew after him. A number of senior demons tried to accompany them, but Robin refused and told them to stay where they were. Then he continued flying towards the west, accompanied by Flora alone. Chapter 633. A few hours later. Central Continent. The Imperial Capital. Hey, I am going to take a nap. One of the guards standing atop the high city wall yawned. Tisk, last time you said you were going to go pee and you were gone for an hour, now you say nap. Who knows how many hours you will be gone? The other guard was sitting on a chair, putting his foot on another chair. In his hand was a small dagger that he was throwing up and down to pass the time. And what is the problem with that? It is not like I will miss anything. Come on, man, cover for me if the supervisors pass by here. I just need 2 hours. And I will cover for you when I come back and let you do whatever you want. That guard started poking his friend in the shoulder. You cover me and I cover you? Are we here to guard or to play, you clown? The other guard was fed up and hit his colleague on the stomach with the backside of the dagger. Ouch, brother, what is your problem? The entire planet has been united, and everyone in the city is either veterans who spent years at Greenland or members of the Burton family who received the best cultivation and resources. This city is literally a huge military barracks. And not far from here lies the headquarters of the demons, and you know how high their loyalty is to His Excellency. Who would dare attack this place? I do not even know what we are guarding the city against. I feel like we are stealing the city by taking this salary. The other guard stood up and was about to argue with him further, but a voice from afar answered on his behalf. Haha, I do not blame you for thinking this way. This place was actually built to be a fortress, but we still need to be aware of the danger of beasts. Until this moment, we still do not know anything about the beasts and how strong they are. And I do not believe that the beasts that do not need to cultivate in order to strengthen themselves do not have a few members that can threaten the safety of the city. There might even be beasts as powerful as an emperor hiding here or there that we have not heard of yet. Who is there? Your Excellency. Your Excellency. The two guards quickly gave the military salute. Rest. Robin landed comfortably, and behind him was a woman more than 2.5 meters tall. Your Excellency, please give us a few minutes. We will inform the city officials of your arrival. The two guards bowed down, and because of their extreme tension, they forgot that the dagger was still in their hand until this moment. Robin nodded. All right, you can go, but I want to stand alone with this miss for a while before I come down from the wall myself or give you the signal to approach. I do not want anyone to come to me after you, okay? Yes, Your Excellency. The two saluted again and retreated. This was not a tone of fear, but of respect. This is quite rare for a murderous tyrant like you. Flora's voice came from behind Robin. Robin smiled and did not respond to her sarcasm, but rather pointed towards the huge city in front of them. Tell me, what do you see? Flora looked around slowly. The high towers pierced the sky, the gardens were scattered everywhere, and clean artificial rivers ran through the city. The shops were full of goods, and entertainment centers were full of children. There were open-air cultivation grounds where young people competed, and guards wearing shiny golden armor roamed the streets to ensure security. Adults and kids in the streets treated each other with love and respect, and even the challenges between them were friendly, with no one injured. Why not, when they were all relatives of His Excellency or descendants of great warriors who fought under his banner? In addition to the beautiful atmosphere and abundant food, everything here seemed new and thriving, and everything seemed perfect. Wherever she looked, she seemed to see Eden. This is Eden, Flora mumbled, a few drops of tears falling from her eyes without her realizing it. She quickly wiped them away and looked at Robin with anger in her gaze. How many lives did you take to build this place? I do not know, but for the sake of the conversation, let us say tens of millions. Robin responded with a frown without the slightest change in his voice. Greed blinded the people of this world. When I showed the things I can do, they attacked my city, destroyed it, killed most of my family members, and indirectly caused the death of my wife and the torture of my only biological son. But the one who had the last laugh was me, as you see. I united the entire planet through a sea of blood, and in the end, I reached this result that you see now. Cool, ha. Cool. You are a monster. Ha ha. Robin could not help himself and laughed out loud. I can sense 17,000 different law shards in levels 41 and 42. It seems that you were unable to find 9,000 saints and sages like the bullhead and had to add thousands of knights to fill the gaps. You alone used 17,000 cultivators to get to this power. Let us assume that you were forced to sacrifice all of them in order to gain power and achieve peace. Is that not what I did too? Please do not be a whore and talk to me about honor. How does this compare to that? We are fighting for our lives. Flora shouted excitedly. And I am fighting for everyone's lives. Robin replied firmly, then turned to look into her eyes. Secondly, do you not do the same thing every day? At least my war here was clear. They attacked me for what I had, and I killed them for my revenge and for the sake of uniting the planet under my authority, but you killed and ate each other because of what? Because you look different. This food shortage issue is trivial, you can simply raise domestic beasts and eat them or just stop reproducing like rabbits, but hating the different races has simply blinded you all. At least I managed to unite my planet after the bloodbath, and now we are pointing our swords at other planets. As for you, you are not even capable of dreaming of this type of unification. Look into my eyes and say that you would not have washed your planet with blood if you had known that the result would be true unification. Flora almost argued again, but she quickly closed her mouth and looked at Robin with a cold gaze. What is the reason for this conversation? You do not need to explain anything to me, I am but a mere hostage. Robin looked into her eyes for a few seconds before returning to watching the city with his hands behind his back. I do not know either. Maybe I am still trying to justify myself for invading your planet, or maybe I have taken pity on your talent and want you to be more than just a hostage. Chapter 634. More than just a hostage in what way? You said that you intend to use me to conduct experiments on the emperors, or are you going to break your promise now? I know that I am just a hostage in another world now, but you still need to know your limits. Clear killing intent flashed in Flora's eyes. Robin raised his eyebrows for a moment before he started laughing. Haha, your thinking has gone too far. You are not my type, so don't worry about anything perverted. I also know that there is something between you and the young bull called Aru. This is evident in your gazes and his screams. I honestly don't know how a love story arose between two people of different races on a hellish planet like this, but it is clear that it actually happened somehow. I will keep my promise, I will perform some experiments on you without humiliating you in any way, and you will return to your world after 5 years. It's good that you understand. Flora calmed down a little. Thinking about it, what's the deal with these experiments? Don't you have dozens of demon emperors under your command? And they all use the 4th stage of the laws as well, why me? What kind of experiments are you going to conduct on me? I will remind you again to know your limits. Demons are a race that I have not fully understood yet. During your fight against Amon, I realized that I would not be able to understand the energy pathways in his body anytime soon, and even if I did, I would be able to replicate it for humans. But you, as a descendant of humans, I can see through you easily. During your short fight, I was able to deduce several things already. Robin returned to looking at the dazzling city in front of him, smiling. The experiments will be simple. You will carry out 4th stage attacks in front of me in the manner I ask, that's all. You can continue doing this until the 5 years are over and return to your beloved, as long as you don't want anything more, of course. Descendant of humans? I am a descendant of red flame dragons. Don't compare me to your worthless race. Your kind was there at the orphan blood world but were all wiped out before I was even born. Flora looked down with eyes full of hatred and derogation. Secondly, no one would want anything from a little thug like you. A little thug? A little one at that. Robin turned to face Flora. You mentioned knowing my limits more than once as well. Wait a minute. You don't think you can kill me at any time, do you? Flora didn't answer, but maintained a derogatory look at him. A bit of killing intent flashed in her eyes again. Ha ha ha, so this is why I've been sensing your killing intent ever since we left Demon City. I thought you were just hating me so I didn't care. Were you thinking about whether you should kill me or not? Maybe the only thing stopping you from trying was your fear of the demons' reaction when they found out. Isn't this the truth? What keeps you away from death is one slap from me. Don't think that your little trick in the face of a ruse attack will scare anyone. You were definitely hiding some kind of gear, but that kind of gear will not help you against a physical attack. Flora tilted her head and crossed her arms in front of her plump chest, confidence evident in her words. And she was really confident of killing him. The only problem was what Robin mentioned, which is that the demons now know about the weak point of the orphan blood world. If the news of the death of their lord reaches them, they will certainly not leave anything without taking a bit out of it. This idea terrified her even more after she saw the millions upon millions of demons behind the space portal, ready to storm in at any time. So Robin's death was literally at her hands. She just didn't see much point in doing so, not yet at least. But she did not rule out cutting his throat if Robin tried to do something he shouldn't. Why do I feel like you're not joking? Robin's laughter calmed down little by little until it stopped completely, and a look of stupefaction covered his face instead. Do you think that a weak person will unite this world? Do you think that the demons who forced you to sacrifice your own people will volunteer to serve me because they are good-hearted? Flora stared into Robin's eyes for a few seconds. Then she looked him down and up before raising her right shoulder. Ah! Robin held the bridge of his nose and shook his head in that condescending manner. I can't continue working with you when this is your idea of me, otherwise you will always think that you have more options other than obedience. I have to change your view of me first. I'd like to see you try. A challenging smile appeared on Flora's face, and her slouched stance also turned into a defensive one. Robin shook his head and sighed, then looked around until finally pointing in a certain direction. See that dagger over there? Flora looked in that direction. Even with her sharp eyesight as a level 42 emperor, she had to squint a little to determine what Robin was referring to. It turned out that Robin was pointing towards the two guards whom he had ordered to leave a short while ago. The two guards were at the beginning levels of the Saint's realm, and under Robin's permission to inform the leaders of the city, they flew away as fast as they could to carry out the order. They had already traveled several miles and had approached the main command center in the city. As for the dagger that Robin mentioned, it was the dagger that the guard was playing with a while ago and was currently tied to his waist. Yes, I see. What about it? Why did you suddenly change the subject? Flora's mocking tone suddenly changed as the scene in front of her also changed. A moment ago, she saw the backs of the two guards flying quickly with the dagger on the waist of one of them. Now she saw Robin floating in front of her with his right hand behind his back and his left hand holding a blade. That blade was touching the pupil of her right eye. That blade. It was the dagger attached to the guard's waist. The dagger, which was more than 6 kilometers away. Click, click, click. At this moment, a ringing sound came from under Flora's feet. She automatically looked down without moving a muscle and found metal rings on the floor, all of them precisely cut and from the same point. At first sight, she recognized them. They were the 6 metal rings that were adorning her ears. Key! Flora wanted to scream, but no sound came out, and her body, the body of a level 42 empress, froze in place. Her mind stopped working at this moment, but even if it worked at full efficiency, what could she do? If Robin extended his hand a little longer, the dagger would pierce her eyes and destroy her brain. Was she supposed to gain speed and run back? Use speed to win against a person who traveled a distance of more than 12 kilometers back and forth, cut off her 6 earrings with precision as if he was cutting cheese, and then found enough time for himself to strike a flashy pose in front of her eyes. Robin left her for a few seconds to comprehend the situation before he continued in a cold tone while still staring into her eyes. Listen carefully, woman. I am a person who loves absolute power without a partner. If you want those 5 years to go as promised, then this will be the last time you challenge me or even hear a tone that I do not like from you. Tisk. I had to sacrifice the 35th foundation for this nonsense. If I feel you disrespecting me again, what will be cut off will not be the 6 rings, but your neck, your heart, your 2 eyes, your liver, and your spinal cord. Then I will return to the orphan blood planet and I will bring 2 or 3 other emperors back to replace you. Was that clear? Gulp. Understood. Robin's cold features turned into a gentle smile again, and then he turned the dagger in his hand so that the handle was now facing Flora's eyes. Good girl, return this dagger to its owner. We don't want him to think we stole it, right? Yes. Chapter 635. Swoosh. Shush. Shush. Flora suddenly appeared in front of the 2 guards, forcing them to stop with difficulty. Ah, what do you want from us? The scene of Flora standing loosely behind His Excellency and giving him derogatory gazes in front of them was still stuck in their minds, so her appearance now prompted the 2 guards to take a defensive position. Flora did not say anything. She did not seem to hear anything. Her eyes were stunned, and her face looked like a mixture of fear and shock. So she just gently threw the dagger at one of them, then with a swoosh, she disappeared from in front of them and headed towards the wall to stand behind Robin again. What is wrong with this big woman? The guard remained in a defensive position until Flora moved away to a safe distance. Only then did he relax a little and look at the object she threw at him. Damn, is that not my dagger? It is my dagger. Why is it not on my waist? Oh, you never leave this thing on your side. Did you forget it on the wall when you saw His Excellency? Maybe? I do not know. I can almost swear it was tied to my waist. Phew, it is good that it came back to me. Maybe I should thank her later. Let us go. It was not long before a crowd of old people appeared. They all approached until they stood at a safe distance from the wall and waited until Robin permitted them to come closer. When they arrived, they all bowed and began to introduce themselves. They were all either elders from the Burton family or advisors and senior officers who participated in the climax of the Greenland War. Through a few questions, Robin was reassured about the situation in the imperial capital, its residents, the method of preparing the new generation of young people, and the available education methods. After he was reassured about the basics of life and food resources in the city, and that his research and development team had opened another sky opening tower for them here so that they could help to constantly develop the city, he decided to leave for Greenland to begin his research on flora. But the crowd in front of him did not take this decision lightly. Your Excellency, what will the residents of your city say when they learn that their emperor came to the wall and did not take a step inside? Please at least come and take a look at your palace. It did not take the elders long to convince Robin to waste some time in the city and then visit his imperial palace, which he had never seen before. This was the first time that Robin entered his imperial city as well. The city was built with all the riches of the Jura planet after the unification war to be a symbol of power and authority, and it is clear from the designs of everything he saw that its city builders took this point into account. In addition to the high towers that suggest strength and the widespread green spaces that inspire peace with their artificial waterfalls, even the residential areas are dramatic palaces. At each corner, there is a thick metal rectangle the length of an adult man. The children would place their hands on it for a moment, say something, and then go back to racing or doing challenges. When Robin asked about it, he found that these are tablets that can withstand 10,000 oaths. They were presented by the elders of the city to the public. At the beginning of every year, the runes on the tablets are destroyed, and then new runes are redrawn to be reused. He even found statues of himself at every crossroads. In front of the imperial palace, even Robin raised his eyebrows, marveling at the genius of the design and the luxury of the construction. The palace was surrounded by a hollow metal fence and beautifully trimmed trees. Since Robin crossed that metal fence, he had to fly for several minutes over vast green spaces and artificial lakes before he reached the palace building. As for the palace itself, it was in the shape of an octagon, with a huge dome above it. Its color was milky white, without a speck of dust, and it had a strange shine under the sun as if it were made of pearls. Robin knew immediately what stone was used in this building. It was one of the hardest minerals on the planet, but it was not used in making weapons because reforming it is very difficult. The fact that they were able to find this amount of this specific mineral is a miracle in itself. When he asked the elders, they told him that they had bought a quantity of nihari to complete the construction. The palace is surrounded by 8 smaller buildings, all of which are octagonal as well. The elders explained that these buildings were intended for servants and guards who were chosen at the highest level. The palace was completely isolated from the city, and the guards and servants were told not to make any unnecessary noises. They could even be evacuated altogether with a signal from Robin, so Robin no longer needed to hide underground to have some privacy. However, the elders led him to see a network of underground basements. This network of basements took up the entire area of the palace and almost a quarter of the area of the green spaces around it, making it a small underground village. Robin tried to send his soul sense to scan the network of basements and create a map of it in his mind, but he failed to penetrate it. When he asked, he found that it was one of the properties of the stone designated for building the basements. Robin soon learned why that stone was chosen for construction. The map of the basement network showed a huge room in the middle, fully equipped for research if Robin insisted on being completely isolated. But it also showed the locations of many well-secured rooms, and between those rooms, there was a huge maze. It was a prison from which there was no escape. When he asked them what this was, they told him that it was prepared in case he wanted to bring some things or some people to conduct experiments on them, so that each subject had its own room. When Robin heard this, he burst out laughing. Haha, nice. It would be a waste if I did not put it to good use. Well then, I will try out the palace for a few days. Even Flora, who remained silent, felt a shiver down her back. Does this not mean that she will be the first subject of experiments here? Should she be honored by this? After a few more tours of the palace and the exchange of some respectful words, the elders left Robin alone in the palace with Flora. Ha! Robin sat on his huge throne in a huge hall that could seat tens of thousands of people, then smiled at Flora standing in front of him. All right, here we go. What are you waiting for? I want you to ignite everything you see using the 4th stage of the fire law. Ha ha. Chapter 636. 2 years later. The residence of the governor of the ancestral continent, formerly the palace of the king of the Black Sun Kingdom. What do you mean production decreased again? The person sitting at the governor's desk stood up and hit his desk with his palms. It was not known whether that person was 20 or 50 years old. His features were young, but his forehead was full of wrinkled lines from knitting his eyebrows. His eyes were strong and focused, but the skin around them was dark, and their whites were full of red lines due to the lack of sleep. His hair was black and went down to his shoulders, but white hair had begun appearing from overthinking. The fingers with which he hit the desk were tight and strong, but their tips were bloody and uneven, a sign that he was eating them to relieve his anxiety. A 50-year-old man standing in front of him spoke quickly and agitatedly. Your Highness Alfred, please calm yourself down. I went to the talisman workshop in the city of Burning Flowers myself to confirm that perhaps there had been an accident that had caused them to delay, but they said that some of the rune masters had taken a vacation and that was why production had decreased. Production has decreased by 80%. Did all the rune masters over there decide to take vacations at the same time? And that happened the moment we asked for production to increase as well. Alfred's shouts became more intense. What about the divine smith factories I asked you to visit? Since the person in charge of that area, St. Peter Burton, died under mysterious circumstances and all the divine blacksmith factories are working as they please, every time I visit one I hear that some of them are sick, some of them want to spend time with their families, and others are demanding salary increases. The man in his 50s looked away sadly. And not only the blacksmith factories and rune workshops, but the strikes and production disturbances have reached the beast farms, quarries, and search teams for ink supplies. Almost everything related to military equipment has been paralyzed since the request from the Shadow Swords to increase production. A disaster. This is a complete disaster. Alfred felt that his legs could no longer support the weight of his body as he collapsed in place. When Billy Burton decided that sitting behind a desk was no longer suitable for him and that he wanted to go to work as a general, he found no one better than Alfred Marley to be his successor. Firstly, because there is no living member of the Burton family who has experience in administration since almost all the elders died in the siege of the ill-fated Jura city. Meanwhile, Alfred received administrative training worthy of a king. And secondly, because the Marleys took a strict oath to serve Robin, and of course, Alfred's loyalty to Robin was tested and it cannot be doubted. When Alfred heard the news that he had been chosen to be the ruler of the entire ancestral continent, he felt extremely proud and swore that he would do everything in his power to live up to his excellency and prove to him that he had done nothing wrong by keeping the Marley family alive. But, I wish I had refused. Oh, I wish I had refused. Alfred scratched his head with his uneven nails until they turned crimson. Governor, what do we do now? Before Alfred could shout that he didn't know, another voice spoke in the room, leave us alone. Key. When the man in his 50s heard this artificial sound, he knew that one of the Shadow Swords had arrived, so he turned and quickly left the room. As for Alfred, he did not move, but rather the scratching of his head had begun to get tougher. Another Shadow Sword, what now? You came to tell me that I am a failure again. Do you all think that I do not already know this? Go and tell the superiors to bring in another ruler, I have had enough. Alfred, it's me. The shadow of a handsome, long-haired young man emerged from the darkness directly in front of Alfred. Alfred raised his head. Theo, you're back. I wasn't supposed to come back. Theo's reply was simple but meaningful enough. Alfred returned to putting his head in his hands. I understand. The reports of my failure reached you and made you abandon your mission in which you spent years. Then you came yourself to remove me from my position or even imprison me, right? I knew it was a matter of time. I am sorry, I should not have accepted this responsibility. The other 5 continents are all running perfectly because I am not their ruler. I am a waste of air. Theo looked sadly with pity for a few seconds before sighing. Obviously I should have come earlier. We are indeed suffering from a lack of equipment, but I am not here to punish you. Get yourself together, Alfred. We know that this is not your fault. Huh? What do you mean? Aren't you here to make me stand down? Alfred raised his head in astonishment. No, we have known the cause of these disturbances for years, but we decided to ignore them and work out short-term solutions to manage the situation in order to focus on the big picture, but they pushed their luck a lot by starting a mass strike when we were ordered to increase production. Obstructing His Excellency's plans is courting death. Theo spoke coldly. Alfred stood up slowly with a disbelieving smile on his face. Really? Don't you blame me? I mean, what are you up to now? The entire continent is behaving strangely, even the factories and workshops run by a member of the Burton family are currently facing difficulties. Theo replied with cold eyes. I will hand you 5,000 Shadow Swords, and there is an army of 50,000 elite law users coming from the Imperial City as we speak. They will all follow your orders. Assassinate whoever you have to assassinate and kill whoever you have to kill. If you feel that you have to exterminate entire families, do not hesitate to do it. And I also want you to force all workers in the field of military manufacturing to recite a strict oath that forces them to produce a specific quantity per month, and whoever refuses, kill him or force him to recite an oath not to forge anything again in his life. Military industrialization is not a place where anyone can tamper with. 5,000 Shadow Swords? I didn't even know there were that many. And 50,000 elites from the Imperial City? Do you mean the Greenland veterans? This will set the continent on fire again. It will remind everyone of the old fire whose ashes we have been working hard to cover. Reports say that those who went on strike, took leave, etc. have not stopped manufacturing. There are large quantities of divine weapons, talismans, and even arrays flooding the black market, but that is not what worries us since we can retrieve those weapons easily. The real problem is that most of the productive capacity of these individuals has not yet appeared on the black market, meaning they are stashing it. What are they collecting military gear for, Alfred? Theo took a few steps until he reached the window. Is this production dwindling? Storing weapons in such quantities? Alfred opened his eyes to the end. But there is no other army on the planet Jora that would benefit from this weapon. Why would they do something like this? None yet. Theo tilted his head to the side. Whoever the hidden hand is behind what's happening is planning something big in the near future. We can't turn a blind eye any longer. We have to cut off that hand right now. Then he went back to looking out the window. You say we're going to light a fire. We were trying to cover its ashes, but their actions say they still see the ashes and they don't want to look away. If that's what they want, that's fine. Let's remind them of the past and light them on fire again. But, Alfred clenched both hands. Theo turned to face him. Don't worry too much. You won't repeat the massacre exactly as it was. Just use the forces carefully, focus on protecting the military production, and provide options for the guilty. As I told you, they just should know that there are consequences and realize that they are not as immune as they think they are. That's all. You say that I will not repeat the massacre, but this campaign will leave thousands or even tens of thousands dead. The ancestral continent will remember again. Alfred sat helpless again. Good, let them remember. Theo turned to face Alfred again. I'm not here to put you on the spot or force you to do the dirty work. This is just the job of the governor, and this is why I'm addressing you. You can of course refuse and resign if you find that the task is too much for you. I'll do it. Chapter 637. Planet Nihari. Northern Region. Inside the palace of the leader of the Azil tribe. Boom. What do you mean you haven't found my great-grandson yet? A Nihari giant stood up and shouted so loudly that the ears of all the servants in the palace bled. Although that giant did not have anything special on him, he was of the same race as the Nihari giants and the same height as the rest. Perhaps the only thing that distinguished him was his large, untrimmed beard, and his body was full of muscles even for a giant. He did not wear any clothes that suggested luxury. Rather, his upper half was completely naked, and there was no noble aura around him. On the contrary, he emitted a strong thirst for blood. However, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Anyone who saw him would automatically feel the need to kneel. If Richard had been here, he would have recognized him immediately. He was the leader of the Al-Azil tribe, the person who ordered the killing of his mother, the chief of the Azil tribe, Dawudar. Please calm down, Your Majesty. The search is still ongoing, and we may find him at any time. Another giant who was kneeling in front of him responded. That giant's aura showed that he had reached the maximum potential of the third stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo, to the point that he was no longer absorbing energy to strengthen himself, meaning that he was at the top of the dragon realm. The search has been going on for 10 days. My great-grandson Shamsun is the loudest person in the city. How is it possible that you haven't found him yet, you scum? The leader of the Azil tribe came forward and kicked the person kneeling in front of him. Bam! The kick didn't immediately kill him, but sent him smashing through several walls. Father, our search for him was illogical from the beginning. Shamsun is a high-level dragon. Who could harm him without him making a sound? In fact, everyone knows who he is. Who would even dare to harm him inside the city? In my opinion, Shamsun encountered a very powerful figure and was probably killed. Either that or he ran away to spend a few nights with a few girls somewhere and does not want anyone to know his whereabouts. In both cases, searching for him will be of no use. Another giant sitting nearby spoke. That giant seemed calmer, but his aura wasn't much weaker than his father's. It was clear that he was an emperor as well. Shamsun doesn't need to hide with some women, he can get any woman he wants from the street. And who in the entire northern region would dare touch a man of my lineage, let alone Shamsun? Could they be the scoundrels of the Bazuna tribe? Years have passed since they accused us of killing a number of their close men and hiding their bodies. They even cut off their relations with us in several ways. Do you think they wanted revenge for this? Damn, who do they think I am? If this is true, I will burn the entire northern region over their heads. The tribe leader, Dawudar, kicked his throne and smashed the wall. It was clear that he was almost mad. Shamsun is less than 200 years old and has a great talent that qualifies him to receive a fourth stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo. Then he turned back to look at the leader of the investigation team. And you, if you don't find Shamsun, I will start my massacre by killing you all, you and all your families. If I may, Your Majesty, I think I know what happened to him, but... The giant at the top of the dragon realm that had been kicked a moment ago returned to his knees again with a face covered in blood. He began to look at the sun as if he were pleading. Speak up, no one will hurt you. The son of the chief of the Azil tribe, Saladar, spoke up, giving him protection in a cold tone. There are rumors circulating that Mr. Shamsun has become... The head of the investigation team paused for several seconds to gather his courage. Has become one of the midnight disappearances. Midnight disappearances? What is this? Prince Saladar furrowed his eyebrows. The tribe leader stopped his agitation and looked interested as well. This phenomenon began in the city many years ago. Every day after midnight, a few people disappear without a trace. This phenomenon has been repeated so often that the people of the city began to enter their homes and lock themselves in at the moment of sunset. Nightlife almost ceased because of this. But this did not stop the disappearances. Every day we find entire families who have disappeared from inside their homes. We do not know the actual number of those who have disappeared in this way, but the initial estimate says that it is more than 100,000, including quite a few shamans and dragons. The head of the investigation team explained with drops of sweat dripping from his forehead. You let criminals kidnap 100,000 residents of the great city of Azil over many years and did nothing. Even Saladar, who always looked like a piece of ice, felt his blood boil. The investigation has been ongoing for years, but we have not reached any results. For example, there are people who heard screams from the places of disappearance, and we found traces of fighting in them, but those traces do not lead anywhere else. We tried to ambush the perpetrators of these disappearances, but they did not fall into any trap, no matter how elaborate it was. It is as if they hear and see everything we do. We even asked for the help of army squads to secure the streets, but they all died in mysterious circumstances as well. Everyone says that whoever does this is an angry spirit. Step. The tribe leader stepped forward slowly, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, then bent down to grab the investigation team leader's neck. Are you telling me that an angry spirit has kidnapped my great-grandson? Ugh. Arg. The investigation team leader grabbed the tribe leader's hand to try to relieve the pressure on his neck a little, but he failed. He felt like his head was about to explode, and his eyes actually began to bulge out. Although I do not believe this explanation of the angry spirit thing, we must count Shamsun among these midnight disappearances for now, Saladar spoke calmly, as if he did not see what was happening to the person who had given him protection a short while ago. Bam! After blowing off the neck of the head of the investigation team, Chief Dewudar returned to looking at his son while soaked in blood. You are the head of the investigation team now. Someone has touched someone of our lineage, Saladar. Bring me his head, even if you have to burn the city on the heads of its residents. Consider it done. Planet Jura. Central Continent. Throne Hall of the Imperial Palace. Shah. Boom. Flora fired an arrow of red flame, piercing a wooden doll. The doll turned into charcoal in the blink of an eye. Amazing. Amazing. Yes, keep this pace. Small, quick attacks using the fourth stage of the major heavenly law of fire, and try to change the limb from which you launch your attack each time. Robin clapped and took another look around Flora, his golden eyes roaming over her body. Schwa. Boom. Flora fired another fiery arrow with her left hand, then another with her horn, then another and another, but she seemed disturbed by something and couldn't bear it any longer. For heaven's sake, would you please stop observing my body like an expert pervert and just observe the arrows for once? Isn't the fourth stage of laws what you want? Haha, is this still bothering you again? It has been 2 years already, and you haven't gotten used to it yet. Robin laughed loudly, but he did not stop or even lift his eyes, which were still roaming over Flora's body. Chapter 638. Robin's eyes were still roaming over Flora's body like crazy. To be more specific, he lowered his golden eyes below the navel area, then raised his eyes slightly upward, passing through her visible navel and up to her full chest, then her beautiful neck, then her red lips, and passing through her charming, angry red eyes until he reached her horns. Sometimes he turned behind her or to her side to see the same energy path but from different angles, and of course the path his eyes took changed with every limb Flora intended to use. I will not get used to your perverted gazes even after 100 years. Flora spoke annoyed and shot another fiery arrow from her right leg. Haha, don't worry, my eyes don't even see your skin. Robin laughed. In my view now, you are a bag of blood, veins and arteries. His eyes were following the path of the energy from the energy gathering center, past her shapely thigh, and until the attack came out from her fingertips. You should know by now that I do not care about the fourth stage of the law itself, but rather the way you use it. If I want me to observe the fourth stage of the law of fire, I would have asked Evergreen to make an entire volcano for me. Evergreen again, you mentioned her several times, aren't you going to tell me who she is? Shah Allah. Well, our time together is coming to an end soon, there is no harm in telling you. She is the spirit of planet Greenland. Now I want you to gather the energy in your limb for a second before you release the arrow. Flora opened her eyes to the last of them. Planet spirit? Planets have spirits of their own. Boom. Of course the planets have spirits. Robin laughed, seeming quite happy today. The spirits of the planets have a tremendous amount of information that goes beyond what they should know, and they also have a dangerous mind capable of plotting scenarios behind your imagination, and patience that would last for hundreds of thousands of years. Does our planet have a spirit too? Flora tilted her head to the side slightly. Sure. And whoever controls this spirit will be the owner of the planet in word and deed. Now shoot the arrow from your right leg. Oh, aren't you afraid to tell me this? Flora smiled a charming smile before shooting the arrow as she was ordered. Haha, please go ahead and search for it, I hope you find it. The planet's spirits live in their own domain, and from what I understand, the location of the domain differs from one spirit to another. Why do you think I didn't try to communicate with the spirit of your planet? When I decided to contact Evergreen for the first time, I knew her precise location, yet it took months to reach it. So what about the spirit of a planet I don't know anything about? Just searching for its domain could take years, let alone refining it, and I don't have time for this. Robin spoke as he carefully followed the movements of the energy paths. Actually, the spirit of your planet is very interesting in my opinion. I used to believe, and I still do, that the spirit of your planet has something to do with that sacrifice thing you're doing, although I have no evidence yet. I cannot think of a second option. Flora smiled. You're not even close to the truth. Oh, why don't you tell me the truth then? Robin stopped observing the energy path in Flora's arm for a moment to look into her eyes. Hee don't even dream about it. Seeing you try to come up with an explanation is more fun, but I'm sure you'll never be able to guess right. Flora put her hand to her mouth and laughed. Interesting. Robin shrugged his shoulders slightly before returning to what he was doing. Although his relationship with Flora had developed a lot over the past 2 years because he did as he promised and never humiliated her or even touched her, their relationship had not developed to the point where he would believe anything she said. Shah Allah, why do you keep monitoring the movement of energy in my body anyway? If you see me as a bag of veins as you claim, weren't the first few days enough? Over the past 2 years, you've made me almost destroy the entire palace several times. Flora remained silent for a few seconds before changing the subject. It's not that easy. You might see me passing my eyes from the center of the energy pool to your limbs, and you think it's easy, but in reality, I'm monitoring the actions of every variable molecule in that path. Do you know the number of those variable molecules in the blood? I don't think they named a number that can describe what I see yet. Robin shook his head, then motioned for her to shoot an arrow at another doll. Variable molecules? What is this? Shah Allah. Boom. To be honest, human emperors with pure lineage cannot move much energy within their bodies, but I was surprised the day I visited the orphan blood planet that you half humans could do it easily, so I had to get one of you to run some tests, and my initial suspicion was correct. The variable molecules in your blood are what enable you to transfer energy easily. Robin pointed towards another doll before continuing. The variable molecules pull the strands of energy away from their regular paths, forming a complex pattern using energy. This pattern is what gives you your physical and psychological properties, but after examining you, I found that the shifting molecules have a much greater importance. They increase the capacity of energy pathways. Robin straightened his back and put his hand under his chin. I'll give you an example. If I gave you a string and told you that you have to connect point A and point B, you would need, for example, 1 meter if you used the string straight, but if you used the string zigzag, you would need 10, 20 meters or even 100 meters to connect the 2 points, even though it is the same distance. Of course, reality is much more complex, but you can understand it in this way. The variable molecules, and because they pull the strands of energy towards them and make them move in a complex manner, indirectly caused an increase in the amount of energy that the regular paths can carry. Then he raised his shoulder. I had a similar idea 2 years ago when I forced the paths to carry a greater amount of energy through the superior energy control technique. It worked, but the user's energy paths were severely exhausted. As for these variable molecules, they work indirectly to do the same purpose but in a natural, automatic way that does not leave any side effects behind. I don't know if it was the planet spirits that thought of those variable molecules or a higher entity, but it is truly the work of an artist. Flora stared with half-open eyes and put both hands on her waist. What? You are the one who asked. What does it have to do with me if you don't understand? Robin laughed out loud, then let go of her and walked towards the throne, the only thing that hadn't been burned down in the palace yet. Whatever. How long will these monitoring sessions last? Flora waved. The observation sessions were long because I discovered that your variable molecules work differently with each type of attack as if preparing an ideal path for the required energy. Robin explained as he collected a number of scrolls lying on the throne and placed them in his ring, before turning back to face Flora and then clapped. The good news is that we have finished. There is no longer any pattern in the body of the red flame dragon race that I do not recognize now, and most importantly, I fully understood the idea of how the variable molecules work in terms of energy transfer. Really? Can I go home now? Flora shouted excitedly and even clapped several times, as she hadn't taken a step outside of this palace for 2 years now. Return home? Ahahaha. Absolutely not. Chapter 639. What do you mean by no? You said you would only need me to do your research. Didn't you say you were done just now? Flora put both hands on her waist in annoyance. I am not done. All I did during the 2 years was study the work of your variable molecules in different offensive and defensive positions. Now I have to get into seclusion to find a way to do the same to humans without changing them physically or psychologically and making them become rootless monsters like you. No offense. Well, you understand what I mean. Robin laughed, as harassing this girl had become a daily habit for him. As for you, you are indeed no longer needed in my research, but that does not mean that I will return you to your planet. 5 years means 5 years. You still have 3 left. What am I supposed to do during the 3 years? Robin shrugged his shoulders. What does that have to do with me? I will tell the palace servants to obey you and bring you whatever food and supplies you want. Play yoga or something like that, but you must not leave the palace no matter what. I do not know what problems you might cause, and no one here can beat you down but me. Flora furrowed her eyebrows, obviously not satisfied with playing yoga for 3 years on a strange planet. In front of that angry look, Robin scratched his head for a few seconds. The idea of leaving someone like her unwatched for 3 years on planet Jura did not appeal to him either. Okay, there is another option. I will send you to planet Greenland. I will allow you to explore it alone as you wish, but if you receive an order from Governor Alexander that he needs you in battle, you will have to obey him and participate. What do you think? Help them in battles? You have another army of demons invading another world right now. Flora did not know how to deal with this information. Maybe Robin meant those demons she saw in front of the gate? Were they fighting in another world? Well, there were more than 100,000 saints and sages among them, so it was quite possible. If this was true, it meant that they could not help the demon army in the orphan blood world if there was a war. This was big news. What? Of course not. The human army is taking over Greenland. Robin waved dismissively. Flora opened her eyes wide. You have an army of humans too. Until this moment, she had not seen any human force. The civilians in the imperial capital seemed strong, but in the end, there was not a single martial emperor among them. She also did not see any standing army in the city except for a few guards on the wall. Were not the humans present here the entire human population in this world? And did demons inhabit the rest of the planet? Of course I have an army of humans. Never mind. Just tell me what you think. Do you want to stay here and do yoga, or go hiking on a new planet to expand your horizons? Expand my horizons, or help you expand your empire further? Robin shrugged his shoulders at Flora's sarcasm. Take it as you want. Just give me your decision. Inhale. As soon as Robin took a step outside the palace gate, he inhaled deeply, a big smile appearing on his face. Have you noticed? Flora looked around for a few seconds before nodding. You mean the natural energy density? Yes, I noticed a while ago. Since Alexander broke through to the Martial Emperor's realm, I have received reports that the level of natural energy in the atmosphere of planet Jura has begun to rise slowly, and even now it is still rising. I believe that the planet will need a few tens or even hundreds of years for the energy to return to stability at its new density level. What is strange about this is that it has begun even though Alexander was on planet Greenland when he broke through to the Martial Emperor's realm. Cool, huh? I wonder if the energy level will continue to increase until it approaches that of planet Nihiri. That would be nice. Then he looked at her. Although I did not stay long on the orphan blood planet, this should be happening there too after you and Aru broke through. Even though it was a scam breakout, I think it still counts. Oh. Flora raised her eyebrows. She actually felt that the energy around her was slowly increasing after she had broken through to the Martial Emperor's realm, but she did not know that the planet spirit had a hand in this. Robin took a long look around. Let us go. A little later. Planet Greenland. Over the steep hill. PZZT. Dad. As soon as Robin passed through the space portal, he found a familiar shadow throwing itself into his embrace. Who could it be but Zara? Behind her were Alexander, Emily, Old Man Goo, and a large number of other Martial Emperors and senior advisors who had come to greet him. Welcome back, Your Excellency. Oh, everyone is here. Robin smiled as he patted Zara on the head. Being away for 2 years was not a big deal for people their age, but seeing Alexander and all those emperors here meant that nothing big was happening in Greenland right now. Of course, Dad. Uncle Riley Burton personally came a few minutes ago and told us to get ready to receive you. Who is this? Zara pointed toward the girl behind Robin. Her appearance and powerful aura were always eye-catching wherever she stepped. This one. Robin looked to his side and found Flora with her eyes wide open and even her mouth slightly open. He did not know if this reaction was because of the new planet or because of the number of human emperors in front of her, but he did not ask. This is a guest. Then he looked at Alexander and Emily. This sweetie over here is called Flora, from a planet called Orphan Blood. She understands the language of planet Jura very well after a long war with the demon army, so you will not have a problem communicating with her. Let her move inside Greenland as she pleases, but give her a voice ring to summon her when there is any big battle to help you. If you find her trying to harm us in any way or refusing to obey the summons, there is no need to be nice to her. Send a warlord to knock her head off, okay? Yes. Alexander smiled and nodded. He had many questions, but he knew that now was not the time. Hey, which warlord is going to knock my head off? Bring him to me and I will crush him for you. Flora's pride woke her from her shock. Robin laughed and did not answer her directly, but continued his conversation with Alexander. Why are you all here? Is the war over? In response to Your Excellency, Tree Father Labakan was killed in the war a few years ago and we benefited a lot from him. Currently, the rest of the Tree Fathers and the Human Alliance are in an intense defensive position around our borders. Caesar, with half of his army, and Warlord Julian are fighting in the east and south to expand our influence. While Victoria, along with the other half of the army, and Warlord Eric are fighting in the north and west, the war is rather cold, but still our borders are expanding regularly. Good, appoint someone to take Flora to Caesar and let her play with Julian for a bit. Tell him not to be too hard on her. Robin laughed and patted Flora on the back twice. Go with him. Do not worry, Julian will not kill you. Your Excellency, I will take her myself. Alexander bowed slightly and looked back at Flora with shining eyes, then motioned for her to follow him. Through the distance between the hill and Caesar's army, he would be able to ask her everything that was on his mind. Humph. Even Aru and Sakar would not dare declare that they can kill me that easily. I want to see what that human Julian can do. Flora blew some red fire out of her nose and followed Alexander with a mixture of apprehension and aspiration toward this new world. After Flora and Alexander disappeared from sight, Robin clapped twice. Okay, you can all disperse. I am starting a new seclusion, which might take some time, so there is no need to waste your time with me here. You can go back and continue what you were doing. Oh, gentlemen emperors, I might need your help with some tests coming soon, so be prepared. Then he patted Zara on the head again before leaving her and walking toward his palace as if nothing had happened. After Robin left, Emily took a few steps to stand next to Zara. Sigh. Will he not catch his breath or even spend some time with you? I heard from Old Man Riley Burton that His Excellency has been conducting daily examinations for the past 2 years without rest, and now he will start another seclusion. He did not even stop to ask for reports. His Excellency is putting a lot of pressure on himself, and I fear that he will collapse at this pace. Zara clenched her small hands tightly, then turned and walked away. Where are you going? Emily called out. I will return to the Heaven Opening Tower. If I cannot help him while I am by his side, I will see if my little mind can help in some other way. Chapter 640. 3 years later, above the steep hill, the headquarters building. Suf. Alexander took a long sip of the hot drink in his hands. The time limit His Excellency has set for us is fast approaching. Emily rubbed her forehead for a few seconds. Yes, he has given us several tasks to quickly strengthen the army before that day arrives. There are approximately 4 years and 10 months left. I don't know if we can do it in time. We still have a long way to go until the army reaches the degree of armament and readiness that His Excellency expects, especially since production stopped for a long period in the factories and workshops of the ancestral continent after the war against the rebels began. Alexander nodded. You're right. The ancestral continent has been burning for 3 years. Although there was no war between regular armies, there was not a single city that was not affected by an assassination or a military operation against both sides. The death toll has accumulated to 2 million so far and is still continuing. Although the rest of the continents have their own factories and workshops, the number of residents of the ancestral continent simply exceeds the number of citizens in the rest of the 5 continents combined by several folds, and so its outbreak of war reduced production by more than half. But at least the factories returned to reopen a year ago under heavy guard, and all the new workers took an oath to perform as hard as they can, and now production has doubled compared to before. Perhaps we can compensate for those years of war if the factories were well protected, and it would be even better when the war ends. Frankly, I don't see an end to the war on the ancestral continent anytime soon, especially since most of the old runemasters and divine blacksmiths refused to take the oaths and a large portion of them managed to escape. Secondly, even if production is resumed now, this does not mean that production that was halted for 2 years did not affect the armament plan. No, the production of weapons and talismans, the provision of minerals, and even the mission of the academies to double the number of saints and sages is still a headache for everyone, as if we are trying to fill a bottomless well. Even Jabba, after he succeeded in completing his array, is still working day and night to form at least one battalion before the time limit expires, and he is also still teaching about improving the array to make it work faster. Emily shook her head and looked at Elizabeth. Jabba's success was an expected surprise. After all, he is His Excellency's only disciple. Now everyone who cannot practice the laws in the internal energy system can take the path of strengthening the body. Of course, it will take some time until more arrays are built and the process, in general, is improved to be an independent system, but the future is bright for this direction. Elizabeth nodded, smiling. Even with the facilitation and acceleration of the process, I still don't think it will rival the internal training system. Alexander waved. Have you seen that array? It really tests the limits of endurance. There are many people who died inside it during the process of destroying the muscles and severing the entrails, and the result is not that pleasing. If a person has the physical strength to withstand attacks from a saint, for example, it does not mean that he can fight a saint. Come on, they cannot even fly. I still see that the best use of this array is to apply it to the saints and sages from the internal energy system to make them stronger. Other than this is a waste in my opinion. I see your judgment is a bit harsh, Alexander. The body strengthening system has barely begun. Who knows what surprises await us? Emily shook her head. Secondly, the current users of the body strengthening system are those who have no familiarity with the laws, that is, they would have been farmers or factory workers somewhere. Are you telling me that giving them such enormous physical strength and equipping them with divine armaments will not help us in wars? At the very least, they can be used as infantry, and they are happy about it. Alexander shrugged. If that's what you think. She quickly furrowed her eyebrows. I just hope he stays calm for a while longer. Emily and Alexander looked at each other. They knew what Elizabeth was talking about. During the last 2 years, Jabba always seemed nervous and always shouting at his followers. He tried to communicate with Robin more than once to urge him to go to Nihari, but he refused and said that he was busy. Then Elizabeth seemed to remember something, so she suddenly looked at the two of them and asked in surprise, "Hey, do any of you know what will happen when the time limit arrives?" The answer is that the two raised their shoulders together. No one knows what will happen 4 years and 10 months from today. Everyone knows that something big is going to happen, and everyone is sitting on their nerves waiting. They also know that it is something related to planet Nihari, from which Jabba and the demons came. They know that Robin has a strong feud with the giants there because they killed his beloved wife, Mila. They also heard Jabba speak about enemies coming to invade planet Nihari, but what exactly will happen? No one knows. Will His Excellency attack planet Nihari to take revenge? How would he attack, and why didn't he tell them any plan? Then will he help them resist the invaders coming to attack Nihari? If this was his intention, why had he not gone to Nihari yet to assess the defenses and coordinate with the local residents? Does this have anything to do with planet Nihari at all? Making war decisions is not the responsibility of the army, but rather the leader of the nation. His Excellency will tell us what to do when the time is right. What is important is that we be ready to be sent to fight anywhere and at any time. Alexander took another sip of his drink. Emily nodded seriously and gently raised her glasses. She understood Alexander's words and was already working with full energy to fulfill His Excellency's requirements in a timely manner. Oh, interesting, you seem eager to take orders. A playful smile appeared on Elizabeth's face. Eager? Who knows what we'll encounter out there? Alexander shook his head. But His Excellency's wish must be obeyed. Haha, there's no need to hide it. I see the flame burning in your eyes. I wonder. During the Great Hill Agreement, who stressed that we would only obey Emperor Robin in peace and that we did not have to listen to his orders in case he called us to go to war. Now look at you look like you want to encourage him to start wars just to follow him. Elizabeth laughed out loud. Even great Alexander blushed a little. Weren't you with me that day too? Let's leave the past in the past. That man really has his own charm. Elizabeth leaned her back on the sofa and murmured, her eyes sparkling slightly. Don't even think about it. Emily looked at her from above. Oh, do you want to take him from me? I'm afraid the competition will be one-sided. Elizabeth giggled, her smile at this moment being deadly. Me? Don't get me into your fantasies, I know my worth. Emily blushed and stood up shouting, then sat down quietly and adjusted her glasses. Plus, His Excellency is not interested in women anyway. In the last 3 years, he has not met anyone other than the old men and women from the Research and Development Department, especially those who are interested in chemistry and the others responsible for the recordings of the 4 planets. For 3 years he did not even sit with his adopted kids, go to a restaurant, or even take a break for a single hour. If he was the lazy type, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is. Elizabeth shrugged. But I wonder what he's been up to with the R&D team for 3 long years. Well, I guess we'll know in time, since when can we predict what His Excellency wants anyway? Even the Research and Development Department members who are helping him don't know what they are helping with. Elizabeth covered her small mouth and giggled. At this moment, Emily heard a voice message and quickly stood up with her arms latched on her thighs. Only after a few seconds did she breathe a sigh of relief. Alexander put down his drink and quickly stood up, followed by Elizabeth. The only one who makes you act like this when you receive a message from him is His Excellency. What did he say? He said he wanted me to send a few martial emperors to the Green Dawn Mountain to try something. Chapter 641. Above the Green Dawn Mountain. The Green Dawn Mountain is the closest mountain to the steep hill, with a height of just over 3,000 meters. It is not that close, but it is the only closest mountain to the steep hill that Jabba did not destroy in his experiments, or more accurately, he was unable to destroy it. This mountain contains a significant amount of minerals and hard stone strong enough to keep it together to this day. So even though the mountain is no longer green now after the explosions of Jabba's array burned everything, it is still holding on. On top of this mountain, Robin was sitting in the middle of a pile of scrolls and glass bottles. The strong winds at the top of the mountain were enough to uproot small trees, but those light scrolls seemed as if they were ignoring the wind here. Robin's clothes were not dirty and his hair was well styled. Everything around him suggested nobility and great wisdom, but all of this did not hide his tired eyes that looked as if they had not tasted sleep in years. Swoosh, swoosh, we salute your excellency. Several shadows descended in succession and bowed slightly. Robin raised his head and nodded towards them with a smile. I didn't think everyone was at the headquarters today. It seems the war is going well. Alexander stood up straight and smiled. Since your excellency created the warlords, everything began to go our way and we progressed quite smoothly for 2 years, and when your excellency brought the dragon girl Flora, everything turned in our favor even more. She did not follow your excellency's words to move freely and come to the battlefield only when we called her, but she is currently staying permanently in the Western Army with Victoria, and I heard that they have formed a strong friendship as well. Oh, that's reassuring. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and then nodded. It's true that the 5-year term is almost up. Send her a message that I want to see her here as fast as possible. Alexander nodded and closed his eyes, clearly starting to send the message. In front of Robin now was Emily, with her Elizabeth, Alexander, even Old Goo, and a number of other emperors from different paths. As Robin ordered, Emily tried to gather at least one emperor from all the available paths. One of them, for example, uses the major heavenly law of life and the other uses the major heavenly law of lightning. Robin raised his eyebrows when his eyes fell on a silver-haired youth. Someone has already reached the emperor realm using lightning. Am I to understand that you are General Raiden? Yes, I have broken through to the martial emperor's realm just 2 months ago. This humble subordinate salute your excellency. Raiden took 2 steps and knelt down on one knee, the sound of his heartbeat being heard by everyone. Has your dream finally come true, little boy? Elizabeth put her hand to her mouth and said, Your Excellency, Raiden came to the headquarters today to personally deliver the reports from the Eastern armies and ask about your news. He has been wanting to meet you for a long time. Finally, his dream came true today. Miss Elizabeth. Raiden looked to his side with a pleading look while still kneeling. Robin gave a big smile. A young man who is not yet 40 has managed to secure a prestigious place among my generals, a young man full of ambition and talent that will surely bring him a brighter future. I too have wanted to meet him for a while. During Robin's words, which he spoke slowly, his eyes sparkled with a faint golden glow for a moment as he secretly examined Raiden, although he did not think he would find anything, but his curiosity to examine anything forced him to do so. Your Excellency's praise is undeserved. If it weren't for your Excellency, I would be currently herding cows somewhere. If I do have some talent, I will definitely put it at your Excellency's service forever and. Raiden was about to finish his words when he saw the golden glow in Robin's eyes increased and features changed to shock. Your Excellency? Robin stood up and took a few quick steps towards Raiden, then grabbed Raiden's shoulders, raised him up, and began to study him with the eyes of truth more intensely. Robin's actions forced the rest of the emperors to look at each other out of the corners of their eyes and wonder what was happening. Finally, after Robin's eyes roamed over Raiden's entire body, he returned to looking into his eyes. You can use the 4th stage of the major heavenly law of lightning, aren't you? What? Alexander and the rest were shocked and looked at Raiden in stupefaction, waiting for his response. Raiden scratched his silver hair for a few seconds and replied sheepishly, It is true then, it is impossible to hide anything from your Excellency. You could use the 4th stage of the major heavenly law of lightning and you didn't tell us. Elizabeth didn't hold herself back, so she took 2 steps and gently slapped Raiden on the back of his head. I'm sorry, Miss Elizabeth, but when I saw that everyone couldn't do it, I decided to keep it to myself so that you wouldn't be upset with me. Raiden looked at the ground with an embarrassed look. His personality is usually the impulsive, prickly type who is ready to attack any enemy that appears in front of him, no matter how high his level is, but here he feels that he is just an infant. All the emperors present are over 100 years old. This Miss Elizabeth is approximately 800 years old, while the youngest person present, His Majesty Emperor Robin, is almost 200 years old. Among these people, he feels that he is sitting with his elders and not with other generals. But how? Alexander looked at Raiden from bottom to top, but he didn't see anything special. Even after covering him with his soul sense, he didn't see anything different about him either. Robin straightened his back and rested his chin on his right hand. The major heavenly law of lightning in his body is abnormally active. I can see small lightning bolts moving in his veins in certain patterns automatically even though he does not have any variable particles. What is happening to him has gone beyond the limits of the major heavenly law of lightning technique that he used to break through, as if his mind needed my techniques to comprehend the laws but his body didn't really need them. Then he pointed at the foot of the mountain, strike that spot with a 4th stage attack. Yes. Raiden stood up and gave the military salute, then took a few steps to distance himself from everyone, before raising both his hands to the sky. Rumble, turmoil, buzz, buzz. The sky quickly became cloudy and the lightning bolts intensified until they became visible. Ka-ka. A large number of lightning bolts condensed together and then descended as a column of lightning. Boom. Ah. Elizabeth, Emily, and the rest of the emperors automatically took a step back in shock, but they quickly looked back down. Is this the power of the fourth stage? A crater 10 meters in diameter and more than 30 meters deep appeared at the point where Raiden struck. Amazing. A number of lightning bolts that are invisible to the naked eye formed a temporary pattern in your blood, allowing the attacking energy to pass through easily, and now that massive pattern has disintegrated and the lightning bolts have returned to form small patterns that help you increase the speed of your cultivation and affinity with the major heavenly law of lightning. Robin sighed and shook his head. They weren't exaggerating when they described you to me. The planet spirits sometimes give children gifts like a strong soul or a solid body. In your case, it gave you a body with an unreal affinity with the major heavenly law of lightning. I don't think we'll see this degree of affinity again anytime soon. Raiden rubbed his head again and nodded a few times shyly, since he launched his attack while taking quick glances at the emperors standing behind him. Their looks were not pleasant at all. Some of them were deep in thought with their eyebrows furrowed, and some of them were looking at him with clear envy. When Robin felt what the rest of the emperors thinking as well, he laughed loudly. All right, you may not have what the spirit of planet Jura gave Raiden, but that doesn't mean that you will never use the fourth stage of your laws. Have you forgotten that I am still here? Your Excellency, you mean? The Emperor user of the Law of Life took a step forward with his eyes shining. Robin smiled again, then with a wave of his hand, the scrolls and flasks lying on the ground flew, so one scroll and one flask fell into the hands of each emperor. I want you to read the scroll and understand it well, then drink what is in the flask in one go. I know it tastes bad but you will do it anyway, and then move what you have drunk into their bodies according to what you have understood from the scroll. Is everything clear? Yes, Your Excellency. All the emperors responded quickly. Good, you may start. Chapter 642. Air. Your Excellency, what is inside those vials? What exactly do they do? And why didn't you give me the same? Raiden looked around and wondered. After the martial emperors received the scrolls and vials, they all sat down and began to do as they were ordered. Currently, there were 16 martial emperors sitting cross-legged in a semicircle around Robin. Some of them were still reading the scroll, and some of them had already swallowed the contents of the vial and began applying the teachings. As for Robin, he was sitting next to Raiden on the side, leaning on his right hand. After hearing the boy's question, he responded with a smile. Each vial contains something different depending on the path the user uses. For example, the vial with old goo contains the blood of a beast at the top of the sage domain called the Fire Mountain Phoenix. It is quite a strong beast that lives in the wildernesses of the planet Nihiri and is mixed with a number of fiery and soothing herbs according to very precise standards. As for the one there with Alexander, it contains the blood of the Windbite beast and its origin is from the Orphan Blood planet. It is also mixed with a number of herbs with wind path that have been identified and collected from the 4 planets. As for the rest, well, you got the point. Then he pointed towards the scrolls. As for the scrolls, they contain almost the same content. They all contain a very special technique. This technique is a combination of the superior energy control technique in addition to the deep absorption technique, both of which were invented by Jabba. You may call this newly born technique superior absorption. It also has a few side notes, such as when they activate the technique, where they focus on absorption, some patterns they have to create in their blood using the super absorption technique, and several things like that. This seems very complicated. You said that each one of those vials contains beast blood and a number of herbs. Raiden furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Is it strengthening their affinity with their path or something? You may consider it that way. Robin shrugged his shoulders, smiling. This technique and formula will give the body a false familiarity for a certain period. This period likely varies depending on the person, from a few hours to a whole day. During that period, the body will not resist the passage of energy through the veins and will find the most appropriate ways to facilitate the movement of energy. Without further explanation, you can imagine that their bodies will be like yours, but for a limited time. Your Excellency created something like this? Amazing. Raiden looked at Robin with wide eyes. His Excellency didn't even know he existed or what was different about his body before today, and yet he somehow made copies of him. Or, more accurately, he was able to find a loophole in the system, a loophole that could produce the best possible result without leaving any side effects. Your Excellency is truly an unparalleled genius. Now you have not only solved the problem of your martial emperor's impotence during battles, but the way I see it, if these substances accumulate inside the body, they will certainly increase their true affinity towards their paths. Let's not get our hopes up too much. It may happen that one of them undergoes a fundamental transformation and gains a body like yours, or it may never happen, but at least the problem of their inability in battles has been solved temporarily. Robin spoke with slightly furrowed eyebrows. If this method succeeds, his martial emperors will be ready to fight in any systemic war he leads, but they will remain unable to defend themselves in peacetime. In the end, this method requires quite a preparation time. Master, it seems that the news was true. Have you finally finished your research? Meanwhile, a human shadow landed next to Robin. The owner of that shadow was muscular, but not to the point of hindering his movement. His long braids reached all the way to his lower back, and tattoos covered a large part of his body and neck. Who could he be but Jabba? Oh, Jabba? Yeah, I finished it. Robin did not seem very happy with the meeting. He merely scratched his chin and looked away. Jabba took a few more steps and greeted Raiden with a raised eyebrow, then looked at Robin again. Can we talk now? Robin looked back into Jabba's determined eyes for a few seconds before sighing and rubbing his eyes. Raiden, go for a walk or something. All right. The silver-haired boy gave the military salute and retreated. He did not get far and went to stand with the rest of the martial emperors. As for Robin, he got up and walked until he reached the cliff of the mountain. Without looking back, he opened his mouth. Okay, we are alone now. Speak. When will we move towards Nihari? Jabba got into the matter directly. The turmoil has reached its peak there. There are no longer any laws that prevail in the four regions: Eastern, Western, Central, and Southern. There is nothing left but killing and destruction, especially after more batches of divine weapons arrived at the revolutionaries in those regions. The cities of the giants are collapsing, and the colonies of humans and other intelligent creatures are being razed to the ground every day. We must intervene. Robin nodded several times. That is really unfortunate, but why should we interfere? Jabba furrowed his eyebrows and merely looked at his master. Don't give me that look. I am not holding the hand of the rebels and forcing them to fight, and I am certainly not the one who forced the Nihari giants to enslave intelligent races for hundreds of thousands of years. One side takes what is right in its own hands and the other reaps what it sows. I am just a simple merchant in the middle who doesn't care about either of them. Robin shrugged. Jabba took 2 steps forward and quickly replied. Have you not earned enough as a merchant then? Nihari's natural energy density and the number of intelligent beings there, which are estimated at least 70 billion, and the high-level techniques that an anonymous has distributed have all contributed to the production of tens of millions of knights and hundreds of thousands of saints and sages, and it is still counting by the day. And the more their numbers increase, the more the war rages. The 4 regions have collapsed politically and economically. Everyone there, whether giants or non-giants, is dying of hunger and does not see the light at the end of the tunnel. Please, enough is enough, and let us go to Nihari. Take charge and correct the situation. The news he receives about Nihari hurts him psychologically and physically on a daily basis. According to the time plan Jabba set, the army should have moved to control the eastern region of Nihari at least 2 years ago. They had to begin invading and unifying the rest of the planet by now. But until this moment, Robin has not shown any intention of going to Nihari, and he has not stopped providing them with weapons. Were the true beginning empire not supposed to invade planet Nihari to unify it? How is it possible that he is still trying to strengthen the people he will subjugate in the future? Does he not know that their huge numbers will stand against him if he tries to welcome them under his banner in the future? Is the logical way to do this not to accept their loyalty first and then give them those techniques and weapons? Does he even intend to annex them to the empire at all? But Robin's response to going to Nihari was shorter than he expected. He just turned to face him and then raised his shoulders. I don't want to. Chapter 643. You don't want to? Jabba froze in place, looking at Robin in shock. Robin didn't add a word either. He just made a simple nodding gesture. Master, what is it exactly you do not want? Jabba tried in every way to remain calm. Do you not want to fulfill your promise to the all-seeing God and go to Nihari to prepare to confront the invasion? Or is it that you do not want to stop supporting chaos on the entire planet and will just watch by the side while they wipe each other out even before the invasion arrives? Master, what is it that you do not want? Hey, watch your tone. Raiden shouted from afar. Do not interfere again. Robin raised his hand and quickly silenced Raiden without giving Jabba a chance. Then he returned to focus on Jabba's eyes again. As for the internal fighting, as I said, I am just a merchant who has nothing to do with what is happening. If I really wanted to exterminate the inhabitants of those regions, I would have sent part of the demon army or even part of the human army to wipe them all out. You know the information blockade imposed on the northern region, and what you do not know is that the northern region has been quite busy lately. So do not wrong me by thinking that I want to kill them all. All that matters is that what is happening now will serve the bigger picture later. As for the invaders, I have my own plan to deal with them, but the right time has yet to come. Jabba was silent for a few seconds, clenching his fists as if he wanted to crush them before his voice came out hesitantly. If I may ask, does your plan include saving the people of Nihari from invasion or just preventing the invaders from gathering spoils? Maybe some of them will survive, maybe not. I am not in control of fate. Robin replied coldly with his hands behind his back. So that's how it is. I should have expected this. I should have known that you would not change your view of planet Nihari no matter what I do to help. Everything had been decided since that damn day. Jabba sighed and stopped squeezing his hands. It seemed as if he had aged 100 years at this moment. Sigh. That's not true, Jabba. If it weren't for your presence, planet Nihari wouldn't have been under the invasion of a single enemy, I tell you that. And certainly, no one would have had an opportunity to survive. Robin tilted his head to the side and spoke with his eyes half open. You're right, I should be thankful for this precious opportunity. Jabba smiled as he looked down for a few seconds before adding, but what if I'm not satisfied with just this opportunity? What if I want more for my homeland? If you are trying to influence me to change my future vision, then I am sorry. The plan has been set and my will shall be executed. Robin stated firmly. He quickly sighed and continued in a calm voice. Jabba, even in my worst psychological states, I never hated you, nor did I consider you like the rest of your kind. This is because you are truly different from them. You are a person destined for greatness. I understand that you feel you are responsible for protecting your homeland because there is no one else who can hold that position. You saw what happened to me when I tried. That place is hopeless. Continue on your track, Jabba. Learn and explore the universe and strengthen yourself. Only in this way will the number of survivors of Nihiri increase when the picture is complete. The two remained silent for about another minute before Jabba took out a thick book from his space ring and passed it to Robin with both hands. This book contains all the progress I have made in my work on the body cultivation array. The array can now help people with strong wills achieve physical strength capable of confronting a sage within a period of only 5 years. There are a few aspects that need development, such as that it consumes a large amount of energy, more than 1,000 energy pearls per person, or that the expenses of making a single array are high due to the scarcity of components. As long as Your Excellency is present, of course you can overcome these simple problems. Robin continued to look at the book and browse through it until he heard the word Your Excellency from Jabba. He returned to looking at him with furrowed eyebrows. At this moment, Jabba fell to his knee and his forehead touched the ground. I know that the body cultivation array is nothing compared to what you have provided for me. If you need me for anything, Your Excellency can contact me and I will do what I can to satisfy your needs. Thank you for everything. Are you severing your bond with me as a disciple? Robin sent the book to his space ring and went back to putting his hands behind his back. To be your disciple, I must consider you my master. I must listen and obey, but this time I have to break away from your will and return to save my homeland. Your Excellency deserves a better student than me. The words came out with difficulty from Jabba, his voice sounding as if it was choking with tears. Robin also remained silent for a while before his calm voice came out. When you go to the Nihiri Union sect, I allow you to announce that you are an official envoy from me. They will listen to you and rally around you when they hear this. Oh, there is another thing. When I took you as my disciple, I made you swear not to leak anything you learned from me. You are pardoned from this oath. Use everything you see as in your best interest, and be careful. Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you. Jabba raised his head and touched the ground again 3 times, before rising, bowing again, and leaving. Again, Raiden did not know what to do in front of a situation like this, so he started rubbing his hair with his right hand. He was a little reassured when he saw that Robin's facial expressions were still calm, so he decided to go stand next to him again and change the subject or something like that, but after taking 2 steps, he heard the sound of liquid falling, drops. Drops of blood were falling from behind Robin's back. He dug into his hand with his fingertips until his blood flowed. Raiden stood still and looked away. He knew at this moment that His Excellency's calm facial expressions and steady heartbeat concealed pent-up anger. And he was right. That is why Robin refused to talk to Jabba for as long as possible. He knows the boy's love for his planet, or more accurately, he knows that Jabba sees himself as a descendant of the legendary Heaven Chosens and that he must be like his ancestors, trying to save the world until he dies. He also knows that one of the reasons why Jabba followed him until now was that he hoped to change Robin's mind and make him return again to Nihiri. But change his mind about what? And make him return for whom? Jabba had just said the truth. Everything had been decided the day he met Richard. Chapter 644. Several hours had passed since Jabba's departure. Robin was still standing in his spot with the same cold features as if time had frozen. The martial emperors were still sitting on the ground, shutting off their 6 senses to comprehend or use the technique, so they did not really know what happened. Only Raiden was standing at the side, glancing at Robin at times and at the ground at times, rubbing his hair sometimes and biting his nails sometimes. He knew that the situation was bad and that Robin was burning with anger right now, but he did not know what he should do in this awkward situation. Should he console Robin as if he lost someone dear to him? But what if His Excellency was angry with Jabba and it backfired? Or maybe he should talk badly about Jabba for leaving? But what if His Excellency loved his disciple and could not bear to hear a bad word about him? Should he stay silent? But what if His Excellency thought he did not care for him? Raiden spent his childhood running after livestock and plowing fields, and after he discovered his talent, he was thrown into academies and wars. He did not understand these social situations. Finally, after many hours, Raiden gathered some courage and approached Robin after taking a deep breath. Your Excellency, I know you feel sorry for the way things turned out, but I ask you to try to regain your clarity of mind. Everyone is counting on you. Then he let out a long exhale. This sentence was the most neutral thing he had thought of. Robin remained silent for a while, and even Raiden worried a little that his intervention was inappropriate. He finally opened his mouth and spoke in a coherent tone. I do not feel sorry. Jabba has his path and I have mine. Having him by my side for a while was good for both of us, but in the end, each of us has his own story. I wish him success in whatever he seeks. But what if what he seeks conflicts with your grand plan? Raiden was happy that His Excellency answered him and then asked, but he quickly regretted his question. Isn't this question as if it were rubbing salt in the wound? Jabba is trying to save what can be saved from his planet, and this does not conflict with my position on the planet Nihiri. If he succeeds, congratulations to him, and if he does not succeed, then it has nothing to do with me. Robin did not get angry as he expected. Even a slight smile appeared on his face, and he spoke firmly, which comforted Raiden's heart a little. He held his breath when he heard him continue. Paro, if Jabba actually tries to stand in my way in any shape or form, I will crush him. Gulp. Raiden went silent again. He knew at this moment that he did not have to console His Excellency from the beginning. This strong personality does not need comfort from anyone, rather, he needs a goal. As long as his goal is in his sights, nothing else matters. Silence remained the title of the situation until a shadow quickly approached. Raiden took a step forward and took an alert position until the features of the shadow's owner began to become clear. Long red hair dances in the air, thick horns emerge from above her pointed ears, her height exceeds 2 meters, and she wears revealing clothes that expose her mature body. There was no one here with these specifications other than orphan blood planet Martial Empress Flora, but even after Raiden was sure of her identity, he continued to assume his alert posture. It was clear that he did not trust her completely, but she did not care and passed directly past him until she stood in front of Robin. Swoosh. I got word that you requested my presence. What is wrong? You will go back to where you came from, Robin replied with a cold expression without looking at her. Oh, there are still 4 months left until the end of the 5-year term. Are you sure you need to send me back now? I can handle staying here a little longer. Flora smiled charmingly. No need. I remembered you today by chance. I may not remember you again for a few years. It is better for you to go back now and fulfill my promise early before some human rat says that Emperor Robin broke his promise. Robin waved. Oh, I do not believe you. Who could forget all this? Hee hee. Flora giggled and gently pulled her hand from her chest to her thigh, drawing Raiden's eyes towards her body. But this trick did not work on Robin, who was still looking toward the horizon, so her facial expression turned serious. Can you not just tell your generals to let me go after 4 months? Spending time with Sister Victoria is not so bad. I am not surprised that you have made Victoria a friend, as they say, birds of a feather flock together, but... A half-smile finally appeared on Robin's face. Do I imagine things, or do you really would rather stay here than go to your lover's side? Flora waved both hands. Aru will not lose anything if he waits for me for another 4 months, but the important thing here is that you keep your promise in front of people, otherwise they will say that you are lenient. Robin finally looked into her eyes before bursting out laughing. Interesting, very interesting. A few trees, clean water, and some meat and vegetables, these things we take for granted, but to others, they seem like paradise. 5 years ago, you came with me with dead eyes, and now you refuse to go back even though I made you fight on my side far away from your family. Maybe I should have expected this. How can I take someone out of heaven and throw him back into hell after he experienced both? Flora furrowed her eyebrows but did not say anything. If she denied it, he would reply that if she did not want to stay then she had to go back, and this was something she certainly did not want. And if she agreed to him, he would think that she was cheap and willing to break away from her family in exchange for a comfortable life. But what should she do? The difference between the 2 planets of Greenland and the orphan blood is like clouds and mud. Who would come out of prison and say to themselves, I must go back again because I missed my cellmate? A person might go to visit his old cellmates once a week, for example, and stay for a couple of hours with him, but he would definitely not prefer to return to prison permanently. As for Raiden on the side, he let out a long sigh. He did not care about the charming lizard girl, but seeing His Excellency laughing again was a source of relief. Robin went back to looking at the horizon with a slight smile. To be honest, I was planning to influence you by showing off my armies, techniques, treasures, and the different planets under my control. I did not expect that some food and a breath of fresh air would do the trick, but the important thing is that we reached the desired result. Influence me to do what exactly? If you want me to stab my family in the back, then you are dreaming. Flora shouted, but she maintained a tone of respect. She really wanted to stick to staying here for as long as she could, but she definitely would not betray Aru or betray her tribe and her people for it, stabbing them in the back. Robin smiled. Sorry, but there is no need for that. One of the terms of the 5-year truce was to hand over the bodies of the sacrificed law users. Are we talking about approximately 3 to 4 million law user corpses? The Demon Emperor's numbers must have at the very least doubled by now, and are on their way to multiply more and more. No, this is not possible. The corpses of the people who were sacrificed are devoid of any energy levels, they have become like the corpses of mortals who have never cultivated in their lives. Everyone sadly agreed to this condition because it would fill the stomachs of the demons with already dead people and would make them hunt less of our people for several years, and also because we know the demons will not benefit much from their corpses. Flora shook her head in disbelief. Hee, that is what you guys think, and that is also why I asked you and I am sure you will agree. The demons do not care about natural energy, their bodies simply reject it, they use something I call blood energy, and what they are after is the blood and flesh of the law users themselves. And so, the demons can now rely on beasts and mortals for their daily food, and when they are ready to level up, they would eat a corpse or 2 of the law users you provided for them on a silver platter. Is that not great? Robin laughed and then looked into her eyes. Your great sacrifices and noble decisions truly deserve respect, but you simply gave the demons a feast of law users that would not end for decades and you gave me a large army that I had never dreamed of having this fast. Chapter 645. No, this is not possible. Flora took a few steps back. Just because she found it to be more comfortable here does not mean that she now hates her planet or is thinking about giving up the fight for it. In the end, it is still her home even if it is hell. In fact, until this moment, she was thinking about enjoying Greenland for as long as possible before returning and continuing the fight for her home to the end. But according to Robin's words, there is no longer a need to fight. Believe it or not, this is your problem. I think you will see for yourself when the 5-year deadline arrives. Robin shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Flora felt her heart drop to her feet as her eyes opened wide. She believed. After everything she had seen here, she knew that Robin had no reason to lie. In addition to the demons, whose numbers had certainly increased, even if only slightly, what about the warlords who had not appeared on the orphan blood planet until today? Assuming that they had not increased in number at all, she fought Julian 3 years ago and he severely beat her until her face became flat on the ground. She can already imagine the scene of the decisive battle that Aru is preparing for when the deadline expires. She can imagine hundreds of demon emperors emerging from that damn city, eating her lover and her family. Ah! Robin's smile increased when he heard Flora's terrified scream. Now that is better. Why are you telling me this now? Flora hugged herself and looked at the ground. The feeling of helplessness and waiting for the inevitable weighed heavily on her. Because there is good news. Robin clapped with a big smile. The corpses of the law users have provided food for the demon's army for a long time, while the limited hunting that we agreed upon will provide food for their families and young ones, and this means. You mean there is no longer any need to continue the war? Flora finally raised her face and looked at Robin with some hope. But there are millions of demons. Will the limited hunting we agreed on secure their food? How long will they adhere to the agreement before they start another war of extermination? Demons love the meat of intelligent beings, and their strength increases by eating it, but they can live on eating beast meat without problems. I can easily provide their daily food of beast meat from 4 different planets, so there is no need to worry about their normal rations, and the limited daily hunting will be more than enough to strengthen a new generation of the army. Robin shrugged his shoulders and then went back to looking into her eyes. My point is that killing around 90 emperors seems a bit too lavish to me, especially emperors of different races who each have their own unique qualities. It was no coincidence that you were able to keep up with the demon emperors all these years. So if there is no other solution, I don't want to choose to eliminate you, and I certainly don't want to annihilate the peoples of planet Orphan Blood whose numbers are estimated at about 10 billion in exchange for one big lunch party. And what is the solution from your point of view? Flora furrowed her eyebrows slightly. If you want peace, you can simply take the corpses and withdraw from our world. But if you want our loyalty, don't you see that your actions have crossed the line of reconciliation? There are a number of emperors who have literally sacrificed their entire clans because of you. Because of me? Let's be rational here. You see me as an ambitious person and perhaps an opportunist, right? If I were given the choice of death or of sacrificing my children, I would certainly choose death. And you are not different either. I did not see inside your body any fragment of laws that belong to the path of fire. That means you have not touched your kind or even the races close to them, so whoever sacrificed his clan did so in order to gain power and not because of me. Or do you think I am wrong? They just used me as an excuse. Robin laughed and shook his head. The harsh environment of your planet, your familiarity with killing scenes, and the feeling of loss of a loved one have made most of you, if not all of you, think about how to gain strength and only depend on yourselves, like beasts. So in my opinion, managing things between us may be difficult, but it is not impossible, especially if I gave you more than you can dream of. Flora looked to the side with furrowed eyebrows, thinking about what she had heard. As for the solutions, they are actually quite simple. Robin returned to looking at her seriously. As for your emperors, I will give security to whoever works for me. It is not required that he swear loyalty or anything like that, but if I need you in a war, I must see you by my side as mercenaries. I will also apply the point system to you. Using the points, you can take Emperor Realm techniques to complete your breakthrough to the higher levels without sacrificing anyone else. You can learn to draw runes and craft divine weapons, and most importantly, you can exchange the points for vacations on one of the planets under my control. Pa dum. Flora's heart beat hard at the last part. Robin smiled when he noticed the effect this part had on her and continued. You have fought on my side for 3 years now and you see for yourself how organized my army is and the kind of equipment they get. Any day on the front here is 100 times better than the best days on your home planet, so by being my mercenaries you will not lose anything, but will only gain. Of course, this is besides the fact that your emperors will have complete immunity from me even if any of the demons touch them. That is, you will enjoy peace in your homeland and benefits outside it. Are there better conditions? And of course, whoever swears complete loyalty to me will be allowed to come and go from any planet I own whenever he wishes and without time limits. You have spent a few years here and know about the oath tablets, right? It is simpler and more decisive in this way if you take my opinion. Gulp. And what about the rest of the people of the Orphan Blood world? Will you grant them protection as well if we accept your terms? Flora swallowed and asked with difficulty. Of course not. Where will I find another perfect farm like you? Robin laughed out loud. As I told you 5 years ago, you can consider the Demon City as another tribe whose young go out to hunt and fight with the rest of the tribes, to kill and be killed. Let's be realistic here, your planet is dominated by the minor heavenly law of bloodthirst, the major heavenly law of chaos, and other terrible laws that make peace impossible. Even if I unite you and give you peace, a year will not pass before an internal war breaks out, so why should I fight nature? Let them eat each other as they always did. There are more than 10 races that have been exterminated in the war so far, right? Consider the demon race a new one and deal with them on this basis, and I will promise you that no large armies will emerge from the city or a large-scale invasion will take place unless your peoples start first. Your words are reasonable, but these matters are not solved with reason most of the time. Flora squeezed her hand tightly and spoke with shaking eyes. Even if I am convinced by your offer, that does not mean that the others will listen to me. Robin smiled big and pointed at the human emperors sitting nearby. That's why I requested your presence today as soon as possible. I have something that will help convince you a little bit faster. Chapter 646. They will help convince us. Flora pointed towards the sitting martial emperors. What are they even doing? Robin smiled. You will know in a little while. I feel like Alexander is about to finish. Then he turned back to look at her again. By the way, how is the war in Greenland going now? Should you not ask one of your followers? Flora looked at him sideways. I want to hear it from your mouth. Robin shrugged. Flora furrowed her eyebrows and returned to focusing on Alexander to try to deduce something, but she did not dare to leave Robin waiting and replied. There is not much to say in truth. Your human army alone is enough to control this weak world, even leaving aside your army coming from Jura's world. Only your army of the local tribes has become strong enough to defend your current territories and even expand them themselves. Robin laughed. Well, Greenland is not that weak. On the contrary, Greenland was originally stronger than Orphan Blood Planet, but they do not have your cruel sacrifices technique. Nevertheless, I want a somewhat detailed report. How do you see the army, and how far have we reached? Flora sent a quick, angry look towards Robin before returning to focus on Alexander. What do you want me to say? The warlords are the main focus in most fights. Although they still cannot kill the original warlords, they are enough to stop them whenever they appear. As for your martial emperors, I do not mean any offense, but they are useless. They are just sages with a bit of a long breath. But in the end, they are just humans, so it is expected. The good thing is that they are numerous enough. Their current number is approximately 170, and there is also Alexander and Jabba who have reached level 42, so their presence in battles makes a difference, even if a little bit. And the presence of the warlords with them is enough to remove any difficulties they face and reduce the time it takes to control the world. Then she continued about the results. After the killing of Labakan and forcing Sinawes to recite an oath of loyalty to you, and after 6 local tribes were subjugated, a large number of them were killed and the rest were forced to integrate into your affiliated tribes. The war is currently based on 2 main fronts, which are Tree Father Floris and Tree Father Mosley, and on 4 other side fronts belonging to local tribes. More than half of their lands have already been penetrated by your forces. Headquarters information says that the strongest Tree Father, Tavana, is forcing the remaining local tribes to leave their ancient lands and go live next to his trunk. He also pushed the rest of the Tree Fathers to send a large part of their armies towards his lands as well. Everyone says that the decisive battle will be there and that he is planning something big. But if you want my opinion, it is an empty resistance. Within 2 or 3 years the rest of the Tree Fathers and the local tribes will be subdued or killed. Also, that foolish Tree Father does not know about your demon army. If you withdraw 10 or 20 demon emperors and place them here, you will end the war here no matter what tricks they play. Oh, we have taken out another 2 Tree Fathers. I bet the refinement percentage available has gone up a lot now. Robin rubbed his chin, smiling. He had promised Evergreen to finish refining her completely before the Nihari invasion began, but he spent the last 5 years trying to solve the problem of the human martial emperors. In the remaining 5 years, he must make it up to her. Refinement. Flora turned her face to face him, the word refinement seeming to refer to something big that could not be ignored. Oh, no need to worry about it. Robin waved, then seemed to sense something and pointed at Alexander. Here we go. Shush. Alexander opened his eyes and slowly stood up. As soon as he stood up, the strong mountain wind stopped blowing. Alexander took a few steps towards Robin and then, with a thud, got down on one knee forcefully. Thank you, Your Excellency. I bear witness that you have fulfilled your promise. A big smile appeared on Robin's face and he nodded. But Flora was terrified and started asking, what is happening here? He promised you what? What happened to the wind suddenly? Inside herself, she was hoping that she would not hear an answer, as she was certain that the answer would not please her. Haha, Alexander, why do you not show Miss Flora a practical application? Robin laughed loudly and pointed towards the cliff behind him. Yes. Alexander stood and bowed once again before making his way towards the cliff. He raised both his hands before bringing them down quickly like an axe. Swoosh. Rumble. Earthquake. What the? Flora took a few steps towards the cliff with a shocked expression on her face. Alexander's 2 blows formed 2 wind blades that split the ground into 2 parallel lines hundreds of meters long. As for the depth, the 2 slits began to spew out lava. Is this the 4th stage of the major heavenly law of wind? Flora finally understood something and stared at Alexander. Whistle. Congratulations, Governor Alexander, congratulations, haha. Raiden came from behind him, clapping and patting Alexander on the back. As for Robin, he stared into Flora's eyes. A moment ago, you said that my emperors are useless. Flora could not find anything to say. Robin's eyes were full of sarcasm and arrogance. What was she supposed to respond with? But what is there to say? No wonder he said that what she would see would help convince her and the rest of the orphan blood emperors. There were currently 170 human martial emperors, and after what she had seen today, all of them could be using the 4th stage of the laws. They had become true emperors. Even by taking the demons out of the equation, Robin could still eliminate all of the orphan blood planet emperors with his human army alone. Alexander, I want you to put on your full golden armor and accompany Miss Flora to her home and stay with her until you personally hand her over to her lover. Oh, Raiden, go with them as well. I think you and Aru will get along just fine. Robin stated the order and turned back to look towards the horizon. Yes. The 2 of them bowed and began to put on the special golden armor where they stood. Flora looked at the ground for a long time, still feeling lost. These things cannot be solved by logic and intimidation. The number of people who will listen to the voice of reason will be small. Then be it. I extended my hand with peace, whether you hold it or not is up to you. Robin shrugged his shoulders. Even if one emperor agrees, tell him that I am ready to receive him to work as a mercenary here on the farm planet. You are also welcome back to us after you deliver the message. Then he turned his face only to look into her eyes. I want you to tell them something else. I do not want anyone to say that I am a dictator or something like that. Tell them that I am giving you 5 more years of peace so that you can use them to think about the offer and come to visit the farm planet. After the additional 5 years are up, there will be no more mercy. Whoever agrees to the conditions and works as a mercenary when asked will live, and whoever refuses will become food for the demons. The matter will be that simple. Was it clear enough? Clear, thank you. Flora clenched her hand tightly and looked at the ground. Miss Flora, come with us this way. Alexander's voice was heard at this moment. The current appearance of him and Ryden was breathtaking, and even Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. The golden armor of the martial emperors had a distinctive design from that of the army. Although the standard army armor had also changed, there had been a recent update making it more solid, flexible, and eye-catching. The old armor and weapons full of battle marks were transported to an unknown place. The standard army armor was still dominated by the golden color, and they were all similar. As for the armor of the martial emperors, it is designed by hand for each emperor. For example, Ryden's armor contains materials to withstand the fourth stage of the major heavenly law of lightning, and its design helps him cut through the air in front of him more easily to maintain his tremendous speed. However, the new armor of Alexander and Ryden had one new thing in common: they both contained black pieces integrated into them. Areas such as in front of the heart, the private parts, and the spine were all made of black metal, but the armor designers carefully combined the two colors, making it even more breathtaking. It was the strongest metal currently available to the Empire, uracilium. We have a way to use uracilium metal now? I see, the research and development team is not joking around. Robin was clearly happy. By the way, Flora, take a space ring with you and fill it with everything you see in front of you before you return, whether meat, vegetables, or even talismans and weapons. Of course, you will only take samples. Maybe it helps a little. Yes. Flora nodded one last time and then flew away with lost eyes, followed by Ryden and Alexander. Chapter 647. We thank your excellency and bear witness that you have fulfilled your promise. A large number of martial emperors knelt on one knee and shouted at the same time. Their earth-shattering voice frightened all the living on the mountain. Get up. Robin smiled proudly. If you want to thank me, work hard for the Empire. The emperors stood with resolute looks on their faces. Robin didn't have to mention such a thing, even putting aside that the true beginning Empire represented their world. They had tasted more than once the sweetness of serving Robin. Do you feel the changes in your bodies? Good, huh? Robin laughed. You now have the same strength as demi-humans without having to have horns coming out of your heads or having tails stuck into your buttocks. Robin waited several seconds until the emperors in front of him finished laughing, then he added, but I am afraid that this power is temporary. If you use the fourth stage of the laws lightly, you may remain in this state for an entire day, but if it is an intense fight, it will not last more than a few hours. So beware. Before he passed his eyes over them, he continued, and that is why I warn you, this must remain a secret among the martial emperors of the true beginning empire. If it leaks to the enemies, you will die a horrific death. And of course, remember that before any major fight, you must isolate yourself and follow the same steps that you did now. Be careful not to move into a hostile area without first achieving your optimal state, otherwise you will offer your heads on silver platters to your enemies. I have ordered a production line to be allocated to make these drugs. They do not know what they are used for, but they know that they are important enough. Oversee their work and make sure a number of these vials are always with you. Unfortunately, you are still lions made of paper, but you must maintain this appearance until I find a radical solution to the problem. Understood. Understood, Your Excellency. The martial emperors responded in one breath. Good. Robin smiled. You can go back to what you were doing. The emperors all bowed again and then began to fly away, except for Emily, who remained behind. Is there a problem? Robin furrowed his eyebrows. Your Excellency, I know it is not my place, but may I ask what you intend to do now? Emily raised her glasses and asked hesitantly. I'll go back to my palace, of course. A certain someone must have given up on me by now. Robin chuckled as he pictured Evergreen's anger. Is something wrong? Your Excellency, perhaps you should take some time to visit the Sky Opening Tower. Her Highness has been working on something impressive lately. Zara works with the research and development team. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. All right, let's go. Father. A girl with short blonde hair ran towards Robin. I couldn't believe it when Sister Emily told me that you had come out of seclusion and that you were even coming to visit me. All right, all right. The strong embrace made a mark on Robin's bones. It seems that it came late, but congratulations on breaking through to the Martial Emperor's realm. Oh, sorry, hee. Zara laughed sheepishly. The rest of my brothers have broken through to the Emperor's realm as well, and Caesar is even approaching level 42 already. I still can't believe you're here. Do you intend to spend some time with me this time? Actually, I can't believe I came either. Evergreen is really fuming right now. Robin patted Zara on the head gently. Unfortunately, I can't stay for long. I need to return to my seclusion immediately. Is there something I should see first? Oh, well, come with me. There is something that might make you a little pleased, hee. Zara grabbed her father's arm with both hands and pulled him into the tower excitedly. As soon as she took a few steps inside the tower, her facial features changed slightly and she shouted in a stern voice that resonated throughout the tower. Array Development Group, prepare to try out the field hospital in front of His Majesty the Emperor. You have 5 minutes. Yes. Responses came from all directions immediately. Even researchers who had nothing to do with that group dropped what they had in hand and quickly headed toward the experiment hall. Array Development Group. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zara apprehensively. Hey, don't ask, you'll see for yourself in a little while. Zara said and pulled her father towards one of the great halls in the tower. It wasn't long before the hall was filled to the brim with researchers. Even a number of martial emperors and high-ranking officials came when they heard that a large experiment would now be held. I want you to tell me your honest opinion, okay? After Zara saw the entire array development group, she sent one last glance towards her father, who nodded in return, then walked confidently towards the middle of the hall. Everyone in their place. Yes. The array development group, consisting of approximately 20 individuals, dispersed and stood in a circle with a diameter of 50 meters. Then each of them took out a banner and planted it on the ground in front of him. Robin furrowed his eyebrows again when he saw the banners. The lower pole of each one was made of strong metal, while the upper part of the banner was made of beast hides. Different runes were drawn on each banner, being runes from the major heavenly law of life, and under each banner, an energy pearl was placed. After placing the last pearl in its place, the runes on the banners began to light up in green. A huge pattern appeared on the area between the flags, then it began to rise until a large dome appeared that covered the 50-meter diameter. Robin took a step forward and activated his golden eyes. Not only him, but everyone in attendance opened their eyes wide to try to understand what was happening now. I present to you the field hospital. Zara opened her arms wide and spoke confidently. This array was formed from the patterns used by life law users to treat wounds and replenish energy in the bodies of tired fighters. As long as this field hospital is set up on the battlefield and as long as there are enough energy pearls, we will not have to worry about battle injuries. All we will have to do is bring the injured person within the boundaries of the field hospital and treatment will begin automatically. Also, we can dismantle it and move it to any place we want on the battlefield. Then she looked at her father with joy. This field hospital will permanently eliminate the problem of the shortage of life law users. It will free life law users from the role of healer and make them able to participate in battles. It will also save the lives of a huge number of soldiers. Of course, this would not have been possible if it weren't for the law discs provided by my father, His Majesty the Emperor, so please give him a big applause. Chapter 648. Clap, clap, clap. All the attendees, including martial emperors, officials, and even the researchers, seemed as if someone had hit them on the head at this moment. They just looked towards the field hospital with open mouths and applauded unconsciously, trying to comprehend the results of this hospital in a real war. They applauded only because they heard a voice telling them to applaud. Robin was not as absent-minded as they were, but the shock on his face was even greater. He raised both his hands, placed them on the back of his head, and muttered slowly, Zara, whose idea was this? Did you like the field hospital? Using the banners to create an instant array was my idea, but everyone in the array group worked hard to come up with this final result. Zara declared with joy and pride. She moved quickly to stand beside her father again and held his arm. Robin remained speechless for a few seconds as he looked into his daughter's eyes. It was you? You are the one who came up with the idea for a way to create an instant portable array. Dad. Zara stomped her foot on the ground. Have you forgotten that I am the first rune master after you? I learned how to work on runes from you personally, and I was also the first teacher in Jura City Rune Academy. If I cannot do something to help, then won't teaching me to be a waste? Robin continued to look at her in disbelief. Girl, do you even realize what you have created? Naturally. Zara responded quickly and excitedly. After looking at the faces of the audience for a long time, she continued hesitantly. I think. Sigh. Do you know how many times it crossed my mind to devote some time to researching and developing arrays? Because I knew how powerful arrays could be, I wanted a way to make them easy to build and quick to act, but I never found the time. I also did not ask the research and development team to look into the matter because I know how difficult it is. Robin took a few steps forward, his eyes not moving away from the field hospital for a moment. Mobile instant arrays. You have created something that will change the course of future wars. No, it will change the shape of the entire empire. Really? Zara tilted her head to the side. Although she was happy with her father's reaction, she still could not see what he was seeing. Your Highness, you are looking at the matter from the wrong point of view. You see it as a field hospital, but His Excellency sees it as the seed of a path that will branch into much more. Old Gu could not restrain himself and spoke up. This hospital does not rely on the power level of the users or even the law they cultivate. Rather, it only relies on the runes it carries and the energy pearls as a source of power. This means that if we replace these life runes with fire runes, we can instantly create an array that shoots fireballs on enemies in a specific area to reduce the pressure on our fighters. Or another array that constantly sends icy winds to prevent enemies from crossing a certain line. These are just examples, but their applications in battles are countless. We can take the Sky Shield array that His Excellency designed, miniaturize it, and paint a miniature version of it on the banners, so our field research teams will have a safe haven if beasts attack them. A researcher from the Ink development team shouted excitedly. A former officer took out a blue tablet from his pocket. Defense arrays. I now came up with an idea for a defensive array that uses solid ice walls. As long as we have the law tablets, we have an infinite number of ideas. We can create an array that intertwines the path of the wind with the path of the soul so that the array creates an absolute death ground for whoever enters it. Zara looked around with raised eyebrows and an open mouth. She definitely did not think about the matter from this perspective. From her point of view, she was looking for a way to contribute to reducing deaths and lightening the burden on the life forces, because she had greatly experienced the extent of the difficulties they faced. For this reason, she tried several groups until they settled in with the arrays group and decided to achieve a good result with them. Within 1 minute, she heard more than 20 purely military applications of her idea. As for the Arrays group, they were happily high-fiving each other. From the reactions, it was clear that their work would bring them many benefits and that the Arrays group would witness a great transformation. Old Gu took a few steps to stand next to Robin and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Unfortunately, there are some obvious problems with the instant array. For example, the banners have to be placed by hand, and there are more than 25 banners in this small array. Who has the time to plant these banners properly and in perfect circular shape during battle? Also, the banners themselves, although they are made of strong metal, are still vulnerable to destruction if they are targeted. This array is actually useful for a hospital in the backlines, but not for use in attack and defense. Oh. The rest of the scholars and guests in the hall looked at each other with some disappointment. Chief Researcher Gu, please do not forget that this is still the first model. One of the researchers in the array group quickly reacted, afraid that Old Gu's words would kill their momentum. A researcher from the information gathering team shook his head inside. Even after mentioning the problems with the array, I still find the array to be flawless and not capable of further development. It is simply perfect. The metal used to make the banners is even stronger than the Valheim used in golden armor. However, if the banner moves a little, the array will be ruined, and it will certainly move if attacked in the battle. And even if we find a way to install the banner poles, what about the part made with beast hides? Could it not be easily burned or damaged? Unfortunately, there is nothing better that we could draw on. Frankly, I do not think there is a way to improve it. If a method exists, it will take us more than 10 years to discover it and implement it. The members of the array group looked down and bit their lips. They had actually worked day and night for 3 years to achieve this result and knew how difficult it would be to develop further. As for Zara, she shrugged her shoulders, not caring about the negative comments. As long as the array was good for what it was designed for, everything would be fine. Robin shook his head. All of you, are you not supposed to be in the research and development department? I cannot believe you still have not seen the most important path this idea can be applied to yet, something that if implemented, not only will the death toll among the elite decrease, but we will control entire worlds in days. A big smile appeared on his face. As for the development issue, it is a trivial issue that can be solved easily. Chapter 649. Old Gu looked around for a few seconds to see if anyone understood what Robin was talking about, but silence dominated the hall. Old Gu sighed in disappointment and bowed slightly. We apologize for not being able to see. Please, Your Excellency, enlighten us. Robin smiled, still looking at the field hospital. Tell me, what is the biggest problem with this design? Old Gu took a long look towards the field hospital before answering. In short, it has two big problems. The first is that it takes a large number of people to activate the array, which means it is impractical in high-end battles. The second is that the array will disappear if a single banner moves just a little bit. As long as the banners are fixed in the ground like a normal banner, this will inevitably happen. You are right. Robin turned and pointed towards Old Gu. So what if one person could control all the banners, and those banners were to be locked with a power comparable to the array user himself? Then it will be a truly lethal weapon capable of changing the course of high-end battles. The old man shouted with enthusiasm evident in his wrinkled eyes. But how could this happen? There is no energy technique that allows us to control the banners and protect them from a distance, and I do not think that something like this is possible. Of course it is possible. Soul Force exists. Robin laughed and turned back to look towards the field hospital. I spread the soul strengthening technique among all of you. Anyone in the Saint Realm must be strong enough to control at least 15 banners. As long as the banners are infused with spirit force, they will remain strong and stable until the soul force runs out, or someone with greater soul force comes and tries to interfere in controlling it. Of course, we can increase protection and place soul seals on the banners themselves so that only their owner can use them. This. Old Man Gu and the rest of the researchers and guests looked back at the banners for a long time, thinking of all possible ways to develop this new path. But Zara shook her head. I have already thought about it, Dad, but it is an impractical solution when applied. Material objects have a high resistance to the soul force. For example, material objects can be sensed or moved from their place if the soul is strong enough, but controlling them for a long time? I have tried, and it is not possible. You have a mistake here, my dear, but it is a mistake of lack of experience, not intelligence. Robin laughed and turned to Zara. You made the banners, then you tried to control them with your soul, and from there you decided that it was difficult. You should have planned for this purpose first and then made the banners. Zara tilted her head to the side slightly. Would that have made a difference? All metals have high resistance against soul force and even natural energy and cannot be kept running through them for a long time. At this point, she furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Except for. Say it. Robin smiled, knowing that Zara had finally figured it out. Uracilium. Zara shouted. The properties of that stubborn metal were known to everyone. It was very hard and could not be shaped into weapons or armor, but it was also the only known metal that had no resistance to any kind of energy. In this way, they could also draw patterns on the body of the banner itself and not on the beast hides that could be easily damaged. Robin snapped his fingers. Exactly. Before I came here, I saw the Emperor's new armor, with parts of Uracilium blending in well with the armor. Why did you not think of making banners out of this metal? Allow me to answer this, Your Excellency. A person from the Armor Development Research Team bowed. There has actually been a breakthrough in the field of metal smelting since Your Excellency handed over the law discs, but currently we can barely heat a small piece of Uracilium enough to hammer it a little. We still cannot form a piece larger than a fist yet, and we believe that it will take at least 8 years to make any reasonable progress. 1 year. Robin raised his index finger. I will give all the researchers here 1 year to make banners from Uracilium. The warehouses will be open for you to take whatever you want to fund your research. Understood? Yes. The specialized teams that Robin talked about, such as the Array Research Group, the Armor Development Research Group, the Flame Path Research Group, and several other groups, shouted in one breath. More funding had been opened up for them, so how could they not be happy? You did well. As for Robin, he took a few steps towards Zara and patted her hair. It is good that I helped. Zara laughed sweetly. My dear, you have not only helped save many lives, but your innovation will be a major key in the quiver of the Empire of True Beginning in all its future battles. But the question now is, what do you plan to do from now on? Do you want to stay in the Sky Opening Tower and manage the research and development department with Old Goo, or have you had enough and want to return to run the treasury? Or perhaps you want to take an open vacation to find your life partner? Robin laughed when he got to the last bit, but he was not entirely joking. Although Zara behaved like a little girl in front of him, she was already more than 70 years old. In addition to her stunning beauty, Zara was currently an experienced general, an expert rune master, and undoubtedly one of the power centers of the Empire, not to mention that she was a martial emperor as well. She was undoubtedly the dream girl of many, and despite all of that, Robin had never heard of anyone succeeding in getting her to complete a lengthy conversation with him. Zara pursed her lips a few times. Honestly, I felt like I had a purpose while I was here. If you do not mind, I would rather stay in the tower. Haha, that is perfect. How could I mind? I will find someone else for the treasury, do not worry about it, and I have a much more important mission for you while you are here. Robin laughed loudly. After Jabba left, it would be good for Zara to take over here, which would not be too hard for an experienced general like her. Really? What is it? Zara looked up with shining eyes. Robin smiled, and then a black disc appeared on his palm. This is the major heavenly law of space from the first stage to the third, and I will bring you the fourth as soon as I finish it. I want you to use the major heavenly law of space and integrate it into the instant array system. If you cannot make a strong, complete space portal, then at least make an instant array capable of transporting objects and individuals within the borders of the same planet. This is. Zara widened her eyes, and even her hands were shaking as she received the disc. She knew what the major heavenly law of space represented. Robin laughed loudly when he saw her reaction before his laugh quickly turned serious. After you finish the required array, you can use the space disc to do anything you want, but beware of letting anyone see the contents of this disc other than you. After this small conversation, Robin returned to present some ideas about the new instant array system for another 2 hours. Not only he, but all the other research groups found applications for their research that could be applied to this instant array system, which prolonged the discussion even more. When Robin was reassured that everything was moving in the right direction and was finally about to tell them that he was preparing to enter another long retreat, a visitor came to him. It was a wind user among those who went with Peon to planet Nihiri. Barely taking a few steps into the tower with a body full of wounds, he mustered all his strength to utter these words. Your Excellency, we request permission to start an all-out war. Then he fell on his face and fainted. Chapter 650. A few days later, the northern region of planet Nihiri, in one of the alleys of the capital of Azil. Crack, crack. The stones in the wall began to stick out in a certain way until they finally formed Richard's face. Third brother, did you summon me? In front of the stone face, there was only one person. The scars on his face made him almost featureless. There were entire pieces of skin on his face that were missing. He also became one-eyed after an injury that blew out his left eye. There were a few fingers that looked like new without a single scratch on them, and this was strange compared to the rest of his body. This was because he only regenerates injuries that may affect his life or combat abilities. He was Peon, the Martial Emperor Peon. His Excellency responded to my request, and support is coming. He also gave the green light to start a full war on the Azil tribe if this is necessary to protect you. He also allocated any number of wind and lightning users we need to come and help, even if we do not choose to start the total war with the North. He has told the messenger in the text that I can summon the entire army of the Empire at any time I wish. Everything is up to you now. What do you intend to do? The stone face looked confused for a moment, not knowing what to say. He agreed to declare war. Did you not tell me to invade 2 other planets and prepare for a big war in Nihiri in a few years? Is he really ready to start a war in the heart of the northern region right now for me? I did not ask you to gather the army for me, my third brother. Why did you send the request anyway? I told you that I am planning something and will not leave my residence before implementing it. Please leave the city. Do not worry about me. In the worst case, I can stop the kidnappings for a while and everything will calm down again. Foolish. It was possible to stop 3 years ago, but not after you went this far. Do you think they would leave you alone if you stopped now? 3 years ago, the entire Azil tribe flipped upside down because of your killing of Shamsun, even though I warned you not to do it. Since then, those who have been searching for you are martial emperors. Do you think that staying in your small palace and manipulating your surroundings from a distance will be enough to fool martial emperors who have lived for thousands of years? Do you think that even stopping completely will stop them from finding you? How long will your tricks last before they follow the incidents and reach the power source in the end? A month, maybe 2. We have been buying you time for 3 years. Peon shouted at him in a very harsh voice. It was clear that the 3 years had not gone well. Indeed, the last 3 years were as far from peaceful as possible. After the new head of the investigation team, Saladar, began to follow up on the situation personally, he began to tighten the screws on Richard little by little. Peon and dozens of forces of wind and darkness decided to intervene to sabotage the investigations as much as possible. They put fake evidence everywhere and used the soul enslavement technique to make some giants do all the dirty work for them, but this was not enough. So they started assassinating the members of the investigation team. The investigation team faced major problems in the first year of the restructuring. It reached the point that the Martial Emperor Saladar himself asked for help from his brothers and the sons who reached the Martial Emperor realm. This made the situation worse and caused the discovery and death of more than half of the wind and darkness forces in the city within a short period. The situation turned for the worse at this point because of the appearance of the members of the wind and darkness teams. They are all tall humans with fragile bones, the same race as Richard. The new investigation chief, Saladar, began to closely monitor Richard. He found sophisticated ways to trap the rest of the wind and darkness, forcing the rest to hide for a while and forcing Richard to calm the game for a while. However, the investigation team, consisting of a number of Azil emperors, was closing in on them every day. The situation changed again when Peon broke into the Martial Emperor realm, followed by 2 more members of his team several months later. With 3 Martial Emperors on their side and with the help of the Divine Decree embodiment technique, Peon did not restrain himself any longer and began a counterattack. They assassinated all the original members of the investigation team, and only the Martial Emperors remained at the end of that day. Then they isolated the weakest Martial Emperor in the Azil tribe and killed him. As for Richard, he took advantage of the momentum and launched the largest kidnapping campaign. More than 100,000 giants disappeared within a few days. This series of terrible incidents shook the entire Azil tribe and even the entire northern region. Panic struck the city, and its rich residents began to flee. Even poor citizens took to the streets like madmen, demanding that the gates be opened for them, but the gate guards prevented them by force. The leader of the Azil tribe, Dawudar, went crazy as he saw his world collapsing around him. The feeling of shame that the first Martial Emperor to be killed in the northern region in hundreds of years was one of his grandchildren overwhelmed him. He ordered all the known emperors of the Azil tribe to go out and destroy the city if necessary to search for those who caused the accidents and mutilate their bodies. These orders launched a devastating campaign that caused the destruction of approximately 10% of the Azil tribe capital. It also caused the death of the rest of the Wind and Darkness team within the Azil tribe city. One of the emperors with Peon was also found and killed. Only Peon and another person managed to survive that campaign. There was one strange thing that happened immediately after that, which slowed down the momentum of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe. This gave Peon and his companion a chance to catch their breath, and it also allowed Richard to kidnap another 20,000 victims. The martial emperors of the Ashura tribe and the Bazuna tribe arrived as guests of the Azil tribe. After them came more martial emperors from 5 other giant tribes. All of them ostensibly came to talk about important business and demanded that only emperors like them come and talk to them. Or they said that they came to see the sights and demanded that one of the emperors of the Azil tribe accompany them. They all also refused to leave before meeting their demands. When they were ignored for a while, they began to cause problems and destroy a few restaurants and bars because they were venting their anger. Of course, their presence at this particular time and their ferocious behavior were evidence that they had come to fish in troubled waters after hearing about what was happening in the Azil tribe. Every northern tribe wanted a piece of whatever was going on. It was not in their interest for the kidnapping and killing operations to stop and for security to return to the Azil tribe. Even if there is apparent peace between the Azil tribe and the rest of the northern tribes, it is still a strong competing tribe, and they have recently become the richest of the northern tribes. How can they not kick them when they see them down? The leader of the tribe, Dawudar, destroyed half of his palace in a fit of anger after more than 30 martial emperors from the rest of the northern tribes met in his city. How could he not know what they were thinking? But he also could not provoke any of them, otherwise even the apparent peace would collapse. He was forced to assign a number of emperors of the Azil tribe to accompany the visitors and see the deals they wanted so that the situation would not deteriorate. Of course, he soon discovered that they wanted to rob them blind. Things that were worth 1,000 gold coins, they wanted to buy for 1 coin, otherwise they would not leave. Dawudar's intense anger almost prompted him to give the order to kill all the guests, but his hiding ancestors prevented him more than once. As for Richard, he was more preoccupied with the busyness of the emperors of the Azil tribe. He kidnapped and killed 150,000 new victims, and his circle of control expanded insanely until it covered the lands of the entire capital of the Azil tribe. Also, Peon and his companion used the soul enslavement technique on the favorite prostitute of one of the emperors of the Azil tribe who was continuing the investigation. They made her use a certain poison to weaken him, then they set an elaborate ambush for him, killed him, and hung him by the neck on one of the city gates. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. The entire army of the Azil tribe took to the streets that same night. Chapter 651. The news of the deployment of the army of the Azil tribe fell like a thunderbolt on all the inhabitants of the northern region, whether they were giants or lower beings. Only now did they know how serious the situation was in there. The army's deployment was an event watched closely by all the other giants' tribes. The leader of the Azil tribe, Dawudar, made sure that this deployment was a clear message to all the other greedy tribes, and indeed the message was heard loudly. The deployment was a display of excessive force that did not diminish over time, so the army was divided into 10 legions. Each of them had an emperor at their head, and this was the maximum number of emperors that the tribal leader, Dawudar, could provide without disturbing the balance with the rest of the guests. He was also proud of the organization of the army, which had never experienced war in its life. These 10 legions had tightened their control over the entrances and exits of the city and its streets within just a few hours. But that brutal display of power also carried with it shame. They were the first northern tribe to move its full army in tens of thousands of years, and against whom? A few terrorists inside their own main city? Dawudar knew the consequences of this decision, but he made it anyway. A bad reputation was better than having his capital destroyed under his watch, and he actually achieved his goal. The large spread of the army and specialized search teams made movement within the city impossible for Peon and his companion, so they were forced to leave. Richard also stopped mass kidnappings and contented himself with kidnapping one person every few hours. Even the city's residents themselves were unable to breathe out loud. Security was tightened over Richard as well. How could he not be, since he belongs to the same race as the terrorists? A number of high-ranking sages were instructed to stay with him in the same room and torture him on a daily basis to force him to speak of what he knew. They were breathing down his neck right at this moment as he was speaking with Peon. Also, one of the legions was appointed to camp permanently in the vicinity of Richard's residence. Peon and his companion had already reached safety, but Richard's situation was greatly worrying him, as he knew very well that discovering Richard's energy source was only a matter of time. That is why he sent a call for help to Robin and explained to him what was going on. Break BRR. When Richard felt a number of soldiers approaching, he changed the features of the place to hide the presence of Peon, then he spoke. There is no need to do anything, my third brother. I am still enduring this siege because I plan to do something. If I fail or they find out that I am the one who is behind all of this, I will simply get away. I have already made 13 different escape plans. I can implement any of them at any time. Peon looked into the eyes of the stone face. Listen, I know you are a genius. What you did in the Azil tribe proves that you are your father's son, but these 13 plans will not help you in your time of need when a martial emperor appears to you out of nowhere and says, "Give me your life." You wouldn't have any time to implement any plans. Even if you escaped underground, he would split the ground and take you out. You still don't understand the power of a martial emperor yet. So what do you suggest then? Richard stared at his third brother's face with half-closed eyes, clearly not convinced by what he was saying. Do you still want me to leave and go throw myself into my father's arms and maybe cry a little, and then go to live in peace and dance with the butterflies forever? No, I'm tired of trying to convince you to do so. Since the full army is under my command now, I want you to tell me one thing. What do you want? What is your goal that you want to achieve? What keeps you inside your enemy's capital until today? Peon shouted in a low voice and started waving both arms in the air. You want to know what I want? Do you think you can help me? Okay then. Richard's calm facial expressions turned in an instant to an angry expression accompanied by a touch of madness, and the green flames ignited in the stones that made up his hair. At this moment, it seemed that he was able to compete with Amon for the title of a demon. Then he spoke in a furious voice. I want the lives of all the giants of Nihari. I will not leave this cursed planet until I am sure that I have cut off all of them. This ugly city is only the beginning. Do you want to know what keeps me here? I want to meet that pig Dawudar again. I want him to summon me for one of his worthless parties or to treat one of his filthy grandchildren. If I lay my hands on him, I will take at least half of his life before he kills me. Dawudar must die at my hands. He must die at my hands. Peon felt weak in his arms hanging in the air and let them fall until they were next to his thighs again. His open mouth and unfocused eyes said a lot as well. Do not try to dissuade me from my goal. I have made up my mind and the case is decided. The flame on top of the stone face diminished until it disappeared and Richard's face became calm again. Dissuading you? No, I know I will never be able to dissuade you. A half smile appeared on Peon's face and he shook his head weakly. The stone face furrowed his eyebrows, but he waited for Peon to finish speaking. Peon actually raised his head to look at Richard again. Those words and that look, I've seen it before. We've all seen it before when your father returned to his homeland again, accompanied by an army of demons. Tisk. Richard looked to the side annoyed, as Theo had previously told him what Robin had done to planet Jura after he knew what had happened. Even in his revenge he failed. They burned the city of Jura and killed everyone in it, so why did he limit himself to killing only the stronger ones? This is where I disagree with him. If I were in his place, I would not keep anything breathing in that damn world. Peon opened his mouth to say something but quickly closed it again when he noticed the resolute expression on Richard's face. He had chosen his path and it was over, so he thought of a new approach and continued calmly. Richard, after my family was destroyed, my father and mother were killed in front of me. Then they mutilated my body when I was still alive, cutting off my arm as a form of pleasure before killing me, but they didn't. They decided to sell me to afford a few more wine jars. I knew at that moment that I would live as the worst kind of slave throughout my life, a slave who was not even worth the food he ate. All I was thinking about was that whoever buys Zara would take me with her so that I might be able to take care of her a little until she grew up and then commit suicide under some tree. That would save everyone the trouble. At least that was until your father appeared one day and gave me and my sister a life we could never have dreamed of. Richard furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know why his third brother started talking about the past. Then Peon continued. Your father gave me cultivation techniques and resources that I could never have dreamed of, and he gave my sister a high status and a comfortable life. On top of all that, he declared that we were his adopted children so that he would raise our status even more, but I never saw him as my father. You may have noticed that even at this moment, I still call him Your Excellency, and not because I am attached to my real father or anything like that. No, it's because I do not deserve to be his son. Until this moment, I am still the naked slave Peon, and these wounds I keep on my face in order to remind me of this truth every day. Please don't talk like that. You know I consider you a brother. Richard quickly interjected. If you consider me a brother, listen to the end. Peon raised his head to look into the stony face. Richard, I said all this because I want you to understand something. I live to serve His Excellency Robin and his descendants after him. And it is not only me who feels like that and is ready to serve you. With this imperial decree, your father has given me the right to lead an army that can destroy the heavens and crush the lands. Do you want to kill off the Nihiri giants? Fine, but you won't do it alone. Chapter 652. Richard was silent for quite a while before he finally opened his mouth. I can do it on my own. It was clear that his tone this time was full of hesitation, in contrast to the sternness with which he spoke every time. Don't tell me you're still saying nonsense that you don't need help from your father? Peon waved angrily. The life flame technique with which you intend to take your revenge, who invented it? We, the ones who helped you day and night and shed our blood to cover up for you. Who sent us? Who gave your life itself? Richard repeated in a low voice, the stony face no longer maintaining its fixed expression. When Peon saw that his words were starting to show results, he quickly continued. Richard, you are already using what your father gave you in one way or another. What is the problem if you use one or two more items? He has allocated his entire army for you to use as you wish. See it as you are taking advantage of him and use his army he worked hard for to take your revenge. A while ago you were saying that you stayed here in order to reach the Azil tribe leader, Dewudar, and take half his life before he killed you. Why should you need to die in the first place when you have a large army to command? Come on, Richard, I know that you inherited your father's stubbornness, but you inherited his intelligence too. Follow your mind and choose wisely. The stone face disappeared into the wall for a few minutes, leaving Peon alone, before reappearing and announcing, Alright then, but everything will go as I want. Excellent. A big smile spread across Peon's distorted face, then he threw a ring that landed on a stone hand. Take this too, it will be of use to you. What is this? Richard furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The ring that Theo wanted to give you earlier and you refused, in addition to a few other good things. You will need all the help possible in the coming period. We are heading towards a massive war. Richard's facial expressions changed again, he looked as if he was struggling to make a decision. Accepting the leadership of the forces of his father was already considered a defeat in his view, but there was really no way for him to achieve his full revenge unless he had strong followers. If he continued alone, he would die sooner or later, that's for sure, and what is worse is that death is that he will surely die before achieving his goal of killing off the Nihiri giants. So this ring made him immensely confused. If he accepted it, he would indirectly accept his father again, and if he rejected it, he would appear as a hypocrite since he had agreed to accept command of the army a few moments ago. Peon's smile changed slightly as he understood what was on Richard's mind. There's no need to think too much, don't you think? In the space ring you will find the foundation modification technique and with it a perfect life fire law technique up to the 4th stage. This means that you can modify the foundations you have achieved yourself and continue until you become a martial emperor. The stone face looked away. My 38 foundations are good enough. Secondly, the Emperor's realm seems to be overrated, humans can't benefit from it anyway. Oh really? You will also find a vial and a technique called superior absorption that His Excellency created so that you can use the 4th stage. Very soon your control over the city will multiply many times, and the number of people whose life force you can absorb will also double. Peon laughed. He invented a solution to this problem. Richard quickly shouted, how could he not know the problem of the martial emperor realm? Peon and 2 others were emperors but couldn't use the 4th stage, which put them in a very bad position. Peon shrugged as if it was a matter of fact. Didn't I tell you 2 years ago that it was a matter of time? When your father puts his head into something, it is done. You should be proud that you are a descendant of that great man. Richard did not answer again, but the stone hand that was holding the ring withdrew with it until it disappeared into the ground, then he returned to look into Peon's eyes. So, how do we take advantage of these incoming forces? At the same time, within the Nihiri Union sect, I was told that it was the sect master's disciple, Jabba, who called us to the meeting. Who is that human over there? One of the elders sitting around a large oval table tilted himself slightly and asked the elder next to him after pointing towards a young human man with long braids sitting on the main seat. Check his features carefully, man. Damn, is that Jabba? What happened to him? I don't know either, but nothing is too difficult for the sect master. Maybe he wanted his student to be a human like him. Small discussions like this were filling the hall. Since Jabba arrived in the City of Hope a few days ago and sent a summons to all the elders to come to the City of Hope immediately, and a great storm ravaged the entire eastern region, has what everyone hoped for finally happened? Did the sect master take pity on them and decide to return? After several more minutes, Jabba opened his eyes and stood up. According to my calculations, all the elders should have arrived by now. Anyone who isn't here, I will consider him not wanting to come. We can begin now. Please come in, Mr. Jabba, we're all listening. Orzen spoke eagerly. Yes, we are in dire need of the sect leader's wisdom. The situation has gone from bad to worse in the last few years, and we have entered into a direct war against the giant clans again, although the number of the law users within the sect increases every day until it has reached roughly 20 million strong, but we still cannot achieve victory. After the sect master's techniques and weapons spread among the Nihiri giant clans, the power balance was equaled. We cannot subjugate them in a short time, and we cannot ignore them either because they are currently trying to invade the Desert of Death. Yes, those motherfuckers act like they don't know about the upcoming invasion. We have got less than 5 years left for the hell of it. In the last message that came from the Lightning Giants tribe, they said that we should surrender quickly so that we can begin to prepare together for the invasion. Otherwise, they will hold us responsible if the invasion comes and we are not prepared. What kind of sick joke is this? Yes, those filthy giants do not know their worth. Sorry, sect master's disciple, you are no longer a giant anyway. The sect master must give us orders and we will begin the attack immediately to annihilate them all. A pained sarcastic smile appeared on Jabba's face. His Excellency will not give you orders for anything. What do you mean, sect master's disciple? What exactly does His Excellency want? Orzin's eyebrows moved slightly closer together. His Excellency? I will tell you what His Excellency wants. Jabba shook his head. His Excellency wants to see this planet burn with all its inhabitants. Chapter 653. What? He wants to see us burn. What does he mean? Sect master's disciple, please don't joke around with these kinds of things. How could the sect master want to see us burn? We are his followers. The sect elders took several seconds to comprehend Jabba's words, and then each of them began to show a different reaction. Some of them exploded in anger, and others thought he was joking. As for the bulk of them, they remained silent and contented themselves with furrowing their eyebrows as if they had expected these words. Jabba raised his hands to silence the audience. His Excellency allowed me to announce that he is the one who sent me in order to facilitate my mission, but I will not do it this way. This is a disaster for the planet Nehri and it must be solved by the people of the planet Nehri. Then he looked into everyone's eyes in turn before continuing. I am no longer His Excellency's disciple. I am just a citizen like you now, a citizen who is worried about his homeland and wants to protect it. Who is with me? This is bad. This is very bad. One of the elders placed his hand on his head. He did not look shocked as much as he was disappointed. Anyone who has some information about current events and some intelligence will realize that His Excellency does not want peace. He is literally selling techniques, weapons, and talismans in exchange for huge amounts of energy pearls, to the point that the official currency has become regular energy stones due to the scarcity of pearls in the markets. He is actually pushing the war forward in the 4 regions and benefiting from it, but that does not mean that he does not want to unite the planet under his banner at all. Who would not want power when it is presented to him on a silver platter? Orzun clenched his hands tightly and asked Jabba, could you please explain the sect master's position further? How does he currently view us? Potential allies, clients, or perhaps enemies? I don't know either. But remember what happened in your last meeting with him and you will have your answer. Jabba felt weak in his legs and sat down again. No, Orzun was the one who stood up this time with shock in his eyes. What do you mean? Is the sect master planning to declare war on us as well? Do not think that those merchants from his family and the marginal relationship he kept with the sect mean that the past is dead. No, His Excellency has never forgotten. The best thing we can hope for is that he will continue his support for the wars from the side and that the true beginning empire will not intervene militarily against us. If that happens, the consequences would be disastrous. Jabba shook his head and then gave a sarcastic smile. Secondly, you can stop calling him sect master now. This will only provoke him more. He sees you as a blot of shame in his history. What does this mean? One of the sect elders looked around and shouted, will that Robin still support the domestic war until the invaders come and kill us all? Or maybe he himself will attack us from that damn space portal while the invaders are here to fish in the murky waters. I suggest that. Pam. Before that elder could finish his words, a slap sent him flying, penetrating the wall and destroying it. Then he continued flying towards the horizon until his screams disappeared completely. It is not known whether he died or is still alive. No one here is allowed to belittle His Excellency. Even if he becomes an enemy who intends to destroy the entire planet with his own hands, you shall talk about him with respect in front of me and behind my back. Was that clear? Jabba's voice was heard mingling with strong killing intent. Understood, Master Jabba. Understood. The rest of the sect elders quickly nodded like chickens picking grain. Not because they were convinced by what he said, but because of his aura that appeared when attacking. This was not the aura of someone at the Sage realm. The only explanation was that he had reached the Martial Emperor realm. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva one by one when they remembered that they were now looking at the only person outside the northern region who had reached this legendary realm. Wait, Jabba is definitely not an exceptional genius to reach this legendary realm alone and succeed in what millions of geniuses were unable to do before. The only explanation is that he achieved it because he is a disciple of the sect master. The sect master can make his own martial emperors now. Silence. Even the sound of breathing in the hall ceased to exist when thinking about this point. Good. The killing intent coming from Jabba calmed down a little and he walked until he reached the hole made by the elder's body and began looking at the city with his hand behind his back as his master used to. I don't want you to feel despair, there is still hope. Mr. Jabba, please tell us what you know. Orzun begged quickly. As I understand from His Excellency, he is under an obligation to prevent the invaders from plundering planet Nehri, so we must focus on this point. Jabba furrowed his eyebrows slightly and spoke calmly. When His Excellency first came to us, he wanted to unify planet Nehri, provide it with techniques and power, strengthening it over the course of 50 years enough to enable us to confront the invaders comfortably, then he would return to his family and let us live in peace and prosperity. But you know how that went. The sect elders looked at each other. How could they not know? The damned Azil tribe destroyed everything, and because of them too. Were they wrong because they disobeyed him, heard the words of the giants, and refused to attack the north? Maybe, maybe not. The important thing is that they disobeyed him and thought that they would be better off without him, and they caused him to abandon them and the idea of unifying this planet. Then Jabba continued. Now we return to His Excellency's goal, which is to stop the invaders from plundering the planet. If you were in his place and the option of unification became unavailable and you had a hidden hatred towards planet Nehri, what would you do? Abandon the mission? I would plunder the planet first. Jabba turned to face them. I too have guesses like you and do not know the truth, but I believe that His Excellency chose that instead of spending time in peace and helping each other become stronger together, he chose to make us spend our time in the war. This will push everyone against their will to become stronger, and of course, spreading a lot of techniques and weapons will help this even more. You say? Orzin raised his eyebrows. Jabba nodded. I believe His Excellency is still hoping that we will defend our planet ourselves or at least wear down the invaders before the true beginning empire intervenes. He still sees us as the first line of defense, but he no longer cares how many of us remain alive after the war ends, or whether we succeed or fail in repelling the invaders at all. Mr. Jabba, what do you think we should do now? One of the elders asked nervously. Jabba took a few steps forward and placed both his hands on the table. His Excellency is still monitoring the situation and trying to strengthen everyone, but he will only intervene when all our defensive lines collapse and we are all dead. Then he will bring the army of the true beginning empire and crush the invaders with one blow. We must not allow this to happen. Even when His Excellency was angry with us, he provided us with weapons and techniques and allowed me to return and do whatever I wanted, so we cannot really blame him for negligence. During the next 5 years, we must exploit everything available so that we are strong enough to prevail against the invaders on our own, or at least withstand them long enough to force His Excellency to cooperate with us. This is the only way to survive. Chapter 654. The Orphan Blood Planet. Under a huge tree near the demon's city wall. Look what else I brought. This is a sapling cut from a tree father from planet Greenland. I was told that it is very strong, and if we plant it here, it will change the environment around it as it grows. Flora took out a small green branch with only 2 leaves on it, but the branch's strong appearance and the overwhelming life energy emanating from it forced dozens of emperors around her to move closer to her to take another look. And look at this one too. Flora put the sapling aside and took out a beast hide the size of a palm. This is called the Vitality Talisman. Once you pass energy into it and place it on your body, it will search for any injury and begin to heal it automatically. It also does not consume a total amount of energy, so even if you are on the brink of death, this talisman is enough to keep you attached to life for a long time. Oh. A number of emperors raised their eyebrows slightly. And look at these are called divine weapons. Flora took out a golden chest armor and a golden sword from her ring, then activated them by passing energy through them. The chest armor shone, emitting an impenetrable aura, while the golden sword was covered in flames. Divine weapons are a large part of the human army. I think we are lucky that demons do not like to wear armor in their fights, otherwise, we would have been in much more trouble. The emperors furrowed their brows and sent out their soul sense to examine the weapon more closely. Flora then put the weapon aside and took out the corpse of a beast weighing 4 tons. This is called the 4-eyed cow. Please examine its body. Oh, its meat is red and tender, and I can't detect any toxins either. This would be a perfect meal to celebrate our victory. One of the emperors with exquisite tusks laughed. Seeing this cow made him salivate. What if I told you that this type of cow is domesticated in large numbers and that it reaches this size in just 6 months? Well, look at this now. Then Flora took out a basket full of various vegetables, then bottles of pure water, and distributed them to them. A large number of emperors did not have time to think about anything but were completely fascinated by what they saw. But some of them also were not very interested, and on the contrary, they thought that something strange was going on. One of them spoke and sent quick glances to the martial emperors around him. Oh, this is really nice. Whoever sees this would think that Niece Flora was on vacation and not in prison. They bought you with a bundle of vegetables and some water, daughter of the red flame dragon tribe. An emperor full of pimples came forward and shouted angrily, his voice thick like a frog. Flora stopped taking out any more of the things she had brought with her and just looked at the ground. She did not know how to say what she came to say. But one of the emperors with red hair and horns came forward angrily, and the red flames began to burn above his horns. What do you mean by this? My dear daughter endured torment in order to buy us some time, and even after she came back, she tried to show us things that we had never seen or heard about before. But you are questioning her honor instead? Do you want to die? Do I need to question anyone? Look behind you and explain to me why they are still here. The Pimple Emperor pointed in a certain direction, and the rest of the Orphan Blood Emperors looked in that direction angrily. There stood 2 humans wearing gold and black armor. One of them was standing seriously, with a golden bow on his back and a bundle of black-tipped arrows, while the other was leaning on a golden spear with a black head and yawning unconcernedly. These 2 humans came with Flora and did not leave immediately, but rather stood back there. When they tried to expel those 2 humans, Flora told them to leave them alone, and then she immediately began to change the subject by displaying the items in her ring. You mean these humans? They are. The red-haired man hesitated a little, then looked at his daughter again. Flora, who are these? Yes, Flora, who are they? Aru, who was leaning on the tree trunk, finally got up and pointed toward Alexander and Raiden. Flora hesitated a little, but quickly made up her mind and opened her mouth. They are 2 of His Excellency's generals. What? His Excellency? Who is His Excellency? What are you talking about? I told you all already, they bought her with food. As expected, all of the Orphan Blood Emperors, who now numbered more than 90, were furious. Even Flora's father had a shocked expression on his face. Aru also looked disappointed, but he didn't say anything and waited for her to continue. Calm down, everyone. Flora raised her hand and shouted forcefully. When the situation calmed down a little, she lowered her hand and bit her red lips hard. I will tell you everything that happened to me during the 5 years. All the emperors here were tribe lords or geniuses. Even if in their hearts there was anger toward Flora or a feeling of betrayal, they restrained themselves and listened with stern, disgusted expressions, which quickly turned into expressions of shock, then fear. Flora began her speech by telling about the details of the demon city that she saw on the other side of the space portal. This was enough to force everyone to listen more carefully. Then she told them about Robin's attack on her when he felt that she wanted to kill him, and how he was not to be underestimated. She explained that he had enough power to confront any of them, and then she spoke to them about the weather of planet Jura and the extravagance that she witnessed in the Imperial City and the experiments that destroyed the great Imperial Palace. Then she started about how she went to the planet Greenland and fought against the huge Warlord. Then she participated in the war against creatures called Tree Fathers. Finally, she told them about the situation of the demon emperors and how their numbers multiplied, and about the human emperors and their large numbers. After she finished, she detailed Robin's offer. This was everything that happened to me in 5 years. This is a lie. She is trying to scare us into submitting to that human without a fight. One of the martial emperors started waving around like a madman. The news about the demons in particular terrified everyone. His Excellency has issued his proposal and the decision is now for all of you. I came to convey a message and not to convince anyone of anything. Then she took a few steps to stand next to Aru, embraced his arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder. As for Aru, he looked at the girl sleeping on his shoulder for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and spoke in a cold tone. His Excellency, huh? It seems that you have already made your decision. Then he shook the shoulder that Flora was leaning on and walked away from her. Chapter 655. Swoosh. After being pushed back, Flora did not give up easily. She opened her arms wide and then pounced on Aru from behind, hugging his arm again. I made my decision because I know what your decision will be. His Excellency can give you everything you have been striving for all your life. He will give you a clean and perfect technique for the major heavenly law of lightning to become stronger than everyone, and in return, he wants you to go fight and prove your strength in other worlds. Isn't this what you dream of? To be the strongest in any circle you can reach? His Excellency will grant you this desire, and will even give you a larger arena in which to do what you love. So after all these years you still don't understand me. Aru turned and pulled Flora's hands away from him again, then looked into her eyes with disappointment. I really want to be the strongest, but not for the title itself. I'm not a stupid monster who wants to fight anything he sees. I want more power to be free and do whatever I want whenever I want, just as I was free when I snatched your love from the Red Flame Dragon tribe against everyone's will. Satisfying that person's terms will make me his subordinate, and he will take away my freedom. Feeling lost, Flora shouted. You have achieved your will here and have become the strongest among everyone and the leader of the unified army. But what then? His Excellency was able to subjugate us with only half of his army. Individual strength elevates you in status, but it will not secure your freedom. Freedom is living among a pack of lions, watching each other's backs, not being the leader of a flock of sheep. We can be a pack of lions too. Aru shouted forcefully. What are you saying, Flora? Are you really the woman I knew, loved, and fought the whole world for? Are you saying that I have to submit to someone in order to be free? What kind of logic is this? These can be a pack of lions. Who among them deserves to stand side by side with you? You are not more than 70 years old, but you already stepped on all of their faces. When I talk about the lions, I am talking about the likes of Raiden, Caesar, and Jabba. Flora's eyes filled with tears and she began directing her words to the rest of the martial emperors. And all of you, we experienced what is happening now in ancient times when the first invasion of our world came and they began performing horrific experiments on our ancestors. We all knew that there were higher powers around us, and yet instead of uniting and strengthening ourselves, we did not learn and went back to fighting and eating each other. We forgot about the topic as soon as they left, imagining that the worst had passed, until the demons appeared. Then she calmed down a little. This is the second invasion and the second warning. What will you do to deal with it? If His Excellency had not restrained the demons until this moment, we would all be dead now and we would not have been able to have this conversation in the first place. Even if His Excellency and his demons had withdrawn, what would we do to confront the third invasion when it comes? What about the fourth and fifth? His Excellency Robin Burton has given us excellent terms. We can take all the benefits without swearing allegiance to him, and he will certainly help us if another invasion takes place against us. What more could we want? Finally, we have a backer. Do you think that all the invaders that will come to our planet will be kind enough to give us conditions like these? Quite a few of the emperors looked at the ground with furrowed brows, thinking about Flora's words. Even Aru looked away, but clenched his fists until he almost crushed them with a mixture of anger and helplessness. But more of them started pointing at Flora and shouting, "Traitor! Damn it, I knew we shouldn't have used those sacrifices on you. The Red Flame Dragon tribe must give us an explanation for this nonsense. All of you. I am only a messenger conveying a message to you, and I did not say anything other than reminding you of the past. Why did I become a traitor?" Flora looked around, feeling lost, but she soon shook her head and turned her back to them. "Forget it, go and die then. Me, Aru, and the Red Flame Dragon tribe will do what we have to do to survive." Flora. The Red Flame Dragon tribe leader almost said something, but he silenced himself and looked away. How could he not know what the rest of the tribe leaders around him were thinking? They would take this opportunity to put pressure on the Red Flame Dragon tribe and force them to make more sacrifices, or perhaps even unite against the Red Flame Dragon tribe now and annihilate them all to get rid of the number one tribe in the world, all because of his daughter. The voices of a number of emperors began to rise, attacking Flora and the Red Flame Dragon tribe. It all changed when one of them opened his mouth and shouted, "Humph, she says she carries a message from His Excellency, shit on her and that bastard called Robin Burr. Ugh, caca." Before the martial emperor could finish his words, everyone heard the sound of a lightning strike, and their eyes flashed white. In the next moment, everyone found that the person who had spoken moments ago was pinned to the trunk of the tree with a golden spear that pierced his mouth and passed through to the other side. Then they heard a voice speaking in the language of the invaders. I do not know what he was saying, but he mentioned the name of His Excellency in a tone that I did not like, so I cut off his tongue. Sorry about interrupting your heated conversation, please continue. You are courting death. All of the orphan blood planet martial emperors took out their weapons or released their auras without restraint. Even the martial emperor who was pinned to the tree trunk gathered his strength and took the spear out of his mouth with difficulty, spitting blood and screaming. He also shouted in an incomprehensible voice, I Waikayu. Sigh. That was an unwise move, you know. Alexander sighed when he saw the situation in front of him, then withdrew the hands that were holding the golden bow and took it out, ready to fire. You say that, but you were preparing to attack too. Raiden laughed and rubbed his space ring, and another golden spear came out, which he grabbed with both hands. The look on their faces was enough to say that they were ready to fight to the death today. It's enough, everyone. If a fight breaks out here, no one will benefit except the demons. Flora moved quickly and stood between the two groups. You are protecting them even after they attacked us first? One of the tribe leaders shouted and then looked at the Red Flame Dragon tribe leader. What an upbringing you have raised for your daughter, an upbringing befitting a traitor. Please listen to me. Please, no fight should start here or it will. Flora almost collapsed nervously when she felt a hand land on her shoulder and move her to the side. Then the owner of the hand slowly advanced toward Raiden. It was Aru. He looked at Raiden from head to toe. You like playing with lightning, huh? Chapter 656. Oh, do you like to play with lightning too? I happen to have a similar hobby. Raiden laughed loudly when he saw Aru approaching, then he planted his spear in the ground and took 2 steps forward. Deep white lightning bolts began to move between his hands. Aru furrowed his eyebrows when he saw those white lightning bolts. From what he could feel, this human was barely level 41, and he had absolute confidence that his purple lightning was second to none. At this moment he felt a threat that he did not know where it came from. Enough. Flora returned to standing between Aru and Raiden, then looked at Raiden angrily. Don't you want your life anymore? Or do you want to cause problems for your master? Ha, please don't overestimate yourselves. What do I have to fear when I have a perfect lightning law technique? I can get out of here whenever I want, and Governor Alexander is also unstoppable with a perfect wind law technique. Did you think His Excellency has chosen us for no reason? Raiden laughed again. I wouldn't speak with such confidence. Sparks started shooting from Aru's eyes. Ha, when it comes to individual combat, I am not afraid of anyone but General Caesar. Do you think that because you are 2 levels higher than me, I will be afraid of you? Come and see if the 2 levels will do for you in the face of His Excellency's innovations. Raiden raised his spear again and activated something in his armor, so it began to glow with a faint golden light that gave a feeling of invincibility. The spear shone with killing intent that forced a number of emperors of the orphan blood planet to retreat. Haha, interesting, come on then. I will restrain my strength to reward a level 41 like you. Show me His Excellency's innovations. Aru also did not restrain himself even a little. After he finished speaking, he raised his fist and directed it at Raiden. Ka-ka. Raiden blocked the attack but was pushed back. A big smile appeared on his face. Nice, I won't use my divine weapon abilities then. Let this be a pure lightning competition. Aru did not respond and went after him in a flash until they both disappeared from the area. Aru, please don't kill him. Flora shouted with all her might. She knew that if Raiden were to fall today, nothing would prevent the demons from wiping the entire planet with blood. The rest of the emperors of the orphan blood planet remained in their place, worried, not knowing what else to do. Even the emperor whom Raiden had speared in the throat was looking at the horizon in shock. Should they encourage Aru or stop him? One person remained calm the whole time, and it was Alexander. Raiden's statement that he fears no one but Caesar was not an exaggeration. He dueled with most of the martial emperors at least once or twice, and each time ended in a draw. This point was so suspicious that the martial emperors began to suspect that he was merely accumulating experience and being lenient with them so that they would not hate him, but they agreed on one thing. The boy is a genius in every sense of the word, and the way he fights with lightning makes them imagine that they are fighting against the major heavenly lightning law itself. A genius like this, accompanied by the best armor produced by the Empire containing 26 different runes for defense and energy recovery, and a deadly weapon containing a rate of uracilium as a spear, along with a large number of talismans and energy pearls, would not have a good time against someone 2 levels higher than him. Boom, boom, rumble. The red sky turned into a mixture of purple and white, and the sound of lightning explosions and thunder turbulence struck everyone's hearts. Even the demons left the city and stood on top of the walls to watch what was happening. The most surprised person among them was Sakar, who rose into the sky with his arms crossed over his chest as he watched the battle taking place not far from the city. If there was one person who knew Aru's power perfectly, it was undoubtedly Sakar. Seeing him engage in a fight against a human was very interesting. Boom. At this moment, one of them descended from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor. It was Raiden. No! Flora screamed in fear, but she did not move forward to try to stop her man this time. She just looked at the sight of Raiden's fall with mixed feelings. Don't worry, the fight has just begun. Alexander replied slowly. He knew that an injury like this would not affect the golden armor. Then he put the golden bow on his back again and looked at Flora. Maybe you should go back and talk to your people about our issues. As for these 2, let them play for a bit. Play? Did you 2 come today to ask for death? Flora's father came forward and shouted at Alexander in the language of the people of Jura. Why the hell are you still standing between us anyway? Alexander turned to face the speaking emperor with half-closed eyes. Please do not forget that the 5-year period will expire soon. His Excellency gave Miss Flora another 5 years, but that is for you to take your time and come to visit planet Greenland and planet Jura. If you have no intention of thinking about joining the Empire, then there is no need to extend the deadline further. What do you mean with this? The red-haired emperor furrowed his eyebrows. Alexander put his hand behind his back and announced, "This means that we will not leave today unless at least 10 of you agree to come with us to planet Greenland, thus activating the additional 5-year period. If you all refuse, you will have 4 months to do whatever you want before His Excellency's will comes down." These were not His Excellency's words. He did not set conditions like these. Flora quickly protested. His Excellency does not like to talk a lot, but we, his followers, are tasked with translating his words into reality. This additional 5-year opportunity is for anyone who wants to move to planet Greenland and try his luck there. If all of you refuse, what is the use of the 5 years then? Why would His Excellency give you such precious time? Discuss as you wish. We will not go until we hear a satisfactory response. After Alexander finished speaking, he returned to focusing on the battle between Raiden and Aru, ignoring the shouting, insults, and threats coming from behind in the language of the people of the Orphan Blood Planet. He knew that no one among them was crazy enough to attack him now. He wasn't the only one watching. The battle in the sky was simply too eye-catching. A number of emperors were starting to curse Alexander and trying to find a solution together, but a larger number of the emperors of the Orphan Blood Planet were starting to watch the battle with their brows furrowed. They were shocked at Raiden's resilience so far. Even though Aru suppresses the power level he uses to level 41, he is still using his knowledge of level 43 of the major heavenly law of lightning, and this is something he cannot control. He is like a person in the 6th grade who returned to study alongside students in the 4th grade. The difference in experience and knowledge between them is simply too great to be overlooked. This is not just anyone at level 43, this is Aru of the Thunderbolt tribe. The person who subjugated the Orphan Blood Planet and made them recognize his status as the strongest expert at the same level before he even reached the age of 60. And yet, the human boy is still fighting him evenly? They all now have one question in their heads. Regardless of the human army that Flora talked about and from which they saw 2 emperors now, and regardless of the fact that the demons have increased in the way that Flora talks about or not, if this young human joined the demon Sakar and fought Aru together, what would happen? Damn everything. I, Boss Anna, will come with you. Finally, Alexander heard something in the language of the people of the planet Jura again, and he looked back, smiling. The speaker was an emperor, more than 2 meters tall, holding a spear with 3 blades. The upper half was like a human, but his neck contained gills, and the lower half was like an octopus. Boss Anna, what the hell are you doing? Another martial emperor frowned and shouted. What do you think I'm doing? I will sacrifice myself and go explore that other world to give you 5 more years. The octopus emperor laughed and moved slowly to approach Alexander. Chapter 657. Ah, count me with you. A female laugh rang out, then a woman came forward with wings full of feathers like the wings of a hawk, and long feathers emerging from her head like a crown. All of you. Flora's father looked around in shock and joy at the same time. He was shocked that all of these people intended to take the invitation of the leader of the invaders into consideration, and happy because his daughter was no longer the only traitor. Are you crazy? Do you really want to go to another world? Walk with your feet to the enemy headquarters. One of the opposing martial emperors shouted angrily and then pointed at Flora. What if they controlled her mind to do this? What if they are making her invite us towards certain death? You're right, that's why I'll go with them to make sure they're safe. A serious voice suddenly appeared, followed by the sound of footsteps like a horse's. Then its owner appeared, a martial emperor with prominent, strong features. His upper body was full of muscles, and his lower half resembled that of a horse. And I will go for a few days and evaluate the situation. The opportunity to see a new world will not come every day. And me, I want to test that point system. And me, count me in. After the number of martial emperors who expressed their desire to visit Greenland reached 20, Alexander gave a big smile. For this reason exactly, he remained standing and refused to leave. He had been in their place before and knew that no matter how good the conditions were, no one would agree to them for fear of being called a coward or a lowlife. Without some pressure, no one would want to be the first traitor. But with a few words from him, he made it clear that the first person to come forward would be the first to make a sacrifice and not a traitor, which opened the door for more people to accept the conditions. Boom. At this moment, Raiden descended from the sky again with such force that the earth exploded. Although blood was pouring down his face and his left eye was half closed, he landed on both feet, raising his spear with a defiant smile drawn on his face and white lightning crackling in his eyes. It was clear that he wanted to pounce upwards to continue the fight. Raiden, that's enough. We've gathered a number of volunteers. We don't have to stay here any longer. Alexander quickly stepped forward and shouted loudly. Raiden stopped the momentum he had prepared in his foot, then whoop, he spat out saliva mixed with some blood, and looked back up. Bullhead, do you want to continue this fight later or do you still insist on dying today? PZZT. Aru slowly descended from the sky, encased in lightning, maintaining his flawless exterior and powerful aura. By looking alone, it was feasible to tell who won this battle. Aru looked around and noticed the number of martial emperors standing next to Alexander, so he sighed and dispelled the cover of lightning around him. Go, let's continue this fight on another day. Raiden shrugged his shoulders, then inserted his spear into the space ring and began to move towards Alexander. But his words were directed at Aru when he opened his mouth. As long as you are stuck here, there will not be another day. The second time we meet, we will either be brothers, or you will be dead. Aru furrowed his eyebrows but didn't say anything. How could he not know the meaning of Raiden's words? According to Flora's explanation, they have a way to advance to the Martial Emperor's realm and use its powers without the need for sacrifices. The time element is not in his favor at all. But at the same time, he did not dare to attack Raiden and kill him now, or even to block the path of Alexander and the local martial emperors who preferred to go with him. In either case, it would mean that he was declaring all-out war on the empire of the invaders. Although during the 5 years, he had prepared a few steps and fortifications and had complete confidence that they would not fall without killing countless numbers of enemies, avoiding a war of annihilation was still the best option. Within a few more minutes, the number of martial emperors who wanted to go with Alexander stopped at 27, so he took them and Raiden and they left in silence. Aru, please, let's go with them. A few minutes after Alexander left, Flora approached and gently pulled Aru's arm. But she was surprised to see Aru suddenly clutching his chest and spitting blood, PFF, leaning on her with all his weight while his aura weakened greatly without warning. Flora was in shock. She did not know what to do. This was the first time she had seen Aru in this state in years. Are you okay? What happened to you? I'm fine. Aru gathered his strength and stood up straight again. Why are you so stubborn? Why did you restrain yourself to level 41? Do you think General Raiden is someone you can freely fight at the same level? They don't call him Lightning Boy for nothing. His compatibility with lightning has reached 95%. Flora almost went crazy. She cut off part of her clothes and began wiping the blood from her man's mouth, then scanned his body with her soul sense. Ugh, what should I do to you? Your body is full of internal injuries. Death is easier for me than going back on a promise. I underestimated my opponent, and this was my mistake, and I have to bear the consequences, that's all. Aru spoke seriously as he looked towards the horizon. Lightning Boy Raiden, huh? I would love to fight him again. You can fight him tomorrow if we go to planet Greenland. You still have time, as long as the additional 5-year period is activated, we can go at any time during the 5 years. Flora tried to persuade him. My dear, you do not owe these people or this world anything. On the contrary, didn't they destroy the Lightning Bull tribe? Didn't they kill and eat your parents? Didn't the Lightning Bull tribe turn into a meat farm for 5 neighboring tribes before you appeared among them? Didn't you wash yourself with the blood of those 5 tribes and kill everyone who stood in your way until you secured a reasonable place for you and your tribe just to not get eaten anymore? Why do you act as if this hell is your beloved homeland that you cannot abandon? Just take the Lightning Bull tribe with you and let's get out of here. Even with the bloodbath I committed, I would not have succeeded in protecting my tribe without your help. Aru looked sideways and kissed Flora on the forehead. But even if this home is hell, it's still home. As long as one person here believes that he has to fight until the end, I will help him. Then he flew towards the horizon without adding a word. Flora couldn't help herself and hit the ground with her feet. Arg. You just want to keep your promise that you will be the leader of the resistance until the end. Why did I have to love an idiot like you? Chapter 658. Almost 4 years later, within Robin's soul domain. Yes, like this. You almost did it. Come on. Evergreen's voice was low but clearly audible. Robin's silver avatar was sitting cross-legged with both hands raised. His features looked annoyed by Evergreen's nearby voice, but he didn't say anything. But Evergreen did not remain silent. Rather, her voice became louder, so she began to look up and hit the ground with her feet. Here we go. Here we go. The last refining step is almost complete. If you close your mouth, I will do it faster. Robin had had enough, so he opened his eyes and shouted. Your refinement has already reached 100%, and all that remains is the process of connecting with my soul domain. Now shut up and let me focus. Humph, if you had listened to me and gone to absorb the primal soul of one of the other tree fathers, you would have become stronger and would have finished the refinement much faster. Evergreen turned and kicked Robin, who was sitting next to her. The war on the planet Greenland became much easier after the human martial emperors gained the ability to use their power. It became even easier after the mercenaries from the orphan blood planet came one after another. The rest of the tree fathers and the leaders of the human tribes were killed, and the tree father Tafana surrendered. Whenever the human martial emperors were about to kill a tree father, she would warn Robin to stop them. He would go do it and absorb his soul force and primal soul, but every time he ignored her. Tisk. I won't take in another damn thing until I know what's going on in there. Robin couldn't move because he had to complete his technique, or he would get up and hit her on the head. So he just sighed and pointed with his eyes in a certain direction. In that direction, there was a tree so abnormally huge that the rest of the trees in the soul domain looked like grass next to it, and it kept growing. This is not the problem. The problem is that that huge tree is an exact copy of Hoffenheim. This tree first appeared as a small plant when Robin absorbed the primal soul of Hoffenheim, but Robin ignored it since there were countless trees and other plants. That plant became a shrub, then a tree, and then slowly grew until it reached this height. Even though he did not feel any danger from the tree, on the contrary, as it grew larger, he felt that his soul force increased. But he was still skeptical toward that thing. Pift, do you still think that he will rise from the dead and try to take over your soul domain? How funny you are, uncle. Evergreen grabbed her little belly and laughed loudly. Didn't I tell you repeatedly that you have nothing to worry about? How exactly will he revive? Tree Father Hoffenheim's primal soul was destroyed, and you successfully absorbed it, meaning he no longer exists. Sorry, but I don't trust short devils like you, Robin replied firmly. Is this a joke? This mischievous little villain caused a 200,000-year-long war because she did not tell all the facts to the Tree Fathers. What guarantee does he have that she won't do the same to him? Well, I think you make sense, but I can't tell you everything while we're still strangers. This is taboo. Evergreen raised her small shoulders. But that's okay, this lack of trust won't last long. After you become my owner, you'll feel if I'm telling the truth or hiding something, so I'm not worried that you won't believe me. After you finish the connection process, I will tell you everything about that Hoffenheim copy. Good, now be quiet, and let me continue in peace. Then he moved his eyeball to look at her. If you keep bothering me, I'll stop the connecting process, understand? That damn thing is hard enough. Pa. Evergreen raised both hands and placed them over her mouth, then looked back at the picturesque scene above. It was a giant green sun. No, it was a giant green planet. Rather, it was an exact image of the planet Greenland, like that in the planet Spirit domain, but this one is different in that it is larger and radiates a warm life force. Whatever it was the only thing shining in a different color than the white and silver that dominated the place. After Robin finished refining the planet's spirit, he did not feel any change. Then Evergreen told him to return to his soul domain, and then he found this green sun hanging in the air. Then Evergreen gave him a new technique and told him that he now had to connect his primal soul to that sun and that it would not take him much time. This was a month ago. Robin's eyebrows were twitching the whole time. Connecting something external to his primal soul was not that easy, but rather something abnormal and exhausting beyond description. He also now realized how dangerous a total connection with a planet's spirit was. If the planet's spirit was forcefully taken from him, it would be taken out alongside pieces of his primal soul. This would mean inevitable death. Deep inhale. Get it over already, you damned bastard. Robin shouted loudly when he felt like he was about to finish. Then he lowered his hands to the ground and began to pant. Ha, ha, rumble, rumble. Something strange began to happen everywhere around Robin. His soul domain began to expand at an insane speed. All the remaining white soul force in his domain began to slowly turn to silver in color. As for the green sun, it continued to rise until it reached a certain distance, and then its radiation increased in strength until it colored the sky of the world within Robin's soul domain green. The embodiment of Robin's soul slowly stood up and looked at his hands. The fatigue that had covered him moments before had disappeared, and his limbs seemed longer. Robin looked toward the pool of water next to him quickly and found that the childish appearance that was dominating his features had finally disappeared and was replaced by his appearance as a teenager. Haha, finally a tangible benefit from all this headache. I've gotten taller than you once more, look. Haha. Evergreen? When Robin turned around, he found Evergreen still looking up, still placing her hand over her small mouth, and her eyes full of tears. How can you not cry with joy? She had an owner before it entered the middle planetary belt. How many planetary spirits had been able to do something like this since time immemorial, out of billions of planets? 10 planets? 20. This achievement alone is enough for her to be proud of, even after she is destroyed and returns to primal chaos. Only after a few minutes did Evergreen seem to remember something, so she hurried over and turned to Robin, then knelt on both feet. Evergreen thanks the owner, and hopes to be of use to you on your path to glory. Chapter 659. Robin smiled big when he saw Evergreen kneeling in front of him, not because he wanted to see her so submissive, but because he just now felt that he had accomplished what he had worked so hard for. He had become the owner of a planet. Robin waved slowly. Get up, seeing an annoying person like you kneeling is not easy on the eyes, let the relationship between us continue as it was. Evergreen nodded and then looked back at the green star happily. She was looking at her second home. Robin walked over to stand next to her and looked up as well. To be honest, it is a beautiful sight and has added wonderful color to my soul domain, and for some reason, it has also given me a huge boost in my soul force. But then what? This cannot be it, right? Robin looked down at Evergreen. What can you give me now that I am your owner? What about the Terra Beast army that you promised me, for example? The Terra Beasts? Is this what you thought about when it came to benefits? Your ambition is very simple, uncle. Anyway, I used my authority and modified a number of beasts of Terra to increase their production of cubs, so that their total number reached 1 million beasts currently present in a valley in the south of the planet. I will give you the exact coordinates of the place anytime you want to bring them. Evergreen finally took her eyes off the green star and laughed. Now let us get into the real benefits. Since you mentioned the topic of soul force, let us start with it. You have now linked your soul domain with planet Greenland's spirit realm. This will not only give you an immediate boost of twice what you have accumulated in your entire life, which is almost 3,000 units, but it will multiply the speed at which you gather soul force from your surroundings several times and will double any soul force that gets in. As I see it, it is only a matter of time before this place is filled with soul creatures. In front of this burst of information, Robin was unable to show any reaction other than opening his mouth in stupefaction. Ha! Evergreen put her hand to her mouth and giggled. Let me explain in more detail, my dear owner. In the advanced planetary belts, starting from the middle-aged planetary belt, there are more uses for the soul, and it is an essential part of the path of cultivation. You cannot simply say that So-and-so's soul is stronger than the average, or that mine has become stronger than his. This is a kind of floating vocabulary, and there are no specific noticeable levels that can say that so-and-so is at such and such a level. You experienced it yourself when you still had a white soul and you were lord over everyone who also had white souls. So a special measurement system for the soul has emerged, and I will teach it to you now that I am allowed to tell you these things. Then Evergreen put her hand behind her back and raised her head up, then started walking back and forth. When it comes to the soul, there are clear realms, which are represented by the colors of the soul, the primal white, the silver weapon, the royal purple, and the golden sovereign. However, the differences between a single color are too wide, so another more accurate system was needed for evaluation, and from here the system of units was created. For example, the white primal soul starts from 1 unit up to 1000 units. Any living being, when it is born, has a soul force equal to at least 1 unit preserved within the primal soul. These are stupid people or people with mental disabilities, but the general average is 5 units per newborn. For those who are born geniuses like you, you are often born with a soul force between 10 units and up to 50 units. Then she stood up and pointed at Robin. You fulfilled the 1000 units requirement and upgraded your soul to the silver weapon level. Then you continued to gather more force and took a huge batch of Hoffenheim's initial soul until you collected 3000 units in total, and now my refinement has given you another 3000 units, meaning that you have a total of 6000 soul units. This is actually not bad at all, especially when you know that the second strongest person above planet Greenland when it comes to the soul, Zara, still only has 250 units. Only 250 units? This really does not sound good. I have always been telling myself that the soul strengthening technique is missing something, as it is too slow, but I cannot figure out a way to develop it yet. Robin rested his chin on his hand and furrowed his eyebrows, already beginning to think of a way to measure soul strength units. Evergreen told him about the system and how it is used, but he still has to develop a technique or an item for the actual measurement. Evergreen raised her small shoulders. Actually, your technique is not bad at all, as it pushed an entire army to reach 100 units on average. Do not forget that the tree fathers who lived for hundreds of thousands of years also had white souls, meaning they did not exceed 1000 units. She then pointed at him twice. But it is really nothing compared to the soul techniques of the middle-aged planetary belt, and that is because you lack knowledge. Knowledge. Robin stopped thinking about how to measure units of soul force and looked at Evergreen again. In what area exactly do I lack knowledge? You created a technique to collect the soul force from your surroundings and annex it to your own, but do you know what the origin of the soul force you are collecting is? Evergreen put her hand on her waist. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and shook his head. The answer is no, he does not know. If the question had been about natural energy, he would have answered with what he knows, which is that the planet absorbs energy called primal chaos around it and turns it into natural energy so that the creatures of the planet can bear it. As for the soul force, Robin had always treated it as just natural energy with different properties. Was it not? Wait, soul force, could it be? It seems that you got it. The soul force that is always surrounding you and that you are trying to absorb is the remains of the souls of dead creatures. Evergreen nodded. The remains of the souls of dead creatures? Was that legend true, then? Robin sat there weakly. It is common on planet Jura that after death, the body is destroyed while the soul floats around the place where it died for a while before fading. What is new in Evergreen's words is that the soul does not just fade completely, but turns into a soul force that benefits other creatures. When one thinks about it, how many species have lived on a planet since its genesis? Is there a digit that can even describe this number? If every creature among them left one soul unit behind, the available units of soul force would be truly enormous and could even compete with natural energy in terms of density. However, it will also be a limited quantity that will not be renewed unless more creatures die. Chapter 660. The white soul only ranges between 1 and 1000 units, yet Hoffenheim and the rest of the tree fathers have been trapped in it for nearly 500,000 years? Robin rubbed his chin for a while. Then what about the silver soul? I have 6000 units now, but I still have a silver soul. Is it possible that I need 10,000 units to reach the purple soul? In fact, it takes 1 million units for your soul to turn purple, but as for the number that your soul needs to completely turn into gold, there is no need to even mention it. Evergreen giggled, and her laughter increased even more when she saw Robin's pupils widen after hearing the number. Haha, your problem is that you see soul power as a side thing for more concentration, for example, or using it in devious techniques like soul slavery or something basic like transferring information. You are greatly undervaluing the power of the soul. Did you not notice that you subjugated Tree Father Hoffenheim, an emperor who lived for hundreds of thousands of years, by using the power of your soul alone? Then Evergreen went back to walking back and forth. The soul force is not completely understood by you, and I realize that, but you should know that it has its own cultivation path, and there are many powerful experts who do not use anything else other than soul force. You can, for example, divide any soul realm into 4 sections: primal, medium, high, and peak. Someone with a white soul at the primal level, that is, having 250 soul units like Zara, can easily kill knights using only the power of her soul. And someone with 1000 soul units, for example, can fight an emperor face-to-face using soul techniques. A person with 1000 soul units can face the emperors. Robin raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he did not overreact. Well, not the emperors. There is a big difference between the sagehood realm and the emperor realm, as you know. With 1000 units alone, you can barely escape from the weakest emperor, but I guess it still counts. Evergreen laughed. Even with this explanation, Robin was still keeping his serious expression. 1000 units may not seem like a big number, but Zara, who reached the emperor realm about 5 years ago, barely got 250 units. This means that it is easier to reach the emperor realm than it is to reach 1000 units, or this applies to their current information at least. But at this moment, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "So this means I. Haha, you are a person full of treasures, my dear owner. And although you always complain about your luck, it helped you achieve a technique that can compensate for the bad luck you have faced throughout your life." Technique. Robin furrowed his eyebrows further. You mean the soul-filling technique? You are right. The technique boosted you from approximately 400 units to 3,000 units in just a few years, and without even trying to exploit it to the fullest extent. Evergreen's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. I do not know how you were able to come up with this soul-filling technique with its current details. But even in the middle-aged planetary belt, this technique is considered a high-level forbidden technique, and whoever possesses it considers it a treasure and never passes it on to anyone or even talks about it. I advise you to do the same if you want to survive. Treat it as your greatest treasure, because it truly is if you use it appropriately. After sending a lengthy look at Robin, she continued, I do not think there are many others in the young planetary belt other than you who have 6,000 soul units. Evergreen stood still and pointed at him twice excitedly. With 6,000 soul units, you can literally dominate everyone at the Emperor realm or lower, and if used correctly, you can even safely escape if someone in the World Cataclysm realm wanted to kill you. But that is, of course, if you have powerful enough soul techniques. Even if you have muscles, they will not benefit you if you do not have a martial art that can exploit them to the maximum. I can escape from someone in the World Cataclysm realm? Is this the name of a realm above the Emperor's realm? Robin felt that his legs lacked strength, so he created a seat under him with soul force and sat on it with his brows furrowed. The amount of information that Evergreen had flooded him with could not be easily digested. In his view, soul force was indeed a means of doing side things to help or strengthen him mentally, but he had never thought of using it as a means of combat. But suddenly he learned that he had the qualifications to escape from someone above the Emperor realm. This is amazing, but he quickly curbed his enthusiasm. He knew that the inheritance of planet Jura regarding soul matters was very weak, and after communicating with 3 other planets, he could say with confidence that the inheritance of soul force in the entire young planetary belt was useless. He is already a user of the Eye of Truth and can research this path, but where does he start? When he started with the internal energy system, the system was already in place and reasonably advanced, but when it comes to the soul and body strength, he looks at a blank sheet of paper. Let us put aside the soul strengthening and revitalizing techniques he created that were not good enough. Where can he get such powerful offensive and defensive soul techniques that would enable him to withstand an emperor, let alone this World Cataclysm realm expert? Robin was lost in thought and continued to rub between his eyebrows. His feeling now is similar to someone who has a powerful weapon but cannot use it. He has great strength, but he does not know how to harness it. After a few minutes, he seemed to remember something, so he put aside thinking about the matters of soul techniques and asked Evergreen calmly, You spoke a while ago about the imminent appearance of soul creatures. What is this? It is not too complicated, you have already seen one of those. Evergreen shrugged her shoulders and pointed in a certain direction toward the huge tree in the middle of Robin's soul domain. Hoffenheim. Robin quickly stood up and shouted, What on earth is a soul creature? I knew there was something strange about that tree. Hey, calm down, did I not tell you that it would never harm you? Also, he has been within your soul domain for years now. Did you feel anything malicious from it? On the contrary, its presence can only benefit you. Evergreen spoke with a sarcastic smile stuck on her face, a smile that angered Robin greatly. Okay, why are you looking at me like that? We need to work on your sense of humor a little bit. Evergreen waved with a laugh, and then her features turned serious again. Do you remember what I said about the origin of the soul force you absorb? Yes, the soul force originates from the remains of the souls of dead creatures who once roamed the planet. Robin nodded. Good. Then what if the souls of the dead creatures you absorb still retain some of their characteristics? Chapter 661. The remains of the souls of dead creatures I taken might still retain some of their characteristics. Robin's silver avatar opened his eyes wide, took a step back, and looked at the huge tree in the middle of his soul domain. Oh no. Calm down, I said he retains some of his characteristics and not his consciousness. Evergreen quickly waved to calm Robin down. She knew what Hoffenheim was to him, as that was the entity that brought him to the brink of death twice. All I said is that the soul force is usually loaded with some characteristics, or you can say some information. Explain more. Robin took a step forward aggressively. Okay, take it easy a little, would you? Evergreen smiled playfully, then extended her palm forward, and something resembling an ice cube appeared above it. Let us assume that the ice cube is the soul of a creature who just died. The ice cube would be the primordial soul plus any soul force that the creature has acquired throughout his life. At this moment of death, consciousness has ended and the soul domain has collapsed, so the soul mass will have no choice but to wander around aimlessly. But even without consciousness, the soul is cohesive and still retains its memories. It also stores all the information and characteristics about that dead creature. And now let us speed up the process by 50 years. At this moment, Evergreen did something that made the ice cube melt until it reached half its size, and a liquid began to flood her palm and drip onto the ground. You can consider this water as soul force as well, but it has become free energy without any information, meaning that it no longer has a connection to the dead creature. It is also the soul energy that you usually absorb using your soul strengthening technique. Usually, when someone mentions the term soul force, he usually means this pure type. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and pointed at the remaining half of the ice. What about that one? Now we come to the important thing, something you will encounter more often in the future. Evergreen laughed maliciously. The remaining piece contains that creature's initial soul. The initial soul survives up to 50 years after death? Robin opened his eyes wide, and the concept of death for him began to change. Evergreen shook her head quickly. Okay, let us not exaggerate here. What do you mean by survive? Death is death. Even regardless of the bleeding of information and memories that happens to the initial soul after death, What is the benefit of the initial soul without a body, without awareness? It is just that the initial souls are among the secrets of creation and are not supposed to perish. So the initial soul may wander for hundreds of years or more until it is completely destroyed and transformed into an overflow of soul energy, or it may not be destroyed at all. But as far as I know, the initial soul can grow a new consciousness? As long as the initial soul is intact somewhere, then. Robin replied quickly, looking like he was thinking about something. This is if the initial soul was protected within its own domain and enjoyed peace for tens or even hundreds of years. But you saw for yourself what happens when you destroy Hoffenheim's soul domain, as what souls experience afterward is far from peace. Evergreen waved. But just for your knowledge, there are indeed rare cases where these imperfect initial souls gain a new consciousness. This is often the result of a wandering initial soul colliding with something out of nature or a wandering initial soul staying in an evil zone for a long time. But that new consciousness has no connection to the dead creature whatsoever. It is a terrible, ferocious entity called a wraith. There is a whole race of them in some places, and I hope you never meet one of them. Oh. Robin looked at the ground in disappointment, then seemed to remember something and pointed back toward the tree that looked like Hoffenheim. Is that thing a wraith, then? This? Haha, you would be dead by now. Evergreen laughed loudly, then caught herself when she saw Robin's seriousness. Of course not, my dear owner. Did you even give Hoffenheim's soul a chance to gain a new consciousness? You destroyed it and swallowed it with its information and memories. That one over there is a soul creature. Now allow me to go back to my explanation again and stop interrupting me. Robin raised both hands in surrender. Good, now where were we? Aha! Evergreen nodded proudly and then pointed toward the small ice cube. All known soul strengthening techniques rely on pure soul force, and no one can benefit from this large chunk, even though it is made of the same force. It is just like a person wanting to drink water and having this piece of ice in front of him. He will definitely wait for it to melt, and if he tries to swallow it, it will surely get stuck in his throat and kill him. That is a great example. Ha! That is why I chose the piece of ice to illustrate from the beginning, hee. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Evergreen quickly stopped her laughter and went back to walking back and forth with her hand behind her back. Ahem. But just because most people cannot use these masses, that is, the wandering initial souls, does not mean that no one can. There are a number of soul specialists who have come up with methods by which they can absorb these wandering initial souls from the air around them or directly from their victims, which gives them a huge boost in their soul force, but it comes with side effects, soul creatures. Evergreen quickly continued before Robin could ask. A soul creature results from the merging of the information and memories of the wandering initial soul with your soul domain, as your soul domain naturally attempts to make a copy of that creature based on that information, thus producing a soul creature within your soul domain. Evergreen pointed toward the huge tree. A soul creature has the same power as the person who possessed that soul before his death and has all his memories, characteristics, and way of thinking. At the same time, the soul creature derives its consciousness from you, so it can move and do what you dictate to it. It has no consciousness of its own since it sprouted from your own consciousness. Therefore, there is no need to fear it. It has no right to refuse or accept if you order it to do something, and it cannot even have a long conversation. I think you can consider it a stupid slave. Hoffenheim, for example, is considered a soul creature in the development process, but I think he will be ready for you to order him around very soon. Ha, ha ha. He died because he refused to be my subordinate, so he became my slave even after his death. Indeed, fate is inevitable, ha ha. Robin raised his eyebrows and looked at Hoffenheim for a long time before he burst out laughing, then shook his head. Too bad it is useless now. What should I do with him? I have read his memories and that is it. Those soul creatures are useless as long as they are locked inside the soul domain, but I think they can bring joy to the place instead of this silence. I do not see any other use for them. Evergreen tilted her head to the side. Who said they cannot exit the soul domain? Chapter 662. Robin opened his eyes wide and looked back at the huge Hoffenheim avatar. Soul creatures can leave the soul domain. Yes, when Hoffenheim's transformation into a soul creature is complete, you can summon him to fight alongside you. He will even use all the tricks he knew during his life to support you, and it is not just ordinary support either. Rather, he will have a strength close to the strength of his soul when he was alive. Hoffenheim had 850 soul units when he was alive, meaning that only someone in an emperor's realm would be able to handle him. And not only him, but any soul creature in your soul domain can leave or enter depending on your desire. Do not forget that they are made of soul force and their awareness is derived from your awareness, so taking them out will be no different than extending your soul sense. Evergreen shrugged. Are you saying that this thing over there can come out and fight alongside me? Robin pointed toward the enormous tree again, not believing what he was hearing. Evergreen stepped forward and kicked Robin's leg. Are you doubting my words? We are one entity now, everything I tell you is the truth. Soul creatures will be one of your most feared offensive options. They are one of the attributes of true soul masters, and the one that scares people the most. There are soul masters who have entire armies of soul creatures who, as soon as the gates are opened for them, go out to destroy entire cities without the soul master having to move a muscle. Robin looked back at Hoffenheim for a long time, not even reacting to Evergreen's kick. Let me guess, you are thinking of a way to collect more powerful soul creatures. Evergreen put her hand to her mouth and giggled. You speak as if I were a serial killer who seeks to kill people just to become stronger. Robin shook his head. Evergreen did not respond, just narrowed her eyes and put her hand on her waist. Alright, I do that sometimes. Robin laughed when he saw Evergreen's reaction. But in this case, I do not see much benefit. This is actually good for a solo soulmaster, but I already have my army, and I will give up everything as soon as I finish my mission and rescue my son, so there is no need to waste my time on this point. It is just that everything about the soul interests me a little, and the fact that the initial soul does not completely disappear is very interesting. Give up everything? Yeah, keep convincing yourself. Evergreen mumbled. Did you say something? Not at all. Evergreen shrugged her little shoulders. Hey, do you not want to know what else I got from refining me? Is there something else? Robin raised his eyebrows happily, as the more weapons he had in his arsenal before the incoming war, the better. Of course, but you have to return your awareness to your body. Let us continue our conversation outside. Robin took a deep breath. Well, here we go. Robin listened while sitting on his bed. His features quickly changed from excitement and anticipation to surprise, so he closed his eyes to focus more. What is happening outside? As soon as Robin regained control of his body, he immediately felt disturbances outside. His soul sense detected the residents of the steep hill in a state of extreme panic. Shush! The air around Robin compressed until it formed Evergreen's body, who laughed and pointed him toward the door. Ha, come out and you will find out. Robin also wasted no time. In less than a minute, he had changed into a clean set of clothes and quickly rushed out. Rumble. Earthquake. This. As soon as Robin opened the gate to his palace, he was met with a torrent of energy hitting his face, almost forcing him to take a step back. Robin then raised his head with some difficulty and saw a strange sight. He saw a gray vortex in the heart of the sky. The vortex was so huge that it seemed as if it were intending to swallow the whole planet. As for the heart of the vortex, rain and strong winds were coming down from it. It did not take long for Robin to notice that those winds are natural energy that raises the percentage of energy in the atmosphere explosively. Even those rains are also concentrated natural energy. Cool, huh? The avatar of Evergreen appeared next to him, looking proud at this moment. You are now looking at my reward as a planet that got an owner before reaching the middle planetary belt. Haha. Your reward. This. If these winds continue to blow for a longer period, the energy level here will reach the same level as on planet Nihiri, and perhaps more. And if this rain continues to fall, the plant and beast life on the planet will witness a radical change. This vortex will change everything about you forever. Robin took a few steps forward and let the refreshing rain fall on his body. Everything around him seemed like a dream. Haha, of course, this is my reward. Getting an owner so quickly means that I did a good job of strengthening and supporting the population of my world without breaking the rules, even if your presence is considered a bit of a cheat, but who cares? Haha. This transformation will give me a huge advantage over the spirits of the planets at my age, strengthen my population to a greater extent, and also compensate me for the losses I incurred in creating your Terra Beast army. I have not entered the middle planetary belt yet, but I have already taken a few steps ahead. I knew that staying by your side would pay off one day, but it came sooner than expected. Evergreen giggled, visibly happy seeing the changes happening to her. Your Excellency, please take cover, we do not know what is happening. At this moment, a voice came from the gate. One of the guards quickly came carrying a shield and raised it over Robin's head to protect him from the rain. Then he noticed something floating next to Robin. Your Excellency, please take cover behind me, there is a ghost behind you. Robin poked his head out from behind the guard and looked at Evergreen. Why did you not try to hide this time? I have an owner now, I can display myself proudly anywhere. Evergreen raised her head, having longed for this moment for a long time. Robin smiled and patted the guard on the back. Relax, there is nothing dangerous here. But the guard remained confused for a few seconds between the events taking place above them and the strange ghost in front of him, but eventually, he lowered his shield and bowed slightly. Your Excellency. Robin nodded. Go tell Alexander the First want him. No, I want you to announce a war meeting at the highest level. Gather everyone important for me. The Nihiri invasion will begin any day now. Chapter 663. After the guard left to spread the news that the war council had been summoned, Robin did not return inside his palace immediately. He remained standing in his place, looking up and opening his mouth, swallowing as much rain as he could. This is the first time he has seen liquid natural energy and even the first time he knows that energy can be liquefied in this way, so how could he not take a sip or two to try? He was not disappointed. Although it was tasteless as it went down his throat, it gave him a feeling of warmth. Then it penetrated his stomach, and he felt it purifying him of any accumulated impurities or toxins. He even tangibly felt solid energy level 38 forming faster. Amazing. Just amazing. Robin muttered as he swallowed a few more drops, then looked at Evergreen. Can we do something to retain some of this liquid? I feel like it is a waste as I see it seeping into the earth and oceans without any benefit from it. This process that is happening across the planet is the main purpose. After the rain ends, the plant life will develop tremendously. The beasts will become stronger and their meat more useful, and the talent level of the newborn intelligent beings will also increase. Evergreen flew around Robin for a turn, then stopped and put her hand under her chin. But I think I can save some of them for you. Watch that move. After Evergreen finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and Robin felt something strange. Evergreen compacted the ground in many places to create deep holes, then hardened the stones in those holes so that water would not leak out of them. By simply snapping her fingers, she created several artificial lakes to collect energy rain. The strangest thing is that Robin felt all of this as it was happening, and even monitored the locations of the artificial lakes, even though they were scattered around the entire planet. No, Not just that, when he focused a little, Robin began to feel strange things happening. He sensed the volcano in southwest Greenland that was about to explode, and the group of beasts that started rampaging due to the rain and attacked a city belonging to the Empire. He even saw them being slaughtered by golden-armored soldiers as if he was watching them right in front of his eyes. Sigh. I have to admit, the time I spent refining you is no longer a waste. Robin sighed and nodded. At this moment, Robin felt that he saw the entire planet as if it were on his palm. Haha, does that surprise you? Wait until you see your lifeline. Evergreen put her palms to her mouth and jingled. Lifeline. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and then automatically sent his consciousness to check the artery. The lifeline of any living being is a closed artery between the heart and the head that retains a certain amount of dense energy. The ancients called it life energy because they noticed that when this dense energy runs out, the owner of the body dies, no matter how hard they try to prolong his life. Even when cultivators break through to a higher level and their lives are prolonged, the dense energy within this lifeline remains the same. What changes is only the speed at which that energy is depleted. So someone like Old Gu, even after he became an emperor and added thousands of years to his life, would still look like an old man because the life energy in his body was still seriously lacking. The only way Robin knew to increase this energy was through the major heavenly law of life, but it was too slow. An experienced life law user may take a month of non-stop hard work to prolong the life of the person in front of him for a month or two. There is another method, which is the artificial life fire law. The user of this law can trap this energy using the green life fire and steal it from a person, then inject it into another person or thing. But Robin discovered this ability late, after he completed the law of the life fire. When he found it to be a powerful technique that was evil and would open a door to the dark path, he gave it to Mila in silence and did not tell her about this ability. He refused to hand it over to anyone else for fear that someone might discover it, until Richard discovered it anyway. This dense life energy can also be used by cultivators after they reach a certain level of control over their bodies. Using this energy produces tremendous power that makes the cultivator break through his limits, but it is also irreplaceable. That is, every drop that is burned brings its owner closer to death. As for Robin, it is true that he lived for 200 years, but he is a high-level sage now and can live for thousands of years easily. So his lifeline was somewhat incomplete, but not to the degree that would suggest danger. When he checked his lifeline now, he found it completely filled. That is good, thanks. Robin scratched his head and thanked Evergreen, but he did not seem very enthusiastic. Humph, you do not understand what this means, do you? Evergreen turned her head around and crossed her hands on her chest. Come on, try to burn off your life energy as if you were preparing to carry out a major attack. No thanks, I may not look like it, but I still stay young longer. Robin waved. Come on, do it. Evergreen stepped forward and smacked him several times on the head with her small fists. Robin laughed out loud and shook his head, knowing that Evergreen would not hurt him and was just messing around. So after he tried teasing her a little more, she started focusing on his lifeline again, and he gave the order to burn. Shwela! A tremendous force rushed out from within Robin as if he were in the middle of an explosion. The wind, rain, and even the sounds of thunder around him all stopped 20 meters away from him as if he were surrounded by a colorless dome. Robin raised his hand until it was level with his shoulders and closed his eyes to enjoy this tremendous power. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and the dome of energy around him expanded. Ka! His life energy exploded wider, and his hair began to fly upwards. Even though Robin did not use any attack, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and the palace gate was destroyed when it came into contact with the pure energy emanating from him. The thick stones of the palace themselves did not fall, but rather began to evaporate. At this moment, Robin felt that he could withstand a few seconds against an emperor without using the law of time or space. Robin's outburst that terrified the residents of the steep hill did not last long. After only 5 seconds, Robin stopped burning his life energy, then prepared to hold his heart, spit out blood, and quickly check how much he had aged. But strangely, he did not feel anything. Rather, a storm was starting to activate above his head, and energy was pouring into his body at a terrifying speed. Astonished by what was happening, Robin went back to check his lifeline again, but he was surprised by a strange scene. What is happening here? Unlike normal, his lifeline was not damaged by use, and the percentage of condensed life energy in it was also rising very quickly. Within an hour or less, it would be completely back to full. Have you forgotten that your life is connected to mine now? Your lifeline will be constantly replenished by the laws of nature on any planet you find yourself on as long as our connection is in effect. Just be careful and do not burn it to zero, always leave at least one drop, and it will replenish automatically. Evergreen clapped excitedly, knowing exactly what this meant for energy cultivators. Ha. This is amazing, Evergreen, amazing. Robin clenched his hands and laughed at the sky. Regardless of the enormous power he had just experienced, it was more than just power. Using the intense life energy would solve many of the problems that were troubling him. Have you realized the importance of this little lady yet? Evergreen folded her hands and looked up proudly. Wait until you learn the next ability. There is still another ability that you have not told me yet? Is it like using a lifeline? Robin stopped laughing and faced Evergreen again with eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Of course. Using the power of the lifeline is a side effect of linking your life to mine, but it is not my special ability. If it is linked to any other planet's spirit, you will have the same result. But each planet's spirit has a special ability that it gives to its owner, in addition to binding life and doubling the power of the soul. The special abilities of planetary spirits are strong and appropriate for what the owner goes through in order to obtain them, and it is also one of the motivations that make you want to refine more planets. It has a flaw, which is that when you activate this ability, everyone around you will immediately know that you are the owner of a planet, so most planet owners prefer to keep it secret so as not to bring harm upon themselves. Evergreen shook her head, then winked at Robin. My dear owner, do you want to know what special ability I have for you? Chapter 664. Somewhere in the vast space. V-Room. A huge metallic beast in the shape of a snake, opening its mouth wide and exposing its sharp fangs, passed at high speed, interrupting the deadly silence of space. No, it is not a beast. There is no living creature that can survive in the harsh conditions of space in which the planets swim. That thing was definitely a spacecraft. The ship was 1 kilometer long and at least 100 meters wide at the very least. Although sound does not spread in space, one can imagine how loud this machine was just by looking at the amount of energy that came out of its massive tail to push it forward. In fact, space is not completely empty, but rather it is full of asteroids that can threaten anything that moves, asteroids that range in size from a tiny rock to nearly the size of the moons. However, this vehicle did not slow down or take those asteroids into consideration. It would rip anything that came in its way open with its sharp fangs. The massive size of the spacecraft, its incredible speed, its destructive power, as well as its terrifying appearance, all of these things are more than enough to make anyone tremble in fear when they see it. Damn it, I am tired of this nonsense. A large man inside the ship stood up and hit his head on the metal wall. Or was it not really a man? That thing was at least 4 meters tall and had grayscales covering various areas of its body, forming several incomprehensible patterns. Its eyes were as sharp as those of snakes, and when he spoke, his tongue appeared to be split in two. He also had a thick tail. Heh heh, you are the one who chose to be at the vanguard, Ohun. You have to endure. Another person nearby, who was sitting on a chair and drinking from a cup, laughed and shook his head. That person did not have the same specifications as the giant called Ohun. His height was about 170 centimeters as a normal human, and his skin color was also normal and did not have this obvious grayness. He had no slit in his tongue and no tail either. The only thing that separated him from humans outwardly was his snake-like eyes. Damn you, Bendal. I chose the vanguard so that I could be at the front of the army and fight the new worlds alone before support arrived, not to wander in space for years in vain. The giant called Ohun shouted. This is part of the job, buddy. Bendal shrugged his shoulders, closing his eyes and raising his head to face the ceiling. In order for us to find an inhabited planet and have the opportunity to attack it first and collect the first batch of spoils, we must first find that planet. You have been with us for 7 long years, but you are bored already? We could spend 100 years without finding a single one. Then he looked at Ohun with pity. It is true that there are many inhabited planets, but the universe is massive. We are now, for example, moving forward in a straight line, but that does not mean that everything behind us has been explored. Do not forget that there are also directions above us, below us, to our right, and to our left, and every direction is open almost to infinity. Hiss. That is right, and do not forget that just as out of every 1,000 planets you will find only one that supports life, most planets are not a safe distance from the stars or do not have water. Another person in the room nodded slowly. Trying to find a planet that supports life and is close to the support centers is simply more difficult than searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. If finding planets with spacecraft was easy, we would not have been able to find only 9 planets during the 10,000 years of our great empire, and 5 of these planets we have not yet been able to completely subjugate. A different person spoke. They all shared the eyes of snakes but differed in the rest of their physical characteristics. Some were very close to humans, while others looked like semi-reptilians. What does this mean? Am I going to spend my whole life wandering through fucking space with you? The person called Ohun smashed the chair next to him, shattering it. His aura at this moment suggested that he was a mid-level emperor. Then he quickly looked at another person in the command room. That person was standing with his hands folded in front of his chest and looking out the spacecraft glass window with a furrowed forehead. Well, he had no eyebrows. His body was moderate, about 220 centimeters tall, and he also had a thick tail. Captain Seagal, give the order. Let us get out of this circle of research. If we search freely, we may come up with better results. The ship captain's facial expressions did not change, as if he had not heard anything. Haha, you want us to move away from the support point, you idiot. Bendal laughed out loud. What if we lose our way and cannot come back? What if our bad luck lands us on a planet under the rule of another planetary empire and we have to fight alone? Think about what you say before you open your mouth. So what if we find another planetary empire? We will just crush them. Is the Great Serpent Empire afraid of anyone? This would not be the first time we have destroyed a planetary empire anyway. Ohun hit his chest hard. Sigh. Guys, this guy is hopeless. Why did the specialists appoint him to our elite team and not throw him into one of the regular Vanguard ships? Remind me to write an official protest when we get back. Bendal shook his head. Tisk. Listen, you combat freak, it is true that we are not afraid of anyone in the young planetary belt, but know that all the planetary empires in the young belt have a strong supporter from the higher planetary belts, otherwise they would not know anything about interplanetary travel. And we do not want to accidentally crush a powerful person's empire and cause problems for the Overlord, understand? The empire that we previously crushed belonged to one of the Overlord's enemies, and he was the one who gave us the green light to destroy it. Other than that, we must avoid problems for his and our sake. When Giant Ohun heard the word Overlord, he swallowed everything he wanted to say again, and just kicked a chair and shouted, damn it. There is something happening on the horizon. At this moment, a voice came from the front of the spacecraft. It was the captain. Everyone present left their seats and rushed to the front glass window to stand next to their captain. At this moment, a giant vortex was forming in the vehicle's path. This vortex was huge at the edges, but narrow in the middle until its center was almost invisible. What kind of bad luck is this? Captain Seagal gritted his teeth. Change course quickly, that thing is probably a wormhole. Wormhole. When everyone heard this term, their colors changed. These two words had only been heard about in cosmic navigation books. According to their studies, if they fell into a wormhole, they would be transported to a random place in the universe. But this is a theory and has not been confirmed because no one has ever entered a wormhole and returned alive. Also, wormholes are unstable, as they appear and disappear quickly, so there is no time to study them. No, we are late. No. All 10 officers took a few steps back in fear. The tape of their memories began to pass before their eyes as they felt the space around them shaking like a leaf caught in a storm. Ohan tried to pierce through the spacecraft to jump into space to try his luck, but he was too late. The wormhole seemed to be targeting them. In a moment it formed, and the next moment it swallowed them. After an unknown period of time. Swoosh. No. Suddenly stability returned inside the spacecraft, and the commanders began to look at their limbs and look around at their colleagues to see if they were okay, or if they were not dreaming at all. Did we just survive a wormhole? Hey, look out the window. The spacecraft's crew continued to experience shocks, but this time it was not a very bad shock. They found in front of them a huge planet, tens of times larger than the normal size of the planets. It was also clear at first glance that it was an active planet containing life on its surface. The planet was dominated by a blue color and had a strong gravity pulling the spacecraft towards it. Chapter 665. SHII. The spacecraft approached the ground more and more until it reached a certain distance and stopped in midair. It was so huge that it appeared as if it were a floating city. Cry. One of the side doors opened, and 10 individuals appeared behind it, looking around in shock. The energy density of this planet is equal to the energy density of a planet that has an owner. Is it possible that we reached the main planet of one of the other empires? No, it is very unlikely. In your opinion, how many planetary empires are there in the young planetary belt? We are not that bad of luck. This place is definitely one of those planets blessed with high energy levels. Have you not seen how big it is? I am almost certain that it is the size of our 9 planets combined. Oh my god. It contains this much energy when it does not even have an owner. What would happen to it if His Majesty could refine it? The 10 of them continued to look around in shock. The number of inhabited planets is many, but most of them are poor planets in one way or another. There is rarely a planet that has something that makes it special. A planet of this size and this energy density makes it worthy of being the mother planet of any planetary empire. Seagal, the leader of the Vanguard crew, took another step until his foot touched the air. Arg! The intense gravity pulled him down quickly, but he devoted a large portion of his energy to ward off the effect of gravity. He flew forcefully until he rose above the spacecraft and began observing the surroundings. He quickly spotted something worth following, so he approached closer, and the rest of the emperors flew after him. At this moment, a city near them was witnessing a major fight. The defenders were giants, their height reaching 3 meters, while the assailants were a mixture of multiple races. The battle was intense and bloody to the utmost degree. Neither the assailants nor the defenders were adhering to the laws of war, implementing strategies, and so on. What was going on was a pure massacre, where each individual showed his strength in front of the other, fighting until one of them died. It was clear that this was not a battle for plunder or political control, but both sides were trying to annihilate the other. The assailants also did not commit to fighting the army of giants in front of them. Their entire focus was on entering to destroy the city from within and killing civilians, but they also spent some time inside the houses emptying them of shiny spherical objects that looked like pearls from afar. Bring me one of those pearls. Seagal pointed toward the battle, and the rest of the officers immediately knew what he was talking about. One of them approached, using the trees as cover, until he reached the side of the wall. With a slight movement, he grabbed a human, breaking his neck. Then he took the 3 pearls that he was holding and quickly returned to his commander, placing them between his hands. As Seagal touched the energy pearls, his facial expressions changed immediately. This is the purest type of energy stone. Each one of these energy pearls is compressed under special conditions and over tens of thousands of years. This is exactly the type that is collected in order to send it to the Overlord. He is literally supporting us for 10,000 years just to receive batches of these pearls every now and then. Then he raised his face to look at the burning city. A lowly human who was randomly arrested was carrying 3 energy pearls? No, that person took it from one of those houses. Do all those houses contain energy pearls? Does this not mean that that one city contains enough pearls to prepare 2 or 3 batches for the Overlord? Unbelievable. Is this the royal city of the planet or something? One of the officers looked toward the city again with half-closed eyes, but even he himself was not convinced by his words. The city seems very ordinary. It does not even contain a special palace or exceptional defenses, and the number of soldiers on both sides is very small compared to the size of the planet. This is undoubtedly an ordinary residential city. Commander Seagal lowered his hands as he looked at the burning city. When Seagal saw the planet, he decided to land in the middle of it so he would have better options. So now he is somewhere in the central region. He has landed in the heart of the events of the rebellion. Ha, ha, ha. Ohan looked up and laughed out loud. A huge planet, full of natural energy and containing a huge amount of pure energy pearls. Ha, ha, am I dreaming? We have become rich, rich, ha, ha, ha. Then he clenched his fists and advanced toward the city. Wait, you big idiot, you think a planet this size would not have a number of fourth stage law users? Even we as an elite team would not be able to handle this planet by ourselves. Stay close until the boss gives his orders. Vandal shouted at his colleague and came forward to grab his arm. Leave him. We need to take over that city at least to find out more about the situation. But Commander Seagal stopped him, then looked at the spacecraft and issued a signal. Sphew, bam, bam, bam. The rest of the spacecraft's doors began to open one after the other, and large numbers of soldiers rushed out. They all tried to float around and form a formation in the air, but they failed to stay flying for long and landed under the spacecraft. Quickly, more than 3,000 soldiers came out, and all of them took up an attack formation immediately on the ground. Each of the soldiers was wearing full, silver-colored body armor and a helmet that concealed his features, and carrying a spear longer than himself. Although the sizes of the soldiers were different and some of them had different physical characteristics, they were extremely organized, as if they were part of one body. Although the gravity was very strong for people who were strangers to the planet, they were all high-level sages, so they were able to stand and move stably without problems, but they probably would not be able to fly anytime soon. Commander Seagal nodded when he saw the preparation of his elite soldiers and then returned to speak to his men. Take the soldiers with you and impose a complete siege around the city. Everyone inside or outside the city must be killed, or else word will spread about our presence. Understood. Yes. The officers gave the military salute and went down to the soldiers to divide the teams. But as they landed, Commander Seagal grabbed Bandal's wrist. I want you on another mission, I can only trust you with it. Just give me your order, Commander. We have been together for 200 years now, anything for you. Bandal bowed slightly. Commander Seagal did not hesitate. For some reason, the wormhole that brought us here is stable and has not disappeared yet. I want you to take one of the reserve spacecraft and return through the same wormhole to bring support. Then he placed the 3 pearls in his hands. Give these to the support headquarters and tell them that these are abundant here and tell them everything you saw, and give them the coordinates of this planet as well in case the wormhole disappears. Tell them that we have found a place suitable to be our new capital. Chapter 666. 1 day later. Stab. Ah. Arg. Piffed. No, no. Ah. After Commander Seagal gave the signal, 3,000 high-leveled sages and 8 emperors spread out until they imposed a complete cordon on the area. Then, they began to approach little by little, killing anyone they could see until they pushed the giants and the rest of the races together into the city. Next, the ship fired 3 energy shots that destroyed half of the city and killed most of the survivors instantly. The army of the Great Serpent Emperor entered and killed the rest until the streets turned red. They destroyed all the buildings they came across to search for energy pearls. This continued until the once great city turned into rubble. Out of the 3,000 sages, only 20 were killed. This was still a huge loss for an elite vanguard squad, but it was nothing compared to the outcome. Boss, this is incredible. We have collected 130 energy gems so far. One of the officers came running. He hugged a number of pearls as if he were carrying his children. Commander Seagal did not respond happily as the officers expected. Rather, he maintained his silence, but the loud beating of his heart was sufficient to describe his shock. They had found 130 energy pearls in a random place by chance. They had not even finished the search yet. What exactly was this city? Why were there no large forces to protect these treasures? And what was going on here? More importantly, what would the king of this planet do if he knew that they had stolen all those pearls from him? Squeak! The door of the city governor's palace finally opened after a few long hours of being closed. One of the officers of the elite vanguard squad came out. Every step he took left a trail of blood behind him. Every second he left the door behind him open, blood flowed from it as if someone had left the tap running. His calm features and sharp eyes suggested that this was something he was accustomed to doing every day. The only strange thing about him was his ears and eyes, which shone a faint yellow color. What let you out, Shakut? We still have 1,000 more prisoners. The giant Ohan looked at his colleague in wonder. Officer Shakut spent more than 12 hours in that palace. More than 50 high-ranking prisoners of different races were forced to get in there with him. Each one of them screamed for a few minutes before falling completely silent. The exception was the last few people, with whom he spent more than 10 hours. No need. I gathered all the information we wanted. Shakut stuck out his cleft tongue and shook his head. The number of prisoners isn't necessary if we are asking about common knowledge. Actually, the first 40 prisoners were just for intimidation. The actual interrogation started with the last 10. When they saw the body parts of the rest, their interrogation became a little easier. You think you got all the information we wanted from just 10 people? How lazy. Ohan shook his head and then looked at Commander Seagal. Boss, tell him to go back and finish his work. Commander Seagal merely looked at his officer, Shakut, for a few seconds. Have you gathered the information that concerns us? None of us are as proficient in using the simultaneous translation technique as you are. Shakut laughed. The simultaneous translation technique was a high-level technique that relied on the power of the soul to deduce what the other party was saying without causing any harm to them. It was a technique distributed to all the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire. However, only a handful of them mastered it to the point of perfection, allowing them to understand almost all the words they heard. Those experts were allocated in the units as communication officials. Of course, boss, and if a specific person has a complaint, let him go and continue the work himself. Hi. Ohan felt annoyed since he was the target, but he did not say anything. He did not care much about developing the simultaneous translation technique and similar communication techniques. All his focus was on offensive techniques. Speak up. What did you find? Commander Seagal furrowed his eyebrows and straightened his seat. His officer's next words would determine a lot. It is as you expected, boss. This city is just one of thousands of cities. It does not contain anyone from the royal family or anything like that. There aren't any kings here at all, not even a regime. How is it possible for a planet with such an advanced energy system to not have a ruling system? Hasn't anyone tried to gather an army around it and occupy a piece of land or something like that? One of the officers leaning against the wall spoke in surprise. The different races that flooded the city were using the internal energy system. All of their attacks were extremely pure, which meant that the internal energy system had witnessed great developments and reached perfection here. As for the giants, their situation was even stranger. They used a physical power system, but at the same time, they could launch long-range attacks using the laws. It was a terrifying system that they had never seen before. The number of users in the second and third stages of the laws within this remote city was too large. If it were not for the help of the spacecraft and the Great Serpent Empire Army's exceptional weapons, the losses would not have stopped at this point. How could a place like this be without a ruling system? Shaka shook his head. It is not like that. There was actually a ruling system that depended on the tribes of those giants, called the Nihiri giants. However, a revolution recently began from the rest of the intelligent races against the race of Nihiri giants, causing the political and economic systems to collapse. It is clear that what we saw today is happening everywhere in this central region. Oh, and they don't have a single person using the fourth stage around. Ha, ha ha ha, we really hit the jackpot. Giant Ohan looked up at the sky and laughed in an earth-shattering voice. This is too good to be all. What else is there? Commander Seagal suppressed his excitement and furrowed his eyebrows. A place containing this amount of energy would definitely not be this pathetic. Well, there are two problems. Officer Shakot narrowed his eyebrows. The first is the northern region. Everyone I investigated spoke of the presence of hundreds of fourth-stage law users there who call themselves emperors. They live isolated in the northern region and do not care about anything that happens in the rest of the regions. Frankly, I don't know how they would react if they found out about an external invasion. Hundreds. Ohan cut off his laughter. The Great Serpent Empire extended over 8 planets other than their mother planet, meaning 9 planets in total. Each of those planets contained forces to suppress and protect it. Their forces available to search for and conquer other planets did not contain many fourth-class users. There were only 1 or 2,000. Hundreds of them. Commander Seagal looked towards the horizon, but he did not look surprised or angry. Rather, he seemed relieved and nodded a few times. A planet of this size and such favorable conditions for cultivation would be strange if there were not a huge number of users of the fourth stage of the laws. Rather, he would have become even more worried and perhaps ordered a withdrawal if he had not heard this news. Fighting against the unknown was the most frightening thing. What do we do, leader? Even if we bring the whole army, we will suffer some losses in that northern region. This will not please His Majesty. One of the officers looked at the commander with concern. Increasing the planets they controlled meant increasing the requirements for the number of soldiers. The killing of a large number of soldiers would put any commander in trouble, no matter what his rank. It's okay, we have something to change his mood. We found more than 100 energy pearls in one city. What do you think awaits us in the rest of the cities? And what will we find in the northern region full of experts? Certainly, the treasures there are much more. His Majesty will see that we have collected enough pearls for thousands of years of payments to the Overlord. He will reward us and will not care about the details. Commander Seagal smiled at the unfamiliar sight and pointed at the energy pearls lying on the ground. He then looked at his officer Shakot again. You said there are 2 problems. What is the second? At this moment, Shakot narrowed his eyes and looked serious. The second problem is this. This planet has seen 3 Truth Chosens, one of whom is still alive. Chapter 667. 3 from one planet in the Young Belt? And one of them is alive too. Commander Seagal could not remain seated. Even the rest of the officers around him had their facial expressions turned for the worse as well. Exactly. They respect them here and call them Heaven's Chosens, but they don't know what makes these Heaven's Chosen what they are. After knowing the history of the 3, I can easily say that they are all Truth Chosens, and that the existence of the 3rd Heaven's Chosen and that he is still alive is confirmed information. After using my methods of investigation, the prisoner has no room to lie. You know this, boss. Then, Shakot furrowed his eyebrows. What is not confirmed yet is the news of the appearance of a 4th Heaven's Chosen one who is the disciple of the 3rd. What nonsense! Is this a fucking joke to you? We know about truth users because of the information provided to us by the spirit of the Poison Rot planet. She said that most planets do not have a single truth user from their genesis until they return to the primordial chaos. We ourselves have arms in 9 planets and have not encountered a single truth chosen, but here there are 4 of them, and even 2 of them are alive in the same generation. Has this accursed planet captured the fortune of the entire young planetary belt? I don't want to deal with someone who uses a damn master law, let alone 2 of them. We have to get out of here and report to the Emperor immediately. Calm down. Commander Seagal raised his hand and shouted to his followers. It is true that the Master Law users are rare and should be avoided as much as possible, but Master Law of Truth users are different. They are merely curious researchers who spend most of their lives in seclusion or wandering. Those green eyes of theirs enable them to see what we don't see in order to develop their lucky planets faster, but that's all. In terms of individual strength, they are nothing worth fearing. But the planet they are developing must be feared. One of the officers spoke quickly as he looked around. The user of any master law is not an ordinary person. Can you imagine the result of the work of 4 truth chosens on one planet? Brother, they are not called disaster harbingers for nothing. If you find a truth chosen and supported by a kingdom, leave the place to them and escape with your lives. Isn't that what the spirit of the poison rock planet told us? That damn wormhole sent us into a deadly trap. We have to get out of here. Ha, ha, ha. This is interesting. I've always wanted to knock some master heads off, ha ha ha. The only one who seemed excited was the war-mad man, Ohan. Commander Seagal sat in his seat with difficulty again and took a long look around him. He knew that his officer's words were sound and that they were right, but the decision to leave this huge planet and all of these good things was not easy at all. Finally, he turned back to look at Shakot. Your next words will decide what we have to do. Tell us more about the 2 who are alive. Did they choose a solitary life, or did they choose the path of war and rain? Shakot furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the ground for a moment before shaking his head. It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you what I know, and you decide. The third truth chosen was a wise man who helped the oppressed intelligent creatures against a race called the Nihiri Giants. He founded a sect for them called the Nihiri Union Sect and provided them with techniques, weapons, and money to the extent that it enabled them to control the entire eastern region, which is nearly a quarter of the planet, in just 20 years. According to the words, he was a truly genius man from a scientific and military standpoint. There is no person who has not heard of him or talked about him on a daily basis around here. He is literally a legend for some and a nightmare for others. Commander Seagal sighed when he heard it and resolved to take his ship and leave until the main army arrived or His Majesty ordered what they should do, according to the spirit of the poison rock planet. This third chosen one of truth was the worst kind they could encounter, but for a moment he opened his eyes wide and looked at Shakot again. Did you just say, was? Shakot nodded again and stuck out his cleft tongue excitedly. Everyone says that the third truth chosen was betrayed by his sect and chose to abandon them. He is still alive, and it is said that he is the one who supports these internal wars across the planet secretly with weapons and plans, but his place is currently unknown. He does not have a kingdom or specific forces under his command anymore. As for the sect, it fell after him and entered into internal wars and lost all the lands that were under their control. The big smile returned to Commander Seagal's face. His support for these wars of extermination and his abandonment of the sect he created with his own hand is an indication of his discontent with the planet. He is no longer a threat. Rather, if we offered him to be our guest to show him to the world and expand his horizons, he might join us. Oh, I can already imagine the number of treasures His Majesty would give if we bring him a truth chosen to work for him. The rest of the officers showed smiles on their faces as well, except for one who interrupted their joy. What about the 4th truth chosen? Now that's the problem. Shakot placed his hand under his pointed chin. The last truth chosen, or the 4th heavens chosen, that person is the disciple of the 3rd heavens chosen. He only became famous 5 years ago after he suddenly appeared and took over the reins of the Nihiri Union sect again. He did not declare war on anyone, but rather he announced that he had become a heavens chosen like his master and called for peace. He contented himself with calling on everyone to join him and leave the internal conflicts. During the 5 years that he ruled the sect, he contented himself with spreading techniques and weapons among his followers and facilitating the process of bringing more members to the sect from other regions. He focused specifically on building castles and defenses intensively until the eastern region, especially a place called the Desert of Death, was transformed into a large fortress. A while ago, you said that the sect has completely collapsed. I don't want to belittle a master law user, but it is impossible for him to have completely revived it in only 5 years. Commander Seagal furrowed his eyebrows. Strange, why is he calling for peace while at the same time building such large defenses? In order to confront invaders coming from another world. Shakot chuckled. Ha! Not only Commander Seagal, but all the officers and even the battle Matahun were shocked by the response. Shakot shrugged his shoulders. The legendary Third Heavens Chosen rumored that within 50 years, invaders from another world would come to plunder the planet's resources and enslave the population. It was even said that he founded the sect in order to confront the invasion, and because he is a trustworthy person, it is clear that some fools believed his prophecy and began to prepare for that awaited invasion. A prophecy about an otherworldly invasion? He knows about the existence of other planets. Well, all planets will see an invasion sooner or later. He really is a genius to try to unite his planet like this. But isn't this 50-year period too specific? What if the period passes and no one comes? Won't his credibility be destroyed? Maybe this third truth chosen isn't that smart after all. Commander Seagal rubbed his chin slightly and looked at Shakot. This is really strange. Shakot, when exactly did that prophecy spread? Precisely 50 years ago. Chapter 668. The rest of the officers who were sitting stood in amazement and looked at Shakot with open mouths. Commander Seagal himself seemed as if he was still trying to comprehend. 50 years ago, he predicted that an external invasion would arrive this year? Does he mean us? The only one who looked around in surprise and asked was Ohun. Do you see anyone else? Do you think that foreign invasions come once every weekend? This doesn't make sense. We didn't know about the existence of this place until today. What the hell is going on here? I told you that messing with a user of a master law would bring no good. That motherfucker can predict 50 years ahead. Calm down, everyone. The spirit of the poison rock planet didn't tell us anything about the truth users predicting the future. Maybe it's a coincidence? Maybe he just wanted to gather people around him with this lie, or appear as a mysterious person. Your presence among us as an officer is a coincidence, you idiot. If he had wanted to gather people around him quickly, he would have said that the invasion would come in just 10 years. If he had wanted a long-term plan, he would have said that in 1,000 years, so why exactly 50? Secondly, our presence here means that he was right. Boss, that third truth chosen is a very dangerous person. Let's withdraw until the main army arrives. Bam! Commander Seagal kicked the wall he was leaning against, and it turned to dust. The situation he suddenly found himself in was too dangerous and too strange. They were not a reconnaissance squad, but rather an elite vanguard force. They were equipped with the most powerful space warship other than the mothership, and all of them were armored with the latest and strongest armor and weapons in the entire empire. This meant that their mission was not just to find inhabited planets and report them, but to occupy parts of these planets and establish military bases. These bases would serve as a foothold until support arrived. What would he say to his superiors if he backed down now? Aren't you overreacting too much? Even if he meant us, so what? The third truth chosen has disappeared and now wants to destroy the planet more than us. As for warning the people 50 years ago of our arrival, Ohan pointed toward the burning city behind him. In my opinion, they are not prepared for us that well. Shakot nodded and pointed at Ohan. What the empty head is saying is true. This is why I did not panic when I finally managed to see the big picture. Currently, only the Nihiri Union sect in the eastern region, led by the fourth truth chosen, is anticipating our arrival and preparing for us. Commander Seagal looked back at his officer, Shakot, for a moment before turning back to look at the city. So, we can say that the northern region, which is full of fourth stage law users, and the eastern region, which is ready to fight against us, are out of reach for now. However, the central, western, and southern regions are open for us. We can build bases here and start looting until the army arrives. A big smile appeared on Commander Seagal's face. Then, we will burn everyone who stands in our way. City of Hope, Eastern Region. A person came running, pushing everyone in his way. He shouted, "Urgent report! Urgent report!" When he reached a huge door, he pushed it with both hands and shouted at the top of his voice, "The awaited report has arrived." The huge door was for the operations hall, which was a place designated by the sect master, Jabba. It was meant to monitor the events of the planet during the current year and observe any suspicious movements. In this place, all the elders of the sect gathered day and night to read reports. They made countermeasures and planned to confront every scenario. Jabba's pressure on them to do all these things on a daily basis made most of them alienate him and feel bored. A large number of them were certain that no invasions would come at all, but they did what Jabba wanted to please this young martial emperor. But when they heard the term, awaited report, they all felt their hearts stop. What exactly happened? Even Jabba, who calmly led the situation daily, seemed very nervous. The central region, sect master, the central region is burning. The messenger moved forward slowly, with his eyes wide open. News has just arrived that in just 3 days, 10 cities of the Nihiri giants and 30 settlements were destroyed, and all their inhabitants were killed. The numbers of those who managed to flee are almost negligible. A large number of elders stood in succession. The battles between the Nihiri giants and the rest of the intelligent creatures were indeed a war of extermination, but not to the extent that everyone was willing to die in order to kill a person on the other side. Because of this, the battles always ended with one of the parties withdrawing. But the destruction of 40 cities and settlements, and killing everyone in them? This was almost equal to all the damage that had occurred since the beginning of the internal war. What's going on here? Who committed this atrocity? Ozan hit the table. Have the giants gone mad? Or are they the revolutionaries? Damn, I told you that we have to prevent more weapons from reaching them. Neither this nor that. Reports say that they are people wearing silver armor and have physical characteristics different from all the intelligent creatures on the planet Nihiri. It is also said that they speak a different language. They came. One of the elders felt weakness in his feet and fell down. Sigh. His Excellency has spoken the truth. He has truly spoken the truth. Has he ever lied to us? Even Jabba felt his breathing becoming more and more faint. He was 100% certain that Robin would not say anything unless he was sure of it, and he knew with absolute certainty that the invasion was inevitably coming. News of the invasion had been spreading for a long time, but no one paid attention to it. Some of them did not believe it, while some of them did believe it, but they told themselves that they would deal with the threat when their time came. The only one who took the matter seriously and made some preparations was him. Should he really face an alien invasion alone? They destroyed 40 cities and settlements in 3 days? They did not try to communicate with us at all. They are really here to kill and plunder, as His Excellency said. There is no room for negotiation with an enemy like this. Jabba leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. Sect Master, what do we do now? All the elders looked at Jabba. Make copies of these reports, attach some evidence to them, and send them to all the forces in the eastern, western, and southern regions. The fighting must stop for all immediately. Announce that the otherworldly enemy has come. Also, coordinate with the giant tribes and the rest of the forces in the eastern region. I want to meet them as soon as possible. Jabba announced this and then turned his back to everyone. And blow the horn. The Nihiri Union sect army must be ready when needed. What about the central region, Sect Master? One of the elders quickly asked. They're done for. Chapter 669. Somewhere in the eastern region. Noise. Noise. A few days ago, Jabba ordered the information they obtained to be leaked to all the forces in the eastern region. Then, he sent ambassadors to invite them to come to the sect, whether giant tribes or organizations of intelligent beings that had not yet joined the sect. Everyone was welcome. However, no one responded. Jabba was forced to send his ambassadors again. This time, he announced that the meeting would be on a neutral hill in the middle of the eastern region so that no one would feel threatened. This time, everyone answered the call and came. However, they did not appear to be afraid of Jabba. They were angry. They were angry because the Nihiri Union sect had the audacity to summon them in this way as if they were the head of the eastern region. At the same time, they had no other choice since the situation was truly an emergency and could not be delayed. They had no doubt that the claims of the Nihiri Union sect were true, even though they had no means of communicating with the rest of the regions. Even though they had the sound rings, the size of Nihiri planet was extremely large. Its laws made it difficult for the sound to travel all this distance without getting lost. However, they believed the news from the sect and came quickly. In the end, they had all been part of the sect for many years and knew what sect Master Robin was capable of doing. Yet, their knowledge of the seriousness of the situation did not extinguish their arrogance. Whenever someone tried to speak, another person interrupted him. Whenever one of them suggested something, no matter how good a suggestion it was, the rest of them rejected it anyway. They did this so that it would not be said that a certain tribe had power over the rest. Even the Nihiri giant tribes were not united today. At best, there were only 3 tribes sitting at one table and speaking with one tongue. As for the rest, each tribe had its own opinion. The rest of the forces of the eastern region spent most of the time looking at the leaders of the giant tribes with discontent, as if they wanted to bite their necks off. The strange thing was that no one addressed the Nihiri Union sect, suggested anything to them, or took their opinion on anything, as if they did not exist at all. From the beginning until this moment, Jabba did not say a word. He just continued to look around him with looks filled with pity and pent-up anger, wanting to see how far this ridiculous play would reach. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, but without any significant progress, except that a few small fights broke out and were quickly suppressed. It was disastrous in every sense of the word. Do you still find time to argue? Wake up from your rosy dreams. The invasion is already here. Orson hit the table in front of him to attract the attention of the audience, but no one paid attention to him. They continued shouting at each other. Sit down, human. How dare you raise your voice in front of your masters? Do you think we are still ignorant and you can control us as happened before? Stick to your limits, or we will start with you. The son of the leader of one of the giant tribes stood up, pulled out his sword, and pointed it at Orson. The glowing sword was clearly a newly made divine weapon. You! Orson shouted and almost replied that they could actually still eliminate their tribe if they wanted to. However, he restrained himself so that the situation would not deteriorate further. Hee, sit down, boy. It's not the right time for this yet. That tribe leader pulled his son aside with a sardonic laugh and then looked at Jabba. Sorry about that. You know the impulsiveness of youth, hee. What youth? Your bald bastard is over 500 years old. One of the sect elders standing by could not restrain himself from calling out the lie. Who is the bald bastard? I dare you to say it again. The bald bastard pulled out his sword again. Before the elder could respond, Jabba raised his hand to silence him. Instead, Jabba passed his eyes over the audience. Would one of you be so kind as to tell me exactly what is happening here? It is impossible for all of you to be so clearly stupid, to quarrel over trivial matters and put your arrogance and pride aside in front of your lives when the enemy is already under our noses. Is there not a rational man among you who can talk to me? Humph, what do you know about pride? Fu you. One of the Nihiri giants spat on the ground and did not add another word. Then, another giant spat, then another, until even the leader of the lightning giant's tribe, Thander, spat on the ground in disgust. Since Jabba returned and appeared in front of the public for the first time, news spread that he had turned into a human. All the giant tribes looked at him with contempt, especially the lightning giant's tribe, who announced that they disavowed him completely. Jabba did not become angry at this situation. Rather, he seemed as if he did not hear it and went back to looking around, hoping someone would say something useful. All those present here were leaders who had ruled for hundreds or thousands of years, geniuses, heads of secret organizations, or even other sects that were founded on the same approach as the Nihiri Union sect. There was not a stupid person among them, so what was the purpose of what they were doing? Finally, Jabba heard the voice of an old person from the astral race. Sect Master Jabba, you are the one who brought us together. Isn't it your job to tell us what you want first? Does this even need to be said? Alright, I will say it. I am calling to form a general alliance in the eastern region. Jabba announced loudly. What is the purpose of this alliance? The old astral asked again. Jabba furrowed his eyebrows at the stupid question. Fending off the invaders, of course. Where are the invaders now? He asked again. Jabba calmed himself and replied, in the central region, it is true that their momentum has decreased compared to the first days, but they still continue to conquer. They have destroyed 23 cities and 60 settlements so far. Oh, in the central region. This means that they will have to cross the desert of death in order to enter the eastern region, right? Old Astral spoke with a smile. You don't want an alliance to confront the invaders. You want us to come together to defend your sect. Jabba opened his eyes wide upon hearing this. He returned to look at all the attendees again and found them all calm, with no significant reactions. Is this what you all are thinking? You think that the Nihiri Union sect will be your first line of defense, which is why you have already started discussing what will happen after we are destroyed by the invaders. Chapter 670. Jabba the Outcast Son, it was said that you were the #1 genius in the eastern region, but the fact that you haven't discovered something this simple yet tells me a lot about your silliness. Ha! The astral old man laughed maliciously. The rest of the tribal and sect leaders laughed as well and began to shake their heads. What the old astral said was completely true. Why did they respond to the call of the Nihari Union sect in the end? Because in their eyes, the sect was already doomed. Is the sect master's silliness the problem, or is it your unbearable filth? Our sect was the first to warn the entire population of the planet about the invasion, but now you are abandoning us. Orzen could not help himself. What makes you think you can withstand the invaders without us? We heard that your sect has built many forts over the past 5 years along the Desert of Deathline. Those forts should slow down the invasion army and perhaps cause them great losses. Then we will see what we have to do from then on. One of the giants laughed. Orzen almost lost his mind. Nonsense. Our sect has enough strength to defeat you all in an open battle, and if we are inside our fortresses, none of you would dream of touching a single stone of one of the walls. If the enemies have enough strength to take us down, wouldn't they be able to destroy all of you, a bunch of clowns who can't organize themselves? Defeat us all in an open battle? What audacity! My tribe alone is enough to play with you. As for coordination among us, our problem is ours. A group of dead people should mind their own business. One of the leaders of the giant tribe spoke indignantly. Whenever he remembered that he once worked for this clan of lowlifes, he screamed in humiliation. If this is how you view us and have such confidence in your strength, then why do you need us? Go and fight, we will be cheering for you from here. Okay, calm down, everyone. I see that cooperation between us and the Nihari Union sect is not entirely out of hand. Actually, if you want my tribe to participate in the defense at the Death Desert line, that is possible, but we will not work under anyone's command. Withdraw from a few forts and hand them over to me. This is a reasonable solution. My tribe will also participate if we receive 3 fortresses. The veins in Orzen's forehead began to twitch violently. You want us to hand over to you the fortresses that we put all our energy, money, and knowledge into making on a golden platter. If we hand over to each of you 2 or 3 fortresses, where will we go after that? What is the difference between this and death? Even if we handed it over to you, do you think you can benefit from the arrays in it without knowing what it is? Why not? Do you have another solution? Only with our men can you hold those fortresses, and they are of no use to you if they are empty of strong warriors. One of the leaders of the secret organization spoke and then laughed. As for operating the arrays, that is simpler. You just need to teach us how to use them, haha. You. One of the elders of the Nihari Union sect almost stepped forward to clash with that hateful dwarf, but he restrained himself. That dirty dwarf wanted them to teach him the secrets of the arrays that the sect master had brought with him as well. Jabba rested his forehead on his hand and began rubbing between his eyebrows. Suppose the Nihari Union sect fought alone and was destroyed. What then? What do you intend to do after that? Isn't this what we're doing now? We're trying to decide our future plans, but you're disrupting us with your chatter, you freak. Take the rest of your followers and leave already. Go and prepare for death. One of the giants sneered and started waving his hand as if he were swatting a fly. Jabba swallowed his saliva and tried to remain calm. If sacrificing the sect is the way to defend a planet, then that's okay. Consider me dead. What's next? Who among you is ready to compromise and choose someone else to lead the alliance against the invaders? Ha. Do you think you should have been that person? Daydream, folks, he's daydreaming, ha. Tui. The leader of the Lightning Giants tribe spat again and looked at his son with disgust. Have you not disgraced yourself enough yet, you freak? Get out of the men's gathering place. Sect Master. The Nihari Union sect elders standing behind Jabba dug their fingers into their palms. What kind of humiliation were they being subjected to? Why was their master silent? So the Nihari Union sect has 2 options, either to fight completely on our own or to hand over the management of our fortresses and cities to you, is that right? Ha! It seems to me that you communicated together before coming here and agreed to kill us in all cases. Interesting. Jabba nodded calmly, then suddenly started laughing. But what is strange is that you agreed to reduce the strength of the eastern region by besieging us from behind and killing us off, but you did not agree on a single strategy to confront the invaders after that. Oh my. I cannot believe that His Excellency had to deal with you for more than 20 years. No wonder he sees you now as a useless weed. No wonder he didn't consider taking you into account in this war as if you don't even exist. No wonder he risked his relationship with me just to not see your faces again. No wonder. Damn you and that excellency. I have truly wasted my life and resources on a dog like you. Get lost already and stop bringing shame to me and you. Thander shouted angrily. Jabba's laughing features turned completely calm, as if he were a deep ocean in the summer. My master is a man like no other, and I learned a lot from him. When he first came here, he founded the sect and provided it with everything. Even when he annexed the tribes of giants, he did not spare you anything and provided you with weapons and techniques, but you turned against him in the end, so he then turned to use the theory of the stick and then the carrot. So he destroyed Jura, Greenland, and the farm planets first, then he gave them the carrot, and they feared and obeyed him for it. But I did not want you to obey me out of hatred and fear, so I offered peace and got busy with my own affairs. Even until this moment, while the invasion is already here destroying the cities of our brothers, I came here peacefully to hear your opinions, but again you have proven that carrots alone will not work for you. What are you raving about? Put that carrot up your ass and get lost before I smash your head. One of the giant leaders stood holding an axe, but Jabba did not stop. Unfortunately, His Excellency's system of invading your tribes and bringing your noses to the ground will not work. I still need your forces and weapons, so I must make you fear me without harming your forces. Then Jabba slowly stood up. Up until this moment, you all still view me as the son of Thander, the monster who turned into a human, His Excellency's obedient disciple, or perhaps an idiot chasing dreams of controlling the eastern region. Now, how do I fix this? I know. I have to do something that will be etched in your minds forever. That's enough. We will not wait for the invaders to come. I will kill you today. The giant with the axe had had enough and began to advance. Vroom, bam, bam, crack. At this moment, intense gravitational pressure came down on everyone's heads. The giant who started running lost his balance and fell hard, crushing his face. Everyone who was standing sat down in their places, and those sitting felt like their bones were breaking. At this moment, even if someone wanted to scratch his nose, he would not be able to. What force? One of the giants screamed when his shoulder bones were broken due to the pressure. They knew that Jabba had become very strong, and some said that he had become a martial emperor, but no one believed it. Even those who believed ignored the matter, thinking what one emperor would do in a place where more than 100 high-level dragons gathered. Only now did they know how wrong they were. Damn it! The giant who intended to attack Jabba with the axe looked at him as he came towards him with eyes full of anger. He had no doubt that Jabba would now try to humiliate him in front of everyone to prove his position and strength. Deep down, he swore that he would take advantage of the right opportunity to respond to this humiliation. But Jabba did not say a word or even touch him. Rather, he slowly moved forward until he stepped on the face of the giant lying on the ground. Then he passed him and continued on his way toward his father, the leader of the lightning giant's tribe, Thander. That bastard must be bragging about his strength in front of Thander to make him regret abandoning him. He really is a child. Everyone thought at the same time. You disobedient filth. Thander shouted as he thought about what else Jabba wanted to do, but he could not move at all. When Jabba approached a suitable distance, he stopped and finally opened his mouth. Mr. Thander, I apologize for choosing you, but I could not find a better option to deliver the message. What message? I will. Bam. Before Thander could complete his question, a huge hammer landed on his head, and he immediately exploded. Chapter 671. Somewhere in the central region. Boom. Damn it. 1st Division, retreat quickly. The commander of the 1st Division, Ohan, shouted to his followers, but he remained standing like a peg. The first squad of elite vanguards was supposed to be made up of 500 high-level sages. They were armed with the best weapons of the Great Serpent Emperor, and at their head was an officer with the strength of a mid-level emperor. They did not look well at all at this moment. Their shiny silver armor was filled with holes and broken pieces, with some even missing a limb or two, and their current numbers did not reach 300 at best. You're not going anywhere. A human carrying a heavy golden sword raised it to the sky and brought it down with all his might. He was not alone. Behind him were over 3,000 people from the various intelligent races in Nihari. Each one of them carried a different golden weapon, and all of them struck at the same time. Hey In response, 1st Division Commander Ohan gathered all his strength into his fist. He unleashed a powerful attack from his silver gauntlet. Boom! Again, a massive explosion occurred. This forced the 1st Division Commander, Ohan, to retreat and caused the death of a number of his division members. The rest were able to retreat to a safe distance, and Ohan quickly followed them. His tail was between his feet, and a thread of blood appeared next to his mouth. This was the first time he was injured since he was transferred to the Vanguard spacecraft and appointed head of the 1st Division. No, this was the first time he had been injured since he became a martial emperor. Almost 2 months have passed since the invasion began. On that day, Commander Segal ordered the soldiers to be divided into 6 divisions. Each division was headed by an officer, and each division had to advance in a specific direction to collect the largest possible amount of energy pearls. Of course, this could only be done by destroying any city they see. In the beginning, the mission went smoothly. No walls could withstand a martial emperor, and no defenses could withstand 500 fully armored high-level sages. It would not be an exaggeration if it was said that almost a quarter of the central region was leveled to the ground during the 2 months. During this period, Commander Segal and his companions gathered more than 20,000 energy pearls. This huge amount almost drove them crazy. But their rush and enthusiasm did not last long. After the initial confusion and fear, the residents of the central region began to realize the situation. They began to gather, and unknown golden weapons began to appear. It soon became clear that these golden weapons were equivalent to their silver weapons in terms of power and had almost the same uses, although their composition was noticeably different. In the beginning, 10 people carrying these strange golden weapons appeared in one city, and they were enough to confront a number of the vanguards. In the next city 50 appeared, then 100. And today they found 3,000 of those weapons in one place. And it is not just the appearance of weapons, but there is clear coordination. Some soldiers said that they saw people dressed in black and wearing black masks guiding the local soldiers from behind. You're not going anywhere. One of the locals shouted loudly and followed Ohan and the rest. Because of the force of gravity, they were all running on the ground, which made escaping much more difficult. Don't push your luck, you local worms. Ohan stopped again and sent a quick attack backward, killing 10 pursuers. Then he continued his long jumps again. As a 4th stage law user, Ohan could undoubtedly escape anytime he wanted. But he definitely couldn't confront 3,000 sages and saints attacking at the same time, especially when they were using those damned golden weapons. What was forcing him to stay in the rear to endure all these attacks was that he wanted to return to Commander Segal with at least a few of the soldiers entrusted to him. But at this rate, they will all vroom. At this moment, a huge metal serpent appeared in the sky, opening its mouth. It was the spacecraft. A huge energy ball gathered in the mouth of the huge metal serpent, and then, boom, 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 20 giant energy balls headed toward the locals one after another without stopping. No. When the local residents saw the huge energy balls approaching, they raised their weapons and launched their attacks at them as well. But the exchange of attacks was of no use this time. The energy ball evaporated the attacks on its way and continued on its way until it exploded among the local residents. In an instant, a 2-kilometer diameter hole appeared in the middle of the forest. The bodies of the 3,000 sages no longer exist, they have evaporated. Fizz. The side door of the vehicle opened, and Commander Seagal emerged from it. Signs of anger were clearly written on his face. Oh, hello, boss. The giant Ohan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not look his leader directly in the eyes. After the golden weapons began to appear a while ago and the resistance became more powerful, Commander Seagal issued an order to stop advancing further in the same way. He ordered them to merge every 2 divisions into one, but Ohan ignored the orders and advanced anyway. We salute the commander. The remaining soldiers gave the Great Serpent Empire military salute, then sat down and treated their wounds. Hello, do you even realize how much damage you've caused? Commander Seagal shouted at his officer as he descended toward him. After a few seconds, Ohan sighed and scratched his head before he also took a military stance. He shouted, I apologize for my negligence. I caused the death of 200 elite soldiers, and this is an unforgivable loss that has weakened our great empire. Damn the 200 soldiers. In order to save you, I had to use the maximum power of the cannon, and I consumed 1,000 energy pearls in total. I will write this in the report about you. You will pay for them one way or another, you reckless bastard. Seagal came forward and kicked his officer in the face. 1,000. Just to save me? Who do you think I am? Those bastards wouldn't even touch my hair, you're the one who hastened. When Ohan heard about consuming 1,000 pearls, he forgot to wipe his face from the traces of mud and responded quickly. Idiot, there was a trap waiting for you ahead with 4,000 locals carrying these same weapons. Had we not come, they would have closed in on you from all sides and killed you. Commander Seagal pushed his officer away. 4,000? But I decided to attack this settlement today. How did they plan and prepare for something like this? His shock quickly turned into fear. If he were attacked from all sides with those golden weapons, there would be no way to escape. What happened requires careful monitoring and analysis at the highest level. They even predicted the direction in which you would flee, or at least pushed you to take this specific direction. There is a hidden web being woven around us. Those in black are plotting something, and what happened today will certainly not be the last. The commander sent one last angry look toward his 1st Division commander and looked toward the horizon. Enough looting for now, we have already lost half of our soldiers. 19,000 energy pearls is not bad loot either. We will choose a city in a good location and settle there until the main army comes. I want to see what the black-clothed bastards will do now. Chapter 672. News of the arrival of the promised foreign invasion and the destruction of a quarter of the central region spread like wildfire throughout the planet except for the northern region. Since then, life has almost stopped. Whoever was planting his field stopped, and whoever was planning an attack on a city or settlement postponed. Everyone had no topic to talk about except what was happening there now and what would happen to them later. Will the citizens of the central region be able to deal with the alien invasion? Or is war coming to them inevitably? However, all of them, whether allies or enemies, humans or giants, repeat one sentence during every discussion, he was right. The southern region. Inside the bedroom of one of the leaders of the giant tribes. The atmosphere inside this huge room, with a ceiling height of 8 meters, was not what was expected. In contrast to the gloomy, stagnant atmosphere outside, here the room is filled with attractive perfumes mixed with the smell of sweat and faint red lights coming from volcanic stones. Go away. The naked giant tribe leader raised his hand, and more than 20 girls of different races began to leave the room in succession, and only one female of the Nihiri giant race remained. Although her features did not look as attractive as those of the astrals and she did not have a sexy body like a human, it was clear that she had a special place with the tribe leader. My love, what do you intend to do now? Oh, you mean that freak Jabba's offer? Forget about him. The tribe leader waved in disgust, like the other giants, when he heard that one of the Nihiri giants had turned into a human and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Even though he had never seen Jabba before and knew nothing about him other than some of the news about him that was circulated in the streets, he still hated him. I don't think this is something you should ignore like this. The female straightened up and moved her finger on the tribe leader's bare chest. The Nihiri Union sect spread the news of the invasion years ago and we all thought they were lying, but it turns out they were right. What if they knew more things than we know? Maybe we should listen to them. Contact all the giant tribes in the southern region to support you as their leader, but only 5 tribes answered the call. How will these people benefit us if the invaders come to us? Didn't you hear how they destroyed dozens of cities and settlements in a few days? My love, please think. In fact, if there is one party that can unite everyone now in the face of this invasion, it is certainly the sect. Humph, what after I think about it and listen to the freak's offer seriously? Should I pledge my allegiance to a thing that is neither a giant nor human? Tfu. The tribe leader spat on the ground next to him. Don't overestimate those lowly beings. The third heaven's chosen is the only thing special about them. He is the one who gave them this information but later abandoned them. They are now just a fragile outer shell. Why should I allow those rabble to take over the leadership of the entire world? What do they have now that I don't have? They have the 4th heavens chosen. The female tapped the tribe leader's chest forcefully. Lie. Our heavens chosen sold on the sidewalks nowadays. The freak hasn't done anything to prove that he's a heaven-chosen one. It's just a rumor to gain support. The tribe leader straightened up and shouted, "Secondly, if that freak or anyone else wants my support, they should come to me personally and talk to me and offer what they have. Why should I go to him?" Shush. At this moment, the scene in front of the tribe leader changed. A person wearing all black and wearing a black mask with only his eyes appearing revealed himself at the end of the bed and spoke in a harsh, obviously modified voice, "Here I come, let's talk. Who are you? How the hell did you get in here?" The tribe leader quickly rose up and grabbed a huge hammer that was beside him. "Wait, my love, look at how he looks more." The female who was hugging him quickly grabbed his arm before he waved the hammer. The physique of a weak human wearing a black mask and carrying daggers that sneak around without you noticing, he is without a doubt a shadow sword. Then this is one more reason to get him. The tribe leader shouted. The shadow swords have recently become famous for bringing weapons, news, and information to the lower races. Everyone knows that they are conducting this entire war in secret, but no one has succeeded in arresting a single one of them. The female grabbed him more and began to convince him to listen to what the shadow sword had, and that this was the first time that the shadow sword had communicated with the giants. The tribe leader still tried to advance more than once to attack him, but the shadow sword itself remained standing in its place and did not move a step or say anything. He did not say a single word, as if he were watching a play whose ending he knew. He knew that they were behaving like this for the tribe leader to concede in the end and allow him to speak, which would give him the feeling that he was the higher party in the discussion. This was not the first time he had dealt with this type of situation. Indeed, after a few minutes, the tribe leader sat in his place again and waved at the shadow sword with an angry expression. "I will listen to my mistress and postpone killing you for now. Say what you have to say quickly before I cut off your head." As for the shadow sword, he spoke directly with his eyes half closed. "You have three options. The first is to be part of the Southern Region Alliance, and we, the Shadow Swords, will be the leaders in it, and you will have nothing to do but listen and obey. The second is to go with your entire tribe towards the Eastern Region and fight under the banner of the Nihari Union sect. The third is that your tribe and all your allies be annihilated starting from this city." Ha, is this a joke? You will be the leaders of the Southern Region? Who are you in the first place? And who is this freak in the Eastern Region that you want me to fight under his banner? The tribe leader laughed angrily. "Do you know who I am? With a wave of my hand, I can move 6 tribes. Bring me your leader, whomever he is, and let him kneel before him and ask for help. Then I might think about it. Don't be so angry, my love. He's just a messenger. He doesn't know who you are." The female laughed as well, then looked towards the shadow sword. "Come quickly, tell him the benefits he will receive in his high position in that alliance, or he might really kill you. No positions, no benefits. If you accept, you will live, that's all." Without anger, joy, or any emotions in his voice, the shadow sword replied, "You are courting death." The tribe leader couldn't contain himself any longer and waved his hammer. Whoosh! But it landed on the floor of the room, and the shadow sword had already disappeared. Tisk! They're good at escaping, as they say. The tribe leader placed the hammer on his shoulder and spat on the ground again. "But this will teach them to send me someone with a higher rank next time. Humph! Hee, you did well to keep up with me, my love. They will definitely come back humiliated next time. It is impossible for them to start another war when the foreign enemies are at the gates, but we have to do something about those intruding rats." There is no doubt that the female felt threatened by the appearance of the shadow sword in this way. Of course, they wouldn't dare do anything even if the invaders hadn't come. "Don't you know that I'm the master? It's an emergency." At this moment, a terrified shout came from outside, and someone opened the door without waiting for permission. "Please look out the window." Normally, the tribe leader would have struck that messenger's head immediately, but a bad feeling came over his heart and he slowly walked towards the window. Oh, my heavens! Humans, dwarves, astral, forest seekers, and the many more races, even the demons were here. Soldiers of low races surrounded the city as far as the eye could see, each holding a golden weapon in his hand. At this moment a modified voice entered the tribe leader's ear. "You have chosen the third option. Good." Chapter 673. The northernmost part of the Eastern Region, the Great Line. Shwela. Swoosh. Between the burning flames and the suffocating gases, 5 Nihari giants bravely made their way without looking back. Some of them were covered with wounds and burn marks, and some of them showed signs of suffocation, but they continued on their way. Although the speed of the 5 of them clearly indicated that they were Dragon Realm experts at the very least, it was not known whether these wounds were from before or after entering the Great Line. The Great Line is between the 5 regions. All kinds of dangers exist here, including zones under the domination of high-level beasts, active volcanoes, and certain death zones where toxic gases spread everywhere. It is as if all the bad things on the planet are gathered in the Great Line, as if an intelligent being has drawn this line with his own hands. Of course, most of these dangers can be avoided by riding a Draco's back or even penetrating the Great Line in an organized and slow manner while taking the necessary precautions. However, a Draco is very eye-catching, while being slow and organized is not available to people on the run. For them, there was no choice but to use their strength as Dragon Realm warriors and directly pierce through everything they find to save their lives. After everything they have seen since entering the border, they no longer know whether one of them will survive or not. Cough. Move. Don't stop, we're almost here. One of the 5 giants spat out blood and then took another leap, rushing forward. Damn. Cough. That ungrateful freak Jabba not only abandoned his fellow giants and became a filthy human, but he also chose to start a war at a time like this. Why didn't the heavens strike him dead yet? After Jabba killed his father in front of everyone, he took off his mask of conviction and love of listening to the other side. He declared that he could not get into a war with the foreign invasion while there were many fools lurking behind him, so he announced the unification of the eastern region under one authority, which was his authority. Of course, the powers present did not like these words. Jabba's strength and the sight of him killing his father in cold blood shook their hearts, but who among them had not killed 1,000 or 2 before? How can they remain silent about being subjugated without a fight? Indeed, a fight broke out on the hill, but Jabba quickly killed 5 other leaders. Without any hope of victory over Jabba today, especially since many of the sect elders were with him, everyone began to flee in different directions at the same time. Jabba succeeded in retaining some of them with a massive gravitational field and killing them. However, a number of them succeeded in escaping and telling the entire eastern region about what happened in that fateful meeting. Then Jabba sent another announcement to the entire eastern region. All forces have 2 options, either to completely surrender and integrate into the Nihiri Union sect, and they will have a share of the spoils after expelling the invaders, or the second option, which is to disappear completely into one of the distant mountains and swear an oath not to show their faces again until the invasion ends. Those will be punished later for not helping in the war when needed. As for those who do not want to completely surrender or withdraw, they will be destroyed. The brutal announcement destroyed the image of Jabba as a coward who was hiding behind the achievement of the third heavens chosen. It turned him into a usurping tyrant and also made everyone's eyes turn to the sleeping monster, the Nihiri Union sect. On the same day as Jabba's announcement, the armies that Jabba had been working on emerged from the sect like ants. In the blink of an eye, 20 armies appeared, each one consisting of 100,000 law users and headed by an elder at the top of the Sage Realm. The massive show of force sent terror into everyone's hearts and let them know how serious Jabba was in his announcement. They finally began to take the 3 options seriously. The powers of the inferior intelligent beings began to communicate with each other in secret. They did not want to fight the sect, as they knew that the sect was the shining edifice of the inferior intelligent beings on planet Nihiri. They also knew that the sect was the one who gave them the opportunity to have powers of their own in the first place. So some of them yielded and went to declare their loyalty to Jabba and the sect with the intention of fighting with them. Some of them withdrew towards the deserted mountains and valleys to establish settlements there until the chaos ended. As for the giant tribes, as expected, they decided to fight until the end. It is not like they are now under the leadership of a specific person or tribe, but they agreed to confront the sect and send aid to each other when needed, and that is all. They also sent a declaration to Jabba informing him of their unity and expressed their intention to fight against the invaders, but without anyone leading them. This meant that when the enemies appeared, each of them would send whatever soldiers he could. However, Jabba flatly refused and said that he was not stupid enough to trust these words. On the same day as the announcement of the unification of the giant tribes, Jabba ordered the sect's armies to move. 20 armies moved towards the nearest 20 tribes, and a war that the eastern region had never witnessed before began immediately. Rather, it was a massacre that rivaled the one occurring in the central region. One of the tribes that was attacked first was the Lightning Giants tribe. Jabba personally went there at the head of the army and tried to convince his uncles and grandfathers to surrender or at least retreat to the mountains. However, they all spat at him and called him many names, among them honorless, traitor, and kin killer. Once again, Jabba was forced to kill his family members with his own hands. This time, he even had to kill his grandfather, the one who raised him during his childhood. Sect Master Jabba isolated himself after that battle and did not come out again until several days later. It was said that faint crying sounds came from his room more than once. The battles lasted 2 months until all the cities of the Lightning Giants tribe were put under control and their army and ruling class were completely destroyed. However, under the orders of Sect Master Jabba, the army did not kill people who did not take up arms, including children, women, and the elderly. They were only captured and sent to the sect's prisons to be rehabilitated. The same orders were issued to the rest of the sect's armies as well. They destroyed everyone who raised a weapon and arrested the rest. In the battles that lasted a few months, Jabba filled the prisons that he had prepared in advance with hundreds of thousands of Nihiri giants and was forced to build more prisons for them. Some laughed at the situation and thanked the heavens that they had lived long enough to see the fortunes reversed and how the giants were now confined to their own settlements. No one expected that Jabba would use the sect's forces to attack in such madness, especially since the foreign enemy was at the gates. In the face of these crazy massacres, kidnappings, and imprisonment, they had only one hope left: the north. The northern region remained silent during the Civil War. But how could they remain silent when a foreign invasion comes? If they are informed of what is happening, they will step forward and lead the entire world against the invasion, and then the threat of Jabba the Freak will disappear. Dozens of giant tribes began sending batch after batch of messengers, but after weeks had passed, no news came nor did they detect any movement from the north. So they started sending more messengers, but this time from generals and elites, to ensure their arrival. Advance. We are almost there. Ack, you are saying these words every day, you bastard. Cough. One of them coughed blood and tripped, but he quickly got up and dashed forward again. Cough. We must communicate the news to the northern region. We must arrive. Shush. Finally, the poisonous gas cleared in front of them, and a branching river and a beautiful small waterfall remained in the shadows. The fresh air here and the sounds of small birds washed their souls for a moment. A sight like this was definitely not within the Great Line. Ha, ha, cough, cough. We did it. Chapter 674. Don't stop here. We must reach one of the cities. We must. One of the 5 giants took a few steps forward, but his body did not listen to him. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion after he felt that he had finally reached safety. Huff, huff. Let's stay here for a while and catch our breath. Another giant took 2 steps more before collapsing on his face as well. He didn't even have the strength to take a few more steps until he reached the river. There is something wrong here. The voice of the youngest of the five appeared. The path was difficult and full of dangers, but it was not impossible to pass. Why haven't we heard anything about the messengers who came before us? Maybe our luck was good and we did not encounter the real dangers at the Great Line. The giant lying on the ground mumbled with his eyes closed, already beginning to fall asleep. No, I don't feel good about this. I don't think we have reached safety yet. We must not stop until we meet one of the officials and deliver the message. The entire eastern region is counting on us. The young giant urged them again. Alvarino is right. Let's get going. The giant pushed the ground with both hands so that he could stand again. Even his extreme fatigue could not obscure the logic in his colleague's words. Who's there? At this moment a voice came from the side. Who? The bodies of the five giants shook in terror. Living in imminent danger for about a full month while passing the Great Line made their nerves tense to the utmost degree. But they were relieved a little when they saw a male of the Nihiri giants approaching them. He was bald with strong, sharp features, wearing loose clothes, but his muscles were prominent underneath, and on his chest was a rosary composed of 9 large beads. Although he did not attempt to emit his aura, his mere appearance suppressed them all. This, I know him. I have read a lot about the emperors of the north and saw a painting of all of them. One of the 5 giants, the eldest of them, knelt down when he saw the bald giant. Hail your majesty the martial emperor, monarch of the 9 suns. We salute his majesty the martial emperor. The rest of the giants quickly stood up and knelt down as well. 2 of them had already begun to have tears in their eyes. They had the opportunity to deliver the report to one of the emperors of the north directly as soon as they left the Great Line. What's going on here? Did you come from the east? Don't you know that entering the northern region is forbidden for you? The 9 suns monarch furrowed his eyebrows and began to advance towards them. Your majesty, there is an emergency. The older giant raised his head and shouted in terror. An invasion from an outside world has come and... Shush! The 4 giants opened their eyes wide in astonishment as they saw the head of their 5th fly in front of them in slow motion. Why did you have to yell at me? That's annoying. The 9 suns monarch shook his head. The remaining 4 stuck their heads to the ground, their foreheads starting to drip with sweat. Their wide-open eyes looked as if they would never close, still trying to process what had just happened. You there, speak, but in a low voice this time. The 9 suns monarch chose one of them randomly. Me, yes. The youngest of the giants tried to gather his courage and decided to say the most shocking thing that came to his mind. There is a foreign invasion that has landed in the central region. They want to exterminate everyone. What do we have to do in the central region? What else is there? The 9 suns monarch waved boredly. What's our business? The young giant was about to go crazy, but he restrained himself and thought of something else to say. There is a person called Jabba. He was a giant, but he disgraced our race and turned into a human, and now he is trying to destroy the eastern region. He has already controlled half of it and killed millions of victims. The monarch of the 9 suns tilted his head to the side. What's the problem if he destroys you? Sect Master Jabba may be a fool for leaving His Excellency's side, but the orders still say that he is a person worthy of respect. Sect Master Jabba? His Excellency? What the? Before the young giant could complete his sentence, a huge flame ball appeared above the head of him and his 3 companions. The 3 of them turned into charcoal within a few seconds without any significant resistance. Whoosh! I see you caught one of the groups today too, good job. At this moment, a human landed next to the monarch of the 9 suns with a gust of wind. He was wearing loose clothes without armor or even anything to cover his face, and the only thing on his body was 2 rings and a bracelet, a space ring, a sound ring, and a gravity bracelet. That human stood next to the monarch of the 9 suns as an equal to him and not as a follower or someone who came to deliver a message. His aura didn't seem much weaker either. This is the second group today. Did you get one? The sun monarch spoke calmly as if he had not just killed 5. Yes, these attempts to get in have been increasing recently. Without the support we have received, we would not have been able to cover the entire Great Line. The human emperor nodded. I have received reports that the Great Line separating the northern and central regions is witnessing an explosive increase in attempts as well. This cannot continue, even with a complete encirclement by the Ashura tribe and 40 of you as support. We cannot continue like this. Sooner or later, one of those groups will be able to break through the encirclement and get into the northern region. The 9 suns monarch narrowed his eyes. After he was subdued using the soul enslavement technique, the 9 suns monarch immediately carried out the same trick on the rest of his relatives and slowly took control of the entire Ashura tribe. Immediately after that, they were ordered to encircle the entire northern region. In the beginning, it was not that hard. With the presence of dozens of Ashura martial emperors and thousands of experts in the dragon realm, stopping anyone from getting in or out was easy, especially since the numbers of those trying to cross were not large. This changed during the last few months with the arrival of the invaders. Through the space portal that the northern region secretly arranged to construct, the Ashura tribe was supported by 40 human emperors of lightning and wind users. Even after the support arrived, it did not seem that they would succeed. The area they had to protect was simply too wide, and a wider deployment of forces would expose what they were trying to do. The human emperor nodded. There are several groups of northern giant tribes that were trying to cross as well, but we had to make them disappear under mysterious circumstances. After a few seconds, the 9 suns monarch looked up at the sky and muttered, Master Richard will have to make a big move soon, or I'm afraid we all will be in big trouble. Chapter 675. Alright, I understand. Keep up the good work. Richard took off the ring and tossed it to the side. This was the 7th report from the Great Line Guards informing him of an increase in intrusion attempts recently. None of them said anything more than just facts, but Richard clearly understood what they wanted. They were all pressuring him to take the next step, but none of them knew how difficult this step would be for him. Richard at this moment was not in his palace designated for him. He was not visiting someone in his home to treat him and give him a piece of fresh meat. He was sitting in a dark spot under an old tree. Next to him was a human with a distorted face, and it was Peon. Almost 5 years have passed since Peon offered to summon the army of the true beginning empire. Although Richard refused to antagonize the entire army and begin an all-out war on the Azil tribe, the 5 years were not without quite a few earth-shattering events. Richard said that if the Empire's army came to attack the Azil tribe directly, the old agreements between the northern tribes would be activated. They would all come to help the Azil tribe even if they didn't want to. By then, it wouldn't matter whether the true beginning empire had enough strength to fight the entire northern region or not. The losses would be tremendous. Richard, just a few minutes ago, was refusing to use any help from his father. So how could he accept now to use everything Robin had and even harm his father's army to this degree to accomplish his revenge? Therefore, he contented himself with requesting a number of martial emperors of wind, lightning, and darkness to follow up on the sabotage operations. They were tasked with hunting down the martial emperors of the Azil tribe in secret. Peon was relieved when Richard made this decision. He knew better than anyone the dangers of starting a direct war against the northern region. However, this was the only way as long as Richard refused to cooperate and refused to leave the city. Since his plan succeeded and he was able to win Richard to his side after this comprehensive offer of support, it is best to put the issue of total war aside. After receiving the response, Theo didn't delay further and brought several rune masters through the Hope City space portal as merchants. Then he smuggled them to the northern region where they created a space portal there. From that space portal emerged 30 human martial emperors who were appointed to carry out Peon and Richard's orders. The arrival of reinforcements heralded the beginning of the end of the Azil tribe. On the same day, 5 martial emperors from the Azil tribe were hunted down and disposed of in complete silence. Then, the very next day, the heads of the 5 were hung on 5 different city gates under Richard's orders. The killing of those 5 caused an earthquake in the entire northern region. This was especially true since the 5 disappeared while they were inside their tribe's capital city. Taking into account the 2 who were killed by Peon and his team previously, the total number of martial emperors killed from the Azil tribe is now 7. The killing of 7 martial emperors has not happened since the era of the Second Heavens Chosen. And who did all this? Angry ghosts? If a damn ghost can reach such power that it can fight martial emperors, then what's the point of cultivation anymore? Even the northern tribes that were trying to put pressure on the Azil tribe could not help but restrain themselves and re-evaluate the situation. They all began to suspect that there was one of the tribes among them who was secretly carrying out these actions. Some of them began to search with specialists from the Azil tribe to identify those responsible for these incidents. If their expectations were correct, who can guarantee that what happens to the Azil tribe will not happen to them later? However, this did not ease the loss of the Azil tribe. If everyone was thinking about this hypothetical, how could Duwudar not think about it? Losing 7 martial emperors was a huge blow to the family's pride. However, the fact that there was another tribe, or tribes in the worst case, killing his family and destroying his city made him lose his mind. It was said that the screams of the tribe leader, Duwudar, rang throughout the entire city on the day they found the heads of the 5 martial emperors. He ordered the army to destroy everything they see until they found a tip of a thread that would indicate what was happening. He told them not to find a pebble without overturning it, and not to leave a wall without knocking it over. But this reckless order caused massive massacres and fighting between the citizens and the army inside the city. What man would let a few soldiers enter his house to destroy it, turn it upside down, and even search his wife and children? And of course, Richard did not miss this large banquet. Kidnapping incidents reached their peak during these riots until he hunted 1 million more victims. Within a few months of the arrival of reinforcements, the capital of the Azil tribe turned into a ghost city. All its residents were killed, kidnapped, or broke down the city gates and fled. Even the tribe's army, which Duwudar was boasting about, had its strength reduced by half after the clashes with the citizens. However, this reduction was mostly because Richard was focusing his kidnappings on them. But not everything went as Richard wanted this time, as these massive events brought behind them 2 problems. The first is that a few secrets were revealed. His preoccupation with kidnapping more than 1 million people in just 2 weeks enabled one of the martial emperors to specialize in the investigation to finally find the source of the energy. That martial emperor stood in front of Richard's palace with eyes spitting blood and anger eating away at him from within. Then he clenched his fist back, ready to destroy the palace and Richard with one blow. Fortunately, Peon and 3 other human martial emperors were present to prevent him and cut him down into 14 even pieces where his feet stood. That is, the number of dead martial emperors from the Azil tribe reached 8. That fight, even if it was short, attracted the attention of the army and a number of giant martial emperors who rushed to the location and saw Peon and the rest fleeing. They tried to catch up with them, but catching up with human martial emperors who used the perfect heavenly law of wind and had a gravity bracelet? They soon found out how impossible this is. The second problem is that after the buildings were leveled to the ground, the places in which the human martial emperors could hide became very few. Some of them were indeed found and clashed with. However, their organization, availability of support, and most importantly their ability to fly enabled them to retreat easily every time. In the end, they were forced to evacuate the already empty city, and Richard was forced to leave with them unwillingly. His plan to stay still in the Azil tribe until he was strong enough and met Dawudar was no longer feasible after he was exposed. However, he quickly comforted himself that this plan was never feasible because he would not have remained calm until a day like this came anyway. His hatred for the giants in general and the Azil tribe particularly forced him to use the fire of life daily to kidnap and kill. This would have exposed him sooner or later. And all of this was nothing but a spark. Both sides witnessed a dangerous escalation. As for the giants, after it was proven that the killers of the Azil tribe martial emperors were not ghosts as was said, nor were they giants from another tribe, but real martial emperors of the human race, the rest of the tribes completely backed down from pressuring the Azil tribe. Some of the nearby tribes even sent parts of their armies to them for help with a few of their martial emperors as support to investigate for themselves what happened. Out of his intense anger, Dawudar moved his army and all the support armies that came to him and decided to destroy all the human settlements in the lands of the Azil tribe. The rest of the 11 Nihari giants tribes also decided to send armies to turn the human settlements in their lands upside down. Perhaps they would find any evidence as to why there were martial emperors of this lowly race. But that didn't end as they expected. Chapter 676. The decision to storm the human settlements came for the sake of venting anger for the Azil tribe and to collect information for the rest of the northern tribes. Even though they knew that their endeavor was not without real benefit, Richard and the rest of the human martial emperors who supported him had a different body composition than the humans known to them. However, they decided to go anyway just for the sake of it. The decision was made quickly as if it was something they took for granted. They could storm wherever they wanted and kill whoever they wanted. The decision was very easy, like taking candy from a child. But they soon learned that they had hit a hornet's nest. The army of the Azil tribe that was sent to attack the human settlements was completely destroyed. Even the forces of the rest of the tribes throughout the northern region were all annihilated. This was the first time that the settlements of the inferior races showed some of the power they had been accumulating with the help of the shadow swords. Golden weapons appeared for the first time, and a huge number of saints and sages appeared with them. Huge defensive and offensive arrays that covered their whole settlements also played their part. Even the modified instant arrays that operated with banners such as the Field Hospital, the Sea of Fire, and the Frost Domain appeared in this battle. These battles throughout the northern region paralyzed daily life in all the giant tribes. They are not like the giants of the rest of the regions who have been living in a state of war for years. This was the first time they knew about the enemy lurking under their noses. And it is not a simple enemy either. In addition to the tremendous power, clear organization, and unusual weapons that have appeared, humans are the favorite slaves of the giants, which is why their numbers are always the highest of all races. It is said that there are at least 10 humans for every giant in the northern region, and now this enemy that is 10 times their number has gained enough power to threaten them. After this campaign, silence fell over the entire northern region. The northern tribes began to communicate with each other to see what they could do in this strange situation. Their position changed from sending a few army squads to search a few slave settlements for the sake of showing solidarity with the Azil tribe, to finding themselves in the center of the hurricane. Who cares about the Azil tribe anymore when there is an enemy breathing down their necks? As for the Azil tribe, they remained silent, completely silent. They were not like the rest of the tribes that sent a few army squads to conduct inspections. Rather, they sent most of their forces to annihilate the human settlements in a fit of anger, and now all those armies were annihilated. In return, only 2 human settlements were destroyed and a few other settlements were damaged. They felt their spines break, and even the tone of condescension in the mouth of their boss no longer existed. They did not participate in talks with the rest of the northern tribes, nor did those tribes try to communicate with them anyway. And at the same time, Richard did not remain quiet. After being forced to leave the capital of the Azil tribe, he did not find a place to vent his burning hatred any longer, so he decided to go to the nearest city belonging to the Azil tribe and began mass kidnappings there. Then the second city, then the third. Richard, currently called the Death God, began to roam all the cities and villages belonging to the Azil tribe, one after another, completely emptying them of their residents. He did not differentiate between a civilian and a soldier, between a young man and a girl, or between an elderly person and a child. Everyone received the same treatment, as they were taken underground and were never seen again. There is no way to put a number on his death tally anymore. But even after committing this madness, the blaze in his heart did not cool down, so he spent more than a few weeks drawing a work of art specifically for Dawudar and his entourage. One morning, while Dawudar was sitting alone, as usual, with his head between his hands, crying at times, screaming at times, and laughing at other times, a person came shouting that they needed him quickly to look out the window. When he weakly looked outside, he found the gift. Hills of mutilated corpses surrounded his destroyed capital, burning with pale green flames. The capital of the Azil tribe was huge in every sense of the word. Before its destruction, it hosted tens of millions of giants and a larger number of slaves. But that enormous capital was now completely surrounded by corpses, to the point that its walls next to those hills looked like walls made by a child. Everyone who saw this scene immediately knew that the Azil tribe was finished. The number of dead here portends one thing, which is that not a single giant remains in the lands of the Azil tribe except those who are now inside the destroyed capital. However, those 20 martial emperors soon wished they had remained where they were, as 4 of them were hunted down and brutally killed within 1 month, forcing the rest to move with extreme caution. 2043. The Azil tribe, the striking force since the reign of the second heavens chosen, the tribe that has 47 living martial emperors. 12 of them have been killed and they only have 35 left, all of them either hiding inside their destroyed capital surrounded by armies or trying to search for Richard in silence. The martial emperors of Azil who were hiding underground and who were pretending to be dead came out and started searching for Richard everywhere like crazy. None of them cared about the reaction of the rest of the tribes when they learned that there were 20 additional martial emperors belonging to the Azil tribe. What matters now is eliminating this threat and rebuilding whatever remains of the tribe. That is if the rest of the tribes allow them at all. However, those 20 martial emperors soon wished they had remained where they were, as 4 of them were hunted down and brutally killed within 1 month, forcing the rest to move with extreme caution. The Azil tribe, the striking force since the reign of the second heavens chosen, the tribe that has 47 living martial emperors. 12 of them have been killed and they only have 35 left, all of them either hiding inside their destroyed capital surrounded by armies or trying to search for Richard in silence. As for the tribe's leader, Dawudar, it was said that not a sound had come out of him since he saw Richard's gift. Even the sounds of laughter, crying, and screaming coming from his room had stopped completely. As for the other tribes of the north, they have completely forgotten about the Azil tribe. They no longer care about what is happening there, and they certainly are not interested in their lands or the number of martial emperors hiding. After the threat of the human settlements appeared, all their forces abroad were summoned and they began preparing armies to finish off the human settlements. This time, all the martial emperors of those tribes prepared to lead the armies themselves. But something happened that forced them to remain where they were. The settlements of the rest of the intelligent beings mobilized their own armies in a majestic show of force. Each settlement prepared an army of several thousand law users, armed or armored with the same golden weapons and carrying the same black banners that humans used in their previous battles. With thousands of those settlements scattered throughout the northern region, it would not be an exaggeration if it was said that the land was suffused with armies that day. As for what they wanted to do with that show of force, they all declared that they would support the human settlements if the Nihari giants' forces took a step toward them. Chapter 677. The entire northern region fell into deep silence again. Their preparations for war were like a bubble that suddenly exploded into nothingness. Giants usually do not do anything that requires manual labor themselves. Anything that requires effort other than cultivation is done by slaves from other intelligent beings, and all of those slaves end up dead within a short period of time due to mistreatment. For this reason, the number of settlements of the other intelligent beings is very large, as they need them in abundance. In the northern region, if the settlement reaches a certain population, they kill a number of them by using the demons, or they send them to the restaurants of intelligent beings. Or they would divide them and send half to establish a new settlement somewhere else so that they can have better control over them, and this made all the cities of the giants submerged in huge numbers of settlements. The peace that the Nihari giants had enjoyed in the northern region completely collapsed that day and without any major wars. By now, they did not know whether provoking the human settlements was the right decision or not. After the appearance of those armies and the announcement of support for human settlements, all the giants' armies stopped. Every tribal leader tried to assess the situation, send more reconnaissance teams, and communicate with the rest of the tribal leaders to form a united front against this madness. But one tribe did not stop its army, the Daraki Giants tribe. The leader of that tribe became angry when he heard the reports of the armies in the nearby settlements, but he did not take the time to think rationally. In an instant, he divided his army into 20 sections, with each section headed by a martial emperor, and then sent them towards the 20 nearest settlements with an order to level them to the ground. A massive fight raged that day. The entire army of the northern tribes was armed with divine weapons and had the best techniques left behind by the first and second heavens chosen. All of this was on the one hand, and the presence of a martial emperor on their side was on the other hand. But all this was not enough to capture the meter settlements as quickly as they expected. Although the settlements have almost no walls to protect them, they have the sky shield dome that Robin personally designed. And although they lack emperors, they have a huge amount of golden divine weapons, which they use simultaneously to force the enemy martial emperor to retreat. As for the techniques and weapons of the giant clan army Daraki, how do they compare to Robin's techniques, weapons, and instant arrays? 20 different fronts opened that day, and all of them had reached balance. The Daraki giants' armies were unable to penetrate the settlements, and the settlements were unable to force them to retreat due to the presence of a martial emperor among them. But the fighting did not last long either. While the Daraki giants' armies were trying to invade those 20 settlements, the rest of the settlements in the area, numbering more than 40 settlements, gathered and headed towards the capital of the Daraki giants' tribe. One of the females of the Daraki giants' tribe said a phrase that day, and the rest echoed it. She said that she feels her city is a big piece of candy and that settlements are like ants that want to pounce on it. In fact, the description was not very far from reality. The unified army, made up of 40 colonies from 13 different races, covered the blue color of the ground. If one of the giant's children had thrown a pebble from the top of the wall, it would certainly have fallen on top of the head of one of the soldiers below. The leader of the Daraki giants tribe panicked and wanted to summon his armies abroad. But whenever he sent a Draco beast or any type of small bird to deliver the message, it was immediately shot down, meaning he was completely cut off from the outside world. Although there are still 7 declared martial emperors inside the capital and 18 hidden ones, if a battle were to start here and in front of these numbers, the city would certainly be destroyed. So the leader of the Daraki giants tribe tried to communicate with the leaders of this army of fellow intelligent races, but they did not respond to him. The strangest thing is that they did not attack either, they just remained standing where they were. In the end, the 20 armies learned what was happening in their capital, so they retreated in panic, hoping to save what could be saved. However, they found their capital intact and did not find a trace of the united army of intelligent beings, as they all retreated before the army of giants arrived. That kind of excessive force and very precise planning and execution terrified the tribe's leader and even the rest of the martial emperors of the tribe. They thought they were a group of mice happy with some technique they had found by chance, but this level of coordination among them clearly suggested the presence of a leader. A leader who, if he wanted to destroy the capital of the Dereki Giants tribe, would have done so. That is why the tribe's leader ignored all the voices calling for revenge for this insult and remained silent. It was said that his features looked as if they had aged 1,000 years during those few days. Taking revenge on whom exactly? What happened reached the ears of the rest of the giant tribes as well, which made them breathe a sigh of relief that they did not send their armies abroad before gathering enough information. They also began, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, to strengthen their cities with defenses and collect supplies in preparation for a long war, as none of them had any intent to go out and fight in this sea of enemies. Even if their martial emperors had enough power to go out on their own and crush those settlements, who could say that the settlements didn't have emperors as well? Who are those who are destroying the Azil tribe now? Are they not said to be human martial emperors? In terms of numbers, the intelligent races alliance wins sweepingly. In terms of weaponry, they have perfect law techniques and the golden weapons, and in terms of high-end experts, they have an unknown number of martial emperors. Everyone who has authority in the Nihiri Giants tribes felt his head melt. The period of accumulation of supplies and deadly silence lasted for about 6 months. None of the giants were allowed to leave any city without escorts, which restricted the economic movement of the giants of the entire northern region and plunged it into extreme poverty. In return, other intelligent beings took control of the mining, agricultural, and other strategic zones. They also began to form a road network between them to speed up the movement of goods and support at any time, as they seemed to be ignoring the existence of the cities of the giants among them. The leaders of the giant tribes were being pressured day and night to take the decision to advance and trample those settlements, but none of the leaders wanted to repeat the experience of the Dereki tribe. They certainly did not want to repeat the tragic experience of the Azil tribe. So they remained inside their cities and tried to send envoys to see the requests of these strong slaves, but all the envoys were being rejected and forced to return, which caused more anxiety for the giant tribes. Until this moment, they did not know what they were facing and why. But this isolation finally ended, as the Ashara Giants tribe announced that they had succeeded in communicating with them. Chapter 678. Martial Emperor Aranov, the leader of the Ashara tribe, announced that he had succeeded in communicating with the inferior races with a reasonable result. This news enveloped all the cities of the giants in a matter of a few days like a thunderbolt. After a dormancy that lasted for months, they finally saw a way out of this frozen situation. Although the leader of the Ashara tribe apparently succeeded in what hundreds of giant nobles could not, no one doubted his declaration. It is known to those in real power that Kandal, the son of Aranov, nicknamed the Monarch of the Nine Suns, controls the criminal world on almost the entire planet through the Fire Salamander organization. Naturally, he must have his own ways to communicate with settlements of inferior races. Upon hearing the announcement, all the giant tribes sent delegates to the Ashara tribe with dozens of questions in their heads. How did the settlements obtain these weapons? How did humans reach the martial emperor realm? Since when did they even have such an advanced cultivation system? Who is their leader so they can talk to him directly? What do they want by moving their armies now? And most importantly, what the hell is going on? The answer was more shocking than seeing the hostile armies. It turned out that there is a third heavens chosen from the human race. Aranov told them that the third heavens chosen had been working in secret for 50 years so that what happened to the first and second would not happen to him. He stated that he had strengthened the inferior races all over the planet to the degree they had seen with their own eyes, and that he was the one leading them in secret. Aranov was not stingy in praising Robin and exaggerating the things he invented until he painted for all attendees a legendary image of him that could not be shaken. Even though they had never seen him, Aranov's words, along with what they saw of the settlements of the races that were no longer inferior, were enough to plant a seed of fear inside their chests toward this third heavens chosen. This disastrous news spread quickly, shaking all the giant tribes. Even that person secluded in the mountains was said to have laughed with excitement when he heard the news. But Aranov contented himself with describing the progress that Robin had achieved and that he had strengthened and armed the entire world in secret. He did not mention that he came from another planet, nor did he talk about his history in the eastern region or the prophecy of the invasion. He also omitted the horrors that were currently occurring in the rest of the regions of the planet, and he did not tell them about his ultimate goal with all the things he was doing. So the announcement of the third heavens chosen was extremely vague and gave them a feeling of mystery mixed with danger, as if the worst of beasts was breathing under their necks. The meeting, whose goal was to collect information to clarify the bigger picture, made them accumulate more questions. The good thing is that the settlements union told the Ashara tribe that they would not be the ones starting the war, but they were ready to defend themselves. They stated that they were ready to cooperate with the giant tribes so that the wheel of production would turn again, but this time as partners, not as slaves. They also warned the giant tribes against interfering in what was happening in the Azil tribe, or even sheltering one of them, saying that the northern giant tribe shall be 11 starting from that day. That announcement was extremely arrogant. As soon as the settlements finally opened their mouths, they announced that they had become equal to the Nihiri giants, decided to exterminate one of the 12 tribes, and even threatened them not to interfere. But contrary to what was expected of them, the tribal leaders put their shoes in their mouths and remained silent. Maintaining this apparent peace currently is better than starting a war against an entity that they do not know anything about yet. It is better to remain silent and endure until the appropriate opportunity arises to return those damn lowly races to their places. This includes waiting until they find that hidden heavens chosen and repeat what happened with the second heavens chosen with him. This strange peace continued for more than 2 years, and the two sides returned to dealing with each other, but with extreme apprehension. It was not unusual to see an armed human walking through a city of giants now to buy or sell something, but with every step, the eyes of all the giants in the street would be focused on him. Alternatively, when a giant went to a settlement to hire a companion to work with him, he would feel from the looks of hatred and anticipation that he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Each side was looking at the other as if it were a lion who had decided to live in front of the door of its house. They could not kill it and could not drive it away, having no choice but to coexist until a miracle happened. As for the settlements in the lands of the Azil tribe, their conditions were much better. They controlled all the fields, mines, and important areas and were completely independent from the giants. Well, there were no longer giants there to be independent of anyway. There are no giants left in the vast lands of the Azil tribe except for those who remain in the destroyed capital surrounded by the hills of rotting corpses. Inside are the 35 martial emperors and about 20,000 soldiers, all of whom bear the name of the Azil family. The settlement's announcement of their abandonment and the approval of the rest of the northern giant tribes put the final nail in their coffin. They no longer had a place to save them or a shelter to go to, and even their lands became besieged on all sides by the settlements and human martial emperors. Every few days, part of the army would go out alongside 5 martial emperors to carry out hunting operations to put some food in the stomachs of the survivors, but they were subjected to ambushes. In the end, they would return with very little food, barely enough to keep them alive. Up to this point, more than 2,000 soldiers had died from hunger, and their corpses had been turned into food for the living. There was a rumor within the walls that a number of those 2,000 did not really die of hunger, but were secretly killed with the intention of providing food for the rest. This information was not confirmed at the time, and no one was interested in confirming it either. They continued to eat their brothers with tears filling their eyes. The leader of the Azil tribe, Dawudar, is no longer conscious of his surroundings. He does not respond to anyone or speak to anyone, and everyone says that he has already gone mad. As for his sons and the rest of the martial emperors, they tried a lot to communicate with Richard, but to no avail. The human martial emperors no longer even try to kill them in ambushes as before. If this were true, they would all have left with the intention of dying long ago to escape this torment. But under Richard's orders, they are no longer allowed to die. Anyone who tries to leave the city is attacked only until they return to the city, and if they refuse to return, a few bones are broken and they are thrown back inside. The great tribe of Azil giants turned into a tragedy in every sense of the word. Chapter 679. Back to the present. Is there anything new? Peon raised his distorted eyebrows and asked Richard after he finished receiving the message. Richard leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes. What could be new? The same content of the messages every day. They tell me that news with the rest of the planet is about to spread in the northern region. Humph, they think I don't understand what they want to say. And what do you think this is? Peon pressed the question. They want me to give orders to finish off the Azil tribe, only by then the invasion can be announced and preparations begin. Isn't that what you are all thinking? Richard responded, annoyed. By this time, a group of vanguards of the invaders had already arrived. They had been raiding the central region for 6 months. Until this moment, the northern region is still dancing on a delicate thread of balance between the Nihari giants and the rest of the races. Each of them is watching the other side with caution and waiting for orders from those in charge. This also provided relative peace in the northern region. It enabled Richard to do what he wanted with the Azil tribe without anyone's intervention. If news spreads about the arrival of a foreign invasion and about the massacres taking place in the rest of the regions of the planet, this calm will collapse immediately. If the Nihari giants in the northern region knew what was happening to their kind in the eastern and southern regions at the hands of other intelligent races, there would be no room for peace anymore. They would be certain that the current peace is only a mask until their enemies reach a certain level of power. Of course, they will order a massacre to begin immediately. One of their goals will certainly be to rescue what remains of the Azil tribe in order to prevent their enemies from doing what they want. On the other hand, even the settlements do not know about the arrival of the invasion. If the news spreads that a planetary empire is coming to destroy their planet, they will lose their focus. The northern region will enter into chaos from all sides that the Shadow Swords and the Ashura Giants tribe will not be able to contain in time. The chaos will be so devastating that the remnants of the Azil tribe inside the city may be able to escape. This is something that is completely unacceptable. Therefore, it is absolutely not permissible for news to spread in this way. There are already plans made to bring this news to everyone in reasonable ways that do not cause the expected panic. These plans require the full focus of the true beginning empire. Unfortunately, this does not work now because Richard currently maintains 40 martial emperors next to him in the Azil region. Richard, how long do you intend to torture them? Peon got straight to the point. He knew why Richard had postponed storming the city until today. For as long as possible. Richard didn't hide anything either. His features suddenly turned uglier. Dawudar, Saladar, and the rest of their entourage who were at that party are all in the city now. I have engraved their faces in my head. They all took a piece of my mother, my third brother. I have not had enough of them yet, they must not die yet. As long as possible, that's not an answer. Peon shook his head. It could be tomorrow or in 100 years, and we can't continue like this. Even though his father didn't say anything and still tells us to support you with whatever you want, I know him well. Your father likes everything to go according to plan. His stomach must be hurting now because he can't control your actions. Peon laughed at the last part as he imagined his adoptive father's appearance when he found out about the current situation. I told you repeatedly that I have gathered enough strength to deal with everyone inside that city in my own way. Go on your way and let me deal with them in my own way. Finally, Richard opened his pitch-black eyes and stared into Peon's eyes for a moment. At that moment, he showed some of the killing intent that he carried towards the Giantess within the city. Ha! Peon inhaled strongly and held his chest with both hands as if his soul was coming out. He quickly looked away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Richard got up terrified and almost put his hand on his third brother to pat him on the shoulder. He stopped his hand at the last moment and withdrew it forcefully. "It's okay. Cough, cough, it's okay." Peon began to take turns inhaling and exhaling loudly for a few moments until he finally calmed down. He sent a confused sideways glance toward this little brother of his. That killing intent. It is terror itself. Is this the gaze of someone who killed more than 50 million intelligent beings with his own hands? If the issue of responsibility for blood was mentioned, Robin would undoubtedly bear the death of tens of millions as well. However, the number of those he killed with his own hands and saw life leave from their eyes was not that many. Richard is different. Richard killed off every single giant in the Azil tribe land himself until killing became like breathing for him. His current aura rivals that of Caesar, who uses the fire of death. When it comes to the killing intent that rages in every cell of his body, no one can compete with him. One look from him now can destroy the souls of some unprepared cultivators. When Peon saw Richard's remorseful expression, he moved towards him to pat him on the shoulder. "I know that you are capable of killing them all alone, but this is different from the role we are playing. You will not be able to besiege them and contain them alone, just as you still cannot defeat Dawudar in a fight yet, right?" Richard nodded. Using the fire of life and the amount of preparations he had made, he could easily wipe out the entire Azil tribe army. He could even fight the 35 martial emperors and kill a large number of them, but some of them would surely escape. His strength would not help him imprison them or fight them face to face and force them to stay inside the city. Even though he told Peon to leave whenever he tried to restrict him, he did not really want them to leave. Peon sighed. "I know what you're going through. If someone said that the people who killed my family were still alive, I would go and do to them like you're doing now, but we have to look at the bigger picture here. If news leaks out from the rest of the regions before you finish with the Azil tribe, we might be exposed to attacks from the rest of the tribes. Dawudar and his martial emperors would surely escape, by then you will find no one to take revenge on if you wanted to." After a silence that lasted for about a minute, Richard finally nodded with an unwilling expression. A big smile appeared on Peon's face and she hit Richard's shoulder twice hard. "Okay, cheer up. Just because you finally decided to clean up the damned city doesn't mean you have to kill them all. We recently received a gift from your father and I wanted to keep it as a surprise for the right time, haha, take a look." Chapter 680. What gift is that? Richard looked at his third brother in surprise. Receiving help from his father is no longer strange or a psychological burden for him. After all, he has been using everything available to him for years. "I contacted Zara after she took over as head of the research and development department and asked her for a way to imprison a martial emperor without killing him or destroying his energy gathering center." A big smile appeared on Peon's face. "And what is the result?" Richard's black eyes lit up for the first time in a while. This was indeed a big dilemma for him. There was no known metal that could stop a martial emperor from escaping. Even uracilium would warp over time if the martial emperor tried to destroy it, so it could not be relied upon. Destroying the energy gathering center for a person who lived for hundreds or thousands of years means his rapid death. This contradicts the reason for his arrest in the first place, and that is precisely why Richard had to besiege them inside the city for this entire period. Several teams from the Research and Development Center worked on the request and made some progress on it, but they were unable to complete it. You must know the difficulty of a request like this. Peon shook his head slightly before showing another smile on his distorted lips, but after His Excellency left his seclusion and learned of the situation, he decided to lead the development process and managed to do it in the end. At this point, Peon produced something resembling a palm-sized nail from his space ring. If this nail were driven into anyone's chest, it would cause any excess energy in his body that isn't needed to support his life to evaporate. That body would be an enemy of any kind of usable energy until the nail was removed again. Even the powerful bodies of the Nihari giants would be nothing significant after their muscles, bones, and blood are completely emptied of energy. Then Peon continued, "In my opinion, the only problem with the nail is that it cannot be used unless you get close enough to hammer the nail into your opponent's chest and wait until the nail finishes discharging all the energy into your opponent's body, which may take some time. This means that you have to defeat him first, but other than that it is perfect." "Your dad is a genius, huh? Is there really something like this? But its size." Richard exclaimed excitedly, but quickly furrowed his eyebrows again from looking closely at the nail. "That thing looks like a peg to fix tents, and it is somehow supposed to be driven into the chest of the person to be imprisoned? Does the prisoner even stay alive after that? You don't have to worry about it." His Excellency said in a message that the sealing nail contains rules that make the wound heal quickly so that the target does not die and makes the flesh wrap around the nail to make it difficult to remove. He also added a feature that makes the nail cause unbearable pain so that you can control its operation and stop by simply a touch. It is undoubtedly the perfect solution that you were looking for, not to mention that the sealing nails are easy to make and he actually sent a package containing 20,000 of those things. Peon naturally understood what Richard was thinking. Yeah, it really is the perfect solution. When I see things like this, I feel a little happier. It tells me that he didn't give up his revenge all those years because he didn't care, but because he was obsessed with planning and being too idealistic. Richard smiled and shook his head, but at the same time, he let out a long sigh. This nail is indeed an ideal solution, even if it is temporary. Waiting for the right moment and good planning are the characteristics of great leaders. Peon didn't know what to say, so he said a casual idiom he made up. Richard examined the sealing nail for a few more minutes before he remembered something. "And then what? What will happen to those prisoners?" I don't think you'll let me keep them inside the city, huh? Peon was silent for a while as if trying to think of a way to say what he wanted. In the end, he sighed and decided to speak directly. Your father wants you to send them to planet Jura. Richard's eyes, as black as a well in the middle of the night, opened wide, and his dark aura seeped out of him against his will. He has great audacity to order something like this. Has he forgotten his promise to leave the Azil tribe to me? It is a request, not an order. Your father said that we should not pressure you if you refuse. If you have a better plan, then please go ahead. Peon tried to remain calm in the face of this terrible aura, but he still started to stutter a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Richard closed his eyes again and took a few steps away. Did he tell you what he intended to do to them? Your father is a genius when it comes to improvement, but I noticed that he is even more of a genius when it comes to brutality. He just doesn't realize it. Peon approached Richard again, as he did not want him to isolate himself like Caesar. Hand them over to him, Richard. You are still a young man and have already become a martial emperor, and you have a terrifying talent. Why do you want to hinder yourself here and be content with torturing those fools? You're bigger than that, you have a whole life ahead of you. Then he continued, laughing, secondly, you have been torturing them for years already and have killed tens of millions of them. What is the problem if you leave a handful for your father? Give your father a chance to play with them a little, okay? He has revenge against them, just like you do. Richard nodded a few times. I think this would be a good way to thank him for the help he has given me. There is no need for thanksgiving between a father and his son. Peon quickly intervened. Richard just smiled. Get the men available, and let us go try those nails out. Now. Peon raised his eyebrows. There are only around 30 emperors with us at the moment, most of whom are wind law users, and there are a small number of lightning and darkness users. The enemy has 35 emperors whose levels range from 41 to 46, in addition to the army of 20,000 law users in the same city. If you decided upon a direct confrontation, wait a little while. I will ask the headquarters to send more martial emperors, and I will coordinate with the settlements to advance with us. Richard waved and said the most arrogant sentence he could say. There is no need. I am here. But Peon was not surprised by this response. He saw with his own eyes what this young man was capable of. Calling it a one-man army is not an exaggeration at all. Chapter 681. Capital of the Azil Giants Tribe. Inside the only building still standing, the tribe leader's palace. Drop. A drop of sweat escaped from Dawudar's forehead and fell to the ground, breaking the deadly silence in the place. Dawudar looked where the drop of sweat fell, but he could not look down because of his thick beard and the huge muscles of his chest and shoulders. The body of the tribal leader, Dawudar, used to brag about its greatness and that it looked like a moving mountain. The body exploded with power, prestige, and authority that knew no limits. Dawudar can no longer use it to raise the cup of water in front of him to drink. 2 days have passed, and he has been looking at that cup, but he cannot force his body to move to take it. Since the appearance of hills of corpses around the capital, Dawudar has entered this room and never left it again. He eats one meal every few weeks and defecates in one of the corners of the room. He does not want to see anyone or let anyone see him. His crazy shouts at his followers and his attempt to find Richard all ended. He no longer said a word and no longer allowed anyone to enter his room to say anything. He isolated himself to the point that everyone in that afflicted city began to forget his existence little by little. They all knew that he was broken. They just do not know how far. But to be fair, this is not his problem alone. It can be generalized to the entire northern region. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed since the second Heavens Chosen was killed and the spoils were distributed to 12 northern tribes, the same tribes that exist today. This means that for hundreds of thousands of years, the 12 tribes were content with a race to arm and strengthen themselves in order to outwardly deter the rest and preserve their standing. At the same time, they avoided any direct clash with each other and contented themselves with some schemes here and there. In terms of personal strength, economic power, and equipment availability, any tribe from the north can fight the entire eastern region on its own. But in terms of personal experiences and mental strength, they are not that strong. There are those who are not satisfied with this kind of life and decide to separate from their tribes and live their own experiences like that person roaming the mountain. But the number of these people is very small. As for Dawudar, the lucky son, he did not have such inclinations. Since Dawudar was born as the first son of the former tribal leader, everyone knew his future in advance. He actually followed in the set footsteps without deviating. He grew up to be an arrogant young master who flaunted his father's authority and indulged in pleasures. He was given the best resources to draw body-strengthening divine tattoos. Naturally, he had the right to use the fourth stage of body-strengthening divine tattoo after news of the death of one of the tribe's martial emperors due to a muscle explosion, and this opened a new door for him to indulge in more pleasures. Naturally, he was appointed prince of the tribe, took control of its affairs, and began to compete with the princes of the rest of the tribes in management and cunning. Then, in turn, he began to have many sons to support him after he became the leader, and indeed his prescribed path led him in the end to be the leader of one of the 12 tribes. And then he sank into pleasures a little further. When he found out that Richard was the mastermind for all this, and one of his uncles who was at the party reminded him of what he had done to Richard's mother, he felt extremely angry. Is that all? Is this the reason for all the kidnappings and killing of his grandchildren? Is this the reason for the destruction of the tribe? A human female? How could that lowly being kill even one giant because of another lowly being? He was really angry, and he really could not comprehend. How could a human being accept the news of his son being killed and his house burning at the hands of a chicken, because he ate an egg? But his anger was like a pebble thrown on a mountain, small and useless in comparison to Richard's anger. He expressed it in the Hill of Corpses, the hill that had broken Dawudar and silenced him some time ago. Who would have expected that one of his pleasures would be the cause of his downfall? How could he have expected that the incident of messing with a random lowly human, that he had forgotten on the same night, would lead a tribe that had survived for hundreds of thousands of years to this state? If he had known then what would happen later, he would have eaten his children instead of her. But what good would regret do now? A person with a harsh past and experiences of failure would have risen from this ordeal and tried to find a solution. But not Dawudar, not the person who throughout his life experienced one success after another, the person who walked the line and did not deviate from it. His sons outside are trying to burn these corpses or bury them because their appearance is destructive to morale and causes the spread of diseases. But the human martial emperors do not allow them. Richard issued an order that these corpse hills must remain in their place, and they indeed remained for months now. Other martial emperors tried to find a way to get out and bring some food. Some of them tried to communicate with Richard to accept the terms of surrender, whatever they were, while others tried to think of plans to get out of this cursed city. While Dawudar is still in his room, his mind is unable to work. Knock, knock. Your Majesty. Urgent report. Please open, Your Majesty. A frightening sound came from outside the voice, and its owner began knocking on the door forcefully. Dawudar furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He really wanted to shout at that guy and then get up and strangle him to death because he was disturbing the peace of his majesty. But no sound came out of his mouth, and he did not feel the strength in his feet to get up from his seat, so he just ignored him. What will the knocker say, for example? What worse could have happened? Perhaps it was one of the food search missions and they came back chased as usual, or perhaps another epidemic spread among the soldiers due to the spread of corpses. Or perhaps the soldiers discovered that they had been eating each other all this time? It does not matter. Nothing matters anymore. Your Majesty, please, we need you. There are 30 human emperors who suddenly appeared and started fighting with your sons and the rest of our martial emperors outside. Altaric's voice began to grow more frightening. The sound of explosions outside almost covered his voice. But Dawudar maintained his silence. What is new? They are surrounded from all sides, and the rest of the giant tribes have abandoned them. It is normal for them to receive attacks. What is the worst that could happen? They die? He sees no difference between death and this life. Secondly, an attack from only 30 human martial emperors does not seem like a large number worth leaving his room. Your Majesty, do you hear me? The man outside started screaming more, but he did not find a response. He looked down, squeezing, not knowing what to do. Then he remembered something and shouted again, Richard is outside, he is the one leading the attack. Chapter 682. Above the ruins of the capital of the Azil tribe. The smell of the corpses surrounding the walls and seeping from under the rubble made the air foul. The appearance of worms and scavengers searching for their next meal added to the decay. Skin and respiratory diseases spread ferociously. The lack of food reached the point that the living looked at each other's thighs and saliva flowed. The uneven floor was due to all the collapsed buildings. All this and more made the city unfit to live in. But strangely, it was also a safe haven for what remained of the Azil tribe. Whenever they tried to get out of it, they found the enemy martial emperors hunting them and forcing them to retreat inside it. After they put their foot inside it, their pursuers stopped and returned to where they came from. Some of them even liked to be clever and escaped through underground tunnels. But they did not escape from the sole sense of the human martial emperors and were arrested, got their limbs cut off, and then thrown into the city again. The army of the Azil tribe had had enough one day, and they came out as one body, fully armed and ready to fight against the human martial emperors if they appeared. They kept in their heads that even if most of them were killed, a handful of them might survive. But the army of the settlements around the city were the ones who besieged them. They beat on their heads until they forced them to return inside the city again. In fact, the escape of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe was somewhat easier. If dispersal and infiltration are of no use, then all they have to do is gather some of them and go out as one body and fight side by side. But the question here is, where will they go? The rest of the giant tribes announced that they would not receive them, so would they wander in the mountains forever? Will they stay close to each other all the time and none of them will go out to hunt or defecate, for example? This is completely impractical. Life outside the city will not be better than inside it. This city, with all its filth, its diseases, and all the evil it represents, felt like a place where no harm would touch them as long as they were inside it. Until today. Swoosh. Several green meteors descended from the barren black sky and aimed at the army camping area. What's that over there? This. Run. The remaining 20,000 soldiers, all bearing body-strengthening tattoos, are all between warriors, shamans, and dragons. Even if they are exhausted by hunger, they are still strong fighters who have lived for hundreds of years. But their reaction when they saw the pale green flames did not suggest that at all. Seeing more than 20 green meteors heading towards them, they all abandoned what they were doing and fled in different directions. Not one of them tried to confront the incoming attack. Some of the soldiers were asleep and did not understand what was going on, yet they got up and started running anyway, but this did not help them much. The green flames quickly began to touch the ground one after another, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Ah! I'm burning. I will die. More than a quarter of the soldiers were unable to escape in time, and the green flame caught them. Out of fear, they began to roll on the ground and scream or jump into the remaining water they had to drink. Some of them even began attacking themselves with tattoos of ice, wind, and other things. But the green flame was not affected and kept burning on their bodies violently. The strangest thing was that they soon noticed that they did not feel any pain. Rather, they felt weak. If you dare, come out and show us yourself. One of the emperors of the Azil tribe jumped and threw a punch at one of the meteors that had not yet touched the ground. The meteor exploded in the middle of the air, but this did not stop the green flame that came down in the form of rain, hitting more soldiers. Damn it! The martial emperors of the Azil tribe began to come out one after another, looking towards the sea of flames with anger and helplessness. How could they not know what this green flame was? The flame made their tribe famous for decades, extended their lives and enriched their pockets, and took the life of their entire tribe. Richard, when I find you, I'll rip your flesh with my teeth, just like I did to your mother. The son of the Azil tribe leader, Saladar, shouted with all his might, trying to bring Richard out of hiding, but he knew for sure that Richard would not answer him. Since these acts of sabotage began, Richard did not speak to them, nor did any human being attempt to communicate with them. The reason for all this was deduced by the giants later when they remembered the black day in which they saw Richard for the first time. So he knows that Richard will not come out, but this is just one of his plans to torture them further. He is definitely trying to tell them that even inside the city they are not safe from him. Something strange happened this time. A voice came from the top of the wall. Repeat this again. Saladar's angry face brightened slightly when he spotted the source of the voice. It was Richard. Saladar couldn't believe that his plan to bring him out of hiding had finally worked. I said that I would eat you like I ate your mother, but I will not roast you like we roasted her slowly that day. I will eat you alive. Richard slowly tilted his head to the side, the area between her black eyes beginning to wrinkle frighteningly. I take it you still remember that day. When Saladar saw that Richard had not escaped yet and was intending to begin a long conversation, Saladar began to advance towards the wall at a slow pace. He ignored the screams of thousands of soldiers as they felt their life energy leaking out of them. How can I forget? I have eaten a lot of meat from lowly beings like you throughout my life, but your mother's taste was undoubtedly the best. I still remember that piece of breast to this day. I wonder if you also have such a tender piece of meat. Ha ha. Then Saladar started to speed up more and more, and the rest of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe started approaching the wall as well, and they all had the same idea in their heads. They all realized that the only way out of there is to arrest Richard and use him as a hostage. It is clear that the rest of the human martial emperors are following his orders, and today may be their only chance to arrest him. But Saladar made a mistake. Richard did not intend to leave in the first place. All he did was make him even more angry. Chapter 683. Bam, 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 bam. The steps that Saladar took towards Richard began to accelerate until he began to smash the ground with his feet. He exploded it beneath him with every step, and the distance between them was already closed in a few steps. And he was not the only one. Seeing that Richard was still standing without moving a muscle, the rest of the martial emperors all rushed with full force towards the city wall. Saladar's words must have caused him some kind of psychological trauma that made him stand like this. That is what they thought, and they continued rushing madly. If they caught him, this nightmare would end. They all came forward with one sentence repeating in their heads. We can do it. But suddenly, the scene before their eyes changed. Boom. A few people emerged from Richard's shadow and stood next to him, all dressed in black and holding long daggers. Their shocking exit and powerful auras forced the giants of the Azil tribe to wait a little. But the appearance of the Dark Path Emperors was not the end. Swoosh, swoosh, cat-cha. Strong winds suddenly blew over the entire city, and the lightning thundered in the sky. The powerful storm that appeared out of nowhere forced everyone to stop completely this time. When they looked towards the wall again, they found that the number of people next to Richard had increased. This time, there were at least 20 people wearing golden armor. Some held light swords, some held bows, and some held terrifying-looking spears. With Richard standing in the middle, there were exactly 31 people standing on the wall with condescending looks. Their powerful auras, which they released without reserve, left no doubt that they were all martial emperors. You all. Saladar moved his feet again, but this time by taking a step back. He realized that today's raid was not for intimidation like every time. Richard and those with him came to fight. Normally, he would have been happy with this development and accepted it with open arms. This was especially true since their numbers now totaled 34 martial emperors if they ignored his father, who had lost his mind, meaning that the numerical advantage was in their favor. Also, although these humans are undoubtedly martial emperors, there is not a single one of them with the strength of a middle-level martial emperor. While the Azil giants have several people who are as strong as a middle-level martial emperor, and Saladar himself is as strong as a level 44 martial emperor. That is, even the qualitative advantage is in their favor. But they had been starved for many months. Could they engage in an open battle like this now? It is hard to say, but they certainly have no desire to try it while their stomach is about to digest itself. Wait a moment. Since everyone is here, let us speak a little more wisely. Are we not all called intelligent beings? Let us be a little civilized. Saladar did not know he had the ability to say words so weak, but he said them anyway. You know what to do. Richard spoke slowly, then pointed at Saladar. But leave him to me. Haha, we know. One of the Wind Emperors pulled out his golden bow and let go. Swoosh! The golden arrow seemed to penetrate space itself, and in the next moment, the arrow was millimeters away from the right eye of one of the emperors of the Azil tribe. But that emperor did not bend. With a slight movement, he moved his face upwards and bit the arrow. Crash! Tifu! The giant spat the squirming arrow alongside a few teeth. You are going to have to do more if you want to take me down, you lowly human. Sigh. This is going to be a long day. Let us go. The human Wind Emperor shook his head but did not seem surprised. Rather, he jumped toward the opponent he had chosen with a big smile on his face, and then the rest of the emperors around Richard followed suit, except for Peon. This will not be easy, so do not underestimate the situation and stay careful. Your life is more important than all of them. Peon once again patted Richard on the shoulder, chose an opponent for himself as well, and flew towards him. Boom. It has been a while since I have eaten human flesh. Today is my lucky day, haha. I will nail you today, you dirty giant. I will take revenge for all the nights I spent out in the open because of you. Boom. Cat-cha. In the blink of an eye, the largest battle the planet Nihari had witnessed since its founding erupted. It was an open battle between dozens of martial emperors. As for Richard, he did not blink an eyelid as he saw the lightning explosions and wind blades tearing apart the land of the Azil tribe and everything left on it. In fact, it can be said that he did not look in the direction of that huge battle at all. His calm black eyes were focused only on the person in front of him, Saladar. He was the #1 genius in the land of Azil. It is said that he is one of the 10 most famous geniuses in the entire northern region, whether in terms of speed of cultivation or sharpness of mind. He is the person rumored to be the next leader of the Azil tribe. No, it is said that he actually runs the entire tribe currently, and that Dawudar does not get involved if it is not a tribe-shattering decision. Saladar. He was the person who organized the cursed party on the occasion of his son being placed on a waiting list to receive the 4th stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo. He was also the one who organized the distribution of dishes that day in order to satisfy everyone. Have you engraved my face in your damned memory yet? Saladar gritted his teeth and shouted. The already destroyed city turned into hell after a mass imperial fight began. Everything was turning for the worse, but his goal did not change. If he was able to arrest Richard, all of this would stop. But strangely, it was Richard himself who told his followers to leave him to him. Does he suggest that he can fight him, Saladar, alone? What kind of insult is this? Then he continued in his outburst of anger. Lest it be said that the great Saladar separates families, today I will send you to your mother, and in the same way. It would be befitting to a lowly creature like you. My stomach, which was starved because of you, will be filled with your flesh today. Richard remained focused on his target below without any change in his expression. Saladar, the favorite son of the Azil tribe. I have heard a lot about you throughout the time I spent in this cursed city. Most of them were praising your intelligence and your unfailing expectations. They say that sometimes you seem like you can predict the future. Tell me. A cruel smile appeared on Richard's face, and his killing intent exploded. Did you expect that your end would be at the hands of a human? Chapter 684. Ever since Richard appeared, Saladar had one thing on his mind, capturing him. Even after 30 other human martial emperors appeared, Saladar prepared to destroy everything in his path and reach Richard at any cost. His joy was indescribable when he heard Richard order the rest to leave him to him. Who would stand between him and that arrogant lowly human now? But, da-bom. Saladar's eyes widened as he took a step back. His breathing stopped and his heart beat once like a war drum, then it seemed to refuse to function again. These eyes, 2 black eyes like a bottomless well. Although Richard's facial expressions were calm as he was looking at Saladar, he seemed to be the embodiment of terror itself. These are the eyes of someone who has seen the horrors of the world and is ready to show them to the world. Not only Saladar, but the entire battlefield stopped, all hearts stopped beating, and all eyes turned to Richard with terrified expressions. Who among those present was not killed until the ground was drowned in blood? The human martial emperors had become accustomed to wars and killing since Robin took power. The giant martial emperors saw so many horrors in the last few years that made them believe that they had become dull and could take anything. But after feeling Richard's intense killing intent, they realized how wrong they were. The human emperors quickly bit their lips and resumed the attack. This was not the first time they had sensed Richard's terrible killing intent, so their shock was not too great. This slight difference in the timing of the response led to direct attacks landing on all the martial emperors of the Azil tribe. Boom! The attacks were powerful enough to bring them back to reality, giving them varying amounts of damage. That unplanned moment brought the battle back into balance after it had tended in favor of the giant martial emperors. Killing intent is one thing, and personal strength is another. The martial emperors trembling does not mean that they are weaker than Richard, but rather it means that their souls felt involuntarily threatened by him. For example, if a martial emperor who had been hiding in his house all his life stood in front of a mortal serial killer, that martial emperor would feel his soul warning him of danger and telling him to stay away from that person, even if he was well aware that he had enough strength to kill him with a slap. There is no unified explanation for this phenomenon, but the most common explanation says that when someone kills, the heavens change the killer's aura to be gloomy and dangerous in order to warn the souls of other creatures that this person has become a killer. And the more that person kills, the more this awful, dangerous aura has accumulated to warn the rest of the living beings and tell them to take caution and stay away from him. No one knows if this interpretation is correct, but they know that the result is the same. The more you kill, the more the aura of danger and bloodshed around you increases. Richard's aura has now crossed the foothold of being warned, this damn thick aura. It seems as if heaven itself is screaming at them to flee. You. Saladar finally composed himself a little and pointed at Richard. You animal. How many people have you killed to accumulate such a killing intent? Are you even a human anymore? I once was. I used to be a good human before your generous party, but now? I don't know anymore. Richard muttered in a low voice. Then he took a step forward and jumped, landing straight down the wall to face Saladar. Oh, you won't benefit from the flying advantage like other insects do? Or do you think that you can directly withstand me just because you recently became a martial emperor? With this power of yours, you can use it to bully civilians, not me. Saladar clenched his fist tightly, the fear in his heart beginning to fade as he realized that he was now capable of releasing a direct strike at Richard at any time. Use the advantage of flying against you? There is no need. A cheeky laugh appeared on Richard's face. You are courting death. Saladar, the level 44 martial emperor, lunged forward with all his might, raising his fist in a punching position. Boom! With a single punch from the level 44 giant, he broke through the sound barrier, causing a huge explosion, and the ground beneath his feet unfortunately buckled from the pressure. Richard, on the other hand, did not move a step, but only raised the toes of his right foot and then lowered them. Vrim! The ground between Richard and Saladar began to dent upward, forming a small plateau between them. Boom! As soon as Saladar's fist touched the hill, the point of contact turned into dust. Even as a martial emperor, there were limits to how much of the ground he could penetrate, but even so, Saladar's fist stopped after penetrating only 20 meters. This is not the first time that Saladar has directed a blow to a rocky mass, and he is certainly capable of destroying more than 20 meters. But a faint green flame within the scattered rocks told him that those rocks were not ordinary, that green flame made them stronger. Feeling insulted that his fist was stopped midway, Saladar raised his other fist with the intention of destroying what remained of the small plateau and opening the way towards Richard. But at this moment, the plateau began to defend itself. It directed metal and stone fists toward every visible body part in Saladar, intending to hurt him as much as possible. Humph! Saladar, on the other hand, did not stop his attack. Rather, he accelerated his fist even more, trying to destroy all of those coming fists and turning what was left of the plateau to dust with one attack. But when he tried to lower his fist, he found that it was too heavy. There were tens of stone hands holding his arm from behind, and a few others were holding his legs. Boom! 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 With no more time to defend or respond, the dozens of fists coming from the plateau collided with Saladar at the same time, sending him flying. Arg! Even though a few stone fists won't cause major damage, it still hurts physically and mentally. He lost in the first exchange against a human. Swoosh! And this pain was not over yet. As he was flying backward, he felt the hands that were holding his hand pulling him down forcefully, so he landed on his face with a boom, crushing the ground below him. Then they pulled him back and sent him flying towards the only standing building in the city, the palace. Boom! Saladar crushed the southern wall of the palace and continued his path like an arrow until almost a quarter of the palace was destroyed. HSS. What the KHH? Before Saladar tried to raise his head to issue a war cry and rush towards Richard again, a few metal bars of those used in building the palace moved like snakes and wrapped around his wrists and ankles and pulled them in 4 directions. Then they wrapped around his neck and began to squeeze. Those metal bars were charged with enough life energy to squeeze the neck of a level 44 martial emperor using the body cultivation system. Ka! Gak! Saladar's eyes almost exploded from the intensity of the pressure, and his tongue stuck out to try to gasp for air. When Saladar finally remembered that he was a martial emperor and could destroy the bars that were binding his limbs, he noticed something strange happening above. The giant chandelier that decorated the concert hall began to change its shape until it took the shape of a giant arrowhead. Then it escaped from the ceiling, heading directly towards him. Arg! The chandelier, or the arrowhead, cut off half of Saladar's abdomen from the side, and part of his entrails began to touch the ground. Saladar's features at this moment were not filled with despair, but rather with anger. How could he tolerate this happening to him at the hands of a human? In addition, wounds like this are nothing to a stage body strengthening divine tattoo. All he has to do is pick up the pieces and stand back for a while and he will be fine. Now he just has to focus on destroying the metal bar binding his right hand and then using his right hand to destroy the rest of the metal bars before he takes his intestines and retreats. The rest of the martial emperors around will definitely buy him some time. But suddenly, the pain he felt suddenly didn't seem like just pain. At this moment, he actually feels his soul struggling to stay inside a body. When he forced himself to look at his left hand to see the cause of the pain, his eyes opened wide in shock. The metal bars penetrated his wrists and began to slowly crawl under his skin. No, not just his wrists. The bars entered from the soles of his feet and right next to his spine as well. And they didn't stop, they all continued to crawl inside him very slowly. They all avoided cutting any major artery or injuring any vital organ. Each one of them was enough to make him wish he was dead. Chapter 685. Arg. Saladar's screams almost tore his lungs apart. This was the first time he knew that the limits of pain could be pushed to this level. In fact, he no longer knew what he was screaming about. Were they the 5 metal bars that tore him apart from the inside? Or perhaps his severed stomach and his entrails touching the ground? Or perhaps he was paying attention to the metal bars that were squeezing his neck until his eyes began to bleed? If he was not a mid-level martial emperor, he would have died 1,000 times by now. This was actually the most painful thing to him. What was happening here? Was there not a 3-level martial emperor realm difference between them? How was it possible that he had not touched the human boy since the beginning of the battle until now? Why was there such a huge difference between them? Rather, why did he feel that he was fighting the city itself, and not the human boy? What satanic law was this? Arg. Saladar's mind almost stopped working. In addition to his enormous physical strength, he bore several attacking divine tattoos, one of which formed a powerful lightning bolt, while another spread poison, and so on. Like all giants, he did not use them from the beginning and preferred pure physical strength to solve his problems. However, his physical strength was of no use to him today, and he did not even find the opportunity to activate any of his attacking divine tattoos. If the situation continued, Richard moved forward at a slow pace with an expression filled with cold anger. He ignored the sounds of fire explosions, the wind whistles, and the screams beside him. He just looked at Saladar coldly throughout his walk. He looked as if he was thinking whether what was happening to him now was enough, or if he should think of something else for him. During his slow walk, he was attacked a few times, but the city was alert enough to defend him. He did not even blink an eyelid as he walked into the most dangerous zone on the planet Nihiri at the moment. Finally, he reached inside the ruined palace and tilted his head to the side slightly. He watched Saladar screaming as if he wanted to carve this scene in his memory, but this was not enough. You know, when my mother taught me this green flame technique when I was young, she told me that my absent father had left this technique to us alone. I was very happy, but I soon became sad when I learned that my green flame did not hurt and that it was only intended for medical purposes and prolonging life. I know it is a noble thing and all that nonsense, but it is not great to have a flame and no one is afraid of it. Do you understand me? The kids on the outskirts of Jura City used to bully me sometimes because they knew I could not hurt a fly. They told me that my father favored Caesar over me by giving him the majestic death fire technique. Richard put his hand under his chin and gave a pure smile. Ah, arg. But with time and a lot of practice, I began to realize the extent of the possibilities in this technique. I was amazed. I do not like to admit this, but that man is truly a genius. Richard nodded a few times. A while ago, you were wondering what satanic law led you to this suffering. Let me introduce you to it. It is the life fire. I know, perhaps you have never heard of it, but I do not blame you. It does not exist in nature. Richard waved a few times with an awkward laugh. Arg. Ah. The metal bar that entered Saladar's right wrist reached his heart and started to coil around it. The life fire is truly a wonderful innovation. Let me give you a quick definition of its capabilities. The major heavenly law of life can convert natural energy into new life energy and pump it into inanimate objects. It is also the only law that can recharge the life vein with new life energy, but the rate of converting natural energy into the dense and mysterious life energy is very slow. My sister Zara, for example, could control one flame monster at a time by continuously converting natural energy into life energy. This is not practical at all. Richard shook his head. On the other hand, there is the major heavenly law of fire, which theoretically can burn anything in existence if it is cultivated to the point of perfection. But it is also a source of destruction and does not have many uses other than burning and torture, and it is the most widespread law among the cultivators on all planets. Aka. Saladar's eyes had turned into a bloody mess by now due to the pressure on his neck, and holes began to appear in them spitting blood. Yeah, that is right, you seem to understand. The major heavenly law of life is not the best when it comes to fighting, and the major heavenly law of fire is very ordinary, so what did that man do? He fucking merged them. He created the life fire, the only thing that can burn the conscious life energy, move it from one place to another. How genius is this? Richard laughed out loud. With the life fire I cannot create new life energy, but I can tame the life energy within anything my fire touches and take that energy for myself or inject it into anything I want. This technique literally gives me an inexhaustible amount of life energy as long as there are people worthy of death. Honestly, you guys were the best help in this. Arg. You sick bastard. Saladar regained some consciousness and shouted at Richard. Richard continued as if he had not heard anything. Can you imagine the life energy of 50 million giants? All this energy is now at my disposal. I can move it whenever I want and however I want, and now this enormous energy has been pumped into the city and its surroundings to revive this entire area. Basically, your relatives are the ones suffocating you now. Arg. The metal bar around Saladar's neck succeeded in bursting a few more blood vessels. Then Richard began to rub his chin with his eyebrows furrowed. The only problem with this fighting style is that any inanimate object I pour life energy into will also need my soul to move. As you know, all creatures need a living body and a soul, otherwise the body is useless. Can you imagine the pressure on my soul when I am supporting the entire city? This is exhausting, my friend. Let me tell you that, but I have to admit, doing this daily during the kidnapping operations and increasing the extent of control step by step was enough to train my soul on this type of control and strengthen it. I do not think there is anyone else who can compete with me in terms of soul force right now. Well, my old man might. I cannot read him at all anymore. Richard shook his head. Even Peon could not help but send a look toward Richard in the middle of his battle. This was the first time he had seen Richard speak this much. What was he doing there? I have forgotten why I started speaking about the life fire. What did I want? Aha! I said that I was sad when I was young because my flame did not hurt. Richard clapped happily. I know this is ridiculous for someone who controls an entire city now, but I really wanted to use the life fire itself to do something awesome sometimes. Do you understand me? So I asked myself, since I add my soul force while controlling inanimate objects, why not add it as well and make my life fire burn both the life and soul inside the target at the same time? Burning the life secrets at the same time, like that should hurt a little, right? Arg. Saladar raised his head and looked at Richard with extreme hatred and fear. Oh no, what are you doing? Why are you screaming now? There is still a lot to come. Save your screams for your real cleansing, you have not felt pain yet. A cruel smile appeared on Richard's face. Then he raised his palm and a ball of his pale green flame appeared, but there was something about this ball where anyone who looked at it would feel a sting deep in their soul. Let me hear your cries now. Richard concluded his words with a smile and then gently threw the fireball towards Saladar's forehead. Chapter 686. Saladar's scream, the scream of a mid-level martial emperor, brought all eyes to him for a moment. All martial emperors who heard his cry, whether humans or giants, felt a shiver down their backs and all asked themselves the same question: what would make an emperor scream like that? Some of the giant martial emperors even felt ashamed of Saladar's cries. They cursed him loudly and shut his mouth because he was discouraging them. But how could they know that if they were in his place, their screams would be louder? As Richard said, when you say that something is a living being, you mean two things: a body that contains life energy, and a healthy soul. If one of them is missing, then whatever you see is no longer a living being. And what Richard is doing now is attacking both of those elements at the same time. This is the green soul flame technique, a technique that was purely invented by Richard. The technique is based on two parts. The first is that Richard makes life fire attack the life vein, the vein that connects the heart to the brain. But it does not pull the life energy out and does not cut the vein and exhaust it as usual, but rather merely heats up the life energy and leaves it in place. His goal is to make it boil and become disturbed so that it tries to find an escape, but Richard would not let it. At this moment, Saladar feels that he is drinking volcanic magma greedily and wants to stop, but he cannot. There are only two ways to stop this pain. The first is to consume his own life energy or cut the life vein off completely, that is, to commit suicide, or to attack Richard and force him to stop his technique. The other part of this technique is the soul fire, which is a technique that Richard created to resemble the life fire. It is based on transforming his enormous soul force into a flame that attacks the soul domain with ferocity, but he controls it so that it does not break into the soul domain and kill him. Rather, it is controlled at a level that makes him feel enough pain to forget his name. This means that he will not even be able to make the decision to commit suicide to end his misery. A technique to torture both body and soul. Richard created a technique that, if it appeared in the middle planetary belt, would be classified as a forbidden technique immediately. Arg. Saladar began to faint in the middle of his screams. His mind tries to defend against all these types of torment by fainting, but the intensity of the pain forces him to wake up immediately after. The blood flowing from his eyes became mixed with tears. It was clear that he was no longer aware of himself, he was no longer conscious even in his screams, and there was nothing running through his head anymore. Just his instinct as a living being tells him that he is in pain, that is all. Richard remained standing there with his hands folded over his chest and his head tilted to the side. He did not appear angry, sad, or happy. There were no expressions on his face. He was just watching in silence and appreciation, making small nods from time to time. He looked like a young child watching his favorite show, or a fan contemplating the latest painting by his favorite artist. If he had to describe Saladar's condition now, he would say that he is exquisitely beautiful. Boom! At this moment, a fire attack descended on Richard, but a huge rocky hen came out of the ground and blocked the attack in its way. This is not the first time attacks have been launched against Richard. Since the mass fighting began, the Giants' martial emperors have sent an attack or two whenever the opportunity arises, but none of them came close, just as happened this time. But what was different this time was that Richard finally raised his head and looked at the battle taking place behind him. Saladar was no longer very amusing as he lay alone. The battle inside the city walls currently can be said to be equal. The martial emperors of the Azil tribe have a level difference that favors them by a large margin. The strongest person on the side of the true beginning empire is Peon, and he is barely level 42 currently, while the giants among them are level 45. The attacking divine tattoos they possess are also very diverse. The northern tribes, after they killed the second chosen of heaven, distributed copies of all the attacking divine tattoos among them, so the Azil tribe does not adhere to a specific path of divine tattoos, as they have everything. That is, a single martial emperor may have tattoos from several paths, all of them with the power of the third stage of the laws, in addition to their tremendous physical strength, of course. This gives them an advantage in terms of the available options for attack. And now that the momentum is in their favor, they know that they need to kill or be killed today. If they do not give everything, they will be annihilated, but if they are victorious, the siege will end and they will have a chance to regain their lives, so their morale and will to fight was too strong. On the other hand, the human martial emperors can fly. That is all they need to balance the scale. As for the 20,000 law users who make up the remainder of the Azil tribe, they have been completely ignored. They were supposed to help the martial emperors of their tribe and annihilate the humans, or force them to retreat at least with their huge numbers, especially since the Azil tribe possessed a huge number of divine weapons, but something forced them to let the martial emperors face each other with no disturbance. It was Richard. Since the city storming began, Richard ordered the city to fight the soldiers and prevent them from approaching the battle of the martial emperors. Yes. At this moment, tens of thousands of stone hands were fighting 20,000 law users. The ground would open from time to time to swallow a few. Metal and stone bars would sneak on them and shackle their bodies. Even the huge statues that were in every corner of the city came out from under the rubble and began attacking the soldiers. And yes, again, Richard was fighting the 20,000 law users at the same time as he was fighting Saladar. The life force of 50 million giants was no joke. Humph. The final fire attack upset Richard a bit, especially after he saw that there was no progress being made in the battle of the martial emperors, so he stamped his foot on the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. Dozens of stone hands penetrated the ground and began attacking the emperors of the Azil tribe. Richard joined the fight against the emperors. Chapter 687. No need, I am here. This is the sentence that Richard uttered arrogantly when Peon told him that he needed to gather more martial emperors and mobilize the settlement's armies in order to attack the capital of the Azil tribe. Peon sighed and accepted his ruling at that time. After all, they were just support who came to follow Richard and obey his order. As long as he wanted to attack the city now, then that is what shall be done. But the rest of the martial emperors from the true beginning empire did not like this very much. They knew how wide the gap in cultivation level was between them and the martial emperors of Azil, and that a battle like this would definitely not end well for them. But like Peon, they eventually followed their little prince without saying an additional word. He is still His Majesty's son. But now, under everyone's eyes, Richard was proving that he was not talking nonsense. Swoosh. Swoosh. Damn. I got you now, haha. Arg. The battle between dozens of martial emperors was already hanging on a thin thread. Although the battle was raging and everyone was giving everything they had, no one on either side had fallen or been seriously injured so far. Although the human martial emperors have an overwhelming advantage in flight and movement speed, the bodies of giants are impervious to most of their attacks. They are practically mobile fortresses. However, this delicate balance was broken as soon as those stone hands came out from under the ground. Can you imagine fighting your enemy and putting all your focus on him, and when you try to move to attack or defend, you find that your feet are pinned to the ground by stone hands? Or that a metal rod penetrated your back, or even that your shoe began to squeeze your foot? Richard's interventions did not cause serious injury to any of the giants of the Azil tribe. In fact, it can be said that it did not even scratch them, but as soon as he started, the balance turned out to be a one-sided battle. Damn, what evil technique is this? One of the giants shouted as he saw the ground splitting beneath his feet. When he tried to jump away from danger, he was met with a golden arrow heading towards his forehead. ZNNN. The giant did not have time to dodge again and did not have a shield to block the arrow, so he quickly raised his arm and placed it in front of his forehead. Arg. The arrow pierced his palm and crossed to the other side until it hit the giant's iron forehead, and only then did it stop. The giant fell to the ground cursing, his palm was now pinned to his head with an arrow, and blood poured from his forehead as if someone had left the tap running. This was the first serious injury in today's battle, but he also breathed a sigh of relief because he was still alive after a short encounter with death. This scene began to be repeated across the battlefield, as all the giant martial emperors began to receive one serious injury after another. The tension on both sides had broken, and now the human martial emperors began to attack more ferociously. The resolve of the giant martial emperors collapsed as they looked in every direction to determine where they would attack next. If the situation continues, they will all fall. Let us kill that mouse first. A level 44 giant martial emperor jumped toward Richard, holding a huge divine axe in both hands. But who will allow him? The city immediately created several walls between the giant and Richard, each one of them suitable to be the wall of a small city. Then it sent dozens of stone arms to grab the giant's feet. As for the human martial emperors, they all retreated a few steps away from their opponents and launched long-range attacks at that giant. Facing walls in front, rocky arms below, and dozens of attacks from behind, there was no chance of escape. Arg. The arrows pierced his back and punctured him in several vital places, and the lightning bolts descended on his head, emitting the smell of barbecue. Then the rocky arms grabbed his foot and smacked him on the ground several times before throwing him away like a garbage bag. That person collided with the city wall and then fell flat on his face and fainted. He was the first martial emperor to lose the ability to fight today. The rest of the giant martial emperors were convinced that attacking Richard was nothing but a pipe dream in the existence of the human martial emperors, so they focused again on their opponents. When Richard saw that no one else wanted to attack him anymore, he gave the order to the city for the walls to be lowered again. He continued to watch the battles directly in front of him, with his hands folded in front of his chest. The suffering of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe in front of him, and behind them 20,000 soldiers fighting the city in a struggle between life and death, and all this under the tones of Saladar's screaming next to him, "This is paradise." Richard wished at this moment that his father had invented something that could record sound and images so that this absolute beauty could be immortalized. Outside the Azil capital wall, the nights in planet Nihiri are usually barren black, as the 7 moons cannot provide the entire planet with sufficient light, especially today this entire area is covered with clouds and fog. However, with a little focus, 5 huge shadows, each at least 3 meters tall, can be seen standing above one of the huge trees outside the city walls. The mission will not be easy. One of the giants furrowed his eyebrows. He was dressed entirely in black and was also masked in black so that only his eyes were visible. The other 4 were like him as well. The Azil tribe is truly hopeless. They are battling a bunch of inferior humans head-on and yet it seems they will be defeated. One of the other giants spat. What do we do then? Do we continue what we came for or retreat? The human martial emperors have the upper hand now. When we intervene and assassinate or capture that brat, his support will stop and the martial emperors of the Azil tribe will have the upper hand again. But even with the help of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe, we will be able to defeat human martial emperors, but we won't be able to kill them all. If news leaks out that we broke the treaty with the lower being settlements, a world war will start immediately. Yes, the damn shadow swords have their eyes on everyone. The 5 of us barely managed to evade them because we are trained in the arts of assassination and infiltration like them, and we are always on missions outside our cities. No one knows anything about us, so even the shadow swords do not know about our existence, but that does not mean we can do whatever we want without consequences. If we intervene and the tribes we belong to are discovered later, a disaster will occur. Do not underestimate us, the northern tribes. Just because we are silent until we collect enough information does not mean that we are afraid of anyone. One of the other giants stood on the branch, looking very angry. Lower your voices, there might be a shadow sword around. The eldest of them quickly reminded them and motioned to the one who was standing to go back to hiding, then he returned to looking towards the city. We must complete the mission no matter the cost. If we let them destroy the Azil tribe, who knows where that boy will go after that? This is an opportunity that will not be replaced. We must capture Richard today. He is very important to our next step. True, according to the rumors and according to the information we gathered ourselves, there is no longer any doubt that the person called Richard is the son of the third heavens chosen, the one who turned the world upside down. If we catch this Richard, we might be able to bring the third heavens chosen out of hiding and kill him. Chapter 688. In fact, deducing that Richard is the son of the third Heaven's Chosen was not that difficult. After all, the alliance of the inferior beings works under the command of the third Heaven's Chosen, and they were the ones who set the condition that they must not help the Azil tribe in their plight in any way. Here, it can be concluded that what is happening in the Azil tribe is by order of the third Heaven's Chosen. When they came here and saw Richard, this human child who had not yet reached the age of 50, giving orders to dozens of human martial emperors, and all of them calling him Your Highness, they were not sure who he was. With all these qualities, who could he be other than the son of the third Heaven's Chosen? After the tribes of the northern giants learned that there were only about 40 human martial emperors, some of them were happy and tried to push their leaders to move armies and kill them all. However, the tribal leaders refused, saying that this might be the number allocated to attack the Azil tribe only. This also bolstered their hearts a little, so they sent an order to the 5 spies to arrest Richard at all costs. If we wait, the matter of the Azil tribe will end, and then we may not see this boy again. But if we move and fail to arrest him, we will be discovered and be killed. In addition, we will risk the outbreak of war against an entity whose limits we still do not know anything about. One of the other giants shook his head and then pointed at Richard. I mean, look at that bastard, he is practically fighting everyone at the same time. Did you see what he did to Saladar? Who among us is as powerful as Saladar? The rest of the 5 furrowed their brows, but no one responded. Saladar was a known genius and was the person who was going to become the next leader of the Azil tribe. The 5 who managed to escape from the Shadow Swords were not ordinary people, but even they looked at Saladar's condition and his bloody cries and wondered if they could easily put him in this state as well. The answer is impossible. If Muscle Brain moves, this farce will end. Where the hell is he? One of the 5 crushed a thick branch of the tree and spoke angrily. You mean Duwudar? I do not think his psychological state allows him to engage in a battle like this. Just forget he is alive. The rest shook their heads. They have been monitoring the situation in the lands of the Azil tribe for a while now, and naturally, they knew about their leader's condition. Damn his mental state, we need his muscles. Someone shouted. Duwudar is among the strongest tribal leaders, that is if he is not the strongest. That idiot has not diluted the effectiveness of his 4th stage body strengthening divine tattoo and wants to break through to be a high-level martial emperor. Humph, he thinks he is that guy. Have you seen his body lately? That idiot is about to explode. In fact, the 4th stage of the body strengthening divine tattoo has a fatal flaw, which is that the bodies of intelligent beings cannot withstand this amount of destructive force. Therefore, it is not rare for martial emperors to suddenly die from muscle explosions or to live as cripples for the rest of their lives. When it is said that a martial emperor died in a certain tribe and his spot has become empty, it is often meant that he suffered a muscle explosion. Of course, some tribes take advantage of this and hide some of their older martial emperors and say they got muscle explosion and died. However, it is almost inevitable that they will almost all die this way one day, and the only question is when. Some of them, after reaching the martial emperor realm, cut their own skin to destroy the 4th stage of the body strengthening divine tattoo. Some keep it in the hope that it will break through a few more levels and turn into a legend. This is not a poor design or a mistake on the part of the second Heaven's Chosen. He did what Robin did and continued on the energy system known to him and produced a divine tattoo that was perfect from his point of view, just as Robin did when he produced perfect techniques for breaking through to the Emperor realm back then. The difference is that Robin was present when the energy transfer problem occurred and was able to find a solution, while the second Heaven Chosen was killed before he could solve this problem. This is also the reason why the giants are frozen at the 4th stage of the body strengthening divine tattoo and their martial system has not seen any progress in hundreds of thousands of years. How can they look into the future of the system when they cannot advance in what they currently have? Of course, they cannot try to modify the body strengthening divine tattoo either because they do not understand what those runes mean. Now the giants theoretically have a complete cultivation system up to the 4th stage, but in practice, the divine tattoo system stops at level 46 due to the natural capabilities of the bodies and no one can exceed this level, except for a few. The owner of the body who can take the next step towards level 47 will have crossed the physical barrier of intelligent creatures, and his body will be closer to that of a beast from the legends. The differences between levels will no longer be a thing to him, and those at level 46 will be nothing in his eyes. During the martial planet's history of nearly 500,000 years, only 6 individuals had managed to do it. Each of them was the unofficial ruler of the North and the entire planet as long as they lived. And of the 6, only one of them had reached level 49. That person was currently alive. Another giant nodded. Duwudar is really crazy, and his foolish ambition has made him vulnerable to exploding muscles at any moment, but he has also made him the strongest of all the tribal leaders. We have to drive him to join the battle, but how? Richard keeps everyone busy. If not one of them goes to tell that big fool about what is happening outside, he will stay in his room defecating on himself. Someone furrowed his eyebrows and focused on the giants of the Azil tribe who began to fall one after another, then opened his mouth. I will go tell him. Are you sure? If you get caught. The remaining 4 looked at him worriedly. Do not worry, all I have to do is knock on his door and tell him what is happening outside. Wait for the good news. The giant reassured them, then jumped from the tree and disappeared into the fog, heading towards the wall. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful explosions and cracks suddenly appeared from a certain direction, making Richard furrow his eyebrows. There is no fighting in this direction, and the only thing lying there is the palace. No, these are not explosions, but the sound of footsteps? Boom. Suddenly something fell from the sky near Richard with such force that it created a hole in the city and sent dust flying everywhere. It was not clearly shown what it was, but his shadow told Richard that he was one of the Nihiri giants. That person did not use any technique nor even release his aura to make this large crater in the ground as if a meteorite had struck the city, he only used his weight. Then that person started coming out of the crater. He only wears soiled pants with his upper body covered with tattoos and dirt, and his body can only be described as a mass of huge muscles. His hair and beard are very thick and messy, and his foul smell fills the air. And his gaze. This gaze was not that of a normal person. That person ignored Saladar's screams echoing behind him, the massacre of the soldiers, and the dazzling battle of the emperors, and he focused on one person. Richard? Chapter 689. Richard? Dawudar. Haha. Finally, the gaze of boredom and silent anger disappeared from Richard's face when he noticed the new arrival. He quickly turned to face him and opened his arms wide, laughing hysterically. The killing intent that erupted from him along with the crazed look on his face sent shivers down everyone's backs, except for Dawudar. Dawudar remained standing there staring at Richard's face, at the face of the person who destroyed his beautiful life, who cut off his marked path. This is the second time he has seen Richard. The first time at that party when Richard was still 10 years old, he remembers seeing him in a corner screaming in shock. This is the second time he saw him, but this time he saw him making his own son, Saladar, scream. If someone heard this, he would laugh and say it was ironic, but Dawudar did not find this funny at all. Boom! Dawudar took a step forward and the ground collapsed under his feet. After calling Richard's name, he did not utter another word, and he did not need to either. His wide-open eyes, his messy hair, and his agitated aura said everything that needed to be said. Dawudar was not thinking about anything at the moment. He was out to kill. This is bad, Richard, back off. Peon took a few steps back to open some distance between himself and his opponent, then shouted out loud. Dawudar is strong, very strong. As someone who tries to break the laws of physics itself by breaking through to level 47, that person is a mobile fortress. It is difficult to find 2 or 3 others capable of fighting face to face against him all over planet Nihiri. Haha, come to me. Everyone says that fighting you is impossible. I want to know what is so impossible about it. Richard laughed hysterically and took his battling stance, clearly not intending to carry out Peon's orders. He was unhappy because he did not find Dawudar among the giant emperors and thought that he had completely lost his mind to the point that he would not resist anymore. How would torturing him be fun in this case? This is why Dawudar's appearance now made his heart dance with joy and enthusiasm. Boom, boom, boom. Dawudar's steps began to accelerate. Shush. Who? On the other hand, Richard clapped strongly, and after this thunderous clap, strange things began to happen. Half the stone hands, the metal bars, the huge statues, and all those things that kept the martial emperors of the Azil tribe and their army busy fell silent and dropped lifeless again. Then a stream of green flame began to move across the ground of the ruined city in the direction of Dawudar. Your Majesty. However, reducing the disturbance did not make the emperors of the Azil tribe happy. On the contrary, they were all terrified. What is happening now means that half of the life energy that was allocated to fighting against the 34 emperors and 20,000 other law users has now moved towards their leader. Gather around His Majesty. One of the giant emperors shouted and jumped towards Dawudar. But swoosh, an arrow caught him in the middle of his jump and forced him to descend. The rest of the tribe's martial emperors were also subjected to strong attacks at these moments, forcing them to stop and switch to defensive positions again. The tribe's army tried to advance towards their leader as well, but thousands of stone hands and statues forced them to stop. Even if it were at half power, the city could still hold them off with ease. V-Room. In the blink of an eye, a huge amount of green flame reached between Richard and Dawudar. The first move the city made after allocating this huge amount to fight Dawudar alone was that it formed a huge palm of rock and metal and then brought it down on Dawudar's head. Boom. Leader. One of the Azil emperors shouted. He had been fighting with these hands for some time now and he could sense the amount of energy in them. The amount of life energy in that palm that struck Dawudar was undoubtedly enough to kill a martial emperor like him with a single strike. Crack. Boom. But at this strange moment, a strange thing happened. The stone palm was shattered, and Dawudar appeared from beneath it, still rushing forward like a moving fortress as if nothing had happened. There was not a single scratch or even a drop of blood on him. Richard furrowed his eyebrows slightly. This was unexpected. Swoosh. Swoosh. The city was automatically deriving its consciousness and spirit from Richard's soul, so when it realized that force attacks alone would not work, it automatically began to modify the method of its attacks. In an instant, it formed huge pointed spikes of metal in Dawudar's path. These thorns are like those used to block the path of heavy cavalry to stop them and kill whoever tries to break through. They are also powered by the life fire and a huge amount of life energy. These thorns are undoubtedly capable of harming or even killing martial emperors, but the city knew that it would not be enough to kill Dawudar. What the city wanted was to break Dawudar's momentum by stopping his advance or making him jump so that it could attack him while he was in the middle of the air. But, creak, squeak, Dawudar continued his dash, and the huge thorns in his path began to dent and shatter. It did not matter if they were human emperors or giant emperors, they all stood and watched from afar with open mouths. Was this still a living body? The thorns clearly failed in their mission, but at least they succeeded in slowing him down a little. Roar! Dawudar roared violently when one of the thorns got stuck in his chest, then he punched the ground hard. Boom! The entire field of thorns was destroyed at once, and even the ground itself was destroyed. Boss, we are here too. The army of the Azil tribe felt the ground shake under their feet and collapse, a few bottomless pits appeared beneath them, and a few hundred of them fell into them. Haha, yeah, fight back harder. Use everything you have. Richard laughed out loud. In his view, fighting Saladar was not fulfilling, only bringing that guy's nose to the dirt would be a little satisfying. Swoosh! Metal rods appeared behind Dawudar and began to wrap around his wrists and ankles, as happened with Saladar, but, boom! Dawudar did not stop for a moment to see what had caught him. As soon as he rushed forward, the metal bars were dented and thrown to the side. Ka! Dawudar raised his muscled arm again, this time ready to punch forward. Ha ha ha, yeah, come on. Richard started to have a green flame burning on his head, clearly preparing to do something big. Only a few steps remained between Dawudar and Richard. One of them looks at the other with intense revenge and hatred, wanting to tear his flesh with his teeth and eat him alive. The other had a look of joy, enthusiasm, and hysterical madness. The martial emperors from both sides had almost stopped fighting and were content to watch from afar. They no longer understood the emotions of these two. But understanding one thing was enough. The victor of their fight would determine everything today. Even just by the look of it, the victor has already been decided. Shah! The four masked giants felt their fifth approaching, and with a slight movement, he stood next to them again. Phew, pulling that muscle brain out of his awkwardness was not easy. That giant who had just arrived sat down directly on a strong branch and shook his head. That bastard did not move when I told him they were being attacked and his family was being killed. He only moved his ass when he heard Richard's name. He is really hopeless. Well done. The mission is almost complete. With Dawudar around, it is impossible for this raid to succeed. Even if we could not capture Richard today, we would still have some time. But we have to find a way to free Richard from him. That human should not die. He is our way of forcing the third heaven chosen out. In my opinion, we should leave Dawudar and eat him. Why should we arrest him and bear his responsibility? Let Dawudar kill him and the third heaven chosen will surely come out to avenge him, then we will be waiting. True, even if Dawudar does not kill him, I think we have to intervene and kill him. If Dawudar did not what? Haha, who could stop him? Look at him, he looks like a raging bull in the middle of a group of rabbits. I bet everything would be over within one punch. The giant's words got stuck in his throat, and at this moment he felt his body freeze. They all felt the blood freeze in fear inside their bodies. There was something happening inside the city. Chapter 690. Dawudar was a few steps away from Richard, yet Richard did not take a step back. Rather, it seemed that he did not intend to back down in the first place. With eyes shining with killing intent and hair ablaze with a green flame, he only gave a smile worthy of an ancient villain and stood still. The aura of madness that surrounded Dawudar did not lose to Richard in the slightest as well. He continued pushing forward with wide open eyes as if he were a beast who came here only for killing and could not see, hear, or speak. Under the influence of intense killing intent from both sides, the temperature of the area suddenly dropped and everyone felt a chill in their backs. The battle between the martial emperors of the two sides stopped. It is not like they agreed to stop and watch what happens between Richard and Dawudar. They just forgot to continue their fight and diverted their focus on that battle near the palace. They are all certain that something big will happen now. Retreat, Richard. Retreat immediately. Peon screamed as if his life depended on it. Dawudar's crazed aura even overshadowed Richard's intense killing intent. His aura simply gave off the air of being unstoppable. But Richard ignored him completely and the life energy from all over the city began to gather around him at a rapid pace. It was clear that he had no intention of going anywhere. Could that technique he wanted to try out deal with Dawudar head-on? Maybe, maybe not, but there is no turning back now. Dawudar is too strong, and his short fight against the city just now proved that he is much stronger than expected. With this technique, he probably will not be able to kill Dawudar and get off unscathed, but he will undoubtedly be able to inflict him some severe injuries and give the rest of the human martial emperors a chance to hammer the sealing nail into his chest and capture him alive. Yes, it is the same old plan. Richard did not intend to get out of this city alive in the first place. He knows that the true beginning empire founded by his father has something called warlords who can fight or even defeat Dawudar. But what is the fun in that? He wants to do it himself, and if he dies after destroying Dawudar's ego, this will be the best ending he could ask for, as there is nothing to live for anyway. Richard smiled contentedly in the face of Dawudar's crazed gaze. Finally, he would achieve his goal. Finally, he will fight that monster and join his mother. Finally, he will. Swoosh. Stop what you want to do and step back right now. You must not get hurt for any reason. At this moment, something unexpected happened. One of the human martial emperors appeared behind Dawudar and stabbed him with two light swords. Then, a huge wall of wind shot out and pushed Richard away until he almost sent him back to the city wall again. It was Peon, third brother. Richard's eyes regained some clarity and he shouted in fear for the first time. He knew how strong Dawudar was from this brief clash from before. That attack from Peon would certainly not have a major impact. He was like an infant trying to harm a grown man. Indeed, Peon's dual blades were aiming at Dawudar's lungs from behind, but they were barely able to penetrate even a simple bit of these metal-like muscles. Almost no harm occurred to Dawudar. Arg! Dawudar finally stopped and shouted towards the sky, but he shouted in anger, not in pain. Dawudar tried to extend his hand back to catch the insect that had stung him to crush it, but he could not reach him. And Peon did not stay still either. He took out several wind, lightning, and light talismans from his ring and began to help his swords in an attempt to penetrate Dawudar's solid skin. Ka! After finally feeling some pain, Dawudar cried loudly, then opened his hands and clapped vigorously. The sheer force that resulted from this clap caused everything around Dawudar to be pushed dozens of meters in all directions, whether rocks or dust, and even Richard himself was pushed back further. But Peon remained clinging like an insect fighting for its life in the middle of a hurricane. Burn then. Feeling that Richard might escape if he wasted too much time on this cockroach, even Dawudar regained some of his clarity of mind and decided to start focusing on Peon in order to kill him as quickly as possible, so he began to pass his energy towards one of the offensive divine tattoos on his body, the blue flame tattoo. Shwela. In the blink of an eye, a huge fire ignited, engulfing both Peon and Dawudar within it. Ah, arg. And they both started screaming in pain. The body-strengthening divine tattoo system for giants is not like the internal energy system in many points, the most important of which is that it does not change the user's body to withstand a specific law. The body-strengthening divine tattoo only gives strength to the body with which it can resist the influence of the laws to a certain extent. This is why giants can use all kinds of laws through offensive tattoos. This is because their bodies are strong and can withstand anything, and this is also why they do not like to use offensive divine tattoos, because even if their bodies are strong and can endure, they still feel pain from using them. So when Dawudar used the blue flame attack tattoo, he too was being burned alive. As for Peon, his screams were louder, even though he was an emperor who used the law of wind and could protect himself or get out of there quickly. He still held on to the two swords and kept trying to penetrate Dawudar's thick skin and muscles bit by a bit. Richard and the rest of the human martial emperors could see his hair and skin melting, and if it were not for the golden armor covering him, he would have already turned to ash. Go away. Arg. Go away, you stubborn cockroach. Even for Dawudar, who was beginning to lose his mind, the intensity of the pain of being burned alive was no longer unbearable. How could that human being bear what he could not bear? Dawudar let out a final scream and decided to jump out of the fire quickly and find another way to kill this cockroach or just ignore it, when he heard, ha ha, arg, ha ha ha. During his agonized cries, Peon suddenly began to laugh angrily, then he forced himself closer to Dawudar's ear and began to whisper with half-burnt lips and a voice carrying a lot of pain. I, Peon the slave, do not have the intelligence of His Excellency nor the talent of Prince Richard, but even someone like me is capable of inventing an offensive technique or two if I had a perfect law. The cause of the Nihari disaster, the foolish leader Dawudar, take this from me and die already. Peon pulled out his sword and the wind began to infiltrate the wound heavily. Poof! A massive explosion occurred inside Dawudar's body. Chapter 691. The major heavenly wind law is one of the elemental laws whose technique is widely spread across all planets. The elemental laws, such as wind, water, lightning, and other visible elements around us, affect the bodies of living beings directly from the moment of their birth, and all mortals know them, even if only superficially. Even a mortal will know the way water moves, its shape when it freezes, and so on. This facilitates the learning process compared with hidden laws, such as the law of reverse expulsion, based on which Robin designed the gravity bracelet. Therefore, cultivating these elemental laws is easier, the success rate is greater, and results appear much faster compared to the rest of the hidden or unnatural laws. Also, monitoring their truths is easier, creating their techniques does not take much time, and even cultivating them takes less time compared to the rest of the laws. Furthermore, the herbs and creatures that raise affinity towards these elemental laws are too numerous and easy to collect. So the spread of the elemental laws in this frightening manner is not a coincidence. But they are also the least impressive laws in the eyes of cultivators who have options. Firstly, they are very well-known laws, even to mortals who have never cultivated, and it is easy to predict your opponent's next move. What will he do, for example? Does he throw a fireball at you or pull roots out of the ground? Once the opponent knows that you cultivate such a technique in such a path, he can easily anticipate most of your next movements. We take the major heavenly law of the wind as an example. The law basically focuses on moving the molecules of gaseous substances and controlling their convergence and stretch. That is, the user of this path can, for example, compress the air molecules to form a semi-rigid blade and then move it to hit the target, or form a wall of air to defend himself. Or maybe he makes himself faster by pushing himself with the wind from behind and dispersing the air in front of him during movement. There are a few other applications, but in the end, they all focus on controlling air molecules, which can be deduced one way or the other. But this does not mean that all users of elemental laws are ordinary or weak people compared to the rest of the cultivators. The elemental laws are still the laws that shape the visible world around us. To control part of the visible world is a terrifying thing, but only a very few can reach this level of comprehension. There is, for example, the most powerful attack in Alexander's arsenal, the dimensional bomb, which is to cause an invisible explosion at a specific point in the atmosphere, such that the air molecules move apart from each other at an insane speed. This causes disruption in the ecosystem, which makes the molecules quickly gather again. This disruption results from the separation and the rapid convergence of particles, and can kill most opponents or destroy entire cities depending on the strength of the attack user and his ability to control the law. One day on the planet Greenland, specifically during the siege of Hoffenheim, Peon asked himself something: do not the lungs of living creatures contain air? What would happen if I manipulated that air and crushed their lungs? In theory, his question was sound, but in practice, when he tried it on buds, he found that it is much easier said than done. He does not see the air inside the lungs and cannot feel it at all, as if after entering the lungs it turns into another element that he does not know. It took him a lot of practice and experiments on the buds mid-battle until he could finally do one thing: rapidly spread the air molecules inside the lung, causing them to explode. This was his secret weapon, which enabled him to penetrate the enemy's ranks throughout the siege and emerge with his life intact every time. Unfortunately, this did not help him with the martial emperors. When he tried it on his opponent a short while ago, it caused his opponent to retreat in pain and gave Peon the upper hand throughout the fight. It enabled him to fight two martial emperors at the same time, but he could not kill them by exploding their lungs as he was hoping for. The bodies of those scoundrels were indeed strong. However, after Dawudar appeared, Pion tried to use this technique on him, thinking perhaps if he could make him feel uncomfortable during his fight against the city it would do some good. But Dawudar's eyebrows did not even tremble, and he did not feel anything significant. Pion was shocked by what he saw. Are not his lungs made of flesh and blood too? Or is my strong body blocking my control of the air inside his lungs? Then an idea came to him. If the problem is that his lungs are strong, then I just have to increase the amount of air inside them. And if the problem is that his body is very strong and blocks my control, then I have to make holes myself to reach his lungs. I will stab his lungs and push more air into his lungs, and then I will blow him up from the inside. This will surely be enough to kill him. Pion knew that he would not be able to penetrate Dawudar's solid body easily. He knew that even if he succeeded, an explosion like this from close range would take his life as well, and that it was a purely suicide mission. However, boom, arg. Suddenly an explosion came out from Dawudar's back. There was no flame or anything like that, just a strong sound that resounded like a bomb, and the thick muscles of his back began to fly everywhere. Then he fell to his knees and hands for the first time since his appearance, blood pouring from his mouth profusely and his eyes unfocused. Pion succeeded in his plan. He inserted enough air into Dawudar's body to create a bomb that was enough to destroy a small village, and he actually managed to detonate it. He actually succeeded in blowing out one of his lungs and severely damaging the other, but Dawudar was still alive. Piffed. The blast of wind that resounded in the entire city and its surroundings occurred directly in Pion's face. The pressure on him at this moment was as if 1,000 whales had suddenly descended on him. His chest was terribly indented inward, and what was left of the skin on his face was torn off and flew away. He himself was thrown backward like an arrow that escaped a divine bow, and his fate was completely unknown. An eerie silence filled the area. Barely a few seconds had passed from the time Pion appeared on Dawudar's back until the moment of the explosion. Pion was thrown away by the explosion until what was left of his body was out of sight, and Dawudar fell on his knees half dead, yet no one understood what had happened. Tribe leader, father, supreme commander Pion, second brother. Chapter 692. At first glance after the explosion, everyone was in shock. The human martial emperors wondered about the fate of General Pion, while the giants felt that the support they were leaning on had fallen. The human emperors could no longer see their general, but they could guess what happened to him from the sight of Dawudar before them. The entire city was silent. Only Saladar's screams were heard currently. The giant has truly fallen. Gasp, gasp. The muscle mass fell with both hands and feet on the ground. The right part of his back disappeared completely due to the explosion. His intestines and spine could now be seen easily. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not find his right lung. It had also disappeared and turned into a sap of blood. Dawudar's condition now can be described as being among the living dead. His open mouth was bleeding as if it were a broken water valve as he tried to catch his breath forcefully, as if he were an ordinary mortal with something stuck in his throat. Also, his life aura at this moment was very weak. It was clear that his lifeline had been severely damaged. Damaged? With all these injuries, how has he not died yet? Everyone who saw this scene wondered. They knew with certainty that if they were in his place, they would have died 1,000 times by now. Your Majesty, how? How the hell? Shouted one of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe, one of the sons of Dawudar, angrily. The rest of the tribe's martial emperors quickly understood the question, and their features changed for the worse. Dawudar's strength was a source of pride for their tribe, a great deterrent to opponents, and moral support for them, but he fell at the hands of such a weak human, especially the two that Pion was fighting at the same time. The two couldn't help but look at each other and then at their hands as if they were wondering if the human was being lenient with them, or if they were really strong enough to confront him. Both sides thought of 100 things to do in a second. For example, some thought of going to help their injured or completely eliminating Dawudar, while some of the giants thought of exploiting Richard's shock to attack him. Hundreds of possibilities hit their heads, but they remained where they were. The human martial emperors feared that their opponents would take advantage of the opportunity and strike them from behind, and vice versa. This caused the fighting to stop, and all the martial emperors contented themselves with watching from afar, keeping their distance from each other and not daring to move. Except for one person. Second brother. Richard jumped up and flew with all his might toward a certain direction. Second brother, please hold on. The tremendous strength of Richard's soul enabled him to easily locate Pion's body, but his fear for him did not diminish when he saw him, but rather increased. After seeing that scene, Richard was frightened and fell to his knees, then grabbed his head with both hands. No, this shouldn't happen. Pion's body no longer befitted a living being. It was no use to call it a body anymore. Not a bone in his body remained intact, nor was a piece of flesh in its place. All of his entrails were torn apart. Even his face became strands of torn muscles without features, while his eyes no longer existed either, having turned into bags of blood. If it were said that this was the body of someone who was killed brutally a few years ago, everyone would believe it. Richard panicked and began pumping life energy into Pion's body in huge quantities. He did not know if his second brother could be saved in this state, but he did not think about it either. He had nothing else he could do. The feeling of helplessness as he saw Pion dying in front of him and could not do anything almost made him lose his mind. What is the difference between what is happening now and what happened to his mother 40 years ago? On top of a tree outside the city walls. What the hell? One of the 5 giants bit down on a thick branch next to him, splitting it in half, and then spat it out. I knew that this fat fuck would not do any good, so I told you to consider him non-existent. I can't believe he was brought to this state by a nameless human. One of the other 5 furrowed his eyebrows, for now the matter had become more complicated. The plan was for Dawudar to take charge of Richard, who has this annoying ability, and then the 5 of them would appear and lay siege to the human martial emperors and kill them all with Dawudar's help. But that bastard fell on all fours before he could touch Richard. From his appearance, it did not seem that even if he lived through this, he would be able to fight anymore. What to do now? Let us intervene and let whatever happens happen. As soon as we intervene, we will kill at least 5 human martial emperors with one blow, after which the balance will turn completely in our favor and we will easily kill the rest with the help of the Azil emperors. Don't forget they can fly, someone might be able to escape. Calm down, maybe killing that human called Peon was enough to complete our mission. Richard calls him my second brother. I don't know about that, it looks more like a relationship of respect, and they aren't real siblings. Arg, Dawudar has ruined everything. The older giant stood between them and focused on Richard's terrified facial expressions for a long time before opening his mouth. The orders are that we arrest this human Richard, and this is what we must do. Get ready, for we will intervene. Oh, look at Dadar. What's he trying to do? Ah, that crazy bastard. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Dawudar's body, freezing the air around him, and even the dust particles stood still, forcing everyone to hold their breath. Everyone, whether friend or foe, took a step back. Dawudar was about to die moments ago, so why did such an aura emanate from him? Shush. Then suddenly his body began to emit a dark red glow, and that glow was mainly focused on his injured back. Under the influence of that glow, his back began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gasp, gasp. His right lung was not treated because it no longer existed in the first place, so its spot was left empty. But other than that, all his wounds began to heal automatically. His left lung was completed after he had lost a large piece of it. His interiors healed, and his back muscles began to fuse together again. Gasp. Ha, ha, hoo. It only took a few minutes, and Dawudar got back to his feet. Chapter 693. Step. It did not matter if you were a human martial emperor trying to win points, or a giant martial emperor trying to protect what was left of your tribe, or even an ordinary soldier trying to survive against the city's constant attacks. Everyone held their breath and looked at Dawudar with their eyes fully open, and some of them automatically took a few steps back. Dawudar literally came back from the brink of death, and yet his aura now is not weaker than that when he first appeared. Rather, it can be said that it is stronger by a noticeable margin. This is the aura of someone who has reached the limits of what is permissible, someone who is about to break through the physical laws of living bodies. The leader of the Azil tribe, Dawudar, has set one foot on level 47. Your Majesty. One of the tribe's martial emperors came forward happily to congratulate the tribe's leader, also happy that this battle had been decided for them after this major breakthrough. But he stopped after a few steps. Dawudar's features now. Dawudar, who used to have tight skin and the features of a mortal in his early 40s, now had wrinkles appearing all over his face and body. He looked as if he was over 60. This monster's life force, which was overflowing a little while ago and could easily have supported him to live a few thousand more years, had also diminished greatly until it had reached almost half. And it was still dropping. Impossible. Did he sacrifice his life energy? One of the martial emperors of the Azil tribe shouted. He did it. I can feel his life vein leaking energy. Another martial emperor of the tribe fell to their knees as their leader was sentenced to death. Using life energy for treatment or to strengthen oneself in critical moments is considered something of a legend. The theoretical possibility exists, but who could exploit the extremely dense life energy in his body without causing damage to his lifeline or just dying immediately? Also, this is something that you cannot practice, as 90% of the time you will die the first time. If you do not die immediately, holes will occur in the life vein and your life energy will leak quickly until death. Even if it happens that a genius is the one who tried and used energy without causing damage to his life vein, he would waste many years of his life. Who could try and train for something like this? It is like a mortal training to jump from the roof of their house to see if he can endure in case a thief breaks into his house. Even if he stays alive after the jump, he will end up full of fractures. Dawudar using his life energy now means one thing. It is that the injury he received from that internal explosion was actually enough to kill him, and that is why he preferred to try using life energy, because at least then he would have a chance. A tiny human martial emperor barely at level 42 was able to inflict such damage on one of the 3 strongest people on planet Nihiri. Dawudar raised his right palm and stared at it with eyes filled with sadness and anguish. The rest of the emperors noticed that his life energy was leaking without stopping, so how could he not notice? He is dead, and he knows it. He, one of the people who dominated this world and did everything that came to his mind without control or accountability, became a living corpse. And this is because. Step. Dawudar approached Richard again, but not with the same madness as he had appeared the first time. This time, he was calmer. His lips were trembling from grief and anger, his eyes were broken with sadness over his life that had ended in this way, and his heart was burning with the fire of revenge. But he was calm, as now he did not need to think about anything else like reviving the tribe or taking revenge against the other tribes for forsaking them. Nor did he need to think about building another city for them after death besieged all their cities and villages, and many unnecessary thoughts that occupied his mind every second. Now he had one mission, he only had to kill Richard, the person who started all of this, in the most horrific ways. Nothing else matters. The dark red glow on his body began to increase again. Since his life energy was leaking out anyway, why not take advantage of it and burn it to become even stronger? Swoosh! One of the human martial emperors raised his golden spear and threw it at Dawudar. Richard was unable to confront Dawudar before, so what about now that he started burning his life energy in this way? The battle of the emperors must expand to include Dawudar as well. They must all attack as well in order to make any difference. If they leave Richard alone, he will surely die. No. One of Dawudar's grandchildren, a level 43 emperor, jumped in front of the spear and used an offensive water path divine tattoo to try to stop it. He knew very well that if his grandfather was killed now, they would also be dead soon. Piffed, the spear penetrated the wall of ice and then passed through the chest of that young giant emperor. It turned the area in his chest into a lump of coal instantly, then continued its way towards Dawudar as if it had not encountered anything. That human emperor had enriched his golden spear with more than 10 talismans of light, lightning, darkness, wind, and even ice and fire. This spear represents the ultimate in weaponry technology in the true beginning empire. Swoosh! ZZT Dawudar did not try to confront or evade, but continued to walk forward. The spear pierced his back from behind and passed through his chest. It was an injury that could not have been more direct than this. Yes, take that. No, wait. This. One of the giant emperors noticed that their leader's body was not burned. The spear looked like it had hit a mud puddle, it lost all its momentum and just got stuck in Dawudar's body. Between the shouts of joy of the humans and the screams of the giants, Dawudar raised his arm. He pulled out the spear, threw it aside, and continued walking. The red glow began to work on his wound, and within a few steps, it was already healed. That bastard. Has he become immune to killing? Your Highness, retreat. One of the human emperors shouted and drew his bow to attack Dawudar again. I will not allow it. The giant emperors finally regained their momentum and leaped upon their opponents again, this time more ferocious than ever. More wounds on Dawudar's body meant his life energy was consumed faster. The leader must remain alive until he at least rid them of Richard. They must buy him time, even if they die trying. Boom, boom, boom. Step. Dawudar ignored the battle that flared up again behind him. The attacks from the human martial emperors still rained down on him from time to time. He pretended that they did not exist and continued forward. Whatever injury befell him, it healed immediately. After each time, his features aged more. His eyes were fully focused on Richard, not hysterically like before, but very calm. He was thinking of a way to drag him to hell in the worst possible manner. When he was only 100 meters away from Richard, he opened his mouth. I am dead. Why? All of this happened for what? Because we were selling your flesh? Because we forced you to treat people? For the sake of your mother? For the sake of a human? Dawudar shouted forcefully, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. A human? Haha. Whether the reason is what we did to you or her, or even both of you. What are you? Mere lowly creatures created to entertain and serve us giants. Why are you trying to change the laws of the world? I will skin you alive. Yes, then I will slowly eat you, starting from your fingertips. I allow you to die only when I feel that my life energy is about to run out completely. We still have 10 hours of fun ahead of us. And do not you dare think about suicide. Yes, if you kill yourself, I will go and kill the rest of your followers there. It is better for you to keep me by your side, hee. You wanted to kill me, right? Let us die together, ha ha ha. Then he started to quicken his steps. Richard let out a long exhale when he felt Peon's heart and vital organs working again after he had built them almost from scratch. Then he stood up and looked at Dawudar calmly. We cannot fight here. Step back. Then he raised his arm and pushed a palm towards Dawudar. Boom. Chapter 694. Swoosh. Boom. Richard raised his palm and sent a standard energy attack from about 60 meters away from Dawudar. It was clear that the goal of the attack was to stop Dawudar before a battle took place near what was left of Peon's body. However, something happened that made all the jaws hit the ground. Dawudar was sent flying like an arrow, and nothing stopped him except the city wall. What was this? What was that? One of the emperors of the Azil tribe took a step forward and opened his eyes. It is not like no one could attack Dawudar or cause damage to him. Even the rest of the human emperors could actually attack him, and one of them even nearly killed him with that back explosion. Why did a standard energy attack send him flying like this? That giant's eyes automatically drifted toward Richard, and he saw something strange. Richard at this moment was radiating a dark green glow. His long hair rose upward and began to blaze on fire. As for his eyes, their pupils had disappeared, and it seemed as if they had become completely white. The veins throughout his body began to twitch as if they were trying to pierce the skin and escape from the intensity of the pressure. In fact, his civilian clothes, which he had kept clean since the beginning of the battle, began to tear slightly due to the swelling of his muscles. His appearance, his irrationally powerful aura, his terrible killing intent, and his enraged facial expression all combined into one terrifying sight. That's bad. One of the giant emperors felt his soul screaming at him to run away, but he did not go far before his human opponent stopped him. This aura is undoubtedly burning life energy, he's copying the boss. Another giant shouted and placed both hands on his head. But why does it feel different? Your Highness, is it possible that he used his lifeline as well? One of the human emperors, a darkness user, felt weak in his body. What will he say to His Excellency when they return? No, look over there. A lightning user emperor pointed his spear towards the battle against the remaining defenseless army. All the stone arms and statues, everything that was moving and fighting that army, had completely stopped. And not only there, but even the help that Robin allocated to the fight against the emperors stopped. And all that energy. I feel it. One of the emperors closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings with his soul sense. A huge amount of life energy was gathering from all over the city and pouring into Richard's body at this moment. He's burning the life energy he stole from 50 million Nihiri giants? Is that even allowed? One of the emperors held his breath when he realized what was happening. This is terrifying. Dawudar brought despair into everyone's hearts when he started burning his life energy. What about the life energy of 50 million people? Does it have an end at all? This is His Excellency's son. Long live the true beginning empire. Ha ha ha, long live the true beginning empire. The human emperor's morale rose to the sky, and they immediately attacked their nearest opponent. What was happening below had nothing to do with them anymore. As long as Dawudar found an opponent to stop him, they must complete their mission and subjugate those giants as soon as possible. Bam! Tons of rocks and metals were thrown into the air as if they were pebbles and dirt. Dawudar came out from under the city wall, looking at Richard, who was walking towards him, in anger and shock. Then he heard Richard's cold voice laughing. There is nothing to be surprised about, this was an inevitable process if you thought a little. I burned my life energy and then used the fire of life to recharge my life vein with the energy I pumped into the city, and on endlessly. Have you lost hope already? Dawudar opened his eyes even more. How was that not surprising? Richard said it was easy, but now he is also consuming his own life energy as well and knows how difficult it is. As for Richard, he is not only consuming his life energy, but he is pulling it from one direction and recharging it from another at the same time. Rather, how much energy would he have to burn for someone who had barely broken through to the martial emperor realm to send out an attack like this? If Richard said that he burns his life vein several times per second, he would believe him. Richard extended his hand as he walked and pulled out a metal rod from the ground. The metal rod formed in his hand to take the shape of a short spear. This method of burning has two problems. The first is that I am still weak, unfortunately, at level 41 of the internal energy system, and the third stage of the body strengthening divine tattoo. My basic strength with burning my life energy at this rate only gets me to level 46, and this is not enough to kill you unfortunately. The second problem is that the burning rate is very fast, so if I am not careful I may consume everything I collected within a few hours. Don't worry, you won't live for a few hours. A half smile appeared on Dawudar's face, and he began to slowly advance towards Richard as well. In fact, he also had a similar time limit before his life energy ran out completely. Didn't you stop to ask yourself why I'm telling you all this? My original plan was to use this trump card to fill you with injuries for 2 or 3 hours until my life energy ran out and then my men would finish you off, but plans never work, right? My third brother's sacrifice changed everything. Richard laughed, and then his eyes sparkled with intense killing intent. Destroying your lung today reduced your overall strength, and forcing you to use your life force means that every injury I inflict on you will consume you faster and bring you closer to death. This means that I no longer need to buy time, I have a real chance of killing you, cool huh? Let's see this opportunity then. Dawudar smiled and cracked his neck right and left. The palm he had just received forced him to take Richard seriously for the first time. Swoosh! Boom! Without warning, Richard launched the spear in his hand at an insane speed that broke through the sound barrier. Dawudar was able to stop it millimeters away from his eye. Bam! The next moment, Richard's left fist appeared in front of him, heading towards his other eye. Dawudar waved the spear sideways and pushed Richard's fist away so that it passed next to his neck. Boom! The energy from that fist caused another part of the wall to collapse. Swoosh! Dawudar got time to catch his breath when he felt Richard's right foot hitting his empty chest. Poof! Dawudar spat out some blood and then thrust his palm forward, intending to destroy Richard directly. Swoosh! But Richard quickly dodged to the side using his flying ability, then extended his palm that was burning with a green flame. If he could touch Dawudar with this flame, it would take a large slice of his remaining life energy. Bah! But Dawudar hit the ground with his foot and jumped back. Then he activated a wind path attack tattoo on his right shoulder and shot Richard with a massive wind blast. The main battle of the day has finally begun. Chapter 695. Boom! Threads of daylight began to appear in the sky from afar. Finally, dawn came and the deep darkness of Nihiri began to lift little by little. However, everyone's eyes were directed toward another source of light, or more correctly, two sources, one of which radiated dark red and the other radiated intense green. Boom! Boom! Ah! The sounds of birds chirping and small animals calling happily after the dawn were not heard. Only explosions and screams were present. Boom! Dawudar used an offensive lightning path divine tattoo to bombard the entire area and surround Richard. Then he sent a palm toward his chest, sending him flying away and spitting blood. No! That cry was not from Richard. Rather, it was coming from thousands of soldiers of the Azil tribe. When Richard harnessed a large portion of the life energy he had collected in battling the 20,000 soldiers, he did not intend to kill any of them. He was just making the city severely wound them or hold some of them and torture them, but he gave it the order to stop before anyone died. Even the green flame meteors he threw at them were for the purpose of knocking out their life force, torturing them, and perhaps reducing their lifespan a little to make them feel weaker. But it did not kill any of them either. The ironic thing is that they actually started to die when the city's attack on them stopped. And the fight between Richard and Dawudar began. Boom! Richard and Dawudar's fists collided again, creating a massive energy wave that pushed everyone back. The clash of two masses of pure power in the middle of the city was not an easy matter. Every time one of them attacked or defended, energy waves were produced and destroyed everything around them. The palace had already turned into a pile of rubble. And of course, the bodies of the soldiers and the ground under their feet were not stronger than the palace that was built with the toughest rocks and metals. They all felt like small fish that happened to be present during a fight between two whales. On one hand, the ground began to crack and swallow them, and on the other hand, the energy waves began to destroy their bodies. Some of the weak among them have already exploded. A number of the soldiers tried to flee the city to get away from this hell, but the human martial emperors did not allow them. Sporadic attacks here and there were enough to force them to stay. Speaking of the Battle of the Emperors, they were also influenced by Richard's fight against Dewudar. A while ago, the human martial emperors were confident that they could win as long as they had the advantage of flight and golden armor. Richard talked about being enough and things like that, and he would indeed be good at stopping the soldiers under the martial emperor realm. But fighting the martial emperors, battling the real deal, would be their responsibility after all. As for the giant martial emperors, before the battle, they were talking about making a coup against Dewudar, who had lost his mind, and that any one of them should take the leadership. The only thing stopping them was that no one wanted to take charge. Watching the clash of red and green in front of them, whether it was the humans or the Nihiri giants, they knew how much they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Who among them could stand up to this power? This is the power of a high-level emperor? What is the purpose of the existence of armies anymore when you have one of these at your side? Boom, boom. The ground cracked again, and Dewudar was thrown away. Richard was flying after him like an arrow surrounded by green flames like an ambassador from hell. Whenever someone tries to send flame balls, for example, an energy wave comes from the opposite side that causes the attack to fade away, or another wave comes that automatically increases the power of the attack. The Battle of the Emperors became extremely random because of this. This was worse for the giant emperors who could not fly to change positions fast, so they became the losing side very quickly. His Excellency's adopted son sacrificed himself so that we might have a better chance, and his own son, of his own flesh and blood, is fighting with his life on the line. If I do not do everything in my power, what will I say to His Excellency? This is what was going through all the human emperors at this moment. Humph, your body is full of injuries and your energy reserve has reached a dangerous stage. This is a perfect time to try that thing. One of the emperors dressed in black and wearing a mask spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you not in a similar situation, you motherfucker? The giant shouted and swung his hammer again. Both of them exchanged direct blows several times. Even if the human did not seem to be badly injured, he was definitely full of internal injuries. Do not underestimate His Excellency's armor and talismans. The human emperor disappeared once, then appeared behind the giant and thrust his long dagger into his opponent's neck. GAA. Grr. The giant took a few steps back with two eyes wide open, shocked. That damned human did not use such a major attack for a while. Was it not also exhausted, and how did he regain his strength so quickly? The giant was clearly injured severely, his aura decreased, and even his eyes began to shake violently. But he was not dead. That giant moved his eyes like a madman and started looking around for that cowardly human emperor. At the same time, he was trying to slowly remove the dagger from his neck. The foolish human emperor succeeded in stabbing his neck, but as usual, he did not cut anything vital. All he had to do was take out the dagger and continue as if nothing had happened. He needs a chance to give that human one more direct blow. Then he will definitely win. It is over. The giant heard these words, and immediately afterward he felt a terrible pain in his chest. Ah! He then automatically raised his hand and struck forward, actually succeeding in delivering a direct hit to the darkness user martial emperor. The emperor flew backward, crashed into some rubble with a boom, and started coughing blood. But what was strange was that his chest pain did not decrease. Rather, it increased. Ah! The giant emperor forgot the pain in his neck and the blood that covered his entire body as he got down on his knees. The intensity of the pain coming from his chest was not like anything he felt before. Within a few seconds, he noticed that it was not just his chest that was hurting him. Rather, he began to feel pain throughout his entire body, accompanied by a strange feeling of weakness. Ah! Grr! The giant slowly raised his arm, wanting to see what was causing this pain. Even if he had been hit by a spear covered in lava, he should not have suffered like this. He actually felt something metal still stuck in his chest. He tried with the strength he had left to pull it out, but he failed, causing him worse pain. But in this short moment, the giant felt what this thing was. It had a broad head and a slim body embedded in his heart. It looked like a nail. Chapter 696. Bam! Richard and Dewudar collided again, and again Richard was thrown backwards without causing significant damage to either side. How long are you going to play this game? Don't you want to take revenge on that whore you call your mother? Come to me! Dewudar shouted, stamped his feet on the ground, and jumped after Richard, leaving behind a huge crack in the ground. Richard's fighting style is completely based on consuming Dewudar. He counters his attacks directly but does not allow him to head any direct blow to him. He may try to fly around him and annoy him with side attacks, maybe try to throw the life fire at him to steal a few drops of the remaining life energy in his body. But he did not attempt to direct any fatal attack on Dewudar, nor give him any chance to catch him. Haha, try another way. I have tasted humiliation and shame for 40 years at your hands. You will need more than this to provoke me. A big smile appeared on Richard's face. But I'm telling you now not to bother. I won't let my third brother's gift go to waste. This was not a life or death fight, but rather one of them was already considered dead and wanted to drag the other along with him. Dawudar wants to end the fight as quickly as possible and go kill the rest of the human martial emperors. Only in this way will he cool the fire in his heart and give his sons and grandchildren a chance to rebuild the tribe, but Richard is simply too strong. And smart too. His entire style now revolves around stopping him and making him exert more effort. In this fight, every second that passes, what amounts to months or years of Dawudar's life force is burned up. If this continues, he will die before he can catch him. There is another problem that concerns him. A short while ago, he heard the screams of another martial emperor from his tribe, and that person's screams are still going on until now. Then he heard screams from another familiar voice. And then another. There is something happening in the Battle of the Emperors. Something must be stopped quickly. He has to get rid of Richard first before he goes, but how to get rid of that motherfucker who refuses to stop for even a moment? Come on. Dawudar seemed to go crazy again and started shooting blue flame attacks in every direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But Richard avoided them all and then returned to approach Dawudar with the intention of tormenting him again. But at this moment, the huge blue flame balls came back to attack Richard from different directions. Tisk. Richard stepped back again in annoyance and opened his mouth, emitting green flames intensely, creating a dome around him. Shush, shush. The blue flame disappeared the moment it touched the life fire, and then Richard took advantage of the opportunity and turned the dome around him to create several arrows of flame and sent them toward Dawudar. This ridiculous game must end. Dawudar gathered all his strength and then thrust his palms forward. A huge wave of energy instantly transmitted through the air and collided with the flame arrows and instantly evaporated, then continued its path until it pushed Richard back. Bomb! Richard was pushed badly. Nothing was able to stop him until he hit the rubble of the wall in a loud explosion. However, he quickly stood up and did not appear to have suffered any injuries, but he quickly furrowed his eyebrows when he realized something. The energy wave that pushed him back was aimed at stopping him from flying and forcing him to stay at a certain point, even if for a moment. It was not intended to harm him. What is that thing trying to do? V-room. Richard felt a tremendous force descending on him from above, almost forcing him to kneel, but the bracelet on his wrist immediately shone and this effect disappeared. Richard knew then that this was the effect of one of Dawudar's offensive divine tattoos. Richard furrowed his eyebrows even more. First, he stopped him by pushing him with an energy wave and then forced him to remain where he was. Even if all of this happened in less than a second, Dawudar was definitely after something, and he actually spotted something out of the corner of his eye. Dawudar, who looked like an old man in his 60s, had arrived a few steps away from him, raising his fist in a punching position. Dodging from this distance was impossible. Richard took a defensive position. If Dawudar did all this in order to direct a blow to him, then that's alright too. He can undoubtedly withstand a hit or two. The green flames burned around his body. If Dawudar touched him willingly, it would be a good opportunity to steal a good handful of his life energy. But he suddenly noticed that the dark red glow radiating from Dawudar had grown darker. Within a fraction of a second, his features had grown older, the wrinkles on his face had increased, and the skin on his muscles had wrinkled to the point that he began to look like an 80-year-old old man. Richard immediately understood that Dawudar had accelerated the burning of his life energy in exchange for greater strength for this one attack. He literally rushed towards death in exchange for ending the fight. Dawudar knew that he only had a few minutes of life left after this sacrifice, but this did not seem to discourage him. Rather, he muttered with intense killing intent, "Come with me." Even Dawudar's voice now has become like the voice of an old man who put half a foot in the grave. "Nah, you'll die alone." With an expression filled with arrogance and anger, Richard took a step forward and raised his fist. It was clear that he intended to confront Dawudar's attack directly, but not with blind confidence either. The ground beneath Richard cracked and green flames began to emerge from it as if a volcano had exploded. The momentum around Dawudar was enough to push away anything that stood in its way, but the green flame did not intend to head towards Dawudar from the beginning, but rather spilled over Richard's head and entered from his feet. Richard's eyes began to burn dark green and flames began to emerge from his mouth and nose. Even his long hair began to burn intensely. At this moment, his aura multiplied at least several times. His muscles suddenly swelled, and his veins burst to the surface, and each one of them began to pulse with an audible sound. What remained of his clothes and armor had exploded away from his body, except for one or two pieces of rags covering the lower part of his body. "Ka!" Richard shouted with all his might, this time not from excitement or anger, but from pain. Whatever he did was certainly not without consequences. But Dawudar did not leave him a way out. Either go along with him in his madness to stop this attack, or he would undoubtedly die. They were both betting on this clash. The victor would undoubtedly be determined after that. Rumble. Chapter 697. Richard and Dawudar each clenched their fists back and jumped towards the other with unstoppable momentum. Both intended to finish off the other party with this one attack. Rumble. For a moment, it was as if time had stopped in everyone's eyes. The dark red glow and intense green glow grew even brighter and higher until they reached the sky. Some low-level soldiers were unable to open their eyes and see what was happening. The martial emperors, however, saw everything clearly. The ground beneath Richard and Dawudar's feet swayed downward for dozens of meters. The fog lifted around them, and the storm that was clouding the sky split in two. Even the space between them seemed to be shaking violently, trying to hold itself together. And for some reason, they noticed the gentle smile in Richard's eyes. "It is happening. It is happening," Richard repeated to himself as he rushed forward, irresponsibly burning up his reserves of life energy. The life energy he extracted from the 50 million giants was fading like crazy. After all, this was not life energy extracted from emperors, but most of it from ordinary mortals, nor was it life energy still carefully stored in their veins. It was merely life energy extracted from dead beings, something that should not exist in nature. The thing that prevents this energy from disappearing completely is that Richard traps it and prevents it from spreading. The second is that life energy is somewhat different from natural energy, as it is much thicker and does not merge with it until some time passes. They are somewhat like oil and water, and this is one of the reasons that helps Richard keep it by his side. But the life energy that Richard collected still undoubtedly tends to leave him. It is always and forever seeking to disintegrate and return to the planet again to begin a new cycle, and now is its chance. Whether when Richard consumed it to heal Peon, or when he decided to consume it now to push his limits to new levels, the life energy he had gathered seemed to become conscious and began to rush to burn first. With every passing second, the life energy of thousands of people was burned. It is true that Dawudar has used up most of his life's energy, but Richard is also about to use up his reserve. However, Richard was smiling as he saw the face of old Dawudar approaching him angrily. In less than a second everything will be decided, death or victory, joining his mother or achieving revenge, everything is in his hands now. No one can stop him now. This power. The rest of the emperors and soldiers were terrified when they felt the pressure in the air. The fists of the two had not touched yet, but they were already reshaping the place. Is this what it means to be a true powerhouse? Some of the soldiers fought in silence, but they quickly panicked. If all of these phenomena are occurring and they have not yet touched, then what will happen when? Oh shit. One of the human emperors quickly turned around, and lightning bolts appeared on his body, increasing his speed to the maximum and quickly leaving this place. But even a lightning path emperor was not fast enough. Boom. Ah. Piffed. Arg. The fists of the two finally met, creating a devastating energy wave. What remained of the huge palace turned to ash, and even the rubble scattered around the city crumbled further. The 20,000 soldiers felt as if they had collided with a metal wall and flew away, spitting blood. Some of them lost consciousness, and some of them died instantly. The emperors from both sides were pushed back a few steps before they were able to stop themselves. Some of them were thrown backward until they collided with a wall or one of the trees outside the city. Even after they had restrained themselves, the shockwave was still resonating through their bodies from top to bottom. Your Majesty. Richard, are you okay? As an involuntary reaction, everyone cried out and began searching for the bodies of Richard and Dawudar. They looked and sent their soul senses throughout the city, except at the site of the collision, because in their view it was impossible for the two to remain standing after this massive explosion. Everyone knew that the fight was decided without a doubt. Even if one of them was not defeated immediately, at least they both lost an arm now, or perhaps even more. This power they had acquired by sacrificing life energy was not something their bodies could handle yet. Even if they managed to defend themselves, their immense strength was enough to destroy them from the inside. They have both reached the limits of what they can understand about power. However, after about a minute had passed, no one found the bodies of Richard and Dawudar. Some of them thought that they had immediately evaporated from the detonation of the attack, and this was not something unexpected given the power they felt. Look over there. Something strange appeared before everyone's eyes as soon as the dust settled. There were shadows still standing in the dent created by the clash between the two. Is it possible that they are still there? How could they not have been thrown backward? No, this is. One of the wind user human emperors stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, all the dust cleared away. But he quickly took a few steps back again. What the? Richard and Dawudar were still standing in the same place. To be more specific, both of them were still in a punching position, but the look in their eyes had changed from anger and revenge to panic and fear. There was a third person standing between them, holding each of their fists with one hand. Under everyone's gaze, that person nodded with a smile. Good punch. Chapter 698. In the face of Dawudar's suppressing fist, an attack in which Dawudar had sacrificed almost a third of his life energy and put himself on the verge of death in order to carry it out, in front of a fist that had surpassed the barrier of a middle-leveled martial emperor and fully deserved the title of a high-level martial emperor. Full attack, Richard did not back down. Whoosh. Just thinking about Richard burning his remaining life energy without counting, in the blink of an eye, 5 million giants' life energy was burned at the same time. He did not take into account the strain that this would put on his lifeline, nor did he think for a moment about the hardships and years he spent collecting this energy. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. Richard gave a big smile as he walked forward. The moment he had been waiting for so long was now in his sights, and nothing could stop him now. Nothing. Whoosh. Richard's fist collided with something and stopped. The powerful sound of the explosion and the splattering of blood that he had expected did not happen. Rather, it seemed as if his fist was like a pebble hitting a pool of mud. All the momentum he had gathered suddenly disappeared as if it was never there. What is this? Richard's mind stopped working for a moment. He saw a large palm blocking his fist. This palm belonged to a Nihari giant. Did Dawudar repel his attack so simply? Is Dawudar even that strong? But by stopping it so suddenly, why didn't the shockwaves kill him? He was the most knowledgeable of people about the extent of the power he had amassed. How could he be stopped at all? And it happened with a palm made of flesh and blood. Richard weakly raised his eyes to look into Dawudar's eyes one last time, not to struggle or find solutions, but to curse him once or twice. He knew it was over, and whoever could stop this attack could kill him like with a spit. Heh, I failed then. It's alright, at least I'll join my mother. I wonder if my father can get revenge on this monster. Heh, who am I fooling? Of course he can. He is Robin Burton. When Richard raised his eyes, he did not see what he was waiting for. He did not see the old face of old Dawudar looking at him with hatred and a victorious smile, nor did he see death approaching. Rather, he saw another giant looking at him from the side of his eye, smiling. That giant has long, thick hair with blue strands, his face is clean-shaven, and his features are sharp and strong. He appears to be in his early 30s. His body is full of muscles, but they are not huge and explosive like Dawudar, but rather symmetrical muscles that add to his beauty and prestige. They are so eloquent that they seem as if they were drawn with a pen. This is the first time Richard has seen this kind of muscular coordination on a giant, and what is strange is that he is even taller than Dawudar. 1435. His body is full of muscles, but they are not huge and explosive like Dawudar, but rather symmetrical muscles that add to his beauty and prestige. They are so eloquent that they seem as if they were drawn with a pen. This is the first time Richard has seen this kind of muscular coordination on a giant, and what is strange is that he is even taller than Dawudar. Haha, oh my, oh my. My arm feels numb. That was a good punch for a little cub who was barely 50. That giant finally opened his mouth and laughed in Richard's face with a pure smile. Then he looked to his right at Dawudar, with his brows furrowed slightly as if he were about to rebuke a student. I don't want to be the bringer of bad news here, but I tested your fist in his. If I hadn't shown up, he would have blown your arm and lower jaw off with this attack. You have to be more careful in choosing your opponents. Little brother, this is not good for your health. After these words, the giant relaxed his palms and then gently pushed the two fists back. This gentle push was enough to throw Richard and Dawudar backward more than 20 meters. Silence. Putting aside Saladar's screams, a deep silence descended on the place again. Everyone who had some time left turned their attention to this new intruder. The human emperors for the first time felt terrified. Until this moment they believed that even if they did not win, they could escape easily, but after seeing that giant stop the final attack of Richard and Dawudar like this, who could escape from an entity like this? In return, the remainder of the tribe's army cheered vigorously. Ha, we are saved. Haha, I knew they wouldn't leave us, I knew the support was coming. Kill them all. The human martial emperors took a few steps back in front of these cheers. For them there was no longer a fight, they should think of an opportunity to take Richard and Peon and get out of there. The remaining martial emperors of the giants felt for a moment that their savior hero had arrived and they almost shouted out loud as well, but they quickly silenced themselves for two reasons. One is that they do not know who that giant is, and the second is how the giant deals with Richard and Dawudar as if they were equal in his eyes. Between the fear of the human martial emperors, the joy of what remained of the giant army, and the anticipation of the giant martial emperors, the atmosphere between the three individuals in the middle of the city was even heavier. Pa! Dawudar fell on his back and could no longer stand. The dark red glow around him disappeared and his aura became like that of a mortal. His facial features were no longer visible due to the wrinkles, and he had to close his eyes tightly like an old man just to see the new arrival. The great leader Dawudar, the person who can shake the earth wherever he goes, even some cold can kill him now. That attack destroyed what remained of Dawudar's reserve of life energy. He only retained enough to see Richard dead and eat something from his body to feel the pleasure of revenge. You, this power, these specifications, are you that person in the mountains? His voice also became weak and distorted, like an old man whose hour was approaching. Roar, bam, bam. At this moment, a shadow appeared in the sky, blocking the dawnlight, and attracting all eyes toward it. It was the shadow of a huge winged beast, dark blue in color, with a huge head containing a huge jaw that seemed to be able to tear apart anything in existence, and a long tail full of bumps as if they were blades. Its length from the jaw to the tip of its tail was no less than 60 meters, and with every stroke of its huge wings, the air under him explodes. Swoosh, boom. The beast landed on what remained of the city wall on its massive hind legs, then extended its winged arms. Roar. This one roar brought thousands of experienced giant soldiers to their knees and forced the martial emperors of both sides to take a few steps back. Is that a fucking dragon? Chapter 699. Roar. Bam. The knees came down one after the other. In the blink of an eye, thousands of giants were kneeling in fear and panic. That shout was not just a beast's roar, they felt their very souls twitching. Is that a fucking dragon? One of the human emperors took another step back, his soul screaming at him not to get into trouble with that beast. The word dragon was not strange to the inhabitants of both planets Jura and Nihari, and even to the inhabitants of Greenland and Orphan Blood. There are many beasts that have the word dragon in their name, such as rock dragons, the southern savage dragon, the blue river dragon, and many others. Most often these are just lizard beasts, and the word dragon is inserted into their name for exaggeration. But the presence of these beasts, and even the other beasts similar to the description of dragons such as the winged Darko beasts, did not compensate for the fear of dragon myths in the hearts of people. Even if they came from the same species, talking about true dragons still had a special awe. It is like saying that ostriches and doves are the same because they are both birds. True dragons really exist? Are they not only a legend? A darkness user human emperor muttered in a low voice. Then he looked toward Richard and what was left of Peon, already starting to calculate the best way to reach them and then get out of there quickly. No, this is not a dragon. Legends say that dragons are thousands of meters long and have 4 limbs other than the wings, and each limb contains 5 claws. As for this one, it is approximately 60 meters long and has only 2 limbs other than the wings, and it has 3 claws on each limb. It is a wyvern. One of the human emperors analyzed. The rest of the emperors looked at the speaker from the corners of their eyes and did not comment. How could they trust these legends? Planet Jura has never known the existence of this type of beast. Neither wyverns nor dragons have been reported to have appeared in any historical era. The only information they have about these terrifying creatures are merely legends passed down by mortals. According to legends, the wyvern is one of the closest breeds to true dragons. The description of this beast is similar to the specifications of a wyvern, but the wyverns are supposed to be much smaller than what they see now. It is truly a wyvern, the king of the northern edge great mountain, Crixus the Great. Dewudar murmured in his tired voice as he looked at the majestic winged creature. Then he nodded with a smile and returned to lay down on his back. Only one person can mobilize Crixus the Great from the north edge great mountain. I never thought that I would see you in the last moments of my life. Cough, cough. When I meet my ancestors and they blame me for the destruction of the tribe, I will tell them that I met you, hee. Cough, cough. Perhaps they will give me some respect. As long as you are here, I can go in peace, O great ancestor, Halak. Dewudar closed his eyes, clearly preparing for a peaceful death. This creature is really Crixus the Great? The wyvern that allegedly controls the North Edge mountain range and all the beasts of the world. One of the emperors fell to his knees. Crixus the Great is one of the stories that scare children at night. It is just an unconfirmed legend. In the far north of the planet Nihari, there is a gigantic mountain range filled with beasts of every size and color. From time to time, waves of those beasts emerge that destroy many settlements, villages, and even the less protected cities of the giants, and they do not stop until they are all eventually killed. The dangers in those mountains are no less than the border between the 5 regions. But what is different in the North Mountain Range is that the dangers increase gradually and strictly as you go deeper inside, as if it were a game or a ground prepared for brutal training. It is said that as the number of beasts increases to a certain limit, the king of these beasts would give a deadly shout to send a large number out to start the waves. So the 12 tribes make preemptive strikes and kill those beasts before the waves start. At the same time, it is a good opportunity to use the North Edge mountain range to train their offspring, and so it became that the deeper you go into the mountain ranges and kill more beasts, the more respect you gain. And it is not only respect that they gain, for some reason, the Northern Edge mountain range is full of treasures that are not found anywhere else. Rare herbs that are millions of years old, minerals with unique properties, the opportunity to steal cubs of rare beasts, huge amounts of energy pearls scattered everywhere like pebbles, and many more to count. This dangerous but rewarding method of training was one of the most important reasons that enabled the northern tribes to confront and eventually kill the second Heaven's Chosen. It is what keeps them strong to this day and keeps them always ready for war while living in peace among themselves. But this routine of entering a certain distance, killing a bunch of beasts, and then coming out again to brag was not liked by many geniuses throughout the ages. Living in peace, starting a nice family, and then competing with other tribes in politics was not something everyone understood and wanted. What is the point of pursuing power if this was the end result? So large numbers of young giants every year set their sights on the Northern Edge mountain range and go to register their names with their tribes that they wish to migrate to the Northern mountain range. Yes, migration. Some of them gave the reason for moving to live on the outskirts of the mountain range as they wanted to kill more beasts in order to protect everyone. Some said that by living in this dangerous way they would understand the world faster and achieve breakthroughs that would benefit people. Some simply said that they wanted to get rich quickly by collecting more treasures. These reasons are logical and considered strong motivations, but they are not everything. Everyone knew the main reason, the thirst for blood. Everyone who decides to head to the northern mountain ranges is obsessed with murder, and everyone who decides to penetrate further inside alone is a madman whose heart is blinded by the thirst for blood. This has gone beyond the stage of greed. This is like someone telling a mortal to jump off a mountain and he will give him some wealth. What use will wealth do if he is dead? If that mortal actually jumped, it would be because he was a suicidal maniac. Indeed, in every joint campaign launched by the 12 tribes on the threshold of the mountain ranges, each tribe searches for its immigrant. They find the remains of the bones of their offspring in the waste of one of the beasts or traces of their blue blood inside the caves. Every year hundreds, or even thousands, of giants die in this way until the 12 tribes decided to ignore their existence and stopped searching for them and collecting their remains. Everyone's outlook changed towards them, from adventurers who did not fear death to weightless suicides. That was until that incident occurred 7,000 years ago. It was then that the Lord of the North Edge mountain range decided to personally go out to annihilate the giants of the north. Chapter 700. The Northern Edge mountain range is too huge. Its size is equivalent to the total area of several planets the size of Jura. However, there is one mountain located at the northernmost point. Yet it can be seen from the borders of the mountain range, and it can even be seen clearly from space. The Great North End Mountain. How high is this mountain? No one dared to guess a number. Naturally, all the brave and adventurous people set this mountain in their sights. It was the compass when they were lost, and the drive when they felt weak. Yet no one ever reached that mountain. They did not even come close. That mountain is the heart of the northern mountain range. Reaching it means crossing an area of multiple planets where every breathing thing tries to kill you. Even entering a few kilometers within the borders of the northern mountain range is considered suicide. So what about moving towards the mountain? There is another reason. It is said that the Lord of the Northern Mountain Range, the monster at the top of the food chain on planet Nihari, owns that mountain, Crixus the Great. No one knows the age of this majestic creature, but it comes out every now and then and leads a beast wave itself to kill as many intelligent creatures as possible before returning to the mountain again. This is a normal thing for a beast. But what is unusual is that the first attack in which its presence was recorded was 420,000 years ago. That is, it was approximately during the era of the first Heaven's Chosen. As for the strength of that creature, no one knows for sure either. Its huge size and irrational longevity are enough to strike fear into the hearts of everyone. Every time Crixus the Great appears, all the people of the north think that death has come. But something strange always happens. The wyvern always destroys, burns, and eats whatever it wants, with its army of beasts cleaning whatever it leaves behind. But when the experts from all the tribes gather and fight it, it shows great strength that makes it kill a handful of them. In the end, it retreats in pain and full of wounds. Throughout history and in different eras, the power of the wyvern Crixus has always been equivalent to the power of the elite from all the 12 giant tribes combined. Whether the elite at that time were ordinary warriors, shamans, martial dragons, or even martial emperors, there is always a balance. Some scholars said that the level of Crixus's power is always equal to the level of the strongest giant in existence. This means that if the strongest person is at the top of an average emperor, then Crixus will be at the top of a middle-leveled martial emperor. As for its ability to fight them all, this is due to its huge size, long experience, powerful blood lineage, and deadly flame. This is why he was called the Great. Since his first appearance 420,000 years ago, Crixus the Great has appeared several times. Each time, he kills tens of thousands of giants and destroys hundreds of cities and colonies. Each time, he fights dozens of mid-level emperors before killing a handful of them and retreating full of wounds. The cycle simply repeats. Things got worse after one of the giants broke through to be a high-level martial emperor for the first time. Crixus gained enormous power, and it took the addition of the armies of the 12 tribes in order to force him to retreat. The situation was getting bloodier and worse every time, but they were able to do it somehow. Every time, they cursed the first giant who broke through to be a high-level emperor, but at least he helped them fight back when Crixus appeared during his reign. But the situation was different 7,000 years ago. Crixus the Great invaded the northern region again, but when the giants' emperors gathered that day to stop him, they were surprised that the gap between them and the wyvern was enormous. The power that the wyvern showed had surpassed that of a mere high-leveled emperor by a large margin. It was level 48 or 49 at the very least. On that day, neither the numbers of the emperors nor the divine equipment were of any use. Everything was shattered in front of Crixus's massive body and his unstoppable flames. Within 1 hour of fierce fighting, almost a quarter of the gathered experts were killed before the rest were able to flee in different directions. Crixus's roar resounded in the sky and shook the lands. After that battle, after the giants' emperors were forced to retreat, there was no one left who could confront it. Within 1 month of that battle, Crixus wiped out all traces of intelligent life from the vicinity of the northern mountain range. He pushed the giants and their slaves south. But the great Crixus was not satisfied with expelling them. Rather, it hunted for the largest group of intelligent beings at that time and appeared above their heads, wanting to wipe them all out. Everyone thought at that time that the north was over, and that it would all belong to the beasts from now on. Then that man appeared. He appeared to be an ordinary male of the Nihiri giant race. He had long, thick hair with blue streaks, and no hair on his face other than his eyebrows. Other than his strong presence, there did not seem to be anything special about him. That giant laughed out loud as soon as he appeared. He said the first and last recorded sentence about him, the greatest and craziest thing that could be said. He shouted, "You really made me work to reach you." He added, "Today I will ride you." Crixus roared angrily at this insult. A massive battle actually began. Unexpectedly, the crazy giant did not die immediately. The battle continued for a few hours, during which most of the giants who were trying to escape were killed by the shockwaves and stray attacks. They tried hard to beg that crazy giant to drag the wyvern away, but it seemed as if he did not hear them at all. After more than 9 hours of continuous fighting, Crixus roared again, but this time in pain. Then he turned around and beat his wings, speeding towards the north. That crazy giant laughed loudly and jumped after him as well. This was the last time the two were seen. Some of those present that day decided to build a statue of that giant and venerate him as a savior and hero. Some cursed him and said that giant was the one who achieved a breakthrough and caused an increase in the power of the wyvern. Therefore, repairing the damage he caused was only right. But whether through reverence or cursing, it didn't reach that giant, and it did not continue for long either. There is a habit among all intelligent creatures, which is that if a calamity befalls them, they do not talk about anything else. But after that, they get busy with their lives again and gradually forget, no matter how great that calamity is. 7,000 years of generational succession were enough to erase that incident from the public's minds. This was especially true since the large beast waves had completely stopped. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.